Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 632 to Chapter 708. Good heavens, 2 divine dragons were scared off by a spider. When Yin saw this, the corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile. The big black horse turned its head and looked at the crystal-clear little spider. There was a hint of shock in its eyes. Why did Master take out such a terrifying spider from the warehouse? It couldn't help but shudder when it thought of something. Don't be afraid, little kittens. I was brought here by Master. I won't hurt you. The jade wishful spider waved its forelegs like a naive little girl. She spoke in a very kind and clear voice. So it was brought here by Master? The blood chief demon dragon blinked in disbelief. Master, where did you go just now? Why did you bring back another spider? The netherblood greenwood dragon raised its head and asked. I went to a place where I shouldn't have gone and found a cute little fellow. Why? Don't you welcome your new companion? Yin smiled. Welcome. Welcome. The netherblood greenwood dragon raised its little claws and waved them around. Me too. The jade sea heavenly dragon also raised its claws and smiled. Welcome the new member. The mystic bird and the blood chief demon dragon also expressed their stance. Thank you, everyone. My name is the Jade Rui Spider. You can call me Rui from now on, the Jade Rui Spider said softly. At this moment, it was full of joy and was still immersed in the joy of walking out of the dark warehouse into a new world. Jade Rui Spider, why did you suddenly come out? Did you do something to help Master? The big black horse suddenly sent a telepathic message. So it's you. I have some impression of you. It's like this. The Jade Rui Spider looked at the big black horse and immediately recognized it. It then sent a telepathic message and quickly recounted the whole story. You're so lucky, the big black horse said resentfully. There were so many spiders in Master's warehouse, but only the Jade Rui Spider had such good luck. The undead celestial silkworm didn't say anything and kept looking at the Jade Rui Spider as if it was thinking about something. Master, I think I've seen this kind of spider before, the undying divine silkworm suddenly said. You've seen it? When was that? Before the epic? Yin asked. Yes, before the epic, the Rui Jade Spider clan and our undying celestial silkworms were known as the 5 great heavenly demon clans. The undead celestial silkworm said with a smile. Yes. Yin nodded. Although this jade wishful spider came from another world, it could not be denied that such a species did not exist in this world. In his warehouse, it was common for cars to crash. For example, there were such creatures in this dimension, and there were also such creatures in other dimensions. Therefore, Yin did not find the undead celestial silkworm's words strange. Things that happened before the epic were too ancient. Whether or not the jade wishful spider could be passed down was still a very uncertain matter. He did not want to worry about this matter. Yin turned to look at Elder Gongyang, his eyes revealing a trace of sadness. Elder Gongyang had guarded the sutra depository conscientiously in the Shenlong sect, but in the end, he had ended up like this. Whoosh, Yin gently waved his arm, and Elder Gongyang disappeared. He had been kept by him. Rui, in the future, you will also be a demon beast of the Shenlong sect. You will be a family with us. Yin said. Yes, Master. The Jade Wishful Spider said with a humble smile. There is no divinity in the spiritual chi of this world. In the future, use these spiritual stones to cultivate. Yin instructed and threw out a storage ring. Thank you, Master. The Jade Wishful Spider took it and carefully put it away. Let's go and see how the little black cat is doing. The moment Yin entered the carriage, Mu Qing handed him a cup of hot tea. After taking a sip, she said softly. The big black horse agreed and immediately flew in a certain direction. Senior, where did you see the Wishful Jade Spider clan? The Jade Wishful Spider lying on the carriage was very obedient. After a while, it could not help but ask the undead celestial silkworm. Too much time has passed. I don't know if they are still around. In the future, when Master takes you to the divine land, perhaps you will know. The undead celestial silkworm sighed. All right. The Jade Wishful Spider nodded. At this moment, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon jumped over and began to talk to the Jade Wishful Spider. "Don't tell me where you are." Yi Yun's voice sounded in the Jade Wishful Spider's ears. "Yes, Master." The Jade Wishful Spider was stunned and quickly agreed. Then, it remained vigilant and began to talk to the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon, and even the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. The carriage quickly flew to the big black cat. "Little Black, haven't you caught that cunning rat yet?" The big black horse pursed its lips and glared at him, asking angrily. The big black cat was startled at the sudden appearance of the black carriage. It quickly explained, "Uncle Ma, we'll catch it soon. That coward has slowed down. The effect of the drug is about to wear off. Go quickly." The battle over at the valley has already ended. The big black horse glanced at it indifferently. "Understood," the big black cat said energetically. Then, it turned into a black light and burrowed into the ground. He once again blocked the path of the sky-burrowing rat. "That's strange. How did a stupid cat like you block my path in advance?" The sky-burrowing rat could not help but be startled when it saw its old enemy appear. It immediately stopped and held the starlight shield tightly in its hands. "Ha ha ha." The big black cat could not help but laugh when it saw the sky-burrowing rat's shocked expression. "Stupid cat, what are you laughing at?" The sky-burrowing rat was a little scared by the big black cat's laughter. It could not help but shout sternly. "Coward! You've been running for so long. Don't you know that you have Uncle Cat's pee on you?" The big black cat laughed maniacally. "Cat pee?" The sky-burrowing rat's expression changed drastically. It had been fleeing at high speed just now and did not notice this at all. Its nose twitched, and in an instant, it smelled a faint smell of cat urine. "You stupid cat, how dare you humiliate me like this? Today, I'll fight you to the death." The sky-burrowing rat was so angry that it trembled all over. It almost lost its grip on the starlight shield in its hands. "Just surrender obediently. On account of the fact that we once fought side by side in the past, hand over the 9-leaf blood lotus and I'll let you go." The big black cat stopped smiling and said with a straight face. "Surrender obediently? You're dreaming, aren't you?" The sky-burrowing rat was unable to restrain its anger. It suddenly waved its hands, and the surrounding sand suddenly flowed and crushed towards the big black cat. This was the earth-type mystique that it specialized in. "This little bit of pressure is a piece of cake for Uncle Cat." The big black cat let out a mocking laugh and pounced towards the sky-burrowing rat. Despite being obstructed by the sand, his powerful physical body forcibly broke through the barrier and carved out a bloody path. Whoosh, the big black cat raised its black shield and smashed it down at the sky-burrowing rat. How can this guy's body be so freakish? Seeing that its earth-type mystique did not cause any pressure to the nine-tailed spirit cat at all, the sky-burrowing rat was extremely depressed. The sky-burrowing rat did not give up. Now that the battle was taking place deep underground, it was surrounded by soil and could be said to be its main battlefield. Although the squeezing divine ability did not have much effect, it could still control other divine abilities to attack the nine-tailed spirit cat. Thinking of this, it formed a seal with one hand and changed its divine ability again. Whoosh whoosh, countless sharp thorns suddenly emerged from the surrounding soil and sand. They were incomparably hard and pierced toward the big black cat. "Your puny earth-type divine ability is nothing in the eyes of Lord Cat." The big black cat burst into laughter. It suddenly extended a fist and attacked the thorns in front of it. Boom, there was a loud explosion. Those sharp thorns instantly disintegrated and turned back into sand. "Coward, take this." The big black cat activated the divine travel boots and suddenly increased its speed. It raised its black shield and smashed it over. The sky-burrowing rat gritted its teeth and raised its starry shield again. Boom, the two different shields collided. The collision force was astonishing and there was another loud explosion. A powerful shockwave violently dispersed in all directions, creating a large space in the entire underground. Then, the soil above fell down again, and the space was suddenly filled with mud. The sky-burrowing rat retreated several hundred feet before stabilizing its body. "Damn it, I'm really no match for this stupid cat," the sky-burrowing rat's face was full of shock. Its mind was spinning rapidly as it thought of an escape plan. Coward! You're no match for me at all. Let Lord Cat teach you a good lesson today. Big Black Cat's aura was like a rainbow as it pounced over, raising its shield once more to smash it down. Boom, the two of them met force with force and exchanged blows once again. The sky-burrowing rat's body was sent flying again. Its face was flushed red and the blood in its 5 internal organs was surging violently. The Big Black Cat did not give in. After gaining the upper hand, it launched a series of attacks on the sky-burrowing rat. The sky-burrowing rat had no chance to react. Boom boom. After a dozen or so clashes, the sky-burrowing rat was bleeding from all 7 orifices and its internal organs were also heavily injured. Nine-tailed spirit cat, do you have to kill me? The heaven-drilling rat roared. Hand over the 9-leaf blood lotus and I can spare your life out of consideration for our past relationship. The Big Black Cat said coldly. Nine-tailed spirit cat, how about we each take half? The heaven-burrowing rat refused to give up and bargained. How can that be? The Big Black Cat refused without hesitation. Then I'll fight you to the death. The sky-drilling rat roared in grief and indignation. It took the initiative to attack with the starlight shield in its hand. The surrounding sand began to surge violently, transforming into all sorts of divine abilities that attacked the Big Black Cat. You overestimate yourself. The Big Black Cat laughed coldly. With the black shield in its hand, it was like a supreme demon god, killing everything in its path. He kept swinging his fists, shattering the attacks of the earth-type mystiques. Rumble, with a loud bang, the Big Black Cat sent the sky-drilling rat flying again. This time, the sky-drilling rat was even more severely injured. It lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. The Big Black Cat walked over and stood beside it. It sneered and asked, "Are you going to hand over those 9-leaf blood lotuses or not? I'll give you one last chance. Here you go." The sky-drilling rat spat out a mouthful of blood and threw out all the 9-leaf blood lotuses it had obtained. The Big Black Cat counted and found that the number was enough. It couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and keep all the 9-leaf blood lotuses. This wasn't something that it should enjoy alone. It had to be handed over to the sect leader of the Shenlong sect, Luoli. After completing this mission, its master would also reward it with a set of armor. At the thought of the armor, the Big Black Cat's heart warmed up again. Brother Cat, why are you so powerful? Now? The sky-drilling rat struggled to get up. It wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth and said with a sneaky smile. Seeing that the sky-drilling rat had returned to its old self, the Big Black Cat pursed its lips. Your brother Cat has great fortuitous encounters. The Big Black Cat chuckled. Brother Cat, we haven't worked together for a long time. Why don't we work together again? The sky-drilling rat came over and said warmly. Seeing how shameless this fellow was, the Big Black Cat was also helpless. The sky-drilling rat had always been like this. Although the two of them were shouting at each other in the beginning, after handing over the 9-leaf blood lotuses, the sky-drilling rat's mentality changed immediately. The Big Black Cat knew that it was thick-skinned. But compared to the sky-drilling rat, it felt that it wasn't perfect. I'm not working with you. The Big Black Cat shook its head and rejected it without holding back. Now that it was by its master's side, it didn't lack any cultivation resources. What it used for cultivation were all spirit stones from the divine land. Why would it be interested in those resources provided by the sky-drilling rat? Brother Cat, you've changed. You're no longer the you from 1,000 years ago. The sky-drilling rat spread its arms out with a pained expression. Everyone will change. Humans strive for greater heights, just as water flows to lower places, the Big Black Cat said proudly with its hands behind its back. Brother Cat, I have nowhere to go now. Why don't I follow you for a while and be your underling? The sky-drilling rat rubbed its hands and said with a smile. Be my underling? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You're up to no good. The Big Black Cat said with a frown. The sky-drilling rat clan had always had a terrible reputation. This Huangjiu was the leader of the rats and had a terrible reputation. Brother Cat, I'm also injured and have many enemies. I really have nowhere to go. Only you can protect me for a while, The sky-drilling rat squeezed out tears from its small eyes and said pitifully. The big black cat still shook its head. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. It had already joined the Shenlong sect and didn't want to have anything to do with the sky-drilling rat anymore. A white figure flashed past. The soil in the underground space suddenly split open in all directions. Master is here? The big black cat saw the familiar figure and immediately shivered in fright. Yi Yin had his back facing the big black cat and lightly waved his hand, hinting it not to speak. The sky-drilling rat curiously looked at the white-robed youth who had suddenly appeared in front of it. Although it couldn't see his cultivation base, it felt that this white-robed youth should be very strong. Yi Yin grabbed the star shield in the sky-drilling rat's hand and carefully sized it up. This person is very strong. The sky-drilling rat turned pale with fright and astonishment. It was at the second level of life and death realm, but it had unexpectedly lost its family heirloom, the star shield, in front of this person. The sky-drilling rat's body faintly trembled and didn't dare to move. It was very clear about this white-robed youth's strength. As long as he moved a finger, it would die without a burial ground. Master, why are you interested in this shield? The big black cat looked at Yi Yin's back and thought. Yi Yin suddenly raised his head. You want to be little black cat's follower? I'll allow it. Yi Yin indifferently said. What, Master actually agreed? The big black cat's face turned pale with fright, and a storm rose in its heart. Master was never one to shoot arrows without reason. For sky-drilling rat to be his follower, there must be a deep meaning behind it. Senior, I wonder what's your relationship with Nine-Tail Spirit Cat? The sky-drilling rat excitedly said. The big black cat flew over like a gust of wind and respectfully stood beside Yi Yin. It looked at the sky-drilling rat with an arrogant expression and loudly said, This is my master, greetings, master. The sky-drilling rat saw the wind and immediately knelt down respectfully at Yi Yin's feet. Hiss, the big black cat sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The way it called out master was so practiced that it seemed as if it had been rehearsed in advance. It had to be said that this sky-drilling rat was truly shameless. The big black cat hatefully thought to itself. Get up. Yi Yin gently stroked the ancient star shield and felt its familiar aura. A faint smile appeared on his face. He naturally had his reasons for accepting the sky-drilling rat. Yes, master. Getting Yi Yin's approval, the sky-burrowing rat stood up with a grin, and he did not forget to glance at the big black cat. That meant, it was as if he had gotten a death exemption gold medal. The big black cat was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. This shameless coward. His ability to take advantage of the situation was really strong. He did not know what master saw in this shifty-eyed fellow that he actually wanted to take him in. However, the big black cat was not stupid. He also knew that master was far-sighted, and the things he did were far from what a small nine-tailed spirit cat like him could understand. Yi Yin raised the starry shield. Where did you get this shield from? He asked calmly. Master, this starry shield is the clan treasure of my sky-burrowing rat clan. There are a total of 7 starry shields. This is the 7th one, and its power is the weakest, the sky-burrowing rat bowed and said very frankly. He had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable. Naturally, he knew how terrifying this old man in white was. Therefore, he did not want to hide it at all. So there are 7 starry shields, Yi Yin softly muttered this sentence, deep in thought. How could the sky-burrowing rat clan have 7 starry shields? 7 starry shields meant 7 dragon scales on the starry divine dragon. What exactly happened back then? How could the sky-burrowing rat clan obtain 7 dragon scales so coincidentally? Yi Yin was very curious. The number 7 also gave him endless fanciful thoughts. Even Yi Yin suspected that it might have something to do with the 7 stars formation. It can't be related to the 7 stars formation just because of 7 dragon scales. There's no need to be so paranoid. Yi Yin secretly smiled and threw this thought to the back of his mind for the time being. The 7 starry shields have a great origin. How did your sky-burrowing rat clan obtain them? Yi Yin asked. Master, I don't know either. This is a secret within the clan. Only the clan leader knows. The heaven-drilling mouse scratched its head and said with some embarrassment. Coward, don't lie in front of the master. The big black cat scolded angrily. I wouldn't dare to lie. Brother Cat, I really don't know. The heaven-tunneling rat spread out its hands and said with a tearless voice. Tiny runes that looked like stars flashed in his eyes. Yi Yin nodded. Just now, after quietly invading the sky-drilling rat's memory, Yi Yin discovered that this shifty-eyed fellow was not lying. Looking at the heaven-drilling rat, Yi Yin immediately smiled. Although you're a little ugly, your words are still somewhat reliable. The heaven-tunneling rat was caught off guard and blushed from Yi Yin's words. No matter how thick-skinned he was, in front of Yi Yin, he couldn't let it go. Haha, coward, you are indeed uglier than me. Big Black Cat laughed, laughing so hard that it could not contain its joy. After he transformed into his human form, he was naturally also a handsome black-robed youth. Standing together with the wretched heaven-tunneling rat, he naturally had an extraordinary temperament and was incomparably handsome. Brother Cat, I'm just like this. I'll admit it. The heaven-tunneling rat scratched its head and laughed again. It seemed that he didn't care about his ugliness at all. You're really thick-skinned. The Big Black Cat spread out its hands and said speechlessly. Brother Cat, you haven't been to our bottomless pit. Actually, with my appearance, I'm considered the most handsome one inside. The heaven-tunneling rat continued to say shamelessly. Sigh. The Big Black Cat sighed and sighed, deeply feeling that it had been defeated by the heaven-tunneling rat. Yi Yin also laughed. The cat and the mouse were indeed born to be enemies. Although the Big Black Cat had the upper hand in terms of strength, it was at a disadvantage in terms of shamelessness. These two fellows were both enemies and friends. Their relationship was very complicated. The reason why Yi Yin accepted the heaven-tunneling rat was firstly for the star shield, and secondly, he felt that the combination of cat and rat might be very interesting. His black carriage wasn't small, so he could put another little rat on it. If he put a rat in the middle of several kittens, would something interesting happen? After the massacre in the demon realm. After experiencing the loneliness of being invincible in the world, Yi Yin began to be immersed in the light and dust, constantly wanting to find some new fun. Accepting the heaven-tunneling rat was his first new decision. As for the rats, in fact, in Yi Yin's warehouse, in those distant dark corners, there were still a large number of rat mythical pets living. These rat mythical pets were also very powerful. Yi Yin remembered that there was a rat mythical pet that had once eaten half an era. It was quite overbearing. It was just that in the warehouse, those little fellows were quieter. They had been secretly hiding in the darkness and didn't compete with those ostentatious demon beasts for anything. A light flashed. Yi Yin left the underground and returned to the carriage. Where did the master go? Brother Cat, what should we do next? The heaven-tunneling rat looked at the Big Black Cat and said with a little guilty conscience. Come with me, coward. The Big Black Cat said angrily, rose from the ground and rushed out of the surface. The heaven-tunneling rat followed closely behind. At this moment, the black carriage was parked not far away. The Big Black Cat flew over in a breath's time. What are all these? After the heaven-tunneling rat flew over, it saw a carriage full of cats. As a rat, it instinctively shivered. Its divine sense also swept over, only to find that these demon beasts didn't seem to have any cultivation base. There was only a white kitten in the Nirvana realm, which was the highest cultivation base. The master seems to be a person who likes to raise cats. The heaven-tunneling rat breathed a sigh of relief, its expression relaxed, and at the same time came to the conclusion of its observation. However, why is there a silver-white little silkworm and a crystal-clear spider in the carriage? The heaven-tunneling rat's eyes moved, and he saw two new demon beasts. He couldn't help but be a little curious. The Big Black Cat saw the heaven-tunneling rat's wretched expression and suppressed the laughter in its heart. The heaven-tunneling rat was a country bumpkin. How would it know how terrifying this carriage of demon beasts was? These are the new members. You guys can get to know each other. Yi Yin smiled lightly and stepped into the carriage. Oh my, that little rat is here? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon suddenly jumped over, stretched out its little red claws, and pointed at the heaven-tunneling rat. Old rules, you can't maintain your human form in the carriage. Quickly change back to your original form. Change back to my original form? The heaven-tunneling rat was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Its original form was very large, and this carriage couldn't fit it. Whoosh, a black ponytail suddenly came crashing down from the sky. With a plop, it slapped the heaven-tunneling rat back to its original form. Not only did it slap back to its original form, but it also slapped the heaven-tunneling rat's body smaller. Once you're here, you have to follow the rules, understand? The big black horse pursed its lips, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. It blew gently, and the heaven-tunneling rat in midair was blown back onto the carriage. The heaven-tunneling rat, whose entire body was sore, landed right beside the jade wishful spider. This little rat is really ugly, the jade wishful spider, who had taken a few steps back, said in a clear voice, like pearls falling on a jade plate, child's words carry no harm. This spider is a girl? After hearing the crisp voice, the heaven-burrowing rat was rather stupefied. A demonic beast that could speak normally wouldn't have a low cultivation level and would at least be at the primary sea realm. It was unknown why the heaven-burrowing rat couldn't sense the opponent's cultivation level. I say, Sister Spider, you are wrong. In our heaven-burrowing rat race, I am a handsome guy. The heaven-burrowing rat stood up shakily like a drunkard and spoke to the jade ruri spider with a smile. What did he say? He actually dares to call it a girl? The big black horse widened its eyes with fear. Apart from the undying divine silkworm, it was the only one that knew how terrifying the jade ruri spider was. It didn't expect for this tiny heaven-burrowing rat to overestimate itself and speak without thinking. Wasn't it asking for trouble? Yes, a girl. Just listen to how tender her voice is and it feels like water can be squeezed out. She is just like a little lowly. The heaven-burrowing rat said with a smile. It seemed like it was stunned by the big black horse's tail earlier. Furthermore, it had always felt good about itself and didn't realize how terrifying the demonic beasts on the carriage were. Hee hee. The blood chief demonic dragon had a smile on its face and was prepared to watch a good show. The jade sea heavenly dragon had its eyes closed, but its ears were perked up. It seemed like it was very interested in this tiny heaven-burrowing rat. The cat treasure didn't say anything and was trying to suppress her laughter. The big black cat's eyes were rolling around. On the other side, the jade ruri spider that was close to the undying divine silkworm was also stunned. What is this? A tiny heaven-burrowing rat actually wants to get close to me? Senior, this fellow is arrogant and conceited. You should teach it a lesson. The big black cat suddenly thought of something. It quickly transmitted a message to the jade ruri spider. All right. The jade ruri spider nodded. It gently lifted its sparkling front leg and swung it in the air. The heaven-burrowing rat let out a miserable shriek. Oh my, what happened to me? Why is my entire body swollen? The heaven-burrowing rat's body had countless bumps that looked like buns protruding from its fur. The bumps were very itchy. The heaven-burrowing rat constantly scratched its body with a painful expression. Haha. At this moment, all the demonic beasts laughed. Why do you all know how to speak human language? The heaven-drilling mouse scratched its itch as it spoke in shock. If this carriage of demonic beasts could speak the human language, then their cultivation would be at least at the primary sea realm. But it couldn't sense a single one of them. It meant that, these demonic beasts' cultivation was far superior to it. Coward, was your brain eaten by a dog? Haha. The big black cat laughed maniacally. Brother cat, I was wrong. When the sky-drilling mouse heard the big black cat's words, it immediately understood. It hurriedly knelt on the ground, held its paws, and sincerely said, Seniors, this little one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount High. Please forgive me. I don't know which senior deliberately punished this little one. Please take it back, you should apologize to Rui, the undead celestial silkworm said. Senior Rui, I shouldn't have called you sister. I deserve to die. Please have mercy on me. The sky-burrowing rat reacted quickly and kept kowtowing to the jade ruri spider. All right. The jade ruri spider replied. It knew that it was just a joke and shouldn't go overboard. It lifted its front paw gently and there wasn't any magic power wave, but the bumps on the sky-drilling mouse's body had all vanished. This divine ability was rather strange. Even the blood chief demonic dragon and the others were looking at each other in dismay. No wonder Senior Undying Divine Silkworm said that the Jade Rui Spider race was one of the 5 great heavenly demon races, just like the Undying Divine Silkworm race before the epic. It truly has some powerful methods, the Blood Chief demonic dragon thought to itself. Master, this little mouse really knows how to take advantage of the situation. Inside the carriage, Muqing couldn't help but laugh. I am just looking for some fun. Let's see if this kid is reliable. Yiyan let out a soft laugh. He looked in a certain direction and said indifferently, lead the way to the bottomless pit. Once it heard Yiyan's voice, the sky-drilling mouse immediately became spirited. All right, master, I will lead the way. The sky-drilling mouse replied loudly. The big black cat came over and asked mysteriously, everyone says that the bottomless pit is a difficult place to find. Where exactly is it in the Heavenly Sun dynasty? Well, the sky-drilling mouse looked troubled. Tell us. You are a family member of the same trench as us. What is there to hide? Bang, the big black cat stretched out its paw and slapped the sky-drilling mouse on the head, looking as if it expected better from the sky-drilling mouse. Brother cat, I can take you there, but I can't tell you. After all, I made an oath in front of the statue of our ancestors, the sky-drilling mouse sighed. Alright, tell Uncle Ma the direction. He will take us there. The big black cat stretched out its paw and pointed ahead with a smile. So this big black horse is called Uncle Ma. Could it be that all the demon beasts here are a bunch of old men? The sky-drilling mouse thought to itself. Uncle Ma, you can just head southeast. The sky-drilling mouse pointed in a certain direction. Okay. The big black horse responded and pulled the carriage through the air. It wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. After taking a light breath, the sky-drilling mouse's eyes began to spin. On top of the carriage, there was a black mystic bird. On top of the carriage, there were 5 kittens. They were red, green, blue, white, and black respectively. In addition, there was a small silver silkworm and a small crystal clear spider. The sky-drilling mouse had never seen such a combination before. Hello, Uncle Silkworm. The sky-drilling mouse waved its small paw and politely greeted the undead celestial silkworm. In its eyes, the small silver silkworm was very amiable. You called me Uncle Silkworm? The undead celestial silkworm was stunned for a moment. It was clearly not prepared for this title. This title was very funny, and it inexplicably couldn't help but laugh. Haha, if you call me Uncle Silkworm, then what is Rui? The undead celestial silkworm laughed. Senior Rui's true form is a spider. Why don't I call her Grandma Spider? The sky-drilling mouse thought for a moment and said. It originally wanted to call her Uncle Spider, but it thought that this name was very strange and didn't conform to the rules, so it changed its name to Grandma Spider. In any case, male monsters were called Uncle, and female monsters were called Grandma. As for the white kitten, it was only in the Nirvana realm, so it could consider calling her sister. You called me Grandma Pig? The Jade Rui spider was shocked. It was so angry that it trembled, and it didn't recover for a long time. The sky-drilling mouse nodded and said, yes. I'll call you Grandma Spider. Bang, it was like a volcano erupting. An indescribable anger instantly erupted in the Jade Rui spider's chest. You're the pig, you're the grandma, your whole family are pigs. The Jade Rui spider roared angrily. If it wasn't for its master beside it, it would have eaten this fellow in one bite. Bang, bang. 2 crystal clear spider forelegs turned into a wheel-like phantom and violently landed on the sky-drilling mouse's body. The sky-drilling mouse let out a miserable cry. At this moment, all the bones in its body were broken. The sky-drilling mouse wanted to take out the starry shield to block, but it found that the starry shield was still with its master. Therefore, it took out a few other defensive treasures, but under the attack of the Jade Rui spider, they all turned into powder. Jade Rui spider, body like diamond, strange spider venom, said to have 130 million kinds of venom. The undead celestial silkworm looked at the furious Jade Rui spider, and such a sentence suddenly appeared in its mind. The undead celestial silkworm vaguely remembered. The Jade Wishful spider was known as one of the 5 major heavenly demon clans. It was the most terrifying demon clan before the epic. The Jade Wishful spider's body was crystal clear like jade. Although it looked fragile, it was as hard as diamond. It was said that even a god-level Dharma treasure could not break through it. The jade wishful spider's venom was varied and ever-changing. It could use its venom to form a poison-type array. Even if a peerless expert entered, it would be difficult for them to escape alive. "Alright, stop fooling around." Yi Yun's voice came from the carriage. The jade wishful spider hurriedly stopped. At this moment, the sky-drilling rat's bones were broken. It lay weakly on the carriage with a weak breath. Although it was not dead, it was seriously injured. "This little spider is really bad-tempered," the heavenly dragon shook its head helplessly. "Don't be afraid, sky-drilling rat. I have a way to heal you." The jade wishful spider smiled and gently stretched out its front foot to tap the sky-drilling rat's body. "Ah." The sky-drilling rat immediately jumped up as if it had been electrocuted. In midair, it suddenly widened its eyes and looked down in disbelief. In just a moment, its injuries were all healed. It was too magical. The sky-drilling rat landed and was about to speak when it suddenly realized that its tongue was numb. It actually said a string of words that were unclear. "Haha, coward, you offended your senior. Now you can't speak, right?" The big black cat gloated. The sky-drilling rat was speechless. "In 3 days, it can be removed," the jade wishful spider said and ignored it. It took out spirit stones and began to cultivate. The aura on its body rapidly surged, and the rate of consumption of spirit stones was also unusually fast. What a fast cultivation speed! The other demon beasts were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They originally thought that the undead celestial silkworm's cultivation speed was very fast. However, the jade wishful spider's cultivation speed seemed to be faster than the undead celestial silkworm's. What realm is the senior jade wishful spider in? Is it the eternal realm? The sky-drilling rat next to him thought. He could not speak clearly now, so he did not greet the other demon beasts anymore. None of the demon beasts in the carriage were ordinary. The heaven-drilling rat was prepared to keep a low profile and wait for 3 days before slowly communicating with the seniors of the demon race. In the carriage. Yi Yun nodded. The jade rui spider's talent was extremely strong. At the true god realm, the speed at which it broke through was extremely fast. In this aspect, he was far superior to human cultivators. "Little Black, come in and talk." Yi Yun thought of the mission he gave to the big black cat. "Coming, master." The big black cat was so excited that it almost knelt on the ground. It had never entered the carriage. But today, master had called him in. It seemed that old master was about to give it a reward. At the thought of armor, the big black cat's heart burned with passion. "Master, this is the 9-leaf blood lotus." The big black cat transformed into its human form. As soon as it entered the carriage, it knelt on the ground and took out the 9-leaf blood lotus. "Put it aside." Yi Yun nodded and smiled. "Old master, I didn't complete my mission well. I didn't manage to bring all of the 9-leaf blood lotuses over." The big black cat rubbed its hands and said awkwardly. "It's not bad. Most of them were snatched by you." Yi Yun smiled faintly. He reached out his hand and searched the warehouse. After a while, he found an emperor-grade armor. "This black gold battle armor is for you," Yi Yun said and lightly tossed the black armor to the big black cat. Black gold battle armor? The big black cat's heart jumped and it caught it in a fluster. This black armor flowed with a mysterious black light. Within the light, there was a faint golden color. Every pattern on the armor was abnormally simple. Between each pattern, there were countless runes engraved on it. This is actually a top-grade emperor-grade armor. It's almost at the god grade. The big black cat held the black gold battle armor with both hands and was bursting with joy. It was only at the life and death realm, so its cultivation base was relatively low. Therefore, the big black cat had never expected that master would bestow it a god-grade armor. It naturally didn't deserve it. With a low-grade emperor-grade armor, the big black cat was already satisfied. And the old master had directly rewarded it with a top-grade emperor-grade item. How could it not feel its blood boiling and its heart stirred? This black gold battle armor can't increase your cultivation base, but it can increase your defense and strength. It's very suitable for you at the moment, Yi Yun said indifferently. "Many thanks, master." The big black cat held the black gold battle armor in its hands. It was so excited that tears gushed out and it kowtowed repeatedly. Go out. Yi Yan waved his hand and closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate. The big black cat hurriedly left. Outside the carriage, he immediately sat down cross-legged, holding the black gold battle armor in his hands and began to refine it. Brother Cat went in and got a piece of armor. Let me see what quality it is. The heaven-burrowing mouse secretly said. It quietly released a wisp of divine sense, and after sensing it, it was immediately shocked. It turned out to be a top-grade Emperor-grade armor. One had to know that the entire Sun-Sky dynasty did not have a single mid-grade Emperor-grade weapon. The heaven-burrowing mouse was shocked. It lay there in a daze like a clay sculpture, unable to speak anymore. When the other monsters saw its appearance, their eyes revealed mocking smiles. It was as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. 3 days passed quickly. The heaven-burrowing mouse also regained the ability to speak. It carefully established a preliminary connection with the other monsters. Uncle Ma, 10,000 miles ahead, please stop. The heaven-burrowing mouse observed the terrain and suddenly said. There's a huge river over there that's thousands of miles wide. Could it be that your bottomless pit is hidden at the bottom of the river? The big black horse pursed its lips and asked with a chuckle. Yes. The heaven-burrowing mouse nodded. At this time, it naturally could no longer hide it. TSK, your bottomless pit is in trouble this time. The army of Shenluo Heaven is here. The big black horse looked into the distance. Its eyes flickered as it said with a chuckle. The army of Shenluo Heaven is here. Could it be that they want to take back those 9-leaf blood lotuses? The heaven-burrowing mouse was shocked and wanted to cry but had no tears. It must be. You took so many at once. They put this debt on your family's head. The big black horse said with a smile. Throughout the entire process, the big black cat still had its eyes closed and was constantly refining the black gold battle armor. It had already refined more than half of the black gold battle armor and was about to finish refining it. The black carriage quickly arrived in the sky above the heaven-reaching river. The surroundings were empty. There were no people from Shenluo Heaven. The heaven-burrowing mouse looked at the bottom of the river, but its expression suddenly changed drastically. After scanning with its divine consciousness, it saw tens of thousands of cultivators from Shenluo Heaven entering the bottomless pit in a mighty manner. Along the way, they destroyed the formations in the cave and rushed into the depths of the bottomless pit. Shenluo Heaven. Isn't this too overbearing? They actually sent so many people. Are they trying to destroy my heaven-burrowing mouse clan? The heaven-burrowing mouse's body was cold as it gritted its teeth and said. Master, please give me that star shield. The heaven-burrowing mouse turned and bowed in the direction of the carriage. Take it. A ray of light flashed and the star shield suddenly appeared in front of the heaven-burrowing mouse. The heaven-burrowing mouse was overjoyed and quickly grabbed the star shield. Huangjiu, you're finally back. A ray of light suddenly rose from the surface of the river and turned into a yellow-robed man with the face of a rat. Greetings, clan leader. Seeing the yellow-robed man, the heaven-burrowing mouse, Huangjiu, turned into his human form and bowed respectfully. Looking at the star shield in Huangjiu's hand, a cold light flashed in the yellow-robed man's eyes. The 7 stars have gathered. The heavens have not destroyed my heaven-burrowing mouse clan, the 7 star shields have returned to the bottomless pit. Even someone as strong as Shenluo Heaven can forget about getting any benefits. The yellow-robed man sneered. 7 stars converging? Clan leader, what are you talking about? Hearing the yellow-robed man's words, Huangjiu was rather excited and promptly asked. This is the secret of my heaven-drilling mouse clan. You'll know in a bit. The heaven-drilling mouse clan leader, the yellow-robed man, said proudly. Oh, Huangjiu nodded as if he understood something. Yi Yan's eyes flickered as he looked at the yellow-robed man. 7 stars converging, Yi Yan muttered to himself, his eyes revealing an interested expression. The 7 dragon scales left behind by the star divine dragon. Could there be some kind of backup plan? Yi Yan was also looking forward to it. However, he had a bad guess in his heart, but Yi Yan didn't believe it would become a reality. This coward really didn't lie. The heaven-drilling mouse clan's clan leader is really ugly, the big black cat curled its lips and thought inwardly. Let's go. Right now, my heaven-drilling mouse clan is at war with Shenluo Heaven. The yellow-robed man indifferently glanced at the black carriage in the distance and didn't sense any dangerous aura. Thereupon, he grabbed Huangjiao and sank into the river. As the heaven-drilling mouse clan's clan leader, his cultivation base had reached the 5th level of life and death realm. However, he didn't see the big black cat just now. This was because Yi Yun had added an invisible barrier. After all, the big black cat's emperor-grade black gold battle armor hadn't been refined yet, and its aura could easily leak out. Yi Yun didn't want any unforeseen circumstances to occur. At this moment, his eyes flickered as he looked towards the depths of the river. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. The heaven-drilling mouse clan had always been crafty. Therefore, the entrance to the bottomless pit was scattered all over the river. The yellow-robed man brought the excited Huangjiao and dived into the bottomless pit like an endless maze. After turning here and there for a long time, they finally arrived at the core area of the heaven-drilling mouse clan. In this core area, there was a huge plaza, which was now filled with members of the heaven-drilling mouse clan. Every member was shifty-eyed, and not a single one of them was handsome. Patriarch, a third of our bottomless pit's array formation has already been destroyed by Shenluo Heaven's army. At this moment, an old man walked over and cupped his fists as he said solemnly. Don't worry, Huangjiao is already back. The yellow-robed man waved his hand and said nonchalantly. He grabbed the starlight shield from Huangjiao's hand and stroked it carefully. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. As members of my heaven-drilling mouse clan, I'm sure all of you aren't aware that our clan's ultimate treasure, the 7-star shields, can actually form a set of formations that summon a type of formidable creature from ancient times. The yellow-robed man suddenly raised his head and looked at the surrounding clansmen. What can you summon? Patriarch? Huangjiao, who was standing beside the yellow-robed man, couldn't help but ask. Summon Shenlong. The yellow-robed man thought of something and said excitedly. After saying that, he gently waved his hand, and several people immediately walked out of the surrounding caves. Every clansman who walked out held an ancient starlight shield in their hands. Although Shenluo Heaven is powerful, our heaven-drilling mouse clan isn't weak either. The rest of you don't have to do anything. Let's see how we'll wipe out the entire Shenluo Heaven army in one fell swoop. The yellow-robed man waved his arm and said domineeringly. After saying that, he held the starlight shield in his hand and left with the other 6 clansmen. I didn't expect this. Our heaven-drilling mouse clan actually has such a magical treasure. Huangjiao looked in a certain direction with an excited expression on his face. The words revealed by the patriarch before he left gave the entire heaven-drilling mouse clan a huge boost of confidence. All the members of the heaven-drilling mouse clan relaxed at this moment. They talked and laughed as they quietly waited for the patriarch to summon the Shenlong from ancient times. In the black carriage, the demonic beasts who had been paying attention to the movements in the bottomless pit couldn't help but look at each other after hearing the yellow-robed man's words. No wonder that starlight shield gave me a familiar feeling. It turns out that it's the dragon scales of the starlight divine dragon. The blood chief demon dragon clapped his hands and said excitedly. Is the starlight divine dragon very powerful? The netherblood greenwood dragon asked curiously. In its memory, it didn't know much about the matters of the ancient times. Of course the starlight divine dragon is powerful. But the most powerful is still one of the 10 super Shenlong divine dragons, the starlight colossal dragon. Once that super existence appears in the starry sky, all the bright stars in the sky will pale in comparison. The blood chief demon dragon muttered to itself with a look of longing in its eyes. Although it had never seen the starlight colossal dragon, such a legend had been passed down in the dragon clan. When the starlight colossal dragon appeared, it would shine so brightly that no one could look up and the stars in the sky would pale in comparison. Haha, this little heaven-drilling mouse clan actually has 7 dragon scales left behind by the starlight divine dragon. This is really unexpected. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon said softly. Let's wait and see. I also want to see what the Starlight Divine Dragon looks like. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon said excitedly. In the carriage, Yi Yun looked into the depths of the bottomless pit. His eyes flashed slightly as he pondered. This heaven-drilling mouse clan seemed to have some incredible secrets. Perhaps they had never used these 7 shields together. Now that they were facing a life-and-death crisis, they thought of summoning the Starlight Divine Dragon. In Yi Yan's opinion, most of the ancient dragon clan had died long ago. The Starlight Divine Dragon they could summon was probably just a remnant will. The real Starlight Divine Dragon should no longer be on this continent. Boom. Boom, the army of Shenluo Heaven dove into the depths of the bottomless pit. They continuously used Shenluo Heavenly Explosion, violently destroying all the arrays in the bottomless pit. In this army, there was a black palanquin floating among the crowd. It was like a moon surrounded by stars, very prominent. Around this black palanquin were life and death experts of Shenluo Heaven. Reporting to Vice Sect Master, our Shenluo Heaven army didn't encounter any resistance from the heaven-drilling mouse clan. We've already entered 1/3 of the bottomless pit. A black-robed man flew over and said politely with cupped fists. How can a puny heaven-drilling mouse clan be a match for our Shenluo Heaven? In the past, we were apprehensive about the alliance between the human clan and the demon clan. But this time, the heaven-drilling mouse clan snatched so many 9-leaf blood lotuses from our Shenluo Heaven. So, there's no need to be polite. We'll kill our way to the innermost part and teach the heaven-drilling mouse clan a lesson. In the black palanquin, an old and hoarse voice suddenly echoed. This subordinate understands. The black-robed man turned around and retreated. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard from the front. The army of Shenluo Heaven destroyed the arrays in front of them at an even faster speed. What's that? In the black palanquin, an old voice suddenly exclaimed. In the depths of the bottomless pit, 7 star-like blue light pillars suddenly rose from a certain direction. These 7 blue light pillars gathered in front of the army of Shenluo Heaven, forming an ancient array. Stop. The Vice Sect Master in the black palanquin issued an order. The entire army of Shenluo Heaven suddenly stopped. Shenluo Heaven, you dare to invade my bottomless pit? Today, all of you will die. A faint yellow-robed figure suddenly appeared behind the array. He suddenly formed a hand seal and poured it into the array. At the same time, the 7 star shields hidden behind the array flickered with starlight. A faint dragon roar resounded from the 7 shields at the same time. Dragon roar? What is the heaven-drilling rat clan trying to do? Not good, quickly attack that array. The Vice Sect Master in the black palanquin suddenly said anxiously. This order was passed down. The Shenluo Heaven army of over 10,000 people immediately launched the Shenluo Heavenly Explosion. Boom, boom. A series of loud explosions rang out. An enormous spatial explosive force violently attacked the blue array formation. However, the blue array contained stars. Although it didn't seem to have much power, it blocked the simultaneous attack of the army of over 10,000 people. A black figure flashed. A white-faced old man in a black robe appeared in front of the array. Vice Sect Master, this heaven-drilling rat clan has some foundation, a black-robed man next to him said. Foundation? How could my Shenluo Heaven not have any foundation? The white-faced old man sneered. He suddenly stretched out his hand and took out a black bead. The appearance of this black bead immediately caused the surrounding space to distort. A powerful force spread outwards like a tidal wave. Shenluo Heavenly Explosion Bead. Seeing this black bead, everyone became excited. The reason why Shenluo Heaven was so domineering was that they could use the Shenluo Heavenly Explosion Bead to collect this power through a special container. Once a small Shenluo Heavenly Explosion Bead was released, the power it formed would be unimaginable. The dragon roar became more and more melodious. In the blue array, the stars quickly flowed and countless spiritual energy crazily rushed in. A faint shadow of a divine dragon suddenly appeared in the array formation. This divine dragon was very beautiful. Its body was covered with stars and emitted a bright light. A pair of bright dragon eyes were also formed by 2 stars. The light was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. What kind of divine dragon is this? A man from Shenluo Heaven frowned and said. I've never seen this kind of dragon before. Perhaps it's one of the ancient variants, the white-faced old man said coldly. The bead in his hand had already gently swayed, as if the violent power inside was about to explode uncontrollably. Behind the array, Patriarch, can the divine dragon we summoned withstand the famous Xianluo heavenly explosion bead? A voice suddenly sounded in the yellow-robed man's ear. Of course. The yellow-robed man said with a calm expression. The blue pillars of light from the 7-star shields became even more radiant, and the shadow of the divine dragon became even more solid. The divine dragon appeared in the array and emitted a powerful aura. It passed through the array and swam out. When the countless disciples of Xianluo heaven felt this powerful aura, their expressions changed and they unconsciously retreated. You haven't reached the eternal realm yet? It seems that I have overestimated you. The pale-faced old man suddenly sneered. A trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes as he threw the black bead in his hand far away. Meanwhile, he spread his hands and set up a barrier in front of him. The other disciples of Xianluo heaven did the same. All the barriers were connected together, forming an even stronger barrier. The explosion of the Shinra heavenly explosion bead was too powerful. Xianluo Tian was naturally fully prepared for the power of this explosion. Their ability to connect barriers was called the Xianluo heavenly shield. It used a special ability to distort space to achieve the connection of power between each other. In the countless expeditions of Xianluo heaven, many powerful forces couldn't defeat Xianluo heaven if they couldn't break the Xianluo heavenly shield. This Xianluo heaven still has some foundation. It's worthy of being a supreme sect. Inside the carriage. When Yin saw this, he nodded his head slightly. However, the heaven-drilling rat clan summoned the star divine dragon. Although it was only a dragon body formed by an ancient will, it was still extremely powerful. The small Shinra heavenly explosion bead might not be effective. Seeing the small bead flying over, the star divine dragon in the blue array suddenly stretched out a huge dragon claw. The dragon claw directly stretched out of the array and grabbed the black Shinra heavenly explosion bead. Boom, the blue dragon claw, which glowed with star-like light, clawed at the Shinra heavenly explosion pearl with a loud boom. A huge shock wave spread out in all directions. However, most of it was blocked by the blue array in front of it. Some of it rebounded onto the Xianluo heavenly shield and was blocked. All the disciples of Xianluo heaven felt their internal organs boil. Their throats itched and blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. The white-faced old man didn't suffer any injuries. What? The Shinra heavenly explosion bead can't do anything to it? The smoke and dust dispersed. Looking at the starry dragon claw, the white-faced old man revealed a shocked expression. Xianluo heaven, you've come today. Don't even think about going back. At this time, the voice of the heaven-drilling rat clan's patriarch echoed in the air. His voice was very cold and indifferent, revealing a sense of ruthlessness. Haha. You puny heaven-drilling rat clan think you can defeat my Xianluo heaven by summoning a divine dragon? What a joke. The white-faced old man suddenly laughed out loud. His expression changed and became solemn. He formed a strange hand seal with both hands and said in a deep voice, Xianluo heaven's deputy sect leader, Luo Nan, invites my Xianluo heaven's treasure. A ray of light flew out from his fingertip and disappeared in an instant. The pale-faced old man closed his eyes and waited quietly. Patriarch, what treasure is the vice-sect leader of Xianluo heaven summoning? A doubtful voice sounded beside the yellow-robed man's ear. I don't know either. The yellow-robed man shook his head and replied in a daze. His sky-drilling rat clan had a long history and was relatively familiar with the 4 supreme forces of the Sun Sky dynasty. However, everything that this vice-sect leader was doing now made him a little confused. The astral divine dragon in the formation did not retract its claws. Instead, it stretched out its huge dragon claw and grabbed at the cultivators of Xianluo heaven. Puff. Puff, clouds of blood mist suddenly exploded in the void. Some of the Xianluo heaven disciples at the front fell without any resistance. The vice-sect leader is summoning the treasure of our Xianluo heaven. Everyone, hurry up and attack the dragon claw to buy time. A black-robed man with a slightly higher status in Xianluo heaven raised his arm and shouted. At this time, the Xianluo heaven disciples launched the Xianluo heavenly explosion and even threw out their magic treasures to attack the dragon claw of the astral divine dragon. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Countless attacks fell on the dragon claw of the astral divine dragon, but they did not succeed in blocking it. From time to time, there were disciples of Shenluo Heaven who fell rapidly. In just a few breaths, about 1/5 of them had fallen. It could be said that the casualties were heavy. It's coming. Suddenly, the pale-faced old man's face lit up with joy and opened his eyes. Two sword-like eyes suddenly pierced at the astral divine dragon opposite him. At this moment, some kind of strong vibration suddenly occurred in the space of the bottomless pit. A streak of resplendent green light streaked across the horizon and landed in the vast and boundless river, plunging into the depths of the bottomless pit. What is this? Yi Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at the green light in the distance. Eh? It looks familiar. Isn't this the divine dragon tablet of the Shenlong sect? Yi Yin exclaimed softly, a look of surprise appearing on his face. A few months ago, Yi Yin had found a divine dragon tablet in the Tianheng sect of the Celestial Empire. This divine dragon tablet was personally carved by Yi Yin and was suppressed by the 7 stars peak of the Tianheng sect. The divine dragon tablet summoned by the vice sect leader of Shenluo Heaven was personally carved by the 7th sect leader of the Shenlong sect. Old Master, is this the divine dragon tablet? The big black horse's voice rang out from outside. Yes, it is the divine dragon tablet personally carved by the 7th sect leader of the Shenlong sect, Yi Yin said softly. Hearing this, the big black horse stared at the depths of the bottomless pit with wide eyes. How could the small Shenluo Heaven have the divine dragon tablet of the Shenlong sect? What was going on? Could it be that Shenluo Heaven and the Shenlong sect had some secret relationship? Let's just watch the show. The truth will come out one day, Yi Yin's voice rang out from the carriage. Yes, old master. The big black horse looked serious and quickly nodded in response. In the depths of the bottomless pit, along with a series of loud explosions, the disciples of Shenluo Heaven suffered heavy casualties. More and more people fell. A ray of green light suddenly descended. It revealed its true appearance in midair. So what if you're just a divine dragon? The dragon-subduing sky tablet of Shenluo Heaven has no problem suppressing you. The white-faced elder sneered and pointed at the dragon-subduing sky tablet. Buzz, the dragon-subduing sky tablet shone brightly. The divine dragon on the surface of the tablet also became vivid. Suddenly, all the light gathered into a huge pillar of light and rushed toward the starry divine dragon in the formation. What kind of Dharma treasure is this? Behind the bottomless pit formation, the yellow-robed man saw this scene and could not help but gasp. With his shocking intuition, he felt that the mysterious stone steel with dragon patterns would affect the star divine dragon. Whoosh! That dazzling light shot straight towards the starry divine dragon. First, it crashed into the formation. With a loud bang, the blue array instantly disintegrated. In this way, the astral divine dragon would no longer have the protection of the great array. It seemed to have sensed the danger as well. With a furious roar, it stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed at the light pillar. But what he didn't expect was that the power contained in the pillar of light was extremely strange. Not only did it not shatter the pillar of light, it was instead enveloped by a strong power and forcefully dragged towards the dragon-suppressing heavenly monument. How could this be? This mysterious stone tablet. How could it be so powerful? The yellow-robed man's face was pale, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. If the greatest reliance of the heaven-drilling rat clan was defeated, then wouldn't their entire clan suffer a blow of annihilation? As expected of the dragon-suppressing heavenly monument, looking at the star divine dragon unable to resist the light of the dragon-suppressing heavenly monument, the white-faced old man's face revealed a proud smile. This was the profound foundation of Shenluo Heaven. Deputy Sect Leader, what exactly is this dragon-suppressing heavenly monument? At this time, a black-robed man beside him asked softly. The dragon-suppressing heavenly monument is our Shenluo Heaven's secret. As the deputy sect leader, I naturally have to keep it a secret, the white-faced old man nodded and smiled. The black-robed man's face stiffened, and he helplessly smiled bitterly. At this moment, the white-faced old man's words were transmitted to his ears. I can only say 4 words. Try to understand them carefully. These 4 words are the well of the netherworld, ghost well. Hearing these 4 words, the man's heart suddenly jumped as if he had understood something. His eyes revealed a look of realization. The white-faced old man smiled and looked into the distance again. Under the effect of the dragon-suppressing heavenly monument, the invincible divine dragon no longer had the power to fight back and was gradually being pulled back. Although the pulling speed was slower, in less than half an incense stick's time, the divine dragon would be taken away by the dragon-suppressing heavenly monument. This divine dragon monument is no longer the divine dragon monument from 100,000 years ago. Inside the carriage, Yiyan suddenly sighed and gently used his hand to point at the void. A mysterious power suddenly fell from the sky and entered the astral divine dragon's body. The star divine dragon, who had received the replenishment of strength, suddenly became energetic and broke free from the light of the dragon-suppressing heavenly monument. What? This divine dragon can break free from the dragon-suppressing heavenly monument? How is this possible? When the white-faced old man saw this scene, he was frightened to death. Deputy sect leader, what should we do next? The black-robed man beside him asked anxiously. Quickly leave this place and return to Xianluo heaven. The white-faced old man said loudly without hesitation. As he spoke, he continuously formed a series of seals and injected them into the dragon-suppressing heavenly monument in midair. Buzz buzz, the dragon-suppressing heavenly monument trembled and the green light became even more profound and resplendent. Once again, it shot out a beam of light and fiercely attacked the star divine dragon. After receiving the deputy sect leader's order, the remaining Xianluo heaven disciples retreated like a tide. The speed of their retreat was extremely fast. In almost a breath's time, they had left the bottomless pit. Everyone flew out of the water and summoned a huge spiritual boat. Without stopping, they flew towards Xianluo heaven. The star divine dragon stretched out its huge dragon claws and grabbed at that ray of light. Rumble, the two collided and let out an earth-shattering sound. This time, they were evenly matched. Really powerful, this old man also has to leave. After the white-faced old man continuously formed dozens of seals, he suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared in midair. The black palanquin also disappeared with him at the same time. Good fellow, he didn't even want his magic treasure and ran away just like that. In the depths of the bottomless pit. When the yellow-robed man saw this scene, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. There was no doubt that Xianluo heaven had lost this battle. The crisis of their heaven-drilling mouse clan was completely resolved. He believed that after this battle, no one in Xianluo heaven would have the guts to invade the bottomless pit. Rumble, a series of earth-shattering sounds rang out. The dragon subduing steel continued to fight fiercely with the star divine dragon. After several rounds, it finally lost its strength and retracted that ray of light. With a buzzing sound, it turned into a ray of green light and broke through the sky. This magic treasure can come and go as it pleases, as if it has the help of the gods. I really didn't expect it. The heaven-drilling mouse clan's patriarch, the yellow-robed man, looked at this scene dumbfoundedly, not knowing what to say. It seemed that the true owner of this magic treasure was still in Xianluo heaven. After defeating the dragon subduing steel, the star divine dragon's body became much smaller than before. It was originally an ancient will. After continuous consumption, the energy in its body was not much. The heaven-drilling mouse clan's losses are too severe. If Xianluo heaven attacks again in a short period of time, I won't be able to help you anymore. The star divine dragon looked in a certain direction and said slowly. Senior, I believe that Xianluo heaven won't dare to come again. The yellow-robed man cupped his fists and bowed politely. Sigh. I can't feel it anymore. Could it be that it has fallen? The star divine dragon looked in a certain direction and sighed softly. Senior, the yellow-robed man wanted to say something but stopped. Your heaven-drilling mouse clan has helped my main body before. That's why I gave you 7 dragon scales and left behind a will. Although I won a Pyrrhic victory today, you can rest assured that these 7 dragon scales and a will protect the heaven-drilling mouse clan until the end. The depressed star divine dragon's tone suddenly changed. Its aura also became noble and sacred, as if it had recovered the supreme dignity of the ancient dragon clan. It looked down and said slowly. Thank you, Senior. Upon hearing the stellar divine dragon's words, the clan leader of the sky-drilling rat clan, the yellow-robed man, was moved. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he knelt on the ground. Senior divine dragon was loyal and loyal. The sky-drilling rat clan was indebted to him. Haha, I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, the stellar divine dragon smiled. Its translucent dragon body began to dissipate slowly. A mysterious force descended from the sky. The entire skydrilling rat clan fell into a dream at this moment and could no longer sense any changes in the outside world. A figure flashed. Yi Yin appeared in front of the stellar divine dragon. "Who's there?" The stellar divine dragon was shocked by Yi Yin's appearance. It looked at Yi Yin in horror. At this moment, it could not sense the cultivation level of this white-robed young man. Buzz, Yi Yin's body swayed slightly and a wisp of Zhu Long's aura suppressed the stellar divine dragon. "Is this Lord Zhu Long?" The stellar divine dragon was extremely shocked. Its body trembled with excitement and it immediately prostrated at Yi Yin's feet. "Greetings, Lord Zhu Long." The stellar divine dragon could feel the powerful suppression of the bloodline in its body. It bowed down to Yi Yin without hesitation. The ancient dragon clan obeyed Zhu Long's orders. It was the same even for the 10 supreme divine dragons. The suppression of the bloodline was real and every dragon clan member was aware of it. "What's your entanglement with the skydrilling rat clan?" Yi Yin asked calmly with his hands behind his back. "Lord Zhu Long, millions of years ago, my original body was saved by the skydrilling rat clan. Back then, in order to thank them, I left behind 7 dragon scales," the stellar divine dragon said softly. Yi Yin sighed and asked, "Can you still feel your original body?" "I can't feel it anymore. I must have fallen long ago," the stellar divine dragon said with a sorrowful look. "Your astral divine dragon clan is under the jurisdiction of the astral colossal dragon. Do you know where the astral colossal dragon was at that time?" Yi Yin asked softly. "Lord Zhu Long, I'm not sure either. Back then, the dragon race was in turmoil, and a chaotic battle broke out among the 10 super divine dragons. Lord Astral Colossal Dragon also went missing inexplicably during the battle," the stellar divine dragon said with a sorrowful look. Recalling the earth-shattering battle millions of years ago, it still could not hide the sadness in its heart. That was the internal strife between the dragons. In that battle, the dragon clan suffered heavy casualties. "Where did you learn to leave behind 7 dragon scales to form that formation?" Yi Yin's heart moved, and he asked in a low voice. "Lord Ancestral Dragon, these are some ordinary star formations that Lord Star Dragon imparted to us back then," the Star Divine Dragon said honestly. "The array formation taught by the Star Dragon?" Yi Yin's eyes flashed, and he recalled the array formation just now. The array formation just now was formed from the 7 dragon scales. Although it was still a far cry from the 7 stars formation, there were still some similarities. Lord Zhu Long, Lord Astral Colossal Dragon, once obtained a powerful superpower in an ancient ruin. The array formation that we learned is said to have evolved from that superpower, the Star Divine Dragon continued. "What superpower is that?" Yi Yin asked with a frown. "We're not sure either. However, after Lord Astral Colossal Dragon succeeded in cultivating it, a 7 stars mark appeared on its forehead." The Star Divine Dragon recalled. "What? 7 stars mark?" Yi Yin blurted out, and he was instantly stunned. Could it be that the mastermind had dragged one of the super divine dragons, the Star Dragon, into the water? At this thought, Yi Yin activated the heavenly disillusionment eye without hesitation. A force of ever-changing life and death invaded the Star Divine Dragon's memory. After withdrawing this force, Yi Yin's face became gloomy. The Star Divine Dragon was not lying. This Star Divine Dragon happened to have seen the Star Dragon appear on the eve of the great battle. There was indeed a silver 7 stars mark on the Star Dragon's forehead. Previously, there was the 9-tailed Divine Dragon chasing after the Dark Sky Dragon, and now there's the Star Dragon. Haha. How many of the super divine dragons have betrayed the dragon tribe? Yi Yin muttered to himself. Along the way, he could increasingly feel the power of the mastermind behind the scenes. The Big Dipper was like a nightmare. Even in the God's land, no one knew the origin of the Big Dipper. The only clue that Yi Yin knew was the mysterious Big Dipper. Perhaps we can't determine that the Star Dragon has betrayed the dragon tribe based on the 7 stars mark, Yi Yin suddenly said softly. At present, he had too few clues about the Star Dragon, and could not determine that it must have become a traitor of the dragon tribe like the 9-tailed Divine Dragon. Yi Yin gently waved his hand, and the Star Divine Dragon's shadow quickly disappeared. It turned into 7 streams of light and returned to the 7 star shields. In the short term, the sky-drilling rat tribe could no longer summon the star divine dragon's shadow. Yi Yun stretched out his hand, and a silver light suddenly appeared in front of him, turning into a small silver silkworm. It was the undead silkworm. Little silkworm, leave a clone behind to protect the sky-drilling rat tribe for 10,000 years. Yi Yun ordered. Yes, master. The undead silkworm agreed readily. With a gentle shake, a silver light spot appeared in the bottomless pit. Then, the silver light spot quickly hid. It had tens of thousands of clones. Leaving a clone here wouldn't affect its main body at all. Let's go, we're done here in the bottomless pit. Next, we'll go to Shenluo Heaven to take a look. Thinking of the dragon subduing heavenly monument, Yi Yun chuckled, waved his sleeve, and instantly disappeared. The undead silkworm also followed. After returning to the carriage, Yi Yun stretched out his hand and caught the sky-drilling rat. The sky-drilling rat and the big black cat, this pair of enemies, in Yi Yun's view, would make his journey very enjoyable. When they returned to the carriage again, the heaven-drilling mouse immediately quivered, not understanding what had happened. Brother cat, did I start dreaming? Did Shenluo Heaven come to attack our bottomless pit? The sky-drilling rat looked left and right, and asked with a confused face. How could you be dreaming? The big black cat's eyes widened slightly, and it let out a sneer. I understand, the sky-drilling rat slapped its thigh, and a look of sudden realization appeared on its face. Just now, their sky-drilling rat clan must have relied on the 7 ancient star shields to summon the divine dragon, and forcibly repelled the army of Shenluo Heaven. And the reason it could appear here was probably because of the master's generosity, who directly captured it. My starlight shield, the sky-drilling rat touched the storage ring with its hand, and when it found that the star shield was not inside, it became dejected. It also understood that now that it had to follow the master, it was afraid that it would not be able to get the star shield back from the patriarch. Whoosh, a black ponytail fell from the sky, and forcibly knocked the sky-drilling rat back to its original form. You're still so ignorant of the rules on the carriage? The big black horse grinned and snorted. Uncle Ma, I was a little confused just now. I'm really sorry. The frightened sky-drilling rat did not dare to get up at this time, and could only lie on the carriage and beg for mercy. Its gaze turned, and suddenly, its eyes burned. It actually found an incredible black armor on the big black cat's knee. With a whoosh, it suddenly leaned over, raised its upper body, and used the tip of its delicate nose to carefully sniff the black armor. A few seconds later. Damn, this can't be an emperor-level armor, right? The sky-drilling rat was shocked. Haha. The big black cat, who was sitting cross-legged, laughed loudly. The black gold battle armor on its hand suddenly disappeared and it stood up immediately. Accompanied by a flash of black light. A set of shiny black battle armor suddenly appeared on the big black cat's body. This set of battle armor made the big black cat look extraordinarily mighty and full of explosive power. TSK, not bad at all. As expected of the battle armor given by Old Master. The big black cat touched the cold black battle armor and felt the unique and domineering design. Its face bloomed like a flower. Little Black, with this set of battle armor in the future, you will be invincible. The big black horse laughed loudly. How would I dare to be invincible? Everyone here is a senior, the big black cat chuckled as it bowed and said respectfully. Little Black Cat, continue to perform well in the future. Perhaps Old Master will give you an even better battle armor, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed loudly. I will not let Old Master down and cultivate to the true immortal realm as soon as possible. As if it had been enlightened, the big black cat's expression changed and it said seriously. Cultivate to the true immortal realm? Humph. This stupid cat really dares to say anything. The sky-burrowing rat cursed unhappily in its heart and then came over with a smile. I say, brother cat, your battle armor is really beautiful. Let me see what grade it is. The sky-burrowing rat was in its original form and it was short. It could only reach the height of the cat's ankle and then it stuck out its body and sniffed around with its nose. Move away. You coward, your vision is pitifully narrow. How would you know the grade of this battle armor? Zung, the big black cat kicked the sky-burrowing rat away with a fierce kick. Brother cat, you can't bully me like this, right? I just want to know the grade of this battle armor. The sky-burrowing rat immediately burst into tears. Don't pretend to be compassionate. I don't believe in tears. The big black cat dusted off its shiny black armor, and with a grin, it laughed out loud. The other demonic beasts also laughed when they saw the interesting interaction between the cat and the mouse. Coward, I'll tell you the truth. The armor I'm wearing is a top-grade Emperor-level armor. The big black cat patted its chest and said with a smug look on its face. What, top-grade Emperor level, how was this possible? The heaven-drilling rat was instantly shocked. It stood there in a daze, unable to move like a clay statue. As far as it knew, there was probably only one Emperor weapon in the entire Sunsky dynasty. As for that Emperor armament, it was impossible for it to be a top-grade Emperor-level weapon. It seemed that in the legends, it was only a low-grade Emperor level. How could the stupid cat in front of him have a top-grade Emperor-level armor? Just now, the stupid cat said that it was a gift from Master. Could it really be a gift from Master? After quickly recalling the big black cat's words, the sky-drilling rat instantly understood. Who on earth is Master? It's a top-grade Emperor-level armor right off the bat. Isn't this too terrifying? The heaven-drilling rat's expression changed drastically as it muttered to itself. Its words naturally reached the ears of the other demonic beasts. The demonic beasts roared with laughter. Even the cat Bower was laughing uncontrollably. She rolled on the carriage, revealing her sexy white belly. Ha ha ha, this little mouse is so funny. The jade Rui spider was also laughing uncontrollably. It couldn't wait to stretch out its sparkling forelegs and touch the little mouse covered in yellow fur. Coward, you're really a frog at the bottom of a well. You haven't seen the world at all. I'm dying of laughter. The big black cat laughed loudly and was so excited that it almost jumped up. Ahem. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon coughed. The big black cat immediately reacted. In an instant, it shook its body and retracted its black gold armor. Its entire body had turned into a cute little black cat. Master was still in the carriage. He was surrounded by powerful demonic beasts. Now that he had transformed into his human form, standing on the carriage was too high profile, and it was easy to attract hatred. If the heaven-drilling rat hadn't been so funny just now, Uncle Ma wouldn't have stopped laughing and would have forgotten to punish himself. The big black cat would probably have been flattened by the tail of a horse. Brother cat, I'm not too familiar with these seniors, especially in terms of cultivation realms. Can you introduce them to me? The heaven-drilling rat was quick-witted. It leaned over with shifty eyes and asked in a low voice. Seniors, should I answer the coward's question? The big black cat hugged its two little paws together and said very modestly. Say it, it's been taken by Master anyway. The undead celestial silkworm said nonchalantly. Say it, we all agree, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon nodded and said. Okay, then I'll say it. Seeing the two most powerful seniors among the demonic beasts nod, the big black cat suddenly felt confident. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't dare to say the seniors' realms. What's their cultivation realms? Why were they being so secretive about it? Are they all great demons of the eternal realm? The heaven-drilling rat blinked and was a little puzzled. In its mind, the eternal realm was already an extremely powerful realm. In the Tsangnan continent, this realm was already the limit of strength. Do you see Senior Xianxia? The big black cat pointed in the direction of the roof with its paw. Yes. The heaven-drilling rat nodded quickly. This black bird had been standing on the roof of the carriage all this time. It did not speak much and did not seem to be eye-catching. Senior Xianxia is in the eternal realm. The big black cat said proudly. Although it was mentally prepared, when it heard about the eternal realm, the heaven-drilling rat's body still trembled in fear. As a member of the demon clan, it naturally realized how powerful and noble a great demon of this realm was in the demon clan. Uncle Ma is also in the eternal realm. Seeing the heaven-drilling rat's reaction, the big black cat sneered. Oh my god, another one in the eternal realm. The heaven-drilling rat nodded repeatedly, its heart was already tumbling like waves. Two great demons of the eternal realm. Until now, it had not connected the big black horse with the divine dragon. It thought Uncle Ma was just a horse demon. This is Senior Netherblood Greenwood Dragon, and this is Senior Blood Chief Demonic Dragon. These two seniors are also in the Eternal Realm. The big black cat looked in a certain direction, gently pointed at the red and green kittens, and said very respectfully, "For great demons of the Eternal Realm." The heaven-drilling rat's eyes widened, and a stormy sea of emotions rose in its heart. The true forms of these two seniors are both mystical dragons. I believe you should be familiar with mystical dragons. The big black cat said again. So these two seniors are actually from the dragon clan. The heaven-drilling rat shivered and suddenly lay down on the carriage, scared half to death. If the dragon clan cultivated to the Eternal Realm, their combat strength could be said to be terrifying and unmatched. That is Senior Azure Heavenly Dragon. His original form is also a divine dragon. His realm is very high, he has reached the Divine Lord realm. The big black cat looked in a direction and said with admiration, "Divine Lord realm, what realm is that?" The heaven-drilling rat looked confused, completely unable to understand this realm. This is Senior Rui Jade Spider. Its cultivation is in the true God realm. The big black cat ignored it and continued the introduction. True God realm. Hearing this realm, the heaven-drilling rat felt dizzy, and the world was spinning. It was almost scared to death. The heaven-drilling rat clan had a long history, so naturally, it had heard of the true God realm. Above the Eternal Realm was the true God realm. Cultivating to this realm was already a supreme existence that was invincible in the entire Xianxia continent. Damn it, I actually called this true God realm Senior Big Sister. When the heaven-drilling rat thought of the words it had said before, it regretted it so much that it wanted to die. It was actually disrespectful to an invincible true God realm great demon in the Xianxia continent. Wasn't it F** king courting death? Hee, this coward is really a frog at the bottom of a well. A divine lord is right in front of him, but he doesn't feel anything. Instead, he's scared to death when he meets a true god. The big black cat sneered in its heart as it looked at the heaven-drilling rat's cowardly appearance. This is Senior Undying Celestial Silkworm, also a divine lord. The big black cat didn't forget its mission and introduced the Undying Celestial Silkworm. Another divine lord realm expert. Just what realm is this? The heaven-drilling rat was stunned again. Little rat. The divine lord realm is one level higher than the true God realm. Do you understand now? The Jade Rui Spider's crisp voice sounded. One level higher than the true God realm. How was this possible? In the Xianxia continent, the true God realm was already a legendary existence. There had never been a divine lord realm. The heaven-drilling rat was shocked as it stared blankly at the chubby undying celestial silkworm in front of it. The cultivation realms of this carriage of demon beasts had completely subverted its understanding. Hee. How is this possible? Did I hear wrongly? The heaven-drilling rat suddenly cried and laughed as if it had gone mad. Heaven-drilling rat, can you coward be a little more promising? Would I lie to you? The big black cat was enraged, and it swung its paw at him. With a smack on the heaven-drilling rat's head, it sobered it up a little. What realm is Master at? The heaven-drilling rat suddenly thought of an even more terrifying question. The next moment, it asked without hesitation. Master's cultivation level is naturally higher, but no one will tell you. The big black cat said angrily. Fine, the heaven-burrowing rat sat in the carriage without any interest in life. As the wind blew, it began to think in a daze. Although it had just received an unimaginably huge shock, at this moment, it still couldn't imagine the true God realm and the divine lord realm, these two powerful realms. How could there be such powerful demons in the Xianxia continent? It had never heard of them before. Inside the carriage. Hee. When Yin saw that the heaven-drilling rat was still hesitating, he could not help but shake his head and smile. The heaven-tunneling rat's current suspicions were reasonable since it was stuck in its original understanding. This kind of thing, let it slowly come into contact with it in the future. After a long time, it would naturally believe it. Let's go, Xiao Ma. Let's go to Shenluo Heaven. Yin said. Then, he sent out a message to the big black horse, indicating the location of Shenluo Heaven. Yes, Master. The big black horse agreed and pulled the carriage away. Along the way, Yin was not too anxious. Originally, it would only take 2 hours. However, in the end, it took them 7 days to reach the foot of the mountain of Shenluo Heaven sect. The main body of Shenluo Heaven is actually hidden in the sky. The big black horse stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up into the sky. At this moment, all the demonic beasts in the carriage looked up at the sky above the mountain range. On this majestic mountain, there were some ancient buildings. These buildings were naturally the buildings of Shenluo Heaven. However, this was only a small part of Shenluo Heaven. The real sect of Shenluo Heaven. Located in the vast sea of clouds at the top of the mountain. A huge array supported countless immortal palaces and jade-like pavilions. Due to the clouds, it was difficult for ordinary people with weak cultivation to see clearly. Yi Yin stood up, lifted the curtain, and walked out of the room. Master, this is just a small Shenluo Heaven. Do you need to do it personally? Why don't you let me go? The big black horse volunteered. Yi Yin shook his head. Master, why don't you let me go? I can release poison and kill them all. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon chuckled. Forget about your poison. If you want to release poison, it's better for me to do it. The Jade Ruri Spider interrupted. Senior, although your cultivation level is higher than mine, it doesn't mean that you are better at using poison than me, right? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was not convinced. You are not a match for the Jade Ruri Spider, especially when it comes to using poison, the undead celestial silkworm said. Oh, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon nodded in a daze. The undead celestial silkworm had never been one to boast. Now that it said so, it meant that this little spider was indeed better at using poison than it. Seeing these demonic beasts fighting amongst themselves, Yi Yin, who originally wanted to go alone, suddenly changed his mind. Since you all want to go, why don't we all go together? Yi Yin stepped out, stood in the void, and slowly walked toward the clouds. Master is letting us all go? That's great. The group of demonic beasts were both surprised and overjoyed. They shook their bodies and transformed into their human forms. Going out with their master, they naturally had to transform into their human forms. The big black horse and the big black cat were already aware of this. Master, wait for me. The Jade Wishful Spider transformed into a 5 or 6-year-old little girl, bouncing and jumping as she chased after Yi Yin. The undead celestial silkworm also transformed into a silver-robed youth and quickly chased after her. The other monsters were not willing to be left behind and also quickly flew over. Yi Yin waved his hand, and the black horse carriage suddenly disappeared into the void. Melbauer looked around and said excitedly, I'm so excited. It's my first time going out with Master. Melbauer, who was dressed in a white robe, had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Her black hair danced in the wind, like a fairy. Although she was a monster, she was also like a fairy. Calm down, don't talk nonsense. The big black cat reached out and gave Melbauer a knock on the head. Why are you hitting me again? Melbauer was in pain, and sparkling tears appeared in her eyes. You stupid cat, what nonsense are you talking about? Come out with Master, and shut up before it's time for you to speak. The big black cat mumbled. Brother cat, I remember that you used to be a person who cherished women. As if it had discovered a new continent, the heaven-drilling rat winked and said. When I was young, I was ignorant. Now that I'm with Master, I naturally have to focus on cultivation and have no women in my heart. The big black cat looked at the white figure in front of it with a sacred expression, and it was unusually solemn. Sigh. These words actually refuted the heaven-boring rat until it had nothing to say. The big black cat turned its head and looked at the heaven-drilling rat from the corner of its eyes. It pinched its nose and said, Look at so many people, which one of them isn't more handsome than you? Actually, among us heaven-drilling rats, I'm considered very handsome. The heaven-drilling rat spread out its hands and said disapprovingly. His words caused the surrounding demonic beasts to roar with laughter. Yi Yin walked in front with light steps. When he heard the monsters fooling around, he could not help but chuckle. The clouds rolled to the sides. Yi Yin and the others walked over, and no one noticed. After entering the clouds, a large array blocked in front of them. Yi Yin was about to make a move. Master, it's just an array. Let me break it. The Jade Ruri Spider came forward, stretched out its jade-like arm, and then pointed a Finger. A round hole silently appeared in the light shield formed by the formation. The entire array was not affected at all at this moment. Well done, Yi Yin smiled gently and stepped in. As expected of the true immortal realm, it's really powerful. The heaven-drilling rat stared with its small eyes and thought to itself. It was naturally very clear about the power of the Shenluo Heaven's protective mountain array. The jade Rui spider gently pointed a finger, and a hole appeared in the protective mountain array without alarming the Shenluo Heaven. It showed that the strength of this senior of the demon clan had indeed surpassed the power of an eternal realm cultivator. Divine Dragon Tablet. After entering the array, Yi Yin looked around, looking for the Divine Dragon Tablet carved by the 7th sect master of the Shenlong sect. Now, it was also called the Dragon-Suppressing Celestial Tablet. While Yi Yin was looking around for the Divine Dragon Monument, the other beasts were doing the same. They all stuck their heads out and looked around, looking a little strange. Only Maobao was still wiping her tears with her head lowered. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon asked curiously, Maobao, don't you have thorns on your body? Why didn't you activate them on your own just now? Senior, you're talking about the 5-colored raiment that Master gave me, right? I only refined a little and am not very familiar with using it, so I didn't react just now. Maobao wiped her tears and sighed faintly. My goodness, how could I have forgotten about your 5-colored raiment? Damn it, I really deserve to die. The big black cat widened its eyes and slapped its head, shouting in annoyance. It had been stabbed so miserably last time, and it was still unforgettable. Big brother, don't you dare bully me in the future. I'm now Nirvana Realm level 10, and the refining speed of this 5-colored raiment will only get faster and faster. Maobao glared at the big black cat angrily and said angrily. At this point, she secretly used her magic power and injected it into the 5-colored raiment. A faint layer of 5-colored raiment appeared on the surface of her skin. Seeing that layer of dense 5-colored raiment, the big black cat's face suddenly stiffened and darkened. He reacted very quickly and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Hey, Maobao. The big black cat patted its chest and said with a smile, we've gone through life and death together so many times, how could I bear to hit you? Don't worry, your big brother cat will say this today, and I definitely won't dare to touch you in the future. Okay. Maobao exhaled lightly, and her face turned better as she nodded. Although she had been bullied by the big black cat before, in reality, the two of them had gone through life and death so many times, and their feelings for each other were very deep. Seeing this pair of beasts instantly turn hostility into friendship, Yi Yin smiled leisurely. He knew the big black cat's personality very well. He was afraid that this guy had purposely said those words just now for the cat to hear. I say, both of you are of the cat race. Actually, in the future, you can become Taoist companions? The Rui Jade Spider chuckled. At this moment, she had the appearance of a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. She wore a flesh-colored gauze dress, revealing her sparkling skin. Her chubby little hands were behind her back, giving off a feeling of age and seniority. Hearing the Jade Wishful Spider's words, Maobao's beautiful little face instantly turned bright red. Looks like this kitten still has feelings for little Blackie. The Jade Rui Spider guessed. Senior Rui, the big black cat cupped its fists and said seriously, I don't have a woman in my heart. I'm just a crazy cat who cultivates. Please don't introduce me to a Tao companion, no woman in your heart? The Jade Rui Spider was stunned for a moment before it started giggling. Its crisp laughter echoed in the surroundings. Haha, you're really a training maniac, haha. What an interesting nickname. The demonic beasts around them roared with laughter. Little Blackie, I didn't expect you to fall in love with someone. You're a ruthless character. The big black horse grinned, showing its big white teeth. Yes. Uncle Ma, in this life, my master is my goal. I'll stay away from women for the rest of my life. The big black cat suddenly said. Haha. Hearing the big black cat's words, Yi Yin also laughed. What did he mean by no woman in his heart? It was all nonsense. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yin only had a woman in his heart. Wasn't he also the #1 expert of the Eternal Realm in the Tsangnan continent, at that time? A young hero was born and had never tasted defeat. However, this was all in the past. Yi Yin did not want to talk about it anymore. Anyway, in the Tsangnan continent, his confidants were long gone. In the Divine Land, he had found two of his former confidants. Unfortunately, Yun Xiao was not in a good state, after a round of joking. Yi Yin withdrew his gaze from the distance. At this time, he had found the Divine Dragon Monument. He glanced at the layer of colorful light on Mao Bao'er's body and nodded secretly. His eyes were full of gratification. With the endless supply of Divine Land Spirit Stones, the juniors of the Shenlong sect made rapid progress in their cultivation. It had been more than 10 days since they arrived at the Tianri dynasty from the Jiangchuan dynasty. During this period of time, people had broken through one after another. On the way to Shenluo Heaven, Jun Maxiao had reached the late stage of the first level of the Fate Realm. Luo Li and Su Wani had also reached the first level of the Fate Realm. The three juniors of the Shenlong sect were now in the Fate Realm. And Mao Bao'er had also reached Nirvana Realm level 10. She was not far from the Fate Realm. Things here are done. I should continue to inject Zhu Long's blood essence for Luo Li and the other two, Yi Yin thought to himself. At the Fate Realm, the concentration of Zhu Long's blood essence in their bodies should be about 15%. Improving the concentration of Zhu Long's blood essence in their bodies was not an easy task. Those three kids had limited quality. Yi Yin guessed that the concentration of Zhu Long's blood essence would not exceed 30%. After all, in this world, only he, a bug-like transmigrator, could reach the concentration of 99% of Zhu Long's blood essence. Just now, the beasts had been fooling around. Although they were very loud, the entire Shenluo Heaven was quiet and no one noticed. Yi Yin had already added a barrier around them. Let's go. Let's go ahead and take a look. Yi Yin gazed at a splendid hall in the depths of the clouds. He strolled leisurely and leisurely walked towards it. The Divine Dragon Monument was enshrined in that hall. The other demonic beasts stopped laughing and followed closely beside Yi Yin. The group of people swaggered to the entrance of the main hall. The door was ajar. Yi Yin stood at the crack of the door and looked inside. In this hall, the Divine Dragon Monument was enshrined high up. There was an incense burner on the table with a few sticks of incense. The smoke curled up and constantly rose into the air. At the bottom of the Divine Dragon Monument stood several black-robed old men. Among them was a black-robed old man with a white face. He was the deputy sect master who attacked the bottomless pit. Sect master, this time, Shenluo Heaven did not attack the bottomless pit. I'm afraid we will be laughed at by the other three beyond heavens. The white-faced old man looked depressed and sighed. Shenluo Heaven is powerful. How can we be afraid of the other three beyond heavens? I don't think they will dare to laugh at us. A burly old man in a black robe, with his hands behind his back, looked up at the Divine Dragon Monument and said in a deep voice, "It's a pity that we wasted an opportunity of the Divine Dragon Monument." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the other black-robed old men suddenly became gloomy. We only have 2 chances to use this Divine Dragon Monument. I've already wasted 1 chance. The white-faced old man looked annoyed and sighed again and again. I don't know, when will the ghost well appear again? It should have been 10,000 years since the last time it appeared, right? The burly old man's gaze fell on the Divine Dragon Monument and said faintly, "It's been 10,000 years. Back then, this Divine Dragon Monument was fished out from the ghost well." Another long-faced old man next to him rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "Recently, I've been having a premonition that the ghost well is about to appear. The netherworld well is unpredictable. Who can predict it clearly?" The burly old man glanced at him and smiled casually. Outside the hall, when Yi Yin heard the conversation, a strange look appeared on his face. What on earth was the Well of Wandering Bones? The Divine Dragon Monument of the Shenlong sect had been fished out of the Well of Wandering Bones like a fish. Yi Yin suddenly felt that this trip to Shenluo Heaven had not been in vain. His eyes flickered and a look of interest flashed in the depths of his eyes. What is the Well of Wandering Bones they are talking about? The jade Rui spider raised its head and looked at the group of monsters around it. I don't know, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon shrugged. The big black horse also shook its head. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was even more expressionless. It knew nothing. Blackbird, do you know? The jade Rui spider did not give up and looked at the black-robed youth that the blackbird had transformed into. I don't know either. What kind of well is this? How could it fish out the Divine Dragon Monument? The blackbird looked at the Divine Dragon Monument in the main hall and said angrily. Hey, coward. You are a native of the Sunsky dynasty. Do you know about this well of wandering bones? The big black cat patted the sky-drilling rat's shoulder and asked. I don't know either. I've never heard of it. The sky-drilling rat spread out its hands and said dejectedly. Even you don't know about it. It seems that Shenluo Heaven has done a good job of keeping it a secret. Yi Yin smiled faintly. He took a step forward and prepared to enter. The cat bower was quick to react and quickly pushed the door open. With a creak, the two doors of the main hall were slowly pushed open. Who is it? The black-robed elders in the main hall were shocked when they heard the door open. They quickly turned to look at the entrance of the main hall and saw a group of young people, both men and women, standing at the door. Who were these people? How did they sneak into the secret and important place of Shenluo Heaven without noticing? The black-robed old men exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions were grave. Are they all from the demon clan? After sensing the unique aura, the black-robed burly elder's eyes narrowed and his face darkened. So it's fellow cultivators from the demon clan. Have you come to Shenluo Heaven to avenge the sky-drilling rat clan? The black-robed old man waved his sleeve and said coldly. The other black-robed old men stared in the direction of the door with stern expressions. Revenge for the sky-drilling rat clan? Yi Yin smiled indifferently and waved his hand. Why would I be so bored? Moreover, how could a tiny little heaven-tunneling mouse race enter my eyes? Are you trying to quibble? Isn't there a heaven-drilling mouse beside you? The black-robed old man was furious and pointed at the heaven-drilling rat. The heaven-drilling rat's face was ashen. He didn't expect that his appearance would draw some hatred to his master out of thin air. Master, these puny human cultivators are too arrogant. I request a battle. The jade wishful spider took 2 steps forward, turned around, and cupped its fists. Its small face was full of heroic spirit as it spoke valiantly. Sure, just teach them a lesson. Yi Yin nodded calmly. Other than Mao Bao and the big black cat, the rest of the beasts around him had very high cultivation levels. No matter which one he pulled out, the small Shenluo Heaven was no match for them. There was no other way. Today's Shenlong sect was that strong. Fortunately, these beasts had restrained their aura, and the old man opposite them couldn't see their cultivation levels at all. That was why the higher-ups of Shenluo Heaven were not frightened at the first moment. Well, this little girl, the black-robed old man, who was the sect master, narrowed his eyes and kept sizing her up. This little girl was extremely cute. She had a round face, a pair of big black and white eyes, jade-like skin, and a crystal-clear feeling from head to toe. The little girl's cultivation level seemed to be hidden by some kind of secret method. No matter how he probed, he couldn't find out her cultivation level. The black-robed old man looked puzzled. He basically knew all the demon clans in the Sunsky dynasty. Where did these demon clans in front of him come from? Among these demon clans, there was a life-and-death realm heaven-drilling rat. He found it hard to believe that they weren't here to take revenge for the sky-drilling rat clan. The demon clans nowadays are really arrogant. A mere brat still wet behind the ears dares to challenge my Shenluo Heaven? The pale-faced old man, who was originally in a bad mood, suddenly changed color. He walked out with large strides and went to meet the little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. After walking a few feet forward, the jade rui spider stopped. Humph. I'm a savage girl, unfortunately, master only asked me to teach you a lesson. So, your fortune has come. The delicate little girl puffed out her flat chest and placed her chubby little hands behind her back. She looked at the white-faced old man with an unfriendly gaze and let out a cold laugh. Wow, so arrogant. This old man has been in the Sunsky dynasty for so many years, but I've never seen such a savage demon clans. How dare you boast so shamelessly in my Shenluo Heaven? The pale-faced old man was so angry that his whole body trembled. He raised a hand and was about to grab her. Oh my god. Senior Rui Spider has such a savage personality? The sky-drilling rat was shocked. Even though the voice just now was very clear and crisp, like that of a young child, for some reason, he actually felt a chill run down his spine. This little girl is the most honest among all the spiders. I didn't expect her to gradually reveal her savage nature as soon as she came out. Yi Yan's face was full of smiles, but there was a trace of helplessness in his smile. It was not that the Jade Rui spider was savage. It was just that the spider clan was more savage. There were so many other spiders in the warehouse, especially those vicious ones. In terms of savagery, they were far more savage than this little Jade Rui spider. Seeing the pale-faced old man raise his palm, the delicate little girl took a few steps forward and also raised her meaty arm. I won't bully you little human cultivators. I'll just stand here and let you attack me. If I'm even a little injured, it'll be my loss. Her voice was clear and melodious like a silver bell. Humph. You're too arrogant. Let this old man fulfill your wish. The pale-faced old man was furious and reached out to grab the Jade Rui spider. A contemptuous smile flashed in the little girl's eyes. She stood there like a small pine tree, unmoving despite the wind and rain. The pale-faced old man's hand fell and slapped the Jade Rui spider's arm. Boom, with a loud bang, the ground of the entire hall trembled slightly. A powerful force sent the pale-faced old man's palm flying. What a strong physical body. What kind of demon is this? The black-robed old men of Xianluo heaven narrowed their eyes at the same time and their expressions were gloomy. When the vice sect master attacked just now, the other party did not dodge at all, nor did she attack. Instead, she took it head-on. The rebounding force was the power of the vice sect master's attack. His big hand was completely sent flying. Xianluo heavenly explosion. After the palm was sent flying, the pale-faced old man's face turned red and white. At this moment, he felt that his dignity had been seriously damaged. After all, the other higher-ups of the sect were also looking at him. At this moment, he roared and did not hesitate to launch the most famous magic of Xianluo heaven, Xianluo heavenly explosion. He opened his arms and a powerful force surrounded the little girl. The space vibrated violently and vibrated at high speed countless times in an instant. The space shattered with a loud bang. Boom, there was a loud bang. The power of the huge space explosion was like an apocalyptic tide, completely annihilating the little figure. The smoke and dust dissipated. That cute little girl was still standing in the same place, without a single wound on her body. Not even the slightest tear could be seen on her clothes. A mere Xianluo heavenly explosion can't do anything to me. The little girl smiled and pointed to the front, saying indifferently, "You little fellows can come at me together. See if you can break this young lady's physical defense." The black-robed old men were so angry that their faces turned ashen. Their lips were tightly shut, and they did not say a word. The strength of the demon clan girl's physical body was beyond everyone's expectations. "Sect Master, why don't we attack together?" The white-faced old man took 2 steps back and said with an abnormally serious expression. "All right." The black-robed old man nodded. This group of demons of unknown origin had clearly come to Xianluo heaven to cause trouble. At this time, they absolutely could not admit defeat. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock of the other 3 beyond heavens. The dignified Xianluo heaven had always been incomparably domineering. They were the ones who bullied others. No one had ever dared to bully them, let alone invade their sect. Xianluo heavenly explosion. Having made up his mind, the black-robed old man roared and opened his arms. He was the first to make a move. At this moment, the other black-robed old men did the same. Several of them launched Xianluo heavenly explosion at the same time. Xianluo heavenly explosion was a powerful divine ability that could be used together. The more people there were, the stronger the power. It was equivalent to gathering all the power of space at one point, then vibrating at high speed, and finally triggering an explosion. One could only imagine how powerful the explosion created by the combined forces would be. Fortunately, this hall was the most important hall in Xianluo heaven. It was surrounded by layers of mechanisms and arrays, making it extremely sturdy. Otherwise, under the effect of the shockwave, it would have collapsed long ago. Buzz, the space vibrated at high speed, faster than lightning by 1,000 times. This divine ability is a bit interesting. The little girl with her hands behind her back looked at the violent changes around her and said with a smile. As expected of the jade wishful spider. The undead celestial silkworm sighed softly, revealing an envious expression. Even if they were in the same realm, if the jade wishful spider was in the life and death realm, this Xianluo heavenly explosion would not be able to break her jade-like body. Her body was like a diamond, this was not an empty joke. Before the epic, the wishful jade spiders could use their powerful bodies to withstand a divine artifact, which showed how abnormal they were. Yi Yan's face was very calm as he watched the god Luo heavenly explosion. In his mind, however, he was still thinking about the well of bones. The dignified divine dragon monument was actually fished out from this deep well. This made Yi Yan very puzzled. Was this considered a mystic realm, or was it an extremely special space? How could there be such an interesting place in this world? Yi Yan came here this time to take back the divine dragon steel. After all, it belonged to the Shenlong sect. Secondly, he had to figure out what had happened to the divine dragon monument. 100,000 years had passed. The divine dragon monument had been fished out of the ghost well, and it was no longer the same as before. Yi Yan was prepared to do some research to see if this divine dragon monument had anything to do with the mastermind. Boom boom, a series of shocking noises could be heard. The Xianluo heavenly explosion divine ability exploded. A powerful shockwave rushed out in all directions like a tidal wave. The black-robed old men simultaneously launched the Xianluo heavenly shield. Layers of barriers connected and blocked most of the shockwave. On Yi Yan's side, the shockwave disappeared without a sound. The black-robed old men had been paying attention to the jade spider, so they did not notice this detail. As the smoke and dust quickly dissipated, the black-robed old men hurriedly looked at the center of the explosion. When they found that the little girl was safe and sound, they could not help but be stunned. How could she be so strong? Could it be that she is an eternal realm great demon? The black-robed burly old man suddenly had such a horrifying thought in his heart. No, how could an eternal realm great demon come to our Xianluo heaven? If she bullied our Xianluo heaven, how could the heaven-level sects of the human clan sit by and watch? The black-robed burly old man shook his head and instantly rejected the idea. An eternal realm great demon naturally had its own range of appearance. It also had its own criteria for attacking. If they bullied a life and death realm human clan, the eternal realm experts of the human clan would naturally not let it go. The human clan and the demon clan had both signed an alliance. Naturally, the two sides would not easily destroy the Great Wall and trigger a chaotic war. That would be a disaster for both the human clan and the demon clan. Too weak. The Xianluo heaven has always been domineering. Is this the strength of the Xianluo heaven? Gently clapping her little hands, the little girl giggled and slowly walked forward. With every step she took, the surrounding space became heavier. An indescribable pressure descended on the bodies of the black-robed old men opposite them. They suddenly felt a great fear in their hearts. Let's invite the dragon-subduing heavenly tablet. The black-robed burly old man could not help but use the treasure of the Xianluo heaven at this moment. Buzz, the dragon-subduing heavenly tablet on the table shone brightly. Countless green light spurted out, illuminating the entire hall. Master, this is the treasure of our Shenlong sect. Don't let the little girl smash it. The undead celestial silkworm's face changed greatly. It quickly turned around and said to Yi Yan. Don't worry. This little girl should not be so ignorant. Yi Yan smiled indifferently. Even if the jade wishful spider really failed, Yi Yan would stop it in time and not let her damage the divine dragon tablet. Whoosh, a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky. This is the treasure of the Shenlong sect. I must not break it. Looking at the bright green beam of light shooting towards her, the little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade smiled slightly. She stood there quietly, not dodging or evading. Boom, the light fell on her body with a loud bang. Then, a strange force began to pull her in the direction of the dragon-subduing heavenly tablet. The jade wishful spider stood firmly on the ground. The light column could not do anything to her. It's useless, she smiled faintly. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the black-robed old man turned pale with fright. His face was full of shock and his body trembled slightly. The dragon-subduing heavenly tablet could launch an attack comparable to a half-step eternal realm cultivator. Although it had not reached its strongest attack, it was not something a life and death realm cultivator could withstand. But this girl of the demon clan continued to withstand it with her body. It was hard to imagine how terrifying her body was. Master, let me take the divine dragon tablet back, okay? The little girl smiled sweetly at Yi Yun and suddenly reached out to grab it. Buzz, the dragon-subduing heavenly tablet seemed to sense danger. The light column shrank back and its body trembled violently. Suddenly, it turned into a stream of light without warning, broke through the void, and disappeared. It ran away? Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly and looked into the distance. Why did the dragon-subduing heavenly tablet like to run away? It ran away once in the bottomless pit and ran to Shenluo heaven. Where was it going this time? Yi Yun's divine sense locked on the dragon-subduing heavenly tablet and found that it kept shuttling through the void. Finally, it entered a mysterious space and disappeared in an instant. Where did it go? Yi Yun was interested and was about to continue searching when he suddenly heard the black-robed old man sigh. Alas, I ran out of chances and returned, after letting out a sigh. The black-robed old man looked at Yi Yun and the others and said with gritted teeth, "You demon clan are so powerful, but you did not abide by the agreement between the human clan and the demon clan. You bullied my little Shenluo heaven. What kind of heroes are you? Humph. Sooner or later, the anger of the human clan will come to punish you. The treaty between the human and demon clans is nothing to me." Yi Yun smiled faintly. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the black-robed burly old man. "What are you doing?" The black-robed old man trembled all over and said in a panic. He suddenly felt a suffocating sense of terror wrap around his body like a tide. "You little human cultivators, why don't you obediently kneel down and talk to my master?" A red shadow flashed. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon, in the form of a red-robed youth, appeared beside Yi Yun. His brows were furrowed and his eyes flashed with a fierce light as he berated the elders of Shenluo heaven. Plop, the black-robed burly old man could not bear the powerful pressure and finally knelt on the ground. The others did the same. The red-robed youth was also an Eternal Realm expert. At this moment, under the powerful pressure, they had to kneel on the ground. When did my Shenluo heaven provoke such a powerful demon clan force? A demon clan comparable to the heaven realm. It's too strong. It seems that all of them are in the Eternal Realm. The black-robed burly old man lowered his head and wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the heart to die. In front of an Eternal Realm great demon, what was the strength of a life and death realm expert? They were as humble as ants. The other demonic beasts also gathered around with a hula sound. The old men of Shenluo heaven were so scared that they were trembling. "Let me ask you, where did you get this dragon-subduing heavenly steel? Quickly tell me in detail." Yi Yun said. "Senior, the dragon-subduing heavenly steel was fished out from the ghost well." The black-robed burly old man did not dare to hide and directly told the truth. In front of an Eternal Realm great demon, he was not qualified to hide. "What's this ghost well?" Yi Yun asked. "Senior, the ghost well is a mysterious secret realm of our Sun Sky dynasty. At present, only the 4 supreme heavens are qualified to enter and fish for treasures from the ghost well," the black-robed burly old man said seriously. "Since it's a secret realm, why are only the 4 supreme heavens qualified? Are the supreme sects of other dynasties not qualified?" Yi Yun sneered. "Senior, you're right. However, the netherworld well didn't appear very early. It only appeared in the last few tens of thousands of years. After it appeared, the 4 beyond heavens sealed off all information about it, so no information was leaked," the black-robed old man hurriedly explained. "So it's like that." Yi Yun's heart stirred as he seemed to have thought of something. The Well of Ghosts was strange and mysterious. Perhaps it was somehow related to the mastermind. Otherwise, why would there be a divine dragon steel in the Well of Ghosts? The current divine dragon steel was no longer the divine dragon steel from 100,000 years ago. This divine dragon monument had been secretly tampered with by someone. The black-robed old man raised his head and observed the changes in Yi Yun's expression. He found that this white-clothed young man was like a celestial being in a painting. His temperament was extraordinary, and he didn't seem to be a bloodthirsty person. His heart immediately calmed down. Thinking of this, the black-robed old man respectfully cupped his fists. "Senior, if you're interested in the netherworld well, I'll contact you when it appears, all right?" Yi Yun nodded lightly. Just a moment ago, he found that the dragon subduing celestial steel had inexplicably disappeared in that mysterious space. This unforeseen event made Yi Yun even more interested in this so-called well of ghosts. Is it easy to fish for treasures in the well? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Senior, fishing for treasures all depends on one's luck. However, if you want to fish for treasures, you'll need to buy a deep well fishing rod, the black-robed old man said. What's going on? Fishing for treasures requires a deep well fishing rod? The big black horse asked with widened eyes. Yes. If you use an ordinary fishing rod, you won't get anything. You'll be easily attacked by the strange creatures in the well. The black-robed old man explained awkwardly. What a joke. Why would I need a fishing rod? I can spit out a thread and directly fish. Ah, no, it's fishing for treasures. The jade Rui spider giggled. I can also spit out a thread for everyone to fish for treasures. The undead celestial silkworm said proudly. Seniors, although your strength is superb, you don't understand the strangeness of this well of ghosts. If you fish for treasures using ordinary methods, you won't get anything. Looking at this great demon, the black-robed old man explained awkwardly. Where did you get this fishing rod? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. The black-robed old man said respectfully, Senior, the deep well fishing rod comes from the divination pavilion. Every time the well of ghosts appears, the flying deity city will sell it. Flying deity city? Yi Yun's eyes flickered as he looked in a certain direction. Wasn't the silver-robed young man from the divination pavilion also in the flying deity city? Could it be that the young man was in charge of selling fishing rods? That was really interesting. Now that things had developed to this point, Yi Yun felt that things were getting more and more interesting. Now, he was not in a hurry to use his terrifying strength to open the lid. Instead, he was going to explore the clues step by step and experience the joy of finding the truth. The black-robed old man coughed lightly and said, Senior, the divination pavilion doesn't have many deep well fishing rods. They sell no more than 10 rods each time. Each deep well fishing rod requires a large amount of divine beast blood to exchange. Of course, among the divine beast blood, the blood of the divine dragon is the most suitable. Blood of the divine dragon? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows, and his expression changed subtly. The eyes of the demon beasts around him spat fire, and they involuntarily released a powerful aura. Too much. How dare you use the blood of the divine dragon? I think the 4 beyond heavens should all die. The blood chief demon dragon waved its arm and said angrily. Eat all of these guys so that they won't bring disaster to the world again. The netherblood greenwood dragon chuckled and licked its tail, a cruel glint in its eyes. Senior, please spare us. We didn't find the blood of the divine dragon last time. We used the blood of other divine beasts to exchange for 2 deep well fishing rods. The black-robed old man raised his arm and begged bitterly. Don't panic. They're just trying to scare you. Yi Yun waved his hand lightly, and the demon beasts around him understood. They immediately retracted their aura and quieted down. Is there a limit to the number of uses of the dragon subduing tablet? Yi Yun thought for a moment and asked. Yes, Senior. The dragon subduing tablet can only be used twice. After that, it will automatically fly back to the netherworld well, the black-robed old man said. Yi Yun fell into deep thought after hearing the old man's words. What did this mean? Every artifact that was fished out was given a chance to be used twice. After it was used up, it would automatically fly back. What was the purpose of this? When the divination pavilion appeared in the netherworld well, they were actually able to provide special deep well fishing rods. What was the relationship between this super sect and the netherworld well? The clues were a little confusing. However, Yi Yun liked the feeling of unraveling silk from a cocoon. Are all the artifacts fished out of the netherworld well like this? Yi Yun asked again. Senior, the artifacts fished out can only be used 3 times at most. The dragon subduing tablet that we fished out only has 2 uses. As long as we don't use it casually, the dragon subduing tablet will always stay in Shenluo heaven, the black-robed old man explained. After listening to the black-robed old man's words. Haha, this ghost well is really interesting. I want to go fishing. I want to fish for magic treasures. The little girl, who had transformed from the jade wishful spider, narrowed her eyes into crescents and smiled proudly. Let's have a competition. Let's see if we can fish for treasures without using the special deep well fishing rod. The immortal silkworm also said with high fighting spirit. Haha, you two little guys have a good taste. If this ghost well really appears, then let's go fishing together. Yi Yan touched the bridge of his nose and said with a helpless smile. Thank you for your permission, master. The surrounding demonic beasts were overjoyed. They cupped their fists and bowed. Seeing this scene, the black-robed old man of Xianluo heaven could not help narrowing their eyes slightly. They felt even more terrified of this mysterious white-robed young man. These terrifying eternal realm great demons were so respectful to this white-robed young man, which showed how strong he was. In the demon clan, the strong were always respected. This white-robed young man's strength was probably enough to face all the demon clan alone. Buzz, in the distant sky, a striking black light suddenly shot up into the sky. A buzzing sound, as if countless bees were flying, spread from the distance to the hall. This is? Yi Yan looked at the sudden appearance of the heaven and earth vision and was a little surprised. Senior, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that after the dragon subduing celestial steel of Xianluo heaven flew back, the ghost well would appear. The black-robed old man's face flashed with a touch of joy and said excitedly. What good luck, Yi Yan nodded with a smile. He originally thought that he would have to wait for a while, but he did not expect the heaven and earth vision of the ghost well to appear. Heaven helps those who help themselves. In fact, for a small ghost well, with Yi Yan's terrifying ability, he could easily find it and then find out who was behind it. But if he did it so quickly, he would lose some of the fun of exploration. Now that the ghost well was about to appear, Yi Yan saved some steps. After the heaven and earth vision appears, how long will it take for the ghost well to officially appear? Yi Yan asked with a smile. Senior, it will take about 10 days, the black-robed old man replied honestly. Yes. Yi Yan nodded. He looked in a certain direction and suddenly asked, what treasures did the other three beyond heavens obtain? A bitter look appeared on the black-robed old man's face as he hurriedly explained, Senior, I don't know either. Every sect strictly keeps this a secret. Yes. Yi Yan didn't ask any more questions and nodded lightly. Now that there were still 10 days left, it was just the right time to investigate the other forces. Thinking of this, Yi Yan turned around and walked out of the hall. The other demonic beasts didn't make a sound and just followed closely behind. Looking at the group of terrifying great demons about to leave Xianluo heaven, the black-robed burly old man was covered in sweat and gently exhaled. Just now, Xianluo heaven had really walked through the gates of hell. He was really lucky. For Xianluo heaven, it was only a loss of a dragon suppressing heavenly steel. No one in the sect was injured. This was already very lucky. Originally, he wanted to leak this matter to the higher-ups, but on second thought, he absolutely couldn't do so. If he angered these terrifying great demons, in the future, an eternal realm great demon would quietly come and the entire Xianluo heaven would be destroyed. If Xianluo heaven was destroyed, even if the heaven-level sect avenged them, what could they do? Wouldn't their sacrifice be in vain? Just as the black-robed burly old man thought of this, his eyes suddenly became blurred, and so did the others. After a few seconds, they sobered up again. What happened just now? Damn it, why did our dragon suppressing heavenly steel disappear? The white-faced old man looked at the empty altar and said with a look of horror. Why did the dragon suppressing heavenly steel disappear? The black-robed burly old man's forehead was sweating as he shouted in shock. Look, there's a heaven and earth phenomenon in the distant sky. A black-robed old man pointed into the distance and said. Everyone quickly looked over. Great, the ghost well is about to appear. The black-robed burly old man looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky and said excitedly. Although the dragon suppressing heavenly steel had disappeared, the ghost well was about to appear, giving them a new opportunity. The dragon suppressing heavenly steel disappeared. Could it have returned to the ghost well? The white-faced old man guessed. Isn't there still a chance? The black-robed burly old man frowned. Logically speaking, there should be one chance, but only a few of us can control the dragon-suppressing celestial monument. Now that it has suddenly disappeared, and the world has changed, there is a high chance that it has returned to the ghost well. The white-faced old man thought and said. The treasures in the ghost well are all peerless magic treasures, but there's a limit to the number of times they can be used. I guess that the dragon suppressing heavenly steel's energy is insufficient, so it flew back to the ghost well to replenish its energy. Maybe it will fly out again. Another black-robed old man said with a smile. He expressed a very optimistic attitude about the dragon suppressing heavenly steel's flight. I hope so. But this time, let's buy a few more fishing rods and try to catch a few more treasures. The black-robed burly old man clenched his fists, looking excited and longing. Fishing treasures from the ghost well depended on one's luck and had nothing to do with one's strength. Our generation is the strongest in Xianxia heaven. Our luck shouldn't be wrong, the white-faced old man said with a smile. Haha, that's right. The other black-robed old man also nodded and laughed. Pack up, we're going to the flying deity city. The black-robed old man waved his hand and made a decision. Now that the heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared, they had to rush to the flying deity city and buy the deep well fishing rods as soon as possible. Although the heaven and earth phenomenon in the void in the distance affected a wide range and almost all the cultivators in the Sun-Sky dynasty saw it, they did not understand that this phenomenon represented the ghost well. The buzzing sound gradually became weaker, and the strange phenomenon disappeared abruptly. All the cultivators in the Sun-Sky dynasty looked at the sudden heaven and earth phenomenon and were a little confused. They did not know what it meant. This is really strange. What is this heaven and earth phenomenon? A grand elder of a high-rank sect stood at the top of a mountain and looked in a certain direction with a puzzled expression. According to the ancient records of the sect, such a heaven and earth phenomenon had only appeared 2 or 3 times in the past tens of thousands of years. A middle-aged man stood beside the grand elder. Could it be that some treasure has appeared? The middle-aged man guessed. There can't be any treasure. If there really was, how could we not know? The grand elder said indifferently. All right. The middle-aged man could only nod helplessly. This kind of question and answer situation happened in various places in the Sun-Sky dynasty. It wasn't just the sects of the human race. Even the forces of the demon race were speculating about the origin of this phenomenon. But no one could figure it out. When the spectral well appeared, only the members of the 4 beyond heavens would know the true coordinates and enter that mysterious space. The 4 beyond heavens had first discovered these coordinates tens of thousands of years ago. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Therefore, the coordinates were sealed by the 4 beyond heavens at that time. Flying deity city. In a secret room. Unexpected. The ghost well has finally appeared. The silver-robed young man opened his eyes and smiled with anticipation. Buzz, a white light suddenly lit up in front of the silver-robed young man, and a small teleportation formation appeared out of thin air. Rays of silver light flashed. 10 fishing rods sparkling with silver light appeared in the void as the array formation disappeared. Is this the deep well fishing rod? There are still 10 of them, not much different from before. The silver-robed young man grabbed one of the fishing rods, looked at it for a moment, and said with a smile. The Divine Secret Pavilion was a very mysterious and low-key sect. As an outer disciple of the Divine Secret Pavilion, there were many core secrets that he did not know. Now, in the Flying Immortal City, he was just a puppet on strings. Whenever the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion wanted him to do something, they would use a special method to convey the task to him. For example, this time, he would be the host of the auction of the deep well fishing rod. The target of the auction was naturally the 4 supreme sects of the Sun-Sky dynasty. They were also known as the 4 beyond heavens. Xianxia heaven, Great Sun heaven, 9th underworld heaven, and Blood Spirit heaven. A black carriage left Xianxia heaven. As it was leaving, Yi would naturally get rid of the memories of the higher-ups of Xianxia heaven. Ever since his rebirth, Yi had been very careful. Master, the vision has disappeared. The big black horse pursed its lips and said with a smile. Yi nodded. After he left, the conversation of the black-robed old men in the Xianxia heaven palace naturally entered his mind. Therefore, Yi naturally knew that he had to make a trip to the flying deity city to auction the deep well fishing rod within 10 days. Isn't it just the blood of the divine dragon? Yi sat in the carriage with a cold smile on his face. If he needed the blood of the divine dragon, he would naturally do some shady business. There were very few divine dragons in the Sungnon continent, so the blood of the divine dragon was naturally insufficient. Although the blood of other divine beasts could be used as a substitute, the effect was not the best. Therefore, this time, Yi Yun was going to the Flying Deity City to deliver some divine dragon blood. However, before heading to the Flying Immortal City, Yi Yun prepared to make a trip to the most mysterious of the four great beyond heavens, the Blood Spirit Heaven. Shenluo Heaven was located in the east of the Sky Sun dynasty. As for the mysterious Blood Spirit Sky, it was located in the coldest northern part of the Sky Sun dynasty. The entire sect was situated in the snowy mountains. After sending the coordinates to the big black horse, Yi Yun closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The big black horse pulled the carriage and flew towards the northernmost direction. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, behind us, there are a few snow condors, the big black horse that was pulling the carriage suddenly said. Uncle Ma, those are just a few Fate State snow condors. What's there to be concerned about? The big black cat widened its eyes and asked in confusion. What do you know? The big black horse glared at him, then swallowed hard and said with difficulty, I saw a child inside. He looked very similar to Master. What? There's a child who looks like Master? How is that possible? The group of sleepy demonic beasts on the carriage suddenly became alert and projected out their powerful divine senses. Oh, my God, why does that child look exactly like Master? The immortal silkworm also exclaimed. Although she looks very similar to old Master, she's still a little girl, the jade spider curled its lips. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? She's a little girl and she looks so much like Master. If she dresses like a man and grows a little taller, I really wonder if she's Master. The Blood Chief Evil Dragon widened its blood-red eyes and looked into the distance in disbelief. The other wild beasts were also shocked. Master, they found something incredible outside. In the carriage, Mu Qing couldn't help but say when she saw that Yi Yun was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Is that so? I didn't expect to run into such a thing. Yi Yun ended his cultivation and looked at the snow condors that were flying rapidly in the distance with interest. On top of the snow condors, there were cultivators wearing white clothes. On the chest of the white-clothed cultivators, there were 3 words Blood Spirit Heaven embroidered. The 3 words were dark red like blood. They are actually people from the Blood Spirit Heaven? Yi Yun was slightly startled as he didn't expect to encounter the mysterious Blood Spirit Heaven's disciples in this place. On top of the snow condors, there were children who were around 10 years old. There were both males and females. Some of them had calm expressions while some of them had panicked expressions. These children's cultivation levels weren't high and the highest cultivation level was only at the primary sea realm. If such a cultivation level was placed in a small place like the ancient Moon Dynasty, they would naturally be considered experts. But if they were in the Sky Sun Dynasty, it would be extremely low. Yi Yun's eyes landed on one of the white-clothed little girls. This little girl's white clothes were a little dirty and her face was covered in dust. But she had a pair of bright and spirited eyes that had a clear distinction between black and white. It was very spirited and left a deep impression. She looked left and right and her eyes were filled with anxiety. She really does look like me. After observing for a moment, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh. If a little boy looked similar to him, it could be described as a coincidence. But if it was a little girl, Yi Yun had a strange feeling and it was an indescribable discomfort. After pulling open the curtains, Yi Yun walked out. Master, you aren't going to personally take a look at that little girl, right? The outspoken jade spider asked. I will go take a look, Yi Yun laughed and replied. Immediately after, he soared into the sky and blocked the snow condor's flight path. These ferrets quickly flew closer and discovered that a white-robed young man was blocking the void in front of him. Those Blood Spirit Heaven's disciples' faces instantly turned gloomy. Move aside. One of the young disciples yelled out. You're just a Fate State disciple. How dare you be so arrogant? Is this how the Blood Spirit Heaven teaches its disciples? Yi Yun smiled indifferently and gently patted the air, sending the young man flying. In midair, the young man spat out a large mouthful of blood. The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. Brother, help. I don't want to go to the blood spirit heaven. I don't want to accept the planting of a spirit. The little girl suddenly shouted as she stretched out her arm and waved at Yi Yun. Shut up. All of you have to accept the planting of a spirit. A young disciple of the blood spirit heaven took out a whip and whipped it at the little girl. A figure flashed. Yi Yun appeared next to the little girl and grabbed the whip. Get lost. Yi Yun roared furiously. A sound wave surged out, sending all the blood spirit heaven disciples on the snow eagle flying. Yi Yun didn't kill anyone. Because he had a feeling that the blood spirit heaven was somehow related to Yun Xiao. If it was really Yun Xiao's legacy, then those disciples were naturally related to Yun Xiao in some way. Not for the sake of the monk, but for the sake of the Buddha. Of course, Yi Yun wouldn't go on a killing spree. For him, killing those Fate State kids was really boring. Brother, you are so powerful. Take me away from here. The little girl's eyes lit up as if she had seen her savior. She rushed over and hugged Yi Yun's thigh with a hopeful look. Take you away? Yi Yun lowered his head and looked into the little girl's eyes. At that moment, he had an illusion that this little girl was simply another version of himself. A long-lost twin sister. Aya, the two of them are too alike, it's as if they were carved from the same mold as Master. Is this a coincidence? Or is this Master's bloodline? On the black carriage. The beasts were all discussing in shock. Yi Yun looked at the little girl. The voices of the demonic beasts naturally reached his ears. Bloodline, how was that possible? 100,000 years ago, although Yi Yun was a romantic figure with many female confidants, but because of the divine dragon bloodline, it also made his reproductive ability extremely difficult, just like the dragon clan. There was no doubt about the strength of the dragon clan. But in terms of reproductive ability, it was extremely difficult. So, Yi Yun believed that he would definitely not have any bloodline left in this world. Taking a step back. Even if there were bloodline descendants, who knew how many generations had reproduced in 100,000 years, it would be impossible for them to look exactly the same as him. As a transmigrator, Yi Yun still had common sense in this area. Based on the above reasons, Yi Yun's first thought was to draw a clear line between him and the little girl in terms of bloodline. The disciples of Blood Spirit Heaven flew over on their snow eagles and surrounded the snow eagle that Yi Yun was standing on. Sir, these are the seeds of our Blood Spirit Heaven and can be considered as our Blood Spirit Heaven's disciples. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, lest you anger our Blood Spirit Heaven. A young man crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes burning with anger as he said in a deep voice. Their Blood Spirit Heaven was one of the 4 supreme heavens of the Tiansun dynasty. Blood Spirit Heaven was a supreme sect and was extremely powerful. It was also the most mysterious of the 4 supreme heavens. Usually, it rarely appeared in the world. It would only appear in the vast territory of the Tiansun dynasty when looking for the seeds of the Spirit Heaven. Blood Spirit Heaven's disciples? Yi Yun smiled faintly, not taking this statement seriously at all. The little girl panicked. She shook Yi Yun's thigh and impatiently begged, Brother, I don't want to be planted with a spirit. Please take me away. Yi Yun gently patted the little girl's forehead. He looked at the surrounding blood spirit sky disciples and said with a smile, I'll keep this little girl. As for the other children, you can take them back. After saying that, Yi Yun pulled the little girl and soared into the air. The blood spirit heaven's disciples, who had suffered a loss before, did not dare to do anything to Yi Yun. They immediately dodged to the side. They gathered together and began to discuss with gloomy expressions. This young lady is extremely talented, and the success rate of planting a spirit is very high. It would be a pity if she were to be lost. A disciple sighed and said, So what? This person is unfathomable. Even if we join forces, we're still no match for him. Another young man shrugged and said helplessly, Let's go back first. Just report this matter to the sect. Another person said. After the discussion, they cupped their fists at Yi Yun to express their respect for the strong. They then controlled a few snow eagles and quickly left the place. Little girl, what's your name? Yi Yun looked at the snow eagles that had turned into small black dots. He suddenly lowered his head and asked the little girl with a smile. I don't have a name. Brother, everyone calls me Little Seven. After escaping from the tiger's den, the little girl revealed a mouthful of white teeth and replied with a bright smile. Where is your home? I'll send someone to send you back. Yi Yan asked with a smile. Although this little girl looked very similar to him, Yi Yan did not have the intention to keep her. After all, this little girl's cultivation was too low. Brother, I'm a disciple of the Lone Bamboo Dynasty's Green Cloud sect. I was captured by the blood spirit sky. The little girl said. Rui, send her back. Yi Yan turned his head and looked in the direction of the carriage. His gaze then fell on the jade Rui spider. The jade Rui spider was also a little girl. As a true god, it would not be a problem to send this little girl back. Yes, master. The jade Rui spider agreed happily. With a shake of its body, it turned into a little girl carved out of jade. She took a step forward and instantly came to Little Seven's side. Little girl, I'll send you back. The jade Rui spider grabbed Little Seven's hand and said with a smile. Sister, so you're from the demon clan. You seem to have a high cultivation. Little Seven looked at the jade Rui spider and said with admiration. It's all right. Show me the way and I'll bring you back. The jade Rui spider was overjoyed by the praise and chuckled. Sister, over there. Little Seven raised her hand and pointed in a certain direction. The jade Rui spider took her little hand and said goodbye to Yi Yan. Then, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Yi Yan returned to the carriage and entered it. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, the black horse carriage disappeared from its original spot. Yi Yan naturally had to go to the mysterious blood spirit sky. He also wanted to know if the blood spirit sky was the legacy of the blood spirit divine sect and if it had anything to do with Xianxia. In the void, a stream of light flew past at an extremely fast speed. Wow, pretty sister, aren't you too fast? Looking at the blurry scene around her, Little Seven's eyes widened in shock. She could not believe what she was seeing. This kind of speed had already surpassed her understanding. Of course I have to be faster. I still have to go back and cultivate. The jade Rui spider said with a smile. The jade Rui spider took into account that the little girl beside her was too weak and did not want to scare her. Therefore, it did not tear the space apart. Otherwise, with her true god realm strength, it would be faster to tear the space apart. Elder sister, what kind of person is your family's master? Why do I look exactly like him? Little Seven blinked her eyes and asked. Sigh, you little girl, your reaction is a bit too slow. Only now do you realize that you look similar to my master? The jade Rui spider turned to look at the little girl beside her and shook its head with a bitter smile. Little Seven looked at that familiar face. She had a feeling that she was looking at her master. Pretty sister, don't tell me I am that big brother's long-lost twin sister? Little Seven used her hand to support her chin and blinked her large eyes. Don't make such nonsense. The jade Rui spider looked around carefully and warned in a soft voice. Who was the master? He was an invincible existence in the myriad of worlds. He might be staying in this small world and was abnormally low profile, but it was undeniable that the master had the strength to casually destroy this small world. A person like the master had lived for 100,000 years. How could he have a twin sister who was only at the primary sea realm? Actually, I am an orphan. Little Seven's expression suddenly changed as she spoke with sorrow. Orphan, the jade Rui spider was startled. Was this little girl deliberately making things up? Sister, if you don't believe me, you will know when we return to the Green Sunset sect, Little Seven spoke in a serious tone. All right. The jade Rui spider agreed without hesitation. In less than 1 hour, the two of them descended from the sky above the Green Sunset sect. The Green Sunset sect was just an ordinary small sect. It had a total of 7 peaks and each peak was an inheritance. The peak that the two of them landed on was the 7th peak. Little Seven, didn't you go to the blood spirit heaven? Why are you back? An elder with white hair and a youthful complexion walked out from the wooden house and saw 2 young ladies descending from the sky. He couldn't help but ask with shock. Master, hurry up and tell this pretty sister if I am an orphan. Little Seven landed and asked impatiently. The old man was stunned. He did not expect his beloved disciple, Xiaoqi, to ask such a question as soon as she returned. Who was that little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade? She seemed to have a high cultivation level. As the peak master of the seventh peak, the old man was already at the peak of the celestial bridge realm and was considered one of the top experts in the Green Cloud sect. Master, didn't you say that I was an orphan? I was picked up from the mountains, wasn't I? Xiaoqi was anxious and hurriedly questioned loudly. That's true. Xiaoqi, why do you ask? The old man was puzzled. Master, I might have found my twin brother. That brother looks exactly like me, Xiaoqi said excitedly as she clenched her little fist. Twin brother? The old man was stunned and his face was filled with shock. That was too unbelievable, wasn't it? Xiaoqi's aptitude was not high and she was a girl. It was understandable that she was abandoned by her biological parents. However, the other party was a boy who carried on the family line. How could he be so cruelly abandoned? Such parents really made one's heart turn cold. Of course, the old man had other considerations as well. Perhaps the parents were on the run at that time and abandoned the two children in different places. Such things were not uncommon in the world of cultivation. This little girl is too careless, isn't she? She wants to be reunited with the master? The jade ruri spider's expression changed drastically. The master was incomparably sacred in her heart. She could not tolerate any blasphemy. If the little girl was not personally appointed by the master and personally escorted by her, the jade ruri spider would have started a massacre because of that sentence. She did not care if Xiaoqi was cute or not. In her eyes, a cute appearance was nothing more than a skin. Although she was dissatisfied, the jade ruri spider held back. Yes, master. That brother looks exactly like me, but he's taller than me. Xiaoqi clapped her hands excitedly. The old man had raised Xiaoqi since she was young and naturally knew that this little girl would not lie. He was happy and said with a smile, maybe he really is your brother. Xiaoqi turned around and looked at the jade ruri spider excitedly. She said, haha. I told you. Sister, you have to bring me back. I want to be reunited with my brother. Family recognition? The jade ruri spider nearly vomited blood. How could old master be related to her by blood? It was completely unrelated. The old man suddenly took out an ancient jade tablet and said to Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi, the only thing that can prove your identity is this jade tablet. Back then, I named you based on the jade pendant. A fragrant wind blew past. Little Seven rushed over and grabbed the jade token. My goodness, master, you're still hiding this thing. You didn't tell me all this time. Little Seven grumbled. The old man blushed and was speechless. Although she was his disciple, he still treated Little Seven as his own daughter. Thus, he had never taken out this jade token. But today, Xiaoqi met her twin brother. The old man felt that he should take out the jade tablet that could prove Xiaoqi's identity. This way, it would be easier for the two of them to recognize each other. Little Seven flew over like a butterfly. She grabbed the wishful jade spider's little hand and impatiently said, Sister, quickly take me back. My brother might have a jade tablet like this too. The wishful jade spider's face stiffened. Her throat seemed to be blocked and she could not speak. She reached out and grabbed the jade tablet in her hand. Then, she carefully examined it. This jade tablet was extremely old. It looked like it had been there for a long time. On the front, there was a picture of two dragons playing with a pearl. On the back, there was a red chi written on the back. The red did not look like an ordinary dye. Because it had been there for too long, it was dark red. It looked like human blood. This child, Little Seven, has lost her parents since she was young. If she could meet her biological brother, her life would be complete. The old man looked at the delicate and pretty little girl and said with hope in his voice. He did not look down on this little girl. Moreover, the old man felt a faint demonic aura from this little girl. Her cultivation was higher than his and she was from the demon clan. It was hard to imagine how powerful this little girl was. Sister, I beg you. Take me back to find my brother. Little Seven kept begging. The wishful jade spider fell silent. Looking at the little face that resembled old master's, she hesitated for a moment. To take it or not, if she did not take it, she would be too embarrassed to refuse. After thinking for a while, the wishful jade spider decided to take the little girl back and let Old Master make the decision himself. If Old Master thought that this little girl was not his biological sister, then she would at most make another trip to the Green Cloud sect. Little Seven, then I will take you back to Old Master. The wishful jade spider nodded. Thank you, sister. Little Seven jumped up excitedly, her little face flushed red. A ray of light rose. The wishful jade spider took Little Seven back. At this time, Yi had arrived in the sky above a silver snowy mountain. Strange, wishful jade is back, but why did it bring that little girl back too? Yi looked at the snowy mountain in the distance, leisurely looking for traces of the blood spirit heaven sect. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the undead celestial silkworm. Didn't Old Master ask Senior Wishful Jade to send that little girl back? Why did it bring her back? The big black cat sat up and looked into the distance. The other demonic beasts were curious and also looked behind. It seems that things have changed a little, Yi said with a smile. Although the wishful jade spider had the temperament of a little girl, it was not a reckless person. It was likely that it brought Little Seven back with a deep meaning. A ray of light fell. Two very cute little girls appeared. Old Master, I brought her back again. Little Seven has a jade token that proves her identity. She said that she wants to acknowledge you. The wishful jade spider stuck out its little tongue and shrugged with a wry smile. Jade token? Yi was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Little Seven to be so persistent. Brother, we look exactly the same. You should be my long-lost brother, right? Do you also have a jade token like this? Little Seven's face was bright. She suddenly jumped to Yi side and handed the jade token over. Yi took the jade token. In an instant, his expression changed greatly. His eyes stared straight at the jade token and he was instantly immersed in a long memory. That jade token. If he remembered correctly, he had personally given it to Xianxia back then. 100,000 years had passed. Xianxia had already lived for 3 lifetimes. Shouldn't this jade token be with Xianxia? Could this little girl be Xianxia's and my bloodline? Yi frowned and suddenly thought of this impossible possibility. He looked over and his gaze penetrated Little Seven's flesh and blood. Little Seven did not have any dragon clan bloodline in her. According to common sense, if Little Seven was really the descendant of Yi and Xianxia's bloodline from 100,000 years ago, even if the bloodline had been passed down for many generations, there should be some divine dragon bloodline in her blood. Xianxia's original body was from the dragon clan. Yi's divine dragon bloodline was extremely concentrated. Their descendants must also have the divine dragon bloodline. Old Master, what's wrong? Seeing the sudden change in Old Master's expression, the jade rui spider was flustered and stammered. As soon as the jade pendant appeared, Old Master was immersed in his memories. Could it be that Little Seven was really Old Master's biological younger sister? Thinking that she was Old Master's biological sister, the jade rui spider became excited. The jade spider grew excited. It felt as if it had done something it should have done. The other demonic beasts beside the carriage looked at each other. The little girl in front of them was only about 10 years old. It was impossible for her to be Old Master's sister who had lived for 100,000 years. But why did that jade pendant with an ancient aura make Old Master look absent-minded? The demonic beasts were confused. Brother, do you also have such a jade pendant? Looking at the change in Yi's expression, Little Seven saw an opportunity and asked excitedly. Yi was silent. In his eyes, a tiny rune the size of a star flashed. The heavenly illusionary eye was activated. Little Seven's expression suddenly became sluggish. At this moment, Yi's consciousness entered Little Seven's memory. Little Seven's memory was very short. She only had a few years of memories and did not have any clues that he wanted. This is strange. Who is this little girl? Yi retracted his consciousness and gently exhaled. His eyes were filled with confusion. He turned the jade pendant over and Yi saw the blood-red word 7 on the back of the jade pendant. 7. What does this mean? Yi's eyes flickered and his mind spun quickly. The blood-red handwriting looked somewhat unfamiliar. But vaguely, there was a sense of familiarity. It seemed familiar but also unfamiliar. It was a strange feeling. Yi Yun gently rubbed his hand. When his fingers came into contact with the dark red words, he suddenly felt an extremely weak aura of the divine dragon bloodline in the blood. This aura was too weak. It was unbelievably weak. If not for Yi Yun's powerful strength, he would not have found this clue. The divine dragon bloodline. Yi Yun closed his eyes and carefully felt the weak aura of the divine dragon bloodline. The expression on his face slowly froze. Yi Yun was in disbelief. The divine dragon bloodline came from the 5 elements true dragon. No wonder the word 7 was so familiar. It was written on the jade pendant with Yunjiao's blood, Yi Yun thought. He opened his eyes and looked at little 7 again. It was Yunjiao's jade pendant. Yunjiao's blood words on the back of the jade pendant. Although the bloodline aura of the 5 elements true dragon was extremely weak, Yi Yun could still tell that it was the blood of the cloud sky 5 elements true dragon that was lying in the crystal coffin in the Langya Grotto heaven. Could this child be this child Yun? A bold guess suddenly appeared in Yi Yun's heart. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he quickly dismissed it. If it was Yun Xiao, how could she look exactly like him? Shouldn't she look like Yun Xiao herself? If it was Yun Xiao, little 7 should have the bloodline aura of the 5 elements true dragon. Even if the bloodline aura was very weak, it could not be completely wiped out. Yi Yun would definitely sense it. This matter seems very complicated. Look at Master standing there for a long time without saying anything. Bai Hai Tong Tian lowered his head and whispered. Yes. Master must have known some truth. The undead celestial silkworm nodded. The big black cat was curious and could not help asking in a low voice, Seniors, is this little girl really Master's sister? Don't talk nonsense. This is not something you and I can participate in. The undead celestial silkworm glared at it. The big black cat immediately shut its mouth and did not dare to speak again. Little 7 saw that Yi Yun had been pondering and finally became anxious. Brother, what did you find? Am I your younger sister? Little 7's little face flushed red and could not help but shake Yi Yun's arm. I'm not sure yet, but I've decided to recognize you as my sister first. Yi Yun said with a gentle smile on his face. Hee, although brother doesn't want to admit it, I'm now brother's sister. Maybe in the future when brother thinks it through, he'll really recognize me. Little 7 cheered. Master, the jade spider at the side wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and gently waved it in the air, indicating that the demon beast should not follow. Then, he took little 7's hand and led her toward the snowy mountain in front of him. Looking at the 2 figures, one big and one small, gradually disappearing into the sky above the snowy mountain, the jade spider was completely stunned. What did Master mean by this? He did not recognize little 7 as his sister but recognized her as his sister. A cold wind blew. Heavy snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The world became even colder. The jade spider sighed and returned to the carriage, turning back into a crystal-clear little spider. She felt a little gloomy, so she lowered her head and started cultivating. The other demon beasts looked at each other and did not dare to say anything. The big black horse landed from the sky and stopped in a place where there was no wind. The demon beasts had a tacit understanding and started to cultivate in silence. The wind and snow were getting thicker. Yi Yun held little 7's hand and walked all the way to the depths of the snowy mountain. He suddenly stopped and descended from the sky. The 2 of them stood on the snowy mountain. Yi Yun looked at the space in front of him and smiled. Brother, what's wrong? Little 7 asked curiously. There's a blood spirit seal in front. After saying something that little 7 did not understand, Yi Yun's eyes lit up. With a smile on his face, he went around the blood spirit seal. The blood spirit sky was indeed inherited from the blood spirit sect. In this mountain range, there were sparse blood spirit seals in the distance. This meant that the mysterious blood spirit sky was not far ahead. Holding little 7's hand, Yi Yun continued to walk forward. Along the way, he went around many blood spirit seals. Little 7, why are you so afraid of planting spirits? Yi Yun asked casually. Brother, this kind of spirit is very dangerous. If I'm not careful, there's a risk of dying. I haven't lived long enough. Little Seven grabbed a handful of snow and threw it far away with a smile. To cultivate the blood spirit sky's cultivation technique, you have to start from planting spirits, right? Yi Yin smiled. Little Seven said angrily, according to those despicable fellows, planting spirits is the first step. After planting spirits, you are considered an inner sect disciple and can cultivate the supreme cultivation technique of the blood spirit sky. Yi Yin nodded. This blood spirit forbidden art was truly a strange martial art. Just the planting of the spirit alone would disqualify many people. Soon, an incense stick's worth of time passed. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared on a towering silver mountain range. Looking at the snow-white buildings in the vast valley in the distance, Yi Yin smiled. This was the mysterious blood spirit sky. Blood spirit seals of various sizes were hidden all around the valley, firmly protecting the entire sect. This is? Yi Yin's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the valley's plaza, he saw a huge silver statue of a woman. The woman had an exquisite figure and a pair of deep eyes that were as bright as the stars in the sky. Unfortunately, she was wearing a mask, so no one could see her face. Could it be Xianxia? Yi Yin was looking forward to it and he was especially excited. At this moment, a large crowd poured out from the surrounding buildings. Many of them were children around 10 years old. Everyone stood in order in the plaza and then most of them knelt in front of the statue. You are all new disciples. Before the planting spirit ceremony begins, you must pay your respects to the blood spirit sky's ancestor. A beautiful woman with fair skin and a cold temperament stood under the statue and said solemnly. Greetings, primogenitor. Everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the statue of the woman. After 3 kowtows, everyone raised their heads and waited for the spirit planting to begin. Blood spirit sky's primogenitor, Yi Yin chuckled and pulled Xiaoqi forward. He walked slowly in the air but after a few steps, he was already above the square. Yi Yin's sudden appearance attracted everyone's attention. Who is it? The enchanting beauty's face turned cold as she looked at the figure in the air with a shocked expression. Blood spirit sky was surrounded by blood spirit seals. How did this white-clothed youth enter? There were no signs of the blood spirit seal being activated. The white-clothed youth seemed to have found a special path and entered the core square of blood spirit sky. Swoosh swoosh, all the blood spirit sky disciples in the square soared into the air and surrounded Yi Yin. Could it be Xianxia? Yi Yin didn't care about these people at all. Instead, he raised his hand and gently grabbed the statue woman's mask. How dare you blaspheme our blood spirit sky's primogenitor? The enchanting beauty roared and everyone charged at Yi Yin. Everyone formed seals with their hands and rays of blood light flew over. Each ray of blood light was a blood spirit seal. The blood spirit seal was said to be indestructible. Once trapped, a weak person would not be able to escape. Yi Yin did not care. He moved his hand gently and the mask on the statue flew away. Looking at that beautiful and familiar little face, Yi Yin's body stiffened. His eyes were fixed on the statue, sparkling and translucent. It was Xianxia. Just as Yi Yin had guessed. Blood spirit sky was created by Xianxia. Pop pop, the sound of bubbles popping rang around Yi Yin. All of the blood spirit seals formed by the blood light were destroyed 10 meters in front of Yi Yin. They did not have any effect at all. Who is this person? How can he have such a strong cultivation? You can easily break through our blood spirit heaven's blood spirit restriction? The enchanting beauty looked at Yi Yin in shock. In the next moment, she didn't dare to make a move. The other disciples of the blood spirit heaven were also stunned. The blood spirit heaven had dominated the heavenly sun dynasty for tens of thousands of years and had never seen anyone who could easily break the blood spirit seal. This big sister is so beautiful. Little Seven raised her head and looked at Yunjiao's statue. Her big watery eyes were filled with intelligence. Other than beauty, do you have any other feelings? Little Seven. Yi Yin said softly. No, I don't feel anything. Little Seven shook her head. Seeing that Little Seven didn't have the slightest sense of intimacy with Yunjiao's statue, Yi Yin felt a trace of disappointment in his heart. Little Seven was definitely not a descendant of his and Yunjiao's bloodline. It shouldn't be Xianxia either. Otherwise, it was impossible for Little Seven to have such a reaction after seeing Yunjiao's statue. Clang, 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 3 melodious bell tolls suddenly reverberated around the valley. Rays of blood light flew out from the buildings in the distance. The disciples of the blood spirit heaven seemed to have turned out in full force. Like a vast red tide, they completely enveloped Yiyun. Set up the formation. Kill the invading enemy. Someone shouted loudly. The positions of the blood spirit heaven disciples changed and formed a peerless formation in an instant. A powerful formation aura instantly locked onto Yiyun. Almost all of the disciples were forming hand seals, forming blood spirit seals one after another, gathering them in the formation. This formation isn't weak. Yiyun retracted his gaze and looked at the blood spirit heaven disciples around him. His eyes were filled with a strange expression as he smiled slightly. This was the inheritance left behind by Yun Xiao. Yiyun naturally couldn't start a massacre here. This person invaded our blood spirit heaven and blasphemed our ancestor. This is a heinous crime that cannot be forgiven. In the center of the formation, a beautiful middle-aged woman in a blood-red robe formed hand seals and looked coldly at Yiyun as she shouted. Kill! A huge explosion like a tide resounded throughout the blood spirit heaven. At this moment, all the blood spirit heaven disciples were filled with righteous indignation. They were united against a common enemy, causing the formation to erupt with unimaginable power. Yiyun was indifferent. Big brother, this formation is so scary, little Seven said in horror. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. Yiyun gently stroked little Seven's head with a smile. Countless blood spirit seals flowed in the center of the formation before converging into a river of blood. Like a torrential wave, it swooped down with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. A great battle was about to break out. Suddenly, a furious roar could be heard from a distant mountain peak. Blood spirit heaven disciples, stop. It was the voice of an old woman. Hearing this voice, all of the blood spirit heaven's disciples were stunned. In an instant, they changed their hand seals, and the blood-red river froze in midair. Yiyun's expression changed. Suddenly, a blood-red figure appeared above the formation out of thin air. It was an old woman in blood-red robes. Her face was old, but she had white hair and a ruddy complexion. She looked like she'd lived for a long time. Greetings, esteemed ancestor. The beautiful middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically when she saw the old woman, and she immediately fell to her knees in midair. The other blood spirit heaven disciples followed suit. Whoosh, the old woman waved her hand, and the river of blood immediately dispersed. Senior, the old woman looked at Yiyun with growing agitation. Her aged body actually began to tremble. Yiyun was mildly surprised. The old woman seemed to have recognized him. Do you recognize me? Yiyun asked coolly. Senior, you're finally here. The old woman knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't stop crying. Yiyun took a deep breath. He seemed to understand something. Yun Xiao had left a backup plan. In the entire blood spirit heaven, only the old woman knew. Get up first. Yiyun waved his hand. A wave of magic power swept out and helped the old woman to her feet. The old woman trembled as she took out an ancient painting. She slowly opened it and pointed the painting at Yiyun. Yiyun looked at the portrait in the painting. His heart was in turmoil. The portrait in the painting was naturally of himself. Himself from 100,000 years ago. Senior, the ancestor was right. You're still alive. The old woman compared the portrait in the painting with the young man in white. She became more agitated, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Only the esteemed ancestor was qualified to know the secret left behind by the ancestor. Even the sect master of the blood spirit heaven didn't have the right to know. The ancestor had always been waiting for a man. She had always believed that this man would come one day. Senior, please come with me, the old woman bowed respectfully and said in a low voice. Yiyun nodded. He took Xiaoqi's hand and followed the old woman. Who is this person? The disciples of the blood spirit sky watched Yiyun's figure disappear with puzzled expressions on their faces. Senior, the courtyard in front is a forbidden area of the blood spirit sky. You have to enter it personally. This is what the founder instructed. The old lady in blood-red clothes led Yiyun to the side of the courtyard and spoke respectfully. All right. Yi Yin nodded quietly and pulled Xiaoqi in. The courtyard wasn't big. It was plain and simple. In the middle of the courtyard was an ancient tile-roofed house. Yi Yin pushed open the door and entered. A crystal coffin that was emitting a faint glow appeared in his line of sight. Big brother, is there a dead person inside? Xiaoqi didn't know why, but she felt fear in her heart as she looked at the coffin. She even started to tremble. Don't be afraid. Yi Yin patted her head gently and said with a smile. After being comforted by Yi Yin, Xiaoqi didn't seem as afraid as before. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yin walked slowly to the crystal coffin. Inside the crystal coffin was a white skeleton in green clothes. The skeleton was petite and obviously belonged to a woman. Yi Yin sighed softly and touched the crystal coffin with his hand. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes again. Without a doubt, the one lying in the crystal coffin was Yunjiao's second body. As for her third body, it had been taken away by a ray of light that descended from the sky. Her whereabouts had been unknown ever since. It was because of her second body that Yunjiao founded the Blood Spirit Sky. Beside Yunjiao's corpse was an ancient painting. It was the painting of Yi Yin. Little lass. You won't let me go even if you die? Yi Yin smiled gently, his eyes filled with sorrow. Then, he shifted his gaze and saw that the skeleton was still holding a letter in its white hand. Yi Yin knew that all the secrets about Yunjiao should be in this letter. Yi Yin reached out and grabbed the letter. After tearing open the seal on the letter, Yi Yin took out the letter and read it carefully. Big brother Yun, if you see this letter one day, it means that you aren't dead. This coincides with my guess. Actually, I have always felt that you aren't truly dead. That feeling is extremely strong. Yi Yin couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he read this. Was this the feeling of the unseen world? Both of them had divine dragon bloodlines, so it was reasonable for them to have such a premonition. Yi Yin continued reading. Big brother Yun, in order to survive, I cultivated the great oblivion Tao. However, this divine power cultivation technique is more terrifying than I imagined. I was afraid that I would forget about you and the past one day. Therefore, I made a shocking decision. I created a new avatar from my main body and placed all my past and memories in this avatar. That way, even if this avatar perishes one day, she would still retain her memories of brother Yun in the depths of her soul. Yi Yun's hands trembled slightly as her emotions fluctuated. Tears slowly rolled down her cheeks and landed on the crystal coffin. Yunjiao's sacrifice was too great. Even though Yi Yun's Tao heart was as firm as a rock, there were cracks in it at that moment. Big brother Yun, only by cultivating the great oblivion Tao can my original body break through to the true God realm. After breaking through to the true God realm, there will be a long lifespan waiting for you. If you appear in this world one day, I believe that you will have a chance to find me. Although I couldn't recognize you or remember you back then, Big brother Yun, you will definitely remember me. After you recognize me, Big brother Yun, I believe that with your abilities, you will definitely be able to resolve the drawbacks of the great oblivion Tao and turn me back into the original Yun Xiao. I will become Big brother Yun's lackey. Big brother Yun, you will definitely be able to do it, right? Yes, I will definitely be able to do it. At this point, Yi Yin was overwhelmed with emotions and could not help but exclaim. Big brother, is this letter from the deceased senior? What is your relationship with her? Why are you so agitated after reading this letter? Xiaoqi looked up at Yi Yin, who was tearing up, and asked in shock. You are still young. You don't understand. Yi Yin caressed Xiaoqi's head gently before putting her into an illusion. This child was still young. It was better not to let her come into contact with some memories. Therefore, Yi Yin activated the heavenly illusionary eye to erase some memories. At the same time, he also immersed Xiaoqi in an illusion. Yi Yin lowered his head and continued reading. Big brother Yun, this letter that you are reading now is written by my avatar. Of course, this isn't my first avatar but my second avatar. You must be very curious about the origin of my second avatar, right? Big brother Yun, I was actually on the brink of death back then. I never expected to encounter an imprisoned black dragon in a body of water. That senior black dragon's cultivation level was just too terrifying, but it was still trapped in the prison. Perhaps it was because he was also from the dragon race, so he sympathized with me and gave me a few drops of his blood. At the same time, he imparted me a very profound cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is called the dragon transformation art. It seems to be specially made for the dragon race. I didn't expect that after mastering this cultivation technique, I would actually live a second life. That's right, Big Brother Yun. You must be very curious about this blood spirit sky. After obtaining the cultivation technique, I accidentally entered a grotto heaven at the bottom of the water. In that place, I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the help of the roaring water divine pearl. That was how I successfully cultivated the dragon transformation art and lived a second life. However, in that grotto heaven, I also obtained an ancient inheritance, the blood spirit seal. Therefore, in the extreme north, I established the blood spirit sky as a way to thank the senior in the grotto heaven for helping me. After all, without the roaring water divine pearl, no matter how powerful his dragon transformation art was, I wouldn't have been able to live a second life. Yi Yin read to this point in one breath, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. So that was the case. Xianxia had established the blood spirit sky to thank the owner of the Langya Grotto heaven. Big Brother Yun, I know that you will definitely be happy for me after reading this, right? But in fact, Big Brother Yun, I'm very sad because after I lived a second life, I made a shocking discovery about his dragon transformation art. His dragon transformation art is indeed very mystical and of a very high level. However, it has a huge drawback. After I lived a second life, the divine dragon bloodline in my body actually decreased by 1/7. The decrease in bloodline isn't particularly scary. The most important thing is that part of my memory has also disappeared. It's very strange, Big Brother Yun, in my second life, I don't have the aptitude of my first life. Breaking through to the eternal realm has become an extravagant hope. Moreover, his dragon transformation art can't pass on talent. Big Brother Yun, I'm not afraid of the divine dragon bloodline disappearing. I'm afraid that one day, I will completely forget everything. At that time, even if you remember me, I won't remember you. Therefore, I wrote this letter, hoping that you will find me one day, damn it. Yi Yun's face darkened when he read this. The dragon transformation art that he had created was truly a sinister technique. It was a cultivation technique specially created for the dragon clan. It allowed the dragon clan to slowly and completely lose their bloodline during the cultivation process. Big Brother Yun, do you still remember the jade pendant you gave me? It's the jade pendant of the twin dragons playing with a pearl. I hold this jade pendant in my hand every day to deepen my memory. I want to leave behind a clue. Before every life, I will write a number on the jade pendant. If it's 5, it means that I've lived my 5th life. If it's 7, it means that I've lived my 7th life. Big Brother Yun, after you finish reading this letter, if you see my reincarnation in the future, you must remember to take good care of her. Perhaps she has already lost all her memories. Without the divine dragon bloodline, her cultivation level will be very low, and her aptitude will be very pitiful. I think that little Xianxia must be living a very pitiful life. I beg you, Big Brother Yun, you must take good care of her. According to my calculations, Big Brother Yun, my 7th reincarnation might forget everything. The divine dragon bloodline in her body might also disappear. When Yi Yin saw this, he looked at the little girl who was in a trance beside him. Tears flowed down his face. It turned out that this little girl was Yin Zhao's 7th reincarnation. That was originally the most impossible guess, but in the end, it became the cruelest reality. Thinking of all the efforts that Yun Xiao had put in, Yi Yin felt extremely sorrowful. He flipped his hand gently. Little 7's ancient jade pendant appeared in his hand. At the back of the jade pendant, there was a dark red 7. Yi Yun's body turned cold. He looked at the white skeleton in the crystal coffin and muttered to himself. Yun Xiao, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of your 7th reincarnation. At the same time, I promise you that I will definitely let the other you in the divine land recover your original memories. After saying that, Yi Yun's hand trembled as he raised the letter and continued reading. There weren't many words at the back. There were only 2 lines. Big Brother Yun, I'll wait for you. The signature at the back, Big Brother Yun's little follower, Yun Zhao's 2nd reincarnation. When he saw this, Yi Yin slowly stuffed the letter back into the coffin with tears flowing down his face. He lowered his head and gently caressed the crystal coffin. His eyes became hazy with tears, at this moment, he seemed to have returned to 100,000 years ago. The room was silent. That cute little girl was still standing there in a daze, as if she didn't know anything. Outside the small courtyard, the old woman in blood-red clothes was still waiting respectfully. Suddenly, the expression on her withered old face changed drastically as she looked towards a certain direction in the sky. The next moment, she instantly disappeared on the spot. A vortex appeared in the sky, rumbling as it spun, and a beam of light descended. The beam of light landed in the vast valley of the blood spirit sky and disappeared, revealing 5 or 6 figures. There were a total of 5 people. Everyone was wearing a uniform emerald green robe with a willow leaf pattern on it. The auras of these 5 people were powerful. As soon as they appeared, some of the blood spirit seals were unable to withstand the pressure and collapsed. Of course, the blood spirit seals that had collapsed were only small blood spirit seals. They were not very powerful. Those large blood spirit seals were still operating in the void and were not affected at all. Where is the sect master of the blood spirit heaven? How's the consideration coming along? I've already given you 3 months. In the void, the leader of the group, a middle-aged man, had his hands behind his back as he spoke loudly. The middle-aged woman flew over and cupped her fists respectfully. Greetings, seniors of the Myriad Willow Divine Sect. The blood spirit seal is a unique cultivation method of the blood spirit heaven and cannot be taught to outsiders. Please understand, seniors. If you need us to set up the blood spirit seal, the blood spirit heaven will not shirk our responsibility. Are you saying that you don't agree? The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently, have you ever thought about the consequences of offending a super sect like us? The middle-aged woman's expression stiffened. She was speechless. There was a flash of crimson light, and the old woman in blood-red clothes appeared beside her. What's the matter? The old woman asked with a frown. Esteemed ancestor, these seniors are from the Myriad Willow Divine Sect of the Plough Dynasty. 3 months ago, they sent us a letter asking us to hand over the inheritance of the blood spirit seal. You were cultivating in seclusion at the time, so we couldn't contact you. The middle-aged woman hurriedly explained. The old woman in blood-red clothes was furious when she heard this. Why would the mighty Myriad Willow Divine Sect, a super sect, covet our blood spirit heaven's cultivation method? If this were to spread out, wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the world? The old woman in blood-red clothes raised her head and coldly stared at the 5 people before her as she questioned loudly. You're merely a supreme sect. Since we're interested in your blood spirit seal, it's naturally your supreme glory. Today, you have to hand it over whether you want to or not. The middle-aged man sneered with his hands behind his back. In his eyes, this old woman in blood-red clothes was merely at the 8th level of life and death realm. She was no match for him no matter what. After all, he was already at the 10th level of life and death realm. The 4 people beside him were also at the 8th and 9th level of life and death realm. With such powerful strength, dealing with a tiny blood spirit heaven was a piece of cake. The blood spirit seal is our blood spirit heaven's exclusive cultivation method. It can't be leaked. Even if we have to fight to the last man, we won't hand it over to the Myriad Willow Divine Sect. The old woman in blood-red clothes said coldly. She then placed her hands in front of her chest and started forming hand seals. Go to hell. The middle-aged man was enraged as he chopped down with his palm. Whoosh, a powerful force instantly poured in. The old woman's blood spirit seal had just appeared in front of her chest when it was forcefully broken by this force. Bang, the old woman in blood-red clothes was sent flying by this force. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. Xianxia, gather all the blood spirit heaven's disciples. Today, I'd rather die than live in dishonor. After stabilizing her body in midair, the old woman in blood-red clothes revealed a bitter smile as she gave the order to the middle-aged woman. Yes. The middle-aged woman raised her hand, and a bell rang in the distance. Dang, dang. Dang, dang. Countless blood spirit heaven's disciples poured out from all directions and surrounded the 5 from the Myriad Willow Divine Sect. A motley crew. Looking at these blood spirit heaven's disciples, the middle-aged man sneered with disdain. They were merely a supreme class sect. How could they be compared to an invincible super sect? A motley crew? I think you guys are the real deal. An indifferent man's voice suddenly resounded in the void. The void rippled. A handsome young man in white robes walked out, holding a beautiful and cute little girl's hand. Senior. Seeing Yiyan suddenly appear, the old woman in blood-red clothes hurriedly bowed. She could not see through this senior's cultivation. However, she had an inexplicable feeling that this senior would be able to resolve the crisis of the blood spirit heaven. Who are you? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yiyan and asked. He could not see through this young man in white, but he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Reaper. Yiyan smiled faintly. With a gentle wave of his hand, a powerful force instantly descended. Ah! The 5 experts from the myriad Willow Divine sect screamed as they were sent flying by Yiyan's slap. Plop, plop, the 5 of them flew for a long distance before they landed on the snow-capped mountain. All of them fell into a thick layer of snow. They're all dead? The old woman in blood-red clothes released her divine consciousness and scanned the distance. She discovered that the 5 experts from the myriad Willow Divine sect had all fallen under this senior's attack. This senior is so powerful, the old woman in blood-red clothes was shocked. He's so strong. Yiyan had killed 5 experts from the 10,000 Willows Divine sect with a single slap. The entire process had been effortless and casual. This move had instantly stunned all the nearby disciples of the blood spirit heaven. Oh my God! Who is he? How can he be so strong? He's too terrifying. Our entire sect combined isn't as strong as a single finger of this white-robed senior, right? The disciples of the blood spirit heaven looked at each other with shock in their hearts. The beautiful middle-aged woman, who was the sect master, was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She was completely shocked by Yiyan's attack. She suddenly remembered the Supreme Elder's words and immediately understood what was going on. This was the man that the primogenitor had been waiting for. In terms of seniority, even the Supreme Ancestor had to address him as senior. This white-robed senior's cultivation was unfathomable. He was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Senior, are you in the eternal realm? At the thought of this possibility, the middle-aged woman suddenly felt deep respect for him. The old woman in blood-red clothes trembled as she came to Yiyan's side and knelt down. Thank you, Senior. Get up. The blood spirit heaven and I are old friends. Naturally, I can't leave you in the lurch, Yiyan smiled faintly. Thank you, Senior. The middle-aged woman also knelt down. She was very emotional and said gratefully. Thank you, Senior. The disciples of the blood spirit heaven all knelt down and looked at Yiyan with fanatical cheers. Seeing such a big scene, Yiyan waved his hand helplessly. Tell everyone to disperse, Yiyan ordered the old woman in blood-red clothes. Yes, Senior. The old woman in blood-red clothes stood up and waved her hand to disperse the disciples of the blood spirit heaven. Only she and the middle-aged woman were left. Don't worry. Although the 10,000 Willows sect has lost 5 people, they won't dare to do anything to the blood spirit heaven. Otherwise, I'll make the 10,000 Willows sect disappear from this continent. Yiyan looked at the worried faces of the two and said indifferently. Thank you, Senior. The crimson-clothed old woman and the middle-aged beautiful woman were at a loss of what to do. They were so excited that they didn't know what to say. Looking at Yiyan's flawless and handsome face, the old woman thought to herself, this senior is indeed domineering. His eyes contain the sun and the moon, and his aura can swallow mountains and rivers. His spirit is unparalleled. No wonder he is the man our ancestor has been waiting for. Deal with the corpses of those 5 people yourselves. Yiyan pointed in a certain direction and said indifferently. All right, Senior, I'll handle it. The old woman in blood-red clothes took out a magic weapon and threw it out of her hand. The copper kettle-like magic treasure landed in the distant sky above the snowy ground. Suddenly, a yellow ray of light dropped down and collected the 5 corpses. Brother, you're really amazing. Little Seven lifted her head and looked at Yiyan with a smile full of admiration. You'll be as powerful in the future too. Yiyan's voice was slightly choked, but he still squeezed out a smile and gently patted the little head. This little girl was Yunjiao's 7th reincarnation. Her talent was average, and she didn't have any divine dragon bloodline in her body. She had also forgotten all her memories. She was like a little princess living in a fairy tale world. Holding little Seven's hand. It was as if he was holding Yunjiao's hand. Every time Yi Yin looked at her, he would feel an indescribable pain in his heart. This damned dragon transformation art, although he had let Yunxiao live, he had cut off all of her bloodline foundation and memories. Why, did it have to be the 7th reincarnation for her bloodline and memories to disappear? Why not the 8th or 9th reincarnation? Yi Yin's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of a shocking possibility. Could this set of cultivation techniques be related to the mastermind behind the scenes? The mastermind had inherited the mysterious 7 stars array. Although his dragon transformation art didn't have any traces of the 7 stars array, it was stuck at the 7th reincarnation. Yi Yin couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, after thinking about it for a while, Yi Yin still felt that this deduction was somewhat illusory and too far-fetched. At this moment, the copper pot Dharma treasure that had collected the 5 corpses of the 10,000 Willows sect flew back and was carefully put away by the crimson-robed old woman. Grand Ancestor, the phenomenon of the Netherworld well has appeared. I'm going to the Flying Deity City to auction the deep well fishing rod. The middle-aged woman suddenly thought of something and bowed to the crimson-robed old woman with cupped fists. She lowered her voice and asked for instructions. As the sect master of the blood spirit sky, she naturally couldn't miss the Netherworld well. Go. The crimson-robed old woman nodded. The Netherworld well was the secret of the 4 beyond heavens. It was a shocking opportunity that the blood spirit sky couldn't miss out on. Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Yi Yin looked up. How's the blood spirit sky's harvest from the Netherworld well in the past? Yi Yin asked. I didn't expect Senior to know about the Netherworld well. A look of shock appeared on the middle-aged woman's face. In the entire Sky Sun dynasty, only the higher-ups of the 4 beyond heavens knew about the Netherworld well. She didn't expect this white-robed senior to know about it. It seemed that this senior was indeed a peerless expert who could reach the heavens. Although the Netherworld well was an extremely confidential matter, the middle-aged woman didn't avoid Yi Yin's existence and directly told the Grand Ancestor about it. This was because, in her heart, Yi Yin was the man that the primogenitor had been waiting for. He was also the benefactor who had saved the blood spirit sky from the crisis of sect annihilation. Therefore, there was nothing to hide about the Netherworld well. Senior, we did find something, but why don't the Grand Ancestor tell you about it? The middle-aged woman said with a smile. It was more appropriate for her to tell the Grand Ancestor about the treasures in his possession. All right. Yi Yin nodded. Senior, I'll take my leave first. The middle-aged woman bowed and hurriedly left after bidding farewell to Yi Yin. Only the crimson-robed old woman was left. What treasures have the blood spirit sky obtained from the Netherworld well in the past few years? Yi Yin asked calmly from a distant snowy mountain. Senior, the blood spirit sky has indeed obtained a few treasures. If you're interested, why don't we go to the treasury hall? You'll know at a glance, the crimson-robed old woman said with a bow. All right, let's go. Yi Yin nodded and followed the crimson-robed old woman while holding Xiaoqi's hand. In a few breaths' time, an ancient silver hall appeared in front of them. The crimson-robed old woman pushed open the doors of the treasury hall and stepped aside to let Yi Yin enter first. Yi Yin didn't stand on ceremony and walked in with Xiaoqi. Another divine dragon steel? Yi Yin looked up and saw a huge green divine dragon steel on the table after entering. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Could it be that the 4 beyond heavens had fished up divine dragon steels from the Netherworld well? That was interesting. Senior, this is the dragon subduing steel. It's the most powerful treasure we've fished up from the Netherworld well, the crimson-robed old woman said respectfully with a trace of pride in her expression. This was an incredible treasure. Moreover, they had 3 chances to use this dragon-subduing steel, but they hadn't used it yet. Are there any other treasures? Yi Yin stood under the divine dragon steel and quietly observed it for a while before suddenly asking again. Senior, there are a few more treasures, but they're not as powerful as the dragon-subduing steel, so they're not enshrined here. The crimson-robed old woman flipped her hand and took out a few treasures from her storage ring. A silver sword, an ancient mirror, and a quaint black bow. Looking at the 3 treasures in the old woman's hand, Xianxia saw that there were 3 more treasures in her hand. Silver dragon sword, flame mirror, star-shot bow. Yi Yin's expression changed slightly. He frowned and softly recited the names of the 3 treasures. These were 3 emperor-level treasures. 100,000 years ago, they were hidden in the Xianxia sect's treasury. Senior, I didn't expect you to know the names of these 3 treasures, the old woman in crimson clothes said in shock. Yi Yan asked, these 3 treasures don't have names on them. How did you know? Senior, when fishing for treasures in the netherworld well, once a treasure is fished up, words will appear on the surface of the well, telling the name of the treasure. The old woman in crimson clothes said. That's smart. It's interesting. Yi Yan smiled gently. What kind of interesting place was the ghost well? Why were all the treasures of the Xianxia sect in it? It was incredible to use the deep well fishing rod to fish up treasures for the 4 sects to use for free. There must be something strange in this divine dragon steel. Yi Yan's pupils shrank as he probed toward the divine dragon steel. Buzz, buzz. The divine dragon steel shook as if it sensed danger. Before anyone could react, it suddenly turned into a beam of light and flew away. It was amazingly fast. It was almost as fast as tearing space. Yi Yan sneered. If he took action now, he could easily catch the divine dragon steel. But there was no need to do so now. The ghost well would appear in a few days. It was better to let the divine dragon steel fly back first. After a few days, Yi Yan would be able to catch all the divine dragon steels from the ghost well again. What? What's going on? Why did the dragon subduing sky steel fly away for no reason? The old woman in crimson clothes looked in the direction of the void in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Was it because the senior was too strong, so the dragon subduing sky steel was scared and flew away on its own? Thinking of this, the old woman glanced at Yi Yan again from the corner of her eyes, and her expression became even more solemn. This senior had lived for tens of thousands of years. He must have broken through the eternal realm and was even close to the true God realm. He shouldn't be far away. Don't worry about it. What should come will come, and what should go will go. Yi Yan smiled and grabbed the 3 treasures in the old woman's hand. Buzz, the 3 treasures seemed to have sensed some kind of danger. Suddenly, they trembled and disappeared into thin air. They all ran away. It seems like there's a great mystery behind these treasures, Yi Yan said indifferently as he looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. Big brother, these treasures seem to have gained intelligence, but where did they all fly to? 7 asked in shock. These treasures have all gone to the well of the netherworld. In a few days, I'll take you there to fish for treasures, okay? Yi Yan said with a smile. Yay! Little 7 clapped her hands excitedly, her apple-like face was slightly red. Looking at the happy little 7, Yi Yan felt an intense pain in his heart. However, he felt relieved soon after. In Cloudsky's 7th lifetime, he spent several years in a muddle-headed state. She didn't remember her past life, and she didn't know about the next life. With mediocre talent, he was destined not to have any great breakthroughs on the path of cultivation. Of course, Yi Yan could naturally extend little 7's lifespan and raise her cultivation. However, Yi Yan didn't know where the final destination was. So what if she could live a few more years? The cloud sky of the past had disappeared from little 7's body forever. What a silly girl. You turned into my appearance in your 7th lifetime. It must be the obsession of your 6th lifetime, Yi Yan thought sadly. Although she had lived one lifetime after another, Cloud Sky also felt despair. She couldn't find Yi Yan. The divine dragon bloodline in her body was decreasing rapidly, and her memories were disappearing on a large scale. In the long run, even if she met Yi Yan, what could she do? Therefore, Cloud Sky chose another way, a way that shocked the world. That was to turn into Yi Yan's appearance. Once Yi Yan appeared in the world and saw Cloudsky's 7th lifetime, it would naturally attract his attention. At the thought of this, Yi Yan's heart sank again. Just as Yi Yan was deep in thought, the crimson-robed old woman beside him was so shocked that she couldn't move. The dragon-subduing tablet and 3 emperor-level treasures had disappeared just like that. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She didn't dare to say anything in front of Yi Yan. Come with me. Yi Yan turned around and walked out of the hall holding little 7's hand. The crimson-robed old woman followed behind, feeling extremely depressed. Standing at the entrance of the hall, Yi Yan looked at the silver snowy mountain in the distance and smiled faintly. He waved his hand and a seven-colored light shot out from his palm. Whoosh, the 7 streaks of light rose into the air and turned into countless ribbons of light that scattered in all directions. They turned into a startling formation that enveloped the entire blood spirit sky. This is an Emperor-level array called the Rainbow Illusionary Array. Even if 10 super sects attacked together, they wouldn't be able to break it. Yi Yan smiled, then took out a few array tokens and handed them to the crimson-robed old woman. Senior, the crimson-robed old woman had mixed feelings. She didn't know what to say. Although she had lost 4 treasures, she suddenly obtained an Emperor-level formation. This made her feel flattered and overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. The blood spirit sky had gained too much from this array. Not even the super sects of the Plough Sky dynasty had such a shocking formation. Only the Sky-class sects, which were even more powerful, had the ability to create such a formation. Yi Yan seemed to think that an Emperor-level array wasn't enough. He thought for a moment and took out another treasure from the storage. It was a red gourd. A red-skinned gourd. The crimson-robed old woman's eyes widened. She looked at the gourd with a terrifying aura and couldn't make up her mind. What kind of treasure was this? The aura it emitted was even stronger than the dragon-subduing tablet. Was it also an Emperor-level treasure? The crimson-robed old woman trembled with excitement at the thought of this possibility. She had lived for so long and had never seen an Emperor-level weapon. This is the immortal-slaying flying dagger. It's a low-grade Emperor-level weapon. At this point, Yi Yan hesitated for a moment before a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He continued, after you've refined it, every time you use the immortal-slaying flying dagger, all you have to do is say, "Treasure, please turn around." Then your enemy's head will be cut off in an instant. Treasure, please turn around. The crimson-robed old woman committed the incantation to memory. She reached out with both arms and took the red-skinned gourd in a flurry. Although it looked like a gourd, the crimson-robed old woman knew that since it was called the immortal-slaying flying dagger, there must be a peerless flying dagger inside. The crimson-robed old woman carefully touched the red gourd's outer skin. Her wrinkled old face glowed with an indescribable excitement. This was too unexpected. This unfathomable senior in white had given the blood spirit sky a peerless Emperor-level array and gifted her with an Emperor-level immortal-slaying flying dagger. At this moment, the old woman still felt like she was dreaming. An indescribable dreamy feeling enveloped her, making her unwilling to wake up. She didn't want to wake up ever again. Yi Yan smiled strangely at the crimson-robed old woman's dazed look. Although the red-skinned gourd was called the immortal-slaying flying dagger, it wasn't the real thing. It was in his storehouse. There was a very strange treasure that had gained sentience and liked to run around in the storehouse. Its biggest hobby was to imitate some unique treasures. Since Yi Yan's storehouse wasn't sealed, this strange thing had snuck into the Wilderness Realm's storehouse. It began to pick some interesting treasures and imitate them. Strange treasures also had strange names. It was called the Stockade Mirror. It was a strange stockade. The stockade produced an immortal-slaying flying saber. It was just an Emperor-class low-grade saber. In Yi Yan's eyes, it was just like trash. Hence, he casually gave it to the blood-clothed old woman. Yi Yan might not fancy it, but such an Emperor-class weapon was already a supreme artifact for a supreme-class sect. Yi Yan was very clear about this. Make use of the time to refine it. With the protection of this array, no one will dare to cause trouble in the blood spirit heaven. Yi Yan smiled gently and held Xiaoqi's hand as they walked out. Senior, where are you going? The blood-clothed old woman was shocked and quickly asked after she came back to her senses. I am going to take a look at the flying immortal city. Yi Yan smiled and suddenly soared into the sky and vanished in the blink of the eye. Senior, you're really a dragon whose tail is hard to find. Looking at a certain direction in the void, the blood-clothed old woman sighed with envy. She then carried the red-skinned gourd with both hands and entered the treasury hall. This was an Emperor-class weapon and she naturally couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. She was preparing to refine it as soon as possible. Once the refinement was successful, among the 4 beyond heavens, the only one who could match her was probably Great Solar Heaven. It was said that the Great Sun Sky also had an Emperor-class weapon. Big brother, I feel that you have a lot of treasures? In the void, Xiaoqi lifted her head and looked at Yi Yan's perfect side profile. She widened her eyes and giggled. I do have a lot of treasures. Xiaoqi, if you like, how many can I give you? Yiyan smiled and said. One will do. My cultivation is so low, I can't control it. Xiaoqi stuck out her pink tongue and giggled. She wasn't a fool. She heard the conversation between Yiyan and the red-clothed old woman. That red-skinned gourd was a legendary emperor-class weapon. She might only be at the primary sea realm, but she knew how terrifying an emperor-class weapon was. Big brother, don't give me an emperor-class weapon. My cultivation is too low, Seven hurriedly added. Emperor-level treasure it is then. If you can't refine it, I will refine it for you. Yiyan smiled. What kind of treasure do you like? I really like that red-skinned calabash, little Seven blinked and said. So you like the immortal slaying flying saber? Yiyan came to a sudden realization. He didn't expect little Seven to actually like this treasure. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have given the immortal slaying flying saber to the old woman. As the saying goes, it's never too late to mend the pen after a sheep is lost. Yiyan had plenty of ways. After all, his Zhaojing was quite good at replicating Dharma treasures. Brother, you've already given the red-skinned gourd to that granny. If you have other gourds, you can give them to me, little Seven smiled brightly. Since you like the red-skinned gourd, I'll find one for you. Yiyan gently stroked Xiaoqi's little head, and then his spiritual sense entered the warehouse in the great wasteland world. The prehistoric warehouse was deep and vast, emitting an extremely ancient and profound prehistoric aura. After entering, buzz. In the darkness, a huge green lotus shook gently, releasing a green light that seemed to split heaven and earth. Master, it's your first time here. Green Lotus said in surprise. Master, don't go back empty-handed this time. Bring one of us out with you. In another dark area, a black and white Taiji diagram quietly flew out, spinning. Master, one by one, treasures began to emerge from the darkness. Zhaojing. Where is that guy? Yiyan looked around, but he didn't notice that strange guy at first. Hey, you're not from our warehouse. Hurry up and show your true form, okay? Otherwise, Master will punish you. Green Lotus looked at a certain direction in the void and shouted loudly. Hee, Master, I'm coming. The black void split open, and a giant axe flew out from it. Good fellow, you actually turned into the Pengu axe, Yiyan exclaimed. Not only could Zhaojing imitate many treasures, but it could also transform into the appearance of many treasures. Although it couldn't unleash its full power, it could still imitate it. Haha, I've embarrassed myself in front of Master. The huge Pengu axe in the air shook and turned into a strange mirror again, landing beside Yiyan. This mirror was strange because it was neither square nor round, and its shape was very strange. On the surface of the mirror, there were also black and white stripes like a zebra crossing. At first glance, it didn't look like a mirror at all. Instead, it looked like the buttocks of a zebra. Yiyan was a little speechless. The origin of this Zhaojing was relatively mysterious. It didn't have an owner before. It was obtained by chance when he signed in one day in the 90,000th year. Where's the immortal slaying flying saber? Yiyan looked around and suddenly saw the familiar red-skinned calabash. He suddenly grabbed it. Master, why did you grab this immortal slaying flying saber? Zhaojing asked curiously. Give me another immortal slaying flying saber. The quality doesn't need to be too high, just a top-grade Emperor Grade 1 will do, Yiyan said with a smile as he threw out the immortal slaying flying saber in his hand. It's a piece of cake. Zhaojing chuckled and said disapprovingly. Master, why do you have to imitate me? If you need my help, can't you just bring me out? The immortal slaying flying saber shouted gloomily. You can't go out for the time being. There's no need for you outside. Yiyan laughed. Stop, don't move. Be quiet, immortal slaying flying saber, I'll start imitating you now. Zhaojing shouted loudly. Before the immortal beheading flying saber could react, a ray of light shot out from the mirror that was neither round nor round. This ray of light was also black and white, intertwining together like two spirit snakes. After the immortal slaying flying saber was illuminated by the black and white light, the phantom of a red-skinned calabash appeared in the mirror. After a while, the phantom gradually became solid. After a few breaths of time, the red-skinned calabash completely appeared. Buzz, Zhao Jing shook slightly, and the red-skinned calabash flew out of the mirror. Master, it's done. Zhao Jing said with a smile. Tsk, this weird Zhao Jing. This imitation is really amazing, Qinglian praised from the side. That's for sure. There's no treasure in this world that I can't imitate. Zhao Jing said proudly. How about this, you can also imitate me. This way, I'll have a sister of the same blood in the future, Qinglian said longingly. You'd better forget it. I'm not interested in you at all. Zhao Jing shook his head and refused. Are you interested in me? In the faint darkness, a cold and gloomy voice suddenly sounded. A black behemoth was slowly wriggling in the darkness, exuding a huge amount of black devil qi. Yi Yin looked over and saw the body of the behemoth at a glance. It was the demonic path's supreme treasure, the God-slaying spear. God-slaying spear, I'm not interested in you either. You'd better stay in the warehouse obediently, Zhao Jing snorted coldly. Humph. The God-slaying spear snorted coldly and instantly fell silent. Yi Yin smiled. He did not stop the confrontation between the treasures. Zhao Jing's grade was very high and his ability was extraordinary. No one in the warehouse could pose any threat to him. Not even the God-slaying spear. Grabbing the red-skinned calabash, Yi Yin glanced at it and was quite satisfied. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. I'll come to see you next time. Yi Yin chuckled. His body swayed, and he instantly left the warehouse. Sigh, how boring. I've already made such a huge contribution, but old master didn't bring me out. Looking at the exit of the warehouse, Zhao Jing sighed dejectedly. This means that your contribution isn't enough, Qinglian teased from the side. Is that so? Zhao Jing fell silent. After a few seconds. Next time, I'll think of a way to get old master to bring me out. After saying that, Zhao Jing left the warehouse in a flash. The entire vast warehouse once again returned to darkness and fell into a deathly silence. His primordial spirit returned to his body. Yi Yin waved his hand and a red-skinned gourd appeared in his palm. Wow, brother, you actually found another red-skinned gourd. It looks exactly the same as the one just now. Little Seven said in shock. This is for you. It's also called the immortal slaying flying dagger. Yi Yin smiled and passed the red-skinned gourd to Little Seven. This gourd is really beautiful. It's red and glowing. It would be even better if it could shrink a little. Little Seven played with the red-skinned gourd lovingly as she muttered to herself. After all, she was short. She only reached Yi Yin's waist. This red-skinned gourd was indeed a little too big for her. She needed to hold it with both hands. What's so difficult about that? Yi Yin smiled and pointed. The red-skinned gourd instantly shrunk by more than 3 times. Brother, can it shrink a little more? Little Seven's eyes lit up. Yes. Yi Yin nodded and clicked on it again. The red-skinned gourd continued to shrink until it was a foot long. Shrink a little more. Just a little bigger than my palm, Little Seven said with anticipation. Yi Yin pointed again. This time, the red-skinned gourd shrunk to a size that Little Seven was satisfied with. The red-skinned gourd was now only a little bigger than Little Seven's palm. The excited little girl took out a thin red thread from her storage ring and tied it in the middle of the red-skinned gourd. Then, she put the red thread on her body and hung the gourd on her waist. Haha, this feels great. Little Seven looked down at the red-skinned gourd on her waist and smiled happily. Yi Yin smiled and nodded. If Little Seven was happy, Yun Xiao would be happy. The 7th reincarnation Cloud Sky seemed to have become another person. There was no past, and there was no future. Of course, Yi Yin hoped that Xiaoqi would be able to live a happy and ordinary life with him by her side. The void rippled. Yi Yin held Little Seven's hand and appeared outside the flying immortal city. The carriage was still waiting in the same place. Yi Yin didn't let those demonic beasts follow him. After descending from the sky, Yi Yin pulled Xiaoqi and walked into the flying immortal city. The flying deity city was vast. Tall buildings were arranged in rows, and the streets were bustling with people. Most of them were cultivators. However, there were also quite a number of demons who swaggered on the streets and lived in harmony with the humans. It's so lively here. Little Seven looked at the tall buildings in the surroundings and praised them. After saying that, her delicate little nose twitched, and then she touched her belly. A soft sound came out. Hungry? Yiyan smiled and said, "Let's go, I will bring you to eat something." "That's great, big brother." Little Seven yelled out excitedly. Yiyan held Little Seven's hand and walked for a distance before entering a tall and grand wine shop. Little Seven's cultivation level was still low and was only at the first level of primary sea realm. With her childish temperament, she couldn't resist the temptation of delicacies. Yiyan was hoping that Xianxia could live a happy life in her seventh reincarnation. Therefore, even though he hadn't enjoyed the life of the mortal world for a long time, he was prepared to make an exception this time. After entering the wine shop, Yiyan furrowed his brows. This was because the seats in this tavern were all taken up by people. There were only 2 or 3 ordinary seats left. "Waiter, give me a private room." Yiyan raised his brows and said to the waiter beside him, "Young master, all the private rooms have been reserved." The waiter said with a difficult expression. Just as Yiyan was about to flare up, Little Seven suddenly hugged his thigh. "Big brother, let's eat at the table over there." "It is just a meal anyway, it doesn't matter if we don't have a private room," Little Seven pleaded. "All right then." Yiyan reluctantly agreed. As long as Little Seven was happy, it didn't matter if he had to suffer some grievances. The waiter at the side let out a breath of relief. Yiyan brought Little Seven to the table and sat down. He then ordered the best food in this wine shop. All the food was made with heaven and earth treasures. After eating it, it was extremely beneficial for cultivators. Just as the duo was about to pick up their chopsticks, there was a commotion in the surrounding crowd. Many of them had fearful expressions. Thump thump thump, there was a series of heavy footsteps as they walked in quickly. A muscular man in embroidered robes with thick brows and big eyes was emitting a powerful life and death realm chi presence. He walked in with his hands behind his back. In front of him, there were a few young guards who had decent cultivation levels and were at least at the 10th level of Heaven Fate realm. "Let's go, the head of the Lei family is here," a middle-aged cultivator who was eating changed his expression abruptly. He immediately pulled his companions and quietly left in another direction. At this time, many people recognized the man in embroidered robes who had just walked in. They stood up one by one and quickly left the wine shop. "At least they know their place." The man in embroidered robes sneered with a smug look on his face. His gaze turned, and he suddenly found a white-clothed youth and a little girl sitting in a corner. The two of them were enjoying the food with relish and had no intention of leaving. The man in embroidered robes' pupils shrank. He actually saw a small red gourd that was sparkling and translucent on the little girl's body. This small gourd had a unique aura that was different from the rest. At first glance, he could tell that it was extraordinary. The man in embroidered robes' eyes began to burn as he walked over quickly. "Why haven't the two of you left yet?" When he got close, a young man asked with an unfriendly look. "What did we do to you by eating here?" Yiyan put down his chopsticks and asked indifferently. "Don't be rude." The man in embroidered robes slapped the young man's shoulder and dragged him back. "I'm Lei Xuanhu from the Lei family of the Flying Deity City. May I know where you're from?" The man in embroidered robes cupped his fists and asked politely with a smile. "I'm just a rogue cultivator." Yiyan replied indifferently. A puny life and death cultivator was as transparent as air in his eyes. "Are you my friend's disciple?" The man in embroidered robes continued to ask. "I'm his sister." Before Yiyan could speak, Xiaoqi spoke first with a smile. "So you're my friend's sister," the man in embroidered robes smiled again. Then, his gaze landed on the red gourd on her waist. His eyes were burning with passion as he said with a smile, "I like to collect strange things. Now that I see that the gourd on your sister's waist is pretty good, I wonder if you can sell it to me?" "Sell it to you?" Yiyan laughed instead and gently tapped the table with his hand. "Are you worthy?" "Haha, big brother, you're so domineering. This little gourd is my favorite. How can I sell it to someone else?" Xiaoqi held up her beloved little gourd and giggled. Haha. When the man in the brocade robe heard what Yiyan had said, he lifted his head and laughed maniacally. The other young men looked at him with disdain. The waiter hiding in the corner had a terrified look on his face. The Lei family was one of the 4 great families in the Flying Deity City. They had a strong foundation and unfathomable strength. They also had the support of a powerful supreme sect. No one had ever dared to disrespect the Lei family in the Flying Deity City. Yi Yin remained calm. Xiaoqi ignored the man in the brocade robe's laughter. She held the small gourd in her hand and played with it. In her heart, the Lei family in the Flying Deity City was nothing compared to her brother when the 5 top powers from the Super Sect, the 10,000 Willow Sect, were no match for her brother. Although the girl was young, she was still knowledgeable. My friend, I will definitely buy this small red gourd. Why don't you give me a price? The man in the brocade robe said slowly with a fierce look in his eyes. He released a powerful aura. I said I'm not selling it. Are you going to force me to sell it? Yi Yin sneered. You have to sell it even if you don't want to. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out of the Flying Deity City. The man in the brocade robe sneered. Get lost. Yi Yin waved his hand impatiently. Whoosh, the man in the brocade robe and the young men beside him rolled out like dead dogs. At this moment, Yi Yin sealed the cultivation of these fellows but did not take their lives. He did not want to see blood or kill anyone. He did not want to ruin his good mood of having a meal with Xiaoqi. The man in the brocade robe rolled a few times and quickly got up. My cultivation? After he got up, he stood on the spot and was dumbfounded. His cultivation had been sealed. At this moment, he was like an ordinary mortal. Although his physical body was still relatively strong, if his cultivation was not there, even a Heaven's Mandate cultivator could kill him with one sword strike. Who is this young man in white? How can he be so powerful? The man in the brocade robe was terrified and his heart was in turmoil. What happened? At this moment, a red shadow floated in from the outside. Then, a graceful and beautiful figure appeared beside the brocade-robed man. Greetings, sect leader. As soon as the brocade-robed man saw this woman, he immediately cupped his fists respectfully. The newcomer was a beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in red. She had a good figure and a pretty face. Her skin was as translucent as jade, and her temperament was refined. Her every movement exuded the demeanor of a supreme expert. Eh? Why is Senior here? As soon as the middle-aged woman in red entered the door, she found Yi Yin sitting not far away, which immediately made her turn pale with fright. Senior's cultivation is so high, why would he come to such an ordinary tavern for a meal? This was truly shocking. Sect Master, my cultivation has been sealed by this despicable fellow. You must avenge me. The brocade-robed man said angrily. Serves you right. Pa. A crisp clap rang out. The middle-aged woman slapped the brocade-robed man and sent him flying. Sect Master, why are you treating my clan leader like this? A young man at the side mustered up his courage and asked. Scram. The middle-aged woman raised her eyebrows and slapped the young man away. When the other young men saw this scene, they immediately shut their mouths tightly and did not dare to speak again. What happened? Why would the sect leader of the Blood Spirit Sky treat the Lei clan like this? As a vassal family of the Blood Spirit Sky, the Lei clan had continuously collected the blood of various divine beasts for the Blood Spirit Sky. It could be said that they had made great contributions. In the next moment, the young men were all dumbfounded. They were all shocked. The sect leader of the Blood Spirit Sky, a famous figure in the Heavenly Sun dynasty, actually took a few steps forward and came to a table not far away. With a plop, she knelt on the ground. Senior, I have not taught my subordinates well. Please punish me. The middle-aged woman in red knelt on the ground obediently and blamed herself uneasily. Why are you here? Yi Yin looked down and asked indifferently. The middle-aged woman in red trembled and said in a trembling voice, Senior, the Lei clan belongs to the Blood Spirit Sky and has been collecting the blood of divine beasts for the Blood Spirit Sky for many years. This time, I came to the Flying Immortal City to collect the blood of divine beasts. I see. Yi Yin nodded. At this moment, the brocade-robed man on the other side stood up. Half of his face was swollen like a pig's liver. Sect leader, who is this person? Why did even you? The brocade-robed man said angrily, but he could not continue. Even the sect leader of the blood spirit sky knelt at the feet of the white-clothed young man. One could imagine how terrifying the white-clothed young man's identity was. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He should not have been tempted by the wealth. If he had not coveted the red-skinned small gourd, he would not have been in this predicament today. Lei Xuanhu, if you want to die, don't drag the blood spirit sky down with you. The middle-aged woman in red turned around and glared at him fiercely. This white-clothed senior was the man the primogenitor had been waiting for. His cultivation had reached the eternal realm. He had given the blood spirit sky a new lease of life. To put it bluntly, this senior of the eternal realm could destroy a supreme sect with a single finger. That was how terrifying he was. This senior did not even care about the 10,000 Willows sect. In his eyes, a super sect was also in existence that could be annihilated into ashes. Lei Xuanhu's face was ashen. He was sweating profusely and could no longer speak. Whoosh, Yi Yin waved his hand and Lei Xuanhu's storage ring flew over. Yi Yin caught the storage ring and scanned its contents. There were many bottles and jars in the storage ring, all of which contained the blood of divine beasts. One of the jars even contained the blood of divine dragons. Yi Yin's face turned gloomy. With a light flick of his finger, Lei Xuanhu was turned into a cloud of blood mist before he could even let out a scream. Let's find someone else from the Lei family, Yi Yin said indifferently. I understand, senior. I will do as you say. The middle-aged lady nodded quickly. Although she did not know why her senior would be so angry after taking a look at the storage ring, she knew that there must be a reason behind it. Yi Yin threw the storage ring to the middle-aged lady. When will the auction for the deep well fishing rod begin? Yi Yin asked. Senior, it will begin tomorrow. The middle-aged lady said. All right, I will go with you tomorrow. Yi Yin said. Yes. The middle-aged lady nodded quickly and agreed. She did not expect her senior to be interested in the Well of Serenity skeleton. It seems. Senior is also going to auction the deep well fishing rod? She thought to herself. Xiaoqi, let's eat somewhere else. Yi Yin held Xiaoqi's hand and disappeared on the spot. There was blood in the area and it was not suitable to continue eating. That little girl is so lucky. The middle-aged lady stood up and said enviously. She walked to the side of the blood mist and casually released a fire to burn it away. The few of you, follow me to the Lei family. The middle-aged lady turned around and stared fiercely at the few young men from the Lei family. Yes, sect leader. The few young men who had witnessed the death of their clan leader were extremely shocked. Their faces were ashen as they nodded vigorously. The middle-aged lady in red led them out of the tavern and headed to the north of the flying deity city. That was where the Lei family resided. The death of Lei Xuanhu did not affect anything. It was just a matter of choosing a new clan leader. In the eyes of the sect leader of the blood spirit sky, this was just a small matter. The next day, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the largest auction house in the flying immortal city. A beautiful middle-aged woman in red, a handsome young man in white, and a little girl in white who was about 10 years old. The strange thing was, the white-clothed youth and the little girl looked exactly the same, as if they were twin siblings. Needless to say, they were naturally Yi Yin and Xiaoqi. The beautiful middle-aged woman in red next to them was the sect master of the blood spirit heaven, Nan Xiaohua. Senior, this way please. Nan Xiaohua had a respectful expression and a smile on her face as she stepped aside to give way to the entrance. You lead the way. Yi Yin said lightly. Yes. Nan Xiaohua nodded quickly and led the way. Greetings, Sect Master Nan. A silver-robed old man with a head full of white hair immediately came forward. He nodded and bowed politely. Take me to the auction house. Nan Xiaohua said calmly. Okay. The silver-robed elder looked curiously at Yi Yin and Xiaoqi but did not say anything. He silently led the way in front. After 7 or 8 turns and walking for a long distance, they finally arrived at an extremely sealed space. Yi Yin glanced around. This was already considered the depths of the underground. There were formations all around that isolated all possibilities of information leakage. Yi Yin released his divine consciousness and found that the silver-robed young man from the Heaven Secret Pavilion was also in a room in front. In front of him, there were 10 fishing rods that glittered with silver light. Yi Yin glanced at the fishing rods and found that they were of excellent workmanship and used many rare materials. In particular, there were some special runes on the fishing rods that seemed to have a deeper meaning. Yi Yin nodded silently. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion was very careful in everything they did. There must be some unspeakable secret hidden in the Ghost Well. This underground space had 4 rooms specially prepared for the 4 beyond heavens of the Heavenly Sun dynasty. There was a plaque hanging on each room. The middle-aged woman was familiar with the place and led Yi Yin into the room in the Blood Spirit Heaven. Those 2 don't look like disciples of the Blood Spirit Heaven, in a certain room. The silver-robed young man opened his eyes slightly and looked outside with a confused look on his face. In the past, only the leaders of the 4 beyond heavens would attend the auction. Normally, they wouldn't bring anyone with them. But unexpectedly, the Blood Spirit Heaven's sect master brought 2 people over. He couldn't see through the cultivation of the white-robed young man. He felt that he was a little mysterious. However, the young girl that he was holding had a truly low cultivation level and was only at the first level of primary sea realm. The 2 of them were so close that they looked almost the same as if they were twins. Since his younger sister's cultivation wasn't that great, then the elder brother's cultivation must be the same. The silver-robed young man thought. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a black-robed old man strode over and entered Shenluo Heaven's room. Another incense stick of time passed. A gray-robed elder with a pale face entered the room in 9 nether heaven like a gust of wind. After the time it took for 30 incense sticks to burn, an extremely stalwart yellow-robed man that was emitting golden light walked over with large strides. When he arrived in this room, he scanned the surroundings and revealed a trace of astonishment. There were actually 3 individuals in the Blood Spirit Heaven's room. It was rather unexpected. But the white-robed young man and young girl didn't have the unique chi presence of the Blood Spirit Heaven. He couldn't help but be shocked. Nan Xiaohua, that woman, what is she doing? The Blood Spirit Heaven has been acting mysteriously for so many years. They might be plotting something. The yellow-robed man snorted and revealed a displeased expression. He then walked into the great Sun Sky's room. Does your Blood Spirit Heaven have any conflicts with the other 3 supreme heavens? I can see that the great Sun Sky's sect master seems to have some prejudice against you. Yi Yin sat in the Blood Spirit Heaven's room and asked indifferently. Senior, the great Sun Sky has always been barbaric. They claim to have an emperor artifact, therefore, they don't put the other sects in their eyes. Nan Xiaohua replied respectfully. It's just an emperor artifact, but it's enough to make the great Sun Sky arrogant to such an extent. Yi Yin shook his head and chuckled. That was how arrogant the supreme being sects in a small place could be. The 4 supreme heavens were considered the top sects in the category of large sections. They had already reached the highest level. Therefore, they were arrogant. But in fact, in the eyes of a super sect, the great Sun Sky couldn't even withstand a single blow. It seems that an emperor artifact isn't worth mentioning in Senior's eyes. Xiao Nanhua looked at Yi Yin's expression and couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. She still didn't understand that when Yi Yin left the Blood Spirit Heaven, not only did he set up an emperor-level array, he also gave the Blood Spirit Heaven a low-grade immortal slaying flying saber. However, due to the delay in the information, Xiao Nanhua still didn't know. Alright, everyone's here. The silver-robed young man grabbed the silver fishing rod with one hand and walked out. After walking out of the room, he stood in the dark and gloomy space, looking at the rooms around him and smiling faintly. It's still the same old rules. Every sect has a chance to get a deep well fishing rod. The rest will be up to you to fight for it. The silver-robed young man waved his hand and threw the deep well fishing rod in front of him in a row. Silver light flickered and filled the room. Whoosh whoosh, in the 4 rooms, bottles and jars containing divine beast blood flew out at the same time. The silver-robed young man checked with his divine sense and nodded in satisfaction. He laughed and said, everyone has prepared well for the divine beast blood this time. Each sect will get a deep well fishing rod. Whoosh, 4 fishing rods flew into the air, whistling through the air as they shot toward the 4 rooms. Seeing a silver light shoot over, the middle-aged woman hurriedly reached out and grabbed the deep well fishing rod. I hope there will be a better harvest this time. Holding the fishing rod, the middle-aged woman in red revealed an excited expression. Haha. Yi Yin didn't bat an eyelid and laughed indifferently. The ghost well was full of treasures of the Shenlong sect. The other sects wouldn't be able to take advantage of the Shenlong sect. Yi Yin didn't intend to give anyone else a chance to get the deep well fishing rod. After putting away the divine beast blood, the silver-robed young man smiled with his hands behind his back. "Four of you, who can provide the divine dragon blood and get a deep well fishing rod, I have it." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman's beautiful eyes lit up and immediately threw out a jar. This jar was crystal clear and contained the divine dragon blood that was as red as a ruby. "How can my great son Sky not have the divine dragon blood?" A deep voice sounded. From the great Sun Sky's room, 2 jars whistled and flew out. Shenluo Heaven was silent. Ninth Underworld Heaven also flew out a jar. "Not bad, the divine dragon blood you provided can be exchanged for a deep well fishing rod." After checking, the silver-robed young man nodded in satisfaction. The divine dragon blood provided by Great Sun Sky and Ninth Underworld Heaven is still not high enough. At this moment, a man's indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the Blood Spirit Heaven's room. "Not high enough? What nonsense are you talking about?" The sect master of Great Sun Sky roared in anger. "Nan Xiaohua, who is this person to the Blood Spirit Heaven? How dare he be so arrogant? Does he even have any respect for the other beyond heavens?" The sect master of Ninth Underworld Heaven, the grey-robed elder, said darkly. "Nan Xiaohua, you're the sect master of the Blood Spirit Heaven. Who is this man? Can he represent the Blood Spirit Heaven?" The sect master of Shenluo Heaven asked, adding insult to injury. In the Blood Spirit Heaven's room, Nan Xiaohua was furious when he heard this and shouted, "Shut up, all of you! This senior is the benefactor of the Blood Spirit Heaven. His words represent the highest will of the Blood Spirit Heaven." After hearing Nan Xiaohua's words, the other 3 rooms fell silent. The benefactor of the Blood Spirit Sky, the highest will of the Blood Spirit Sky, that young man in white, who exactly was he? The Blood Spirit Sky is cheating. Please deal with it. All of a sudden, a cold voice rang out from Shenluo Heaven. "Humph, he's just a benefactor of the Blood Spirit Sky. He's not the successor. This person has broken the rules by entering this place. Please deal with it." An angry voice came from Great Sun Heaven's room. "I support the Divination Pavilion in dealing with the Blood Spirit Sky." Ninth Underworld Heaven sect master echoed loudly. The young man in white was stunned. He didn't expect things to take a turn for the worse. The 4 major sects of the Heavenly Sun dynasty didn't get along well with each other, and there were many open and covert fights. However, the Ghost Well couldn't be separated from the 4 beyond heavens. This was what the sect had told him in secret. Therefore, the silver-robed young man was in a dilemma. He didn't know how to deal with it. If he were to expel the Blood Spirit Sky by breaking the rules, the upper echelons of the Divination Pavilion would definitely not allow it. If he didn't deal with it, the other 3 beyond heavens would definitely be dissatisfied. Just as he was hesitating, a white-robed youth suddenly walked out of a room in the Blood Spirit Heaven. Who said, "I'm not the successor of the Blood Spirit Sky?" Yi Yin had his hands behind his back and looked around the rooms with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Nan Xiaohua followed him out. Looking at Yi Yin's back, she wanted to say something but stopped. Her emotions were very complicated. It was a good thing that Senior admitted that he was the successor of the Blood Spirit Sky, but what if the 3 major sects refused to let it go? The Blood Spirit Sky's abilities were all in the Blood Spirit Seal. This was an exclusive ability. How could Senior know it? "Sir, if you're really the successor of the Blood Spirit Sky, why don't you use the Blood Spirit Seal?" Shenluo Heaven sect master said coldly. "That's reasonable." The silver-robed young man was delighted. "If you can use the Blood Spirit Seal, then you're the successor of the Blood Spirit Sky and won't break the rules. What's so difficult about that?" Yi Yin smiled faintly. His hands moved in the air and a Blood Spirit Seal appeared in front of him. "Senior, how can your Blood Spirit Seal be so powerful?" Nan Xiaohua's pupils shrank as shock filled his eyes. As the sect master of the Blood Spirit Sky, he had spent his entire life studying the Blood Spirit forbidden art. Naturally, he was extremely familiar with it. Therefore, in Nan Xiaohua's opinion, the blood spirit seal that Yi Yun had set up was much stronger than her own blood spirit seal. Is this the blood spirit forbidden art laid down by an Eternal Realm expert? He was indeed powerful, but how did Senior do it? Could it be that the primogenitor secretly taught it to him? Looking at Yi Yun's back, Nan Xiaohua's heart was filled with admiration and confusion. Yi Yun smiled. Imitating the blood spirit seal was a piece of cake for an ultimate god expert like him. Hiss, the other three sect leaders inhaled deeply at that instant. They were knowledgeable and had seen the real blood spirit seal. However, they did not expect the white-clothed young man in front of them to be able to lay down the blood spirit seal. All of a sudden, they were rendered speechless. Although they recognized the blood spirit seal, the three of them did not have a deep understanding of the blood spirit seal. Therefore, they could only see the shape and not the essence. The silver-robed young man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He looked around and immediately said with a smile, "The blood spirit sky did not break the rules. Let's continue." Yi Yun smiled slightly when he saw this. He then turned around and returned to his room in the blood spirit sky. Nan Xiaohua followed closely behind. The air was extremely silent. However, the silence only lasted for a few seconds before someone broke it. Humph. The sect master of the Great Sun Sky snorted with a gloomy face and asked, "Didn't that person from the blood spirit sky say that the quality of our divine dragon blood is low? Do you have a higher quality divine dragon blood?" "Of course." Yi Yun smiled without batting an eyelid. He had too many types of divine dragon blood. For example, those from the Black Dragon Kings. The quality of their blood was so high that it would scare people to death in the Sunnan continent. However, the Eternal Realm was enough. Yi Yun gently stretched out his hand and reached into the void. When he retracted his hand, there was a red kitten in his hand. Senior, looking at the cute red kitten, Nan Xiaohua swallowed hard and did not know what to do. She did not know why the senior took out a kitten. What a cute kitten, Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. She chuckled and reached out to stroke the kitten's furry head. The dizzy blood chief demon dragon was about to say that it was a dragon when it suddenly could not say the second half of the sentence. Yi Yun had silenced it. "So, I'm no longer in the carriage. Master has captured me." The blood chief demon dragon's mouth opened and closed silently. Only then did it realize that it was in the hands of its master. It was flattered. Its master had never held it in his hand at such a close distance. If this were to spread out and the other demonic beasts in the carriage were to find out, who knew how envious they would be. Master is Lord Ancestral Dragon. Right now, I'm being held in the palm of Master's hand like a pearl in his palm. Hee, this is truly a supreme honor. I've also won glory for the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon clan. In an instant, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon felt proud again. Blood Chief Demon Dragon, I've kept you for so long. Today, you're finally useful, Yi Yun said with a smile. Master, what do you need me to do? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon asked in confusion. It was only an Eternal Realm expert, not even at the 8th level. What could it do to help its master? Let out some blood. Yi Yun gave Nan Xiaohua a look, indicating that she should take out a jar. Nan Xiaohua hurriedly took out an empty jar and held it in her palms. Her eyes were fixed on the little red cat in front of her. It was a cat. Why did Senior want this cat to bleed? Could it be that Senior wanted to pass off the fake as the real thing? Using the cat's blood to replace the divine dragon's blood, Nan Xiaohua's imagination was running wild. Master, you need my blood. That's easy. I don't have much, but I have a lot of blood, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon chuckled. It immediately raised its paws and clawed at each other. One of its paws began to bleed. The blood was bright red and crystal clear. It flowed like a stream into the jar in Nan Xiaohua's hand. The jar was quickly filled to the brim. Well, this should be enough. You can go back first. Yi Yun tore a small space in the void with a flick of his hand. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon entered it and disappeared. Brother, didn't you want to use the divine dragon's blood? Why are you using the blood of a little red cat? Xiaoqi asked curiously. Nan Xiaohua also cocked her ears and listened carefully. She also had the same question. That's not a cat. That's a dragon, Yi Yun chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the jar in Xianxia's hand flew out. In the room of the great sun sky, the yellow-robed elder roared impatiently, "Why are you so slow? Does the blood spirit sky have the divine dragon's blood?" As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flew out of the room in the blood spirit sky. He widened his eyes and stared at the crystal-clear blood in the jar. He wanted nothing more than to open the lid and scan it. However, he didn't do so. After all, the master of the divination pavilion was outside. He was the true master of this place. Does the blood spirit sky really have the divine dragon's blood? The silver-robed youth grabbed the jar and opened the lid in doubt. An indescribable sacred aura that contained a powerful dragon's aura rushed out. What kind of divine dragon's blood is this? It's so powerful. The silver-robed youth's expression froze. Waves of anger surged in his heart. He was extremely shocked. Swish swish, 3 powerful figures flew out from the 3 rooms at the same time. "Sir, is the blood spirit sky really offering the divine dragon's blood?" The sect master of the great sun sky, the yellow-robed old man, asked nervously. "Yes." The silver-robed young man nodded heavily and took a deep breath. His expression was grave and excited. He had never seen such a high-quality divine dragon's blood before. This jar of divine dragon's blood was enough to exchange for more than 10 jars of ordinary divine dragon's blood. "Sir, let me take a look," the yellow-robed old man came over doubtfully. The sect masters of the 9 Nether Sky and Xianluo Sky were the same. The 3 of them didn't believe that the blood spirit sky could offer such a high-quality divine dragon's blood. If this jar of divine dragon's blood was of such high quality, then 1 deep well fishing rod wouldn't be enough. They would need at least 2. If that was the case, wouldn't the 3 beyond heaven's share be reduced by a lot? As the saying went, if it doesn't concern you, don't care. But now that this matter concerned the future of the 3 sects, the 3 sect masters were all anxious. The silver-robed young man was very generous. He raised the jar in his hand and allowed the 3 sect masters to carefully feel the divine dragon's blood inside. This, after feeling the powerful aura of the divine dragon's blood, the faces of the 3 beyond heaven's sect masters changed. They had never seen such a high-quality divine dragon's blood. Just who was that white-robed young man from the blood spirit sky? How could he possess such a high-quality divine dragon's blood? The 3 of them looked at each other with anxiety in their eyes. This is indeed the divine dragon's blood, and its quality is relatively high. "Sir, why don't you give them 2 deep well fishing rods?" The yellow-robed old man from the great sun sky took a deep breath and said with a faint smile. "All right." The silver-robed young man nodded without hesitation. His existence was naturally to balance the 4 beyond heaven's quota of deep well fishing rods. He couldn't let any one of them dominate. Therefore, the great sun sky's suggestion was in line with his original plan. 2 deep well fishing rods? How is that enough? Yi Yan walked out again. Looking at the few people in front of him, he shook his head gently. Nan Xiaohua also followed him out. Only little 7 was still in the room and didn't come out. 2 is enough. Your blood spirit heaven shouldn't be too greedy. The sect master of Xianluo heaven sneered. Yi Yan looked at this guy and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had erased some of this guy's memories, so he didn't even remember who he was. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. Do you think so too? Yi Yan no longer paid any attention to the sect master of Xianluo heaven and looked at the silver-robed youth. After all, only the successor of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion could make the final decision. 2 deep well fishing rods should be enough. The fortune of the netherworld well will naturally be shared by the 4 beyond heavens, the silver-robed young man said coldly. 2 isn't enough. Now that you have 6 deep well fishing rods left, I want all of them. They can be used to exchange for this jar of divine dragon's blood. Yi Yan said faintly, but his tone revealed a shocking feeling. What? Isn't your tone too overbearing? How dare you offend the 3 beyond heavens at the same time? The grey-robed elder from 9 nether heavens said angrily. Damn it, has the blood spirit heaven grown wings? How dare they take it all for themselves? The yellow-robed elder from great sun heaven glared at Yi Yan fiercely. He couldn't wait to skin him alive. We can't take it all for ourselves. Let alone the three beyond heavens, even the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion won't agree to it. The sect master of Shenluo Heaven snorted coldly. After saying that, the three sect masters looked at the silver-robed youth at the same time. Everyone is right. Including the divine dragon's blood from the blood spirit heaven and this jar, the blood spirit heaven can exchange for 3 deep well fishing rods. That's enough. The silver-robed youth said bitterly. Not enough. Yi Yin shook his head and pointed at the jar. The quality of my divine dragon's blood is very high. The remaining 6 rods must belong to the blood spirit heaven. Otherwise, I'll take back this jar of divine dragon's blood. Take it back. The silver-robed youth was stunned for a moment and looked at Yi Yin in disbelief. This guy was really ruthless. Faced with the opportunity of the ghost well, he didn't intend to exchange for the deep well fishing rods. What was he thinking? Could it be? Did he really think that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion couldn't do without the divine dragon's blood? Haha, it's good that you don't want to exchange. Hurry up and take back your divine dragon's blood. The other 3 sect masters burst into laughter at the same time. Don't regret it. Yi Yin looked at the silver-robed young man and said with a deep meaning. The silver-robed youth's face stiffened. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion indeed needed the divine dragon's blood of a higher quality to complete a mysterious mission. For so many years, it had been carried out in secret. Wait for me. The silver-robed youth hugged the jar and entered the room. The 3 sect masters looked at each other. When they saw the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion enter the room, they couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Yi Yin stood calmly on the spot and waited. The silver-robed youth must have entered the room to contact the higher-ups. Yi Yin also wanted to see how the other party would contact the higher-ups. After the silver-robed youth entered the room, he took out a token and injected his dermic powers into it. The void rippled and a beam of light shot down. He hurriedly put the jar of divine dragon's blood in. At the same time, he took out a jade slip and left a voice transmission before putting it in. The beam of light retracted and the vortex disappeared. The silver-robed youth waited. He sent the jar of divine dragon's blood back to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. As for whether to give the blood spirit sky the 6 deep well fishing rods, it was all up to the higher-ups. The Plow Empire. In a mysterious space. A vortex suddenly appeared and a beam of light fell, revealing a red jar and a jade slip. A few figures with terrifying and chaotic auras appeared in this place in an instant. What happened in the Flying Deity City? One of them picked up the jade slip and began to read the voice inside. The next moment, the man's expression changed and he grabbed the jar impatiently. Ha ha ha, the blood spirit sky has done a great service this time. They actually provided us with divine dragon's blood of such quality. Our plan will be completed 20,000 years ahead of schedule this time. The man laughed out loud. The other figures came over and felt the powerful aura of the divine dragon's blood in the jar. Their expressions changed drastically and there was a hint of ecstasy in their shock. The pavilion master is still in seclusion. If he knows, he'll probably break out of seclusion in excitement. A man laughed loudly. That's right. The quality of this divine dragon's blood is really rare. Our plan will definitely succeed this time. Another person said. Once it succeeds, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will have an eternal realm pet beast. This way, we'll have hope of becoming a supreme sect. The third person also laughed loudly. Haha, thinking of the bright future of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, they laughed wildly again. Little Lu is still waiting at the Flying Deity City. Send a message to him immediately and ask him to exchange all 6 deep well fishing rods for the blood spirit sky. The man in the lead ordered. What about the other 3 sects? Another person asked. Take out a few more deep well fishing rods. We won't need them in the short term anyway. Distribute them to the other 3 sects. The man in the lead thought for a moment and said. There was a ripple in the void. A small whirlpool suddenly spun out, and a ray of light fell from it. The silver-robed young man became excited when he saw this. A jade slip floated in the light. The silver-robed young man grabbed it and injected a trace of magic power into it. After listening to the voice in the jade slip, the silver-robed young man had a strange look on his face. He did not expect the higher-ups to make such a decision. The divine dragon's blood of the blood spirit sky had been taken by the divination pavilion. However, the higher-ups had also decided to give a few fishing rods to the other 3 beyond heavens for them to distribute. After reading the jade slip, the light pillar trembled and revealed a few silver fishing rods. The silver-robed young man counted a total of 5 deep well fishing rods. The higher-ups of the sect really favor the 3 beyond heavens. I wonder what they're after, the silver-robed young man sighed with a perplexed look on his face. He did not understand why the 4 supreme sects of the Sky Sun dynasty had to participate in the Netherworld Well's opportunity. My status is still low and I don't know many secrets. The silver-robed young man smiled bitterly and placed the other jars of divine dragon's blood into the light pillar. Whoosh, the light pillar suddenly retracted into the vortex and took away the divine dragon's blood. The vortex disappeared. The space returned to normal. The silver-robed young man grabbed the fishing rod and walked out of the room. There are quite a few fishing rods. Yiyin glanced at them quietly with a mocking look in his eyes. It was close to what he had guessed. The divination pavilion had an urgent need for higher quality divine dragon's blood, so they naturally would not let go of the blood chief demon dragon's blood. Therefore, the 6 fishing rods would naturally be given to the blood spirit sky. As for the great solar sky and the other 3 supreme sects, they had also given a certain amount of compensation. Yiyin was very interested. The pavilion of heavenly secrets did this as if they were trying to balance a bowl of water. What were they trying to achieve? Yiyin had originally wanted to take all the fishing rods, but that would mean the divination pavilion would continue to compensate him. That would be meaningless. My lord, how is it? The yellow-robed old man from the great solar sky came over and asked nervously. The other 2 sect masters from Shenluo Heaven and 9 Underworld Heaven looked at the fishing rod in the silver-robed young man's hand with complicated expressions. What was going on? He took out another 5 deep well fishing rods. Was he going to break the precedent? The quality of the divine dragon blood provided by the blood spirit sky is extremely high, and the higher-ups are very satisfied with it. The 6 deep well fishing rods from before will belong to the blood spirit sky. The silver-robed young man cleared his throat and announced the decision of the higher-ups. The faces of the 3 beyond heavens sect masters froze. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Sir, then we only have 1 fishing rod. Isn't that too unfair? The yellow-robed old man said with dissatisfaction. These 5 fishing rods, I'll leave it to the 3 of you to compete. The silver-robed youth raised the other 5 fishing rods in his hands and smiled. Sigh, the yellow-robed old man sighed dejectedly. There was nothing he could do. Although they were short of 6 and compensated with 5 more, they still wanted the 3 families to split them, right? They were still short of 1 rod from the original plan. The moment they thought of the 7 fishing rods from the blood spirit sky, they couldn't calm down. They looked at Nan Xiaohua with intense hostility. Xiaoqi, we're out. Let's go. Yiyin put away the 6 fishing rods and shouted in a certain direction. Coming, big brother. Xiaoqi ran out with a smile. Yiyin held Xiaoqi's hand and gave Nan Xiaohua a look. Then, they slowly walked back the way they came. Nan Xiaohua followed closely behind. The blood spirit sky has always been mysterious. I didn't expect them to teach us a lesson today. The yellow-robed old man looked into the distance and said with a gloomy face. No matter how strong the blood spirit sky is, how can they be a match for the 3 beyond heavens? The gray-robed old man smiled sinisterly. After the ghost well ends, the 3 of us will join forces and show the blood spirit sky our strength. The black-robed old man from Shenluo Heaven sneered. Alright, that's enough. There's no need to fight to the death. After all, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion needs a stable Sun Sky dynasty. The silver-robed young man raised an eyebrow and said indifferently. Sir, we understand. We were just joking. The yellow-robed old man laughed. The few of them gathered and began to discuss the distribution of the deep well fishing rods. Yiyin held Xiaoqi's hand and walked out of the auction house. These 3 deep well fishing rods are for you. Turning to look at Nan Xiaohua, Yiyin took out 3 deep well fishing rods and handed them over. Senior, these are your fishing rods. How can this junior take away your treasures? Nan Xiaohua's face flushed red as she hurriedly waved her hand to refuse. The founder of your blood spirit sky is a good friend of mine, so we're not strangers. You can take these 3 deep well fishing rods without worry, Yi said with a smile. Alright. Nan Xiaohua reluctantly accepted the rods. This senior had given the blood spirit sky a new lease on life. As the sect master of the blood spirit sky, she really did not know how to repay him. Where is the ghost well? Yi asked. Nan Xiaohua's expression was stern as she said respectfully, Senior, I'll tell you the coordinates. When the day comes, you can go there directly. I'll wait there. After saying that, she quietly sent a voice transmission and told Yi the coordinates. Yi nodded. Then, he left with Xiaoqi. Nan Xiaohua also came to a certain place in the Flying Deity City and used the teleportation array to return to the blood spirit sky. Walking in the Flying Deity City. Xiaoqi, what's your wish in this life? Yi lowered his head and gently stroked Xiaoqi's head with his palm as he asked with a smile. Big brother, my biggest wish in this life is to break through to the Nirvana realm and surpass my master, Xiaoqi said with a smile. Break through to the Nirvana realm, that was too simple. Yi was speechless for a while. Fortunately, this was Xiaoqi and not Yun Xiao. If it was Yun Xiao, how could he say such unambitious words? Looking at Yi, Xiaoqi suddenly said, Big brother, do you think I'm unambitious? It's okay, I just think you should cultivate to a higher realm, Yi said with a smile. I don't know why, but I feel that cultivating to the Nirvana realm is the greatest cultivation achievement in my life, Xiaoqi said with a depressed sigh. Don't worry, I'll help you cultivate to the Nirvana realm first and then cultivate to the Eternal realm step by step, Yi said with a smile. Not to mention the Eternal realm, I don't even dare to think about the life and death realm. Xiaoqi chuckled and suddenly pointed to the distance and shouted, There's candied fruit over there. Big brother, do you want to eat it? Candied fruit, Yi was stunned. How many years had it been since he last ate it? Let's eat together. Yi smiled bitterly and led Xiaoqi over. In a mysterious space. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared and 2 men with terrifying auras walked out. The 2 men were dressed in long silver robes and wore silver masks, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. Around them, the light was dim and faint black gas lingered. Under their feet, there was a huge black well, like the mouth of a giant beast, split open on the ground. This black well was extremely different. It was vast and had a diameter of tens of thousands of feet. There was a circular rim around the well, which was hundreds of meters high. A layer of black gas floated on the well water, without any waves, like stagnant water. There was dead silence all around. If the sect masters of the 4 major sects were here, they would definitely recognize that this was the legendary ghost well. Splash, the water surged. A black gas column suddenly broke through the well water and spurted out. High up in the air, the black pillar of chi became powerless. Suddenly, it turned into a black gas. Then, it rolled down like a tide and covered the entire mouth of the well. Splash, another black gas column spurted out. The black gas has been erupting more and more violently in recent years, a man looked down and said indifferently. The primordial giant demon really lives up to its name. Even if it's dead, it's still so restless. Another man snorted. The primordial troll may be powerful, but it's a thing of the past. Now that these guys are dead, our divine secret pavilion has benefited instead, the man in the lead chuckled. Haha, who would have thought that we'd tamper with the primordial troll's corpse? Once we successfully breed the primordial dragon demon, our divine secret pavilion will have an eternal realm pet beast. We'll be promoted to a supreme sect in one fell swoop. The other man laughed heartily. After his laughter subsided, the man in the lead took out a crimson jar and opened the lid. Looking at the sparkling blood inside, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, the blood spirit sky has really done a good deed. With the divine dragon's blood of this quality, the primordial dragon demon will be born as soon as possible this time. That's right. The 4 supreme sects of the Sky Sun dynasty aren't completely useless after all. They've done us a great favor without even knowing what they're doing, the other man said with a deep meaning. Isn't that right? The man in the lead suddenly pointed in the direction of the ghost well and a red circle of light suddenly appeared. He tilted the jar and poured the divine dragon's blood into the red circle of light. Whoosh, the entire ghost well began to boil. Countless huge black fish rushed out in a frenzy toward the red circle of light. They seemed to have an uncontrollable desire for the divine dragon's blood. However, all their efforts were to no avail. The red circle was as solid as a rock. It burst out with a ball of light that rendered all the attacks of the black fish useless. As the divine dragon's blood was poured out, the red circle of light gradually disappeared. The black fish that failed to get their hands on the blood roared indignantly before finally diving into the depths of the water. The ghost well instantly returned to its calm state. It shouldn't take more than a year for the primordial dragon demon to be born, the man in the lead said after observing for a moment. I'm really looking forward to that day. The other man said with a smile, his eyes filled with longing. A vortex rose above their heads and a beam of light descended. The two of them instantly disappeared. Splash, there was the sound of water splashing. A jet of black poisonous gas shot out and turned into a large amount of black gas in midair, drifting on the water surface of the ghost well. Some of the poisonous gas spread past the edge of the well and flowed to other places. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In a certain valley, two figures sat cross-legged, one big and one small. It was Yiyun and Little Seven. Big brother, what kind of pill did you give me? It's only been a few days, but my cultivation has increased so quickly. Lil Seven opened her eyes and looked at Yiyun in shock as she asked anxiously. For the past few days, she had been cultivating ever since she ate a mysterious elixir. However, to Little Seven's pleasant surprise, her cultivation was increasing like a rocket. In a short span of 8 to 9 days, she broke through from the first level of primary sea realm to the 6th level. It was almost equivalent to breaking through 1 layer a day. This rapid improvement made Little Seven's heart jump. He was filled with fear and disbelief. It is just an ordinary elixir, it isn't considered anything. You might be progressing rapidly, but you are only at the 6th level of primary sea realm, Yiyun said with a smile. A few days ago, he gave Little Seven a dragon tiger elixir. At the same time, he used his divine essence force to envelop Little Seven's body so that her body wouldn't be shattered by the violent dragon tiger elixir. Yiyun even used his divine essence force to transfer into Little Seven's body to harmonize the circulation of the dragon tiger elixir's medicinal effects. Therefore, in just a few days, Little Seven's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Little Seven's foundation was too weak, and if she used a normal cultivation method, her cultivation speed wouldn't be so fast. Yiyun also wanted Little Seven to break through to the Nirvana realm as soon as possible. He wanted to shatter the unsurpassable thought in Little Seven's mind, allowing her to overcome the heart devil and establish a powerful Tao heart. If one had a heart devil on the path of cultivation, they naturally wouldn't be able to go far. There were plenty of mediocre individuals who believed that they were mediocre and the heart devil would become a hindrance to their cultivation. Brother, isn't it about time for the well of the netherworld? Little Seven stood up abruptly and asked with interest. That's right. It is about time. Yiyun let out a soft laugh. He stood up and pulled Little Seven out of the valley. In a certain direction of the Heavenly Sun dynasty, there was an unremarkable pool in a lush green mountain range. At this moment, a large number of life and death experts had gathered around the pool. These were the experts from the 4 beyond heavens. They were led by their respective sect masters, and each sect had around 15 to 20 people. It's about time. We can open the seal now. The yellow-robed old man from the great sun heaven said in a deep voice. Nan Xiaohua shook his head lightly and said, let's wait a little longer. Senior hasn't arrived yet, Nan Xiaohua, don't go overboard. There are so many of us. We can't just wait for that guy. 9 Nether Heavens sect master, the grey-robed old man, waved his arm and said angrily. If Senior doesn't come, I won't make a move. If you have the ability, open the seal yourselves. Nan Xiaohua lowered his eyelids and said indifferently. The sect masters of the 3 beyond heavens were so angry that their bodies trembled. Back then, the seal in the pool was sealed by the joint efforts of the sect masters of the 4 great sections. If they wanted to open the seal, they couldn't do it without the help of any sect. Now that the blood spirit heaven refused to open the seal, they were helpless. The 3 sect masters' faces were gloomy and sullen, but they didn't say a word. The disciples of the 3 beyond heavens glared at the people from the blood spirit heaven. They didn't look happy at all. Nan Xiaohua pretended not to know. time passed by minute by minute. Just when everyone's patience was about to be worn out, a black horse-drawn carriage slowly drove over. Senior has arrived, right? Nan Xiaohua focused her gaze and looked towards the black horse carriage. When she saw the little red cat, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her handsome face. This kitten wasn't simple. According to Senior, it was transformed from a divine dragon. And it wasn't an ordinary divine dragon, but an extremely high-quality one. Strange, why are there so many kittens in Senior's carriage? She looked to the side and saw 5 or 6 kittens lying on the carriage. They were of different colors and each of them was abnormally cute. Even as a sect master, Nan Xiaohua was stunned at this moment. After all, she was also a woman. When she suddenly saw so many cute kittens, the soft side of her heart couldn't help but show itself. As for the disciples of the blood spirit heaven, most of them were women. When they saw the kittens, their beautiful eyes widened and they exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful group of kittens. I like that red kitten. The blue kitten is even better. I like it. White is like the snow of the blood spirit heaven. It's pure and flawless. I like that white kitten." The disciples discussed animatedly. Their interest was high and they couldn't stop arguing. On the carriage, the 5 kittens all had awkward expressions on their faces. Embarrassing. To think that I, a divine lord divine dragon, would be surrounded by so many people like a kitten. The Azure Sea heavenly dragon sighed in his heart and hurriedly hid his head under his abdomen, pretending not to see anything. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon also followed the Azure Sea heavenly dragon's example and hid their heads. "We're finally going to fish for treasures, haha. That pool ahead, could it be the entrance to the ghost well?" Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, the big black cat stretched his neck and looked into the distance excitedly, chuckling softly. "That pool must be the entrance. Big brother, can't you see that the 4 major sects are guarding there?" Melbauer said with a smile. "Io, do I need you to say that? Don't tell me I don't see the 4 major sects?" The big black cat snorted coldly. It raised its paw and was just about to slap down when it suddenly thought of something and abruptly held back its hand. "Big brother, don't think about hitting me in the future. I've already activated the 5-colored raiment. As long as you touch me, you'll be in so much pain that you want to die," Melbauer said proudly. Tisk. The big black cat curled its lips helplessly and ignored Melbauer. The 5-colored raiment was indeed a terrifying treasure. Once it touched it, it would be in so much pain that it wanted to die. The big black horse pulled the carriage and slowly walked to the pool. Who is this person? Why did he raise a carriage full of beasts? The sect master of Great Sun Heaven, the yellow-robed elder, frowned and asked. Could it be that guy? The sect master of 9 Nether Heaven guessed with a cold expression. Looking at Nan Xiaohua's expression, it should be that guy. The sect master of Shenluo Heaven snorted and anger appeared on his face. Xiaohua greets Senior. Nan Xiaohua cupped her fists and said respectfully with a fanatical gaze. After returning to Blood Spirit Heaven, she found out that this white-robed senior had set up an emperor-level array for Blood Spirit Heaven and even gave out an emperor weapon. At that time, she was extremely shocked. Nan Xiaohua felt that this senior Yi Yun was even more unfathomable. According to the Grand Supreme Ancestor, with this shocking emperor-level array, even 10 super sects would find it difficult to conquer Blood Spirit Heaven. This meant that, as long as the Grand Supreme Ancestor refined that emperor weapon, Blood Spirit Heaven would be ranked first among the 4 major heavens. Let's begin. Yi Yun sat in the carriage with little Seven beside him and Mu Qing standing opposite him. He took a sip of tea and said to the people outside. Okay. Nan Xiaohua nodded his head confidently. She turned around and faced the other 3 sect leaders of Beyond Heavens. Now, you can break the seal. All right. The 3 sect leaders nodded impatiently. Although they had a lot of opinions about the Blood Spirit Sky, their main goal now was the Ghost Well, so it was not good for them to become enemies. The 4 sect masters formed hand seals with their hands and injected them into the pool. Layers of seals were opened, and above the pool, a spatial entrance with a diameter of 20 to 30 feet appeared. Let's go. The sect master of the great sun sky roared out and led his disciples to charge in. Shenluo Heaven and 9 Underworld Heaven also rushed in at this time. Senior, this is the entrance. Nan Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He continued to bow and respectfully spoke to the carriage. Why are they all at life and death realm? Yi Yanxiao asked with a glint in his eyes. Senior, there's poison qi in the ghost well. If one hasn't reached the life and death realm, it would be hard for them to endure it, Nan Xiaohua said. Let's go. Yi Yan nodded and drank another mouthful of tea. Nan Xiaohua agreed and immediately led the disciples of the blood spirit sky to the entrance of the space. The big black horse pulled the carriage and entered in a flash. After entering the spatial entrance, inside was a gloomy tunnel, surrounded by a faint black qi. This black qi is poisonous. Mao Bauer smelled it and felt dizzy. Her whole body felt uncomfortable. She was so frightened that she immediately held her breath. However, even after holding her breath, the black qi was still pervasive and could affect her. It's just a small poison. What can it be? The Rui Jade spider coldly snorted. It suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled. All the black qi in the tunnel turned into a long dragon and was sucked into its stomach. Hiss, the blood spirit sky disciples couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. They were dumbstruck. They couldn't see through the cultivation base of the sparkling and translucent spider on the carriage, so they thought it was just an ordinary spider. They didn't expect this little spider to be so powerful. A single breath seemed to be able to swallow mountains and rivers. It was powerful beyond compare and swallowed all the black qi. It was truly inconceivable. Senior's demonic beasts are so powerful. It's really hard to imagine, Nan Xiaohua sighed. She couldn't see through Senior's true strength anymore. Well done. Yi Yan's voice resounded in the Rui Jade spider's ears. Master, this is what I should do. The Rui Jade spider chuckled and let out a childlike voice. Sister Rui is so nice. Little Seven looked at the jade wishful spider outside and her lips curled up into a smile. It was this Sister Rui who had escorted her to the Green Dawn sect. The two were of similar height and age. Therefore, Xiaoqi felt a sense of closeness to the Rui Jade spider. After traveling for a while, the tunnel suddenly widened, and a deep and vast world appeared in front of everyone. Senior, the black well in front of us is the well of subterranean remains, Nan Xiaohua pointed into the distance and said. Yi Yan nodded and looked toward the ghost well. Why is there a huge monster in the well? Yi Yan was slightly taken aback. This huge monster was made up of bones and formed the shape of a long dragon. It was entrenched at the bottom of the well. After looking carefully for a moment, Yi Yan's face showed a trace of seriousness. The bones of this bone dragon were made up of the primordial troll demon's bones. Fortunately, he had fought with the primordial troll demon before and was familiar with it. Therefore, he could recognize it. On the bone dragon's body, there were 7 divine dragon steels in 7 different parts of its body. These 7 divine dragon steels twisted and turned, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. The small divine secret pavilion has made a big move this time, Yi Yan smiled faintly. He had seen through everything. Although he had seen through it, Yi Yan did not ruin this well-planned show. After all, they had brought a carriage of demonic beasts here to fish for treasures. Naturally, he would let everyone have fun first. Master, there's a big guy in the well, the undead celestial silkworm's voice came. You know that. Don't worry about it. I have my own arrangements. Yi Yan said softly. He also passed this sentence to the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon and the Jade Rui Spider. These were all above the true God realm, so they could naturally see some clues. As for the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon and the Black Bird, they could not see the layer of restriction at the bottom of the ghost well. Naturally, they could not see the huge bone dragon. Therefore, there was no need to worry. Everyone came to the side of the ghost well. At this moment, people from the 3 major sects were already sitting on the edge of the well, holding silver deep well fishing rods in their hands and fishing for treasures in a dignified manner. Due to the small number of deep well fishing rods, there were less than 10 people sitting on the edge of the well. As for the others, they gathered together and propped up a protective shield to resist the invasion of the poisonous gas. In the ghost well, there was a constant flow of poisonous gas slowly spreading out. The concentration of the poisonous gas was naturally much higher than the concentration of the poisonous gas in the tunnel. This poisonous gas is very annoying. I'd better eat it all. The jade rui spider was impatient. It opened its mouth and took a deep breath. All the surrounding black gas suddenly surged into it like a rolling river. In the blink of an eye, all of the black gas had disappeared. Yiyan took Xiaoqi's hand and walked out of the carriage, followed by Mu Qing. Okay, let's start fishing for treasures. Yiyan smiled gently and sat on the edge of the well. He took out 3 fishing rods and gave one to Xiaoqi and Mu Qing. When the deep well fishing rods were injected with magic power, the fishing line would drop into the well water. Hee hee, let's fish for treasures. Little Seven laughed loudly and threw the fishing rod out. Swoosh, a thin silver line drew a beautiful arc in the air before finally falling into the pitch-black well water. Ha, let's go fishing for treasures too. The undead celestial silkworm also rushed over excitedly. I'm coming too. The jade rui spider laughed and jumped up, landing on the edge of the well. The other demonic beasts were not to be outdone. Other than the big black horse and the mystic bird, all the other demonic beasts rushed over. I'm just a bird. I'm not interested in fishing for treasures, the mystic bird shook its head and said helplessly. It did not have a deep well fishing rod, could not spit silk, and had feathers all over its body. There was no way it could fish for treasures. Mystic bird, I'll just watch the carriage and accompany you. The big black horse turned its head and looked at the mystic bird with a chuckle. All right. The mystic bird smiled and felt at ease. Looking at the 5 kittens in the carriage swarming over, including a chubby silver silkworm and a sparkling spider, the disciples of the blood spirit heaven were dumbfounded. As for the other disciples of the 3 beyond heavens, they didn't know what to say when they saw this scene. Most of them were extremely afraid of that sparkling little spider. After all, it had swallowed all the poisonous gas in one gulp. This showed how powerful the spider was. These demonic beasts are not to be underestimated, the sect master of the great sun heaven, the yellow-robed elder, said after seeing this scene. He also did not expect this. The mysterious blood spirit heaven actually had such a deep relationship with the demonic beasts. It was surprising. As the sect master, he naturally sat on the edge of the well with a fishing rod in his hand, ready to fish for treasures. After all, this was not their first time, so they were all very experienced. Only those with a deep well fishing rod dared to sit on the edge of the well. The others could only hide and watch from the side. Those demonic beasts must be tired of living. You'll have a good time in a while. The black-robed elder of the Shenluo heaven sneered and narrowed his eyes. He stared at the well water and began fishing for treasures. Chi, the undead celestial silkworm floated above the well and spat out a silver thread into the well water. The jade rui spider turned around and raised its round belly, spitting out several threads into the water. Isn't this considered cheating? The undying celestial silkworm said in a low voice. That's true. Then I'll take it back, the rui jade spider said in embarrassment. After all, it was a true god realm and had a sense of superiority in its heart. It naturally did not wish to bully others either. Therefore, as soon as the undead celestial silkworm reminded it, it came to its senses and quickly corrected itself. We are all cats. We don't know how to spit silk. How can we fish for treasure? Standing on the edge of the well, the heavenly dragon of the azure seas looked at the kittens and asked with a smile. Why don't we use our magic power to create a fishing line? Blood Chief Demonic Dragon suggested. That's not good, is it? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon shook its head. Seniors, I have a good idea. Just wait and see. The big black cat was brimming with confidence as it spoke. After saying that, it turned its butt towards the well water and lowered its tail. The black cat's tail grew longer and longer until it reached the bottom of the well. Are you serious? You want to use your tail to fish? The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. Cats always use their tails to fish. The big black cat said proudly with its head held high. Alright, I admit that you're a genius. A true genius. Haha. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon could not help but laugh. Sigh, it's mainly because we're not real cats, so we don't understand the habits of cats, Blood Chief Demonic Dragon shook its head and laughed as well. Although their voices were loud, they did not spread out. They were all confined within a certain distance. This was naturally Yi Yun's doing. He did not want the conversation between these monsters to be overheard by others. Big brother, that little black cat really knows how to have fun. What is it thinking? It's using its tail to fish. Little Seven looked in that direction and could not help but laugh. Little Black is a clown. It's very interesting, Yi Yun said with a smile. Aya! The big black cat suddenly exclaimed and jumped up. It shouted in midair, how did this treasure become a spirit? It can even bite people. All the monsters quickly looked over. They saw a strange black fish hanging from the big black cat's tail. This strange fish was dozens of feet long and was extremely large. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth that were shining with silver light. It was firmly biting the furry black tail. Even though the big black cat had already jumped into the air, the strange black fish was still biting on it tightly and showed no signs of letting go. Ha ha ha. Little black cat, you didn't manage to catch any treasure, but you managed to catch a big fish. Your luck is just too heaven-defying. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon laughed. This fish is quite poisonous, the Jade Ruri Spider said in surprise. Don't worry. Little black cat's body is extremely strong. That strange black fish can't bite it. The undead celestial silkworm said disapprovingly. The big black cat turned around and saw the strange black fish hanging from its tail. It could not help but be furious. You stupid fish, how dare you bite Lord Cat? Damn it, watch how I'll teach you a lesson. The big black cat raised its hand and a black shield flew out. Boom, the black shield smashed into the body of the strange black fish and sent it flying. The shield was too strong. The strange black fish suddenly disintegrated in the air and turned into a mist of blood. Whoosh, the water in the well violently surged. Dozens of strange black fish jumped out of the water and swallowed the blood mist. Why are there so many fish in the well? Xiaoqi stared at the strange black fish with a trace of fear on his face. The strange black fish had sharp teeth and looked extremely ferocious. Xiaoqi, you have the fishing rod. Don't be afraid. These black fish will not attack the holder of the fishing rod, Yi Yun said with a smile. With that said, he looked at Nan Xiaohua who was not far away. What is this strange black fish? Yi Yun asked. Senior, this is a man-eating fish, one of the more horrifying creatures in the ghost well. The one that just died was at the 10th level of the fate state. There are some man-eating fish in the life and death state, Nan Xiaohua explained. Man-eating fish. That's a scary name, Yi Yun smiled. Senior, man-eating fish will only attack people who don't have fishing rods in the well. They do have wings, but under normal circumstances, they won't jump out of the water to attack humans, Nan Xiaohua continued. Yi Yun nodded. Good heavens. They are called man-eating fish. They can fly. The big black cat also heard Nan Xiaohua's words. It descended from the sky and curled its lips. I have thick skin. I won't be afraid of small fish like you. The big black cat was not afraid at all. It pointed its buttocks in the direction of the well water and squatted there, its tail drooping down quickly. Let's fish together. We can't let the man-eating fish attack Blackie, can we? The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon smiled faintly. For the first time, it also pointed its butt in the direction of the well water and lowered its blue tail. Hee hee, I want to fish for treasures too. The Blood Chief Evil Dragon put on a weird smile. It turned around and squatted on the edge of the well, lowering its red tail. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon did the same. The cat was hesitating. It just felt that the action was not very elegant. It seemed to be, Cat Bower, don't embarrass us cats. Come and fish for treasures. The big black cat urged. Fine. Mel Bower took a deep breath and slowly turned around. She squatted by the edge of the well and slowly extended her pure white cat tail into the well water. The water was calm. The man-eating fish sensed a powerful energy and didn't dare to approach the cat's tails. Interesting, Xiaoqi looked at the black, white, red, green, and blue kittens squatting side by side on the edge of the well. He couldn't help but giggle. Yi Yun smiled. The 5 kittens were in the limelight that day. Look! That row of kittens is squatting on the edge of the well with their tails in the water. Are they trying to fish for treasures? Looking at the row of kittens with different colors in such a cute pose, a female disciple of the blood spirit sky covered her mouth and laughed. Hee hee, this is so fun. These kittens are too cute. I really want to raise one. I'll say it again. I like that blue kitten. I like the red one. The female disciples of the blood spirit sky gathered on one side of the ghost well. Looking in the direction of the well, they giggled and chattered away. You guys, pay attention to your image. Don't talk nonsense. Nan Xiaohua looked back with a sharp gaze and sent a voice transmission to each disciple. After all, these were the senior's demonic beasts. Although their cultivation was obscure, they seemed to have a great origin and couldn't be blasphemed at will. Although the black kitten just now was only at the first level of life and death realm, the demonic ogre fish didn't hurt its tail at all. From this, it could be seen that the black kitten's body was extremely powerful. As for the other kittens, Nan Xiaohua guessed inwardly that their cultivation was unfathomable. Senior is a character on par with the primogenitor. His cultivation is shocking. I'm afraid he has reached the peak of the eternal realm, holding the silver fishing rod, Nan Xiaohua thought inwardly. On the edge of the well, eh? Since even Mao Bao can fish for treasures, I should be able to as well, right? Hiding at the edge of the well, the sky-drilling mouse's eyes lit up. Seeing Mao Bao's tail in the well water, it finally couldn't help but ask. It also coveted the netherworld well. The sky-drilling mouse had just taken a few steps toward the edge of the well when it suddenly saw the big black cat glancing at it. Coward! The demonic ogre fish in the well is too powerful. You'd better not embarrass yourself. The big black cat pinched its nose and deliberately threatened. Brother cat, if Mao Bao, who has just broken through to the fate realm, can be fished, I should be able to do the same with the second level of life and death realm, right? The heaven-burrowing rat snickered with shifty eyes. It didn't follow the big black cat's squatting action. Instead, it sat on the edge of the well and swung its long yellow tail towards the well water. Coward! The big black cat glared at him and scolded angrily. I know that rats have long tails, but if you sit like that, you're purposely standing out from the rest of the cats. Aren't you disrespecting your seniors? What the little black cat says makes sense. We've already used such a posture to fish for treasures. You're just a little heaven-drilling rat, yet you insist on taking a unique path. Are you looking down on us old fellows? The blood chief demon dragon harumphed coldly with a ferocious glint in its eyes. Senior, I really didn't mean that. I'll change it right away. The heaven-drilling rat was so scared that its face turned ashen. It quickly turned around and pointed its butt in the direction of the well water. After saying that, puff, its tail suddenly elongated and quickly fell into the well water. You little brat, you're pretty quick to change the rudder when the wind blows. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon opened one of its eyes and said indifferently. Senior, how would I dare to offend you all? The heaven-drilling rat scratched its head with its paw and laughed awkwardly. We cats are fishing for treasures here, and a yellow-furred rat comes to the side. TSK, you're really embarrassing us. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon shook its head and said as it looked at the wretched heaven-drilling rat. That's right. Coward, you shouldn't be fishing for treasures. Just by sitting here, you've completely ruined the scene. The big black cat glared at it and scolded. The heaven-drilling rat wanted to cry but had no tears. It was stunned on the spot. It didn't know what to say. It was just a little rat demon. Couldn't it fish for treasures? As for ruining the scene, what kind of scene was it ruining? Why couldn't it understand? Forget it. Don't bother with it. Let it try, the Heavenly Jade Dragon said indifferently. Seeing that the Heavenly Jade Dragon with the highest cultivation had spoken, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon also fell silent. The heaven-drilling rat was uneasy. It felt like it was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. However, it liked to collect treasures everywhere in its life. Now that it was at the ghost well, it naturally didn't want to miss it. At this moment, its inner obsession was very strong. Anyway, Master has already regarded me as a demon of the Shenlong sect. No matter what, I won't be killed by those seniors. I don't have to worry about my life, the heaven-drilling rat thought to itself. It suddenly gritted its teeth and made up its mind at this moment. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. This time, it would commit a crime against the wind. After all, the heavenly jade dragon with the highest cultivation had already spoken. Therefore, it had to ignore the netherblood greenwood dragon's words and was ready to try its luck. If it could really fish up a treasure, then it would quit while it was ahead and quickly retreat back to the carriage. Then it would keep a low profile. These demon beasts are really overestimating themselves. How could the man-eating demonic fish and the ghost well let them go? In another direction. The sect master of the great sun sky, the yellow-robed old man, raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. The people of the other major sects also showed disdain when they saw the strange performance of these demon beasts. In a place like the ghost well, without the deep well fishing rod, one would become the target of the man-eating demonic fish. The four beyond heavens of the great sun dynasty had paid a painful price before. In the dark depths of the well, a large number of black man-eating demonic fish were constantly swimming. They were looking for prey. The deep well fishing rod emitted a unique aura, which made the man-eating demonic fish not dare to attack. Although, they found a group of demon beasts. But the powerful aura emitted by these demon beasts made them not dare to move for a while. One of the man-eating demonic fish growled. Suddenly, its eyes lit up and flashed with a fierce light. It swung its tail, and with a splash, it swam towards a yellow tail in the well. Crack, the man-eating demonic fish nearby opened its mouth and its sharp silver teeth fiercely bit that tail. Ah! The heaven-drilling mouse on the edge of the well let out a miserable shriek. It felt that its tail had been bitten off by something. The heaven-drilling mouse was scared out of its wits. How could these man-eating demonic fish be so powerful? It was also a demon beast, and its body was relatively strong. How could it be bitten off so easily? It was about to jump up. But suddenly, several black lights flashed in the water. Crack! Crack! Several silver lights flashed, and the tail in the well water was bitten off one after another. Then, it was eaten by the man-eating demonic fish. At this moment, the heaven-drilling mouse also jumped up in pain. Water splashed everywhere. Huff! Huff! The black man-eating demonic fish flew out of the well water and spread its wings, flying toward the heaven-drilling mouse. One of the man-eating demonic fish had already reached the first layer of life and death realm. Its speed was extremely fast, surpassing the other man-eating demonic fish. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the heaven-drilling mouse. It opened its mouth and its sharp silver teeth bit the remaining tail of the heaven-drilling mouse. Crack! The man-eating demonic fish bit off the heaven-drilling mouse's tail and swallowed it. Ah! The heaven-drilling mouse let out a hysterical shriek. Its face twisted, and blood spurted out from the wound on its tail. This coward is too weak. Its entire tail was eaten by the man-eating demonic fish, the big black cat said with a dumbfounded expression. The heaven-drilling mouse in the air suddenly turned black and stiffened like iron. Then, it suddenly fell down. And the direction it fell was actually the pitch-black well water. Splash, the well water boiled. More than 20 man-eating demonic fish drilled out of the water and leaped into the air. They opened their sinister mouths and bit at the heaven-drilling mouse. Oh no, it's dangerous. That little rat is going to be eaten. When little Seven saw this, her little face was filled with shock as she cried out in panic. Yi Yun's face was calm and indifferent. It was as if he did not care about the life and death of the sky-drilling rat. This was because, even if the sky-drilling rat died, Yi Yun had the ability to revive it in time. And this was a farce. It was caused by those demon beasts. Yi Yun believed that they would naturally take care of the aftermath. In another direction. Do you see? Without the deep well fishing rod, fishing for treasures in the ghost well is suicidal. The fiend ogre fish are extremely poisonous. Be it human or demon, once bitten, they will die from the poison. A disciple from Great Sun Heaven sneered. Even if it was not eaten by those fiend ogre fish, the sky-drilling rat would have died from the poison after being bitten, another person said. The disciples from Shenluo Heaven and Ninth Underworld Heaven nodded. Everyone's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. The first unlucky one was the sky-drilling rat. Next, the row of kittens of different colors would become food for the fiend ogre fish. Just as the sky-drilling rat was about to fall into the mouth of the fiend ogre fish, a sudden gust of wind blew the sky-drilling rat to the edge of the well. Crack, the fiend ogre fish missed and was furious. It spread its wings and rushed toward the edge of the well. Scram! The jade ruri spider, who was fishing for treasures, suddenly raised its head and let out a low growl. Its voice was not loud, but it was powerful. The demonic man-eating fish in the air paused for a moment, their eyes filled with fear, as if they had seen the most terrifying beast in the world. Then, their bodies went limp, and with a plop, they fell into the well like dumplings and disappeared. Senior Rui is really ferocious. The big black cat stuck out its tongue and felt a lingering fear in its heart. It quickly looked at the sky-drilling rat. At this moment, the sky-drilling rat was lying on the edge of the cold well. Its yellow fur had turned black, and its body was stiff and not breathing. Could it be that the coward is dead? The big black cat suddenly thought of this possibility, and its heart sank. Along the way, it had played with the heaven-drilling rat and had developed a deep relationship. It really did not want to lose this brother. Is this little mouse really dead? The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon blinked and whispered guiltily. Just now, it had narrowed the area where the aura of the well water was distributed, so the place where the heaven-drilling mouse was located was not within its range of protection. At that time, he also wanted to punish this little fellow. He didn't expect the joke to go too far this time. After being bitten a few times by the devil ogre fish, his tail was gone. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon thought that this was punishment. Unexpectedly, the demonic man-eating fish's poison was so powerful that the sky-drilling rat that was bitten also died from the poison. This is going to be difficult. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon and the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. If the heaven-drilling rat died, things would not be fun. Senior, can he still be saved? The big black cat hurriedly asked as it looked at the Jade Wishful Spider. Have you forgotten that I'm the ancestor of poison? How can this little poison be a problem for me? The Jade Wishful Spider said disdainfully. A silver thread flew out and pierced into the sky-drilling rat's chest like a fine needle. Then, a strange scene occurred. The originally pitch-black color of the sky-drilling rat's body quickly faded. In just a breath or two, the sky-drilling rat returned to its yellow-furred state. The sky-drilling rat woke up. Did I die just now? The sky-drilling rat sat up abruptly, its eyes blank as it asked in a daze. You just had a brush with death, but you were lucky that Senior Rui cured the poison in your body. He also saved your life. The big black cat snorted coldly. Seeing that the sky-drilling rat was safe and sound, it returned to its original calculative self. Thank you, Senior Rui. The sky-drilling rat crossed its two paws in front of its chest and said gratefully. No need to be so polite. Go fish for treasures yourself. The Jade Wishful Spider smiled gently and turned its gaze back to the well water. It had been fishing for so long, but no treasures had taken the bait. It was also a little anxious. Suddenly, a burst of hysterical screams soared into the sky. Ah! My tail is gone. The sky-drilling rat felt a pain coming from its tail. It touched it with its hand and found that there was a bleeding hole on its buttocks. At the thought of losing its tail, the sky-drilling rat burst into tears. If a rat lost its tail, could it still be called a rat? Woo-woo, it was sad. Coward, you don't even have a tail. Now you've become a bald rat, haha. The big black cat laughed wildly, thumping its chest and stamping its feet. It looked funny. Hearing the big black cat's words, the few kittens on the edge of the well, including Maubauer, could not help but laugh. The sky-drilling rat had become a bald rat. This was really interesting. Alright, everyone, hurry up and fish for treasures. Don't be distracted anymore, the undead celestial silkworm suddenly said. It did not mind that the sky-drilling rat's tail was gone, because the master could easily solve it. In other words, among these demon beasts above the true god realm could help the sky-drilling rat grow a tail quickly as long as they consumed some divine essence energy. However, there was no hurry to deal with this matter. The undead celestial silkworm believed that after the master finished the matter at the netherworld bone well, he would naturally help the sky-drilling rat solve this small problem. The kittens began to focus on fishing for treasures again. The jade wishful spider and the undead celestial silkworm were the same. Although the cultivation of these two demon beasts was high, they did not cheat. Dropping the silver line into the well water, they obediently waited for the treasures to take the bait. Time passed by minute by minute. The disciples of Shenluo Heaven, Great Sun Heaven, and Nainu Heaven had been waiting for the man-eating demon fish in the well water to attack those demon beasts. However, unexpectedly, everything was calm and there were no accidents. It's really strange. Could it be that the little spider scared the man-eating demon fish out of their wits? The sect master of Great Sun Heaven, the yellow-robed old man, frowned. He couldn't see the cultivation of that little spider. He had seen many demon beasts in his life, but he had never seen such a crystal-clear spider-demon beast. For a moment, he couldn't make a judgment. However, this little spider was able to neutralize the black nightmare poison gas and the man-eating demon fish's poison. It could be seen that it was also a poison-type spider. In terms of using poison, it was extremely talented. The four Beyond Heavens, aside from the Blood Spirit Heaven, the other three Beyond Heavens sect masters were wary of this crystal-clear little spider. Right now was the time to fish for treasures. Therefore, no one wanted to complicate matters and began to focus on fishing for treasures. The well water was as calm as a mirror. If one used their divine sense, they would be able to see a large number of man-eating demon fish swimming in it. Their divine sense could not penetrate too far into the well water. As for where the treasures were located in the depths of the well water, the four Beyond Heavens did not know. It took the bait. At this moment, Little Seven felt her wrist sink and immediately cried out in surprise. Quickly pull it up. Let's see what treasure it is. Yi Yun chuckled. He was also a little curious and wanted to know what kind of treasure Little Seven had fished up. Although Yi Yun's cultivation realm was the highest and he had seen through the netherworld bone well before, in order to enjoy the pleasure of fishing, Yi Yun still did not release his divine sense. After signing in for 100,000 years, he had long learned to cover the lid and enjoy the fun brought by the mystery. Splash. The sound of water could be heard. Little Seven raised her wrist and shook the silver fishing rod. A silver line was quickly pulled up from the well water. Everyone at the edge of the well, including the disciples on the periphery, and even the big black horse and mystic bird on the carriage, all looked over. Everyone wanted to know. Was the treasure that appeared for the first time in the netherworld bone well a powerful treasure or an ordinary treasure? Dozens of gazes, like numerous sharp swords, looked over with a burning gaze. There was a small bronze mirror on the hook. This small mirror was simple in shape and had many flame patterns on its surface. It was actually the flame mirror. Yi Yun was also slightly taken aback. He did not expect that the small mirror that escaped from the Blood Spirit Heaven that day would be fished out by Xiaoqi first. This was really interesting. Xiaoqi was the seventh reincarnation of Yun Xiao, the ancestor of the Blood Spirit Heaven. Now that she had helped the Blood Spirit Heaven retrieve the flame mirror, it was really a matter of life and death. Wow, it's a simple mirror. Strange, it looks so familiar. Xiaoqi was excited. She lifted the silver fishing rod and let the fishing line float over. Then, she grabbed the small mirror in her hand and looked left and right as if she had thought of something. At this moment, 3 words suddenly appeared in the water of the ghost well. Flame mirror. Nan Xiaohua of the Blood Spirit Heaven was stunned when she saw this scene. After returning to the Blood Spirit Heaven, she naturally knew that the treasures that the Blood Spirit Heaven had obtained from the ghost well in the past had all flown away after being frightened by her senior. However, she did not expect that the little girl who looked similar to her senior would be the first to fish out the flame mirror. It was really bizarre. Nan Xiaohua, isn't this flame mirror a treasure that your Blood Spirit Heaven fished out in the past? The yellow-robed old man asked loudly. That's right. Nan Xiaohua said in a deep voice. Could it be that your Li flame mirror flew away a long time ago? Otherwise, why would you fish it up again? The yellow-robed old man frowned and asked. Nan Xiaohua did not speak and only nodded slightly. Your Blood Spirit Heaven has been so mysterious for so many years. What are you doing? You can't even guard a few treasures well. The black-robed old man from Shenluo heaven raised his brows and snorted coldly. How can your Shenluo heaven understand the actions of my blood spirit heaven? Nan Xiaohua's face turned cold and she retorted unceremoniously. Good, good. The black-robed old man was so angry that he trembled all over. He pointed at Nan Xiaohua and said, sooner or later, I will have a good taste of the blood spirit heaven's magical powers. I'll wait for you. Nan Xiaohua casually smiled and said, everyone says that Shenluo heaven is tyrannical. My blood spirit heaven doesn't believe it. The blood spirit heaven is really getting more and more promising. They don't even put the Shenluo heaven in their eyes. Then wouldn't my 9 nether heaven be the same? The grey-robed elder from the 9 underworlds heaven sneered. In my eyes, you are all jackals of the same tribe, Nan Xiaohua sneered. Ever since the auction in the Flying Immortal City, she had discovered that the 3 great sects were deliberately making things difficult for the blood spirit sky. Therefore, she didn't have a good attitude towards the 3 great sections. Currently, the blood spirit heaven was impregnable. These 3 great sects added together could not compare to a super sect, so how could they pose any threat to the blood spirit heaven? The blood spirit sky was protected by an emperor-level grand array, which caused the grand blood spirit sky sect master Nan Xiaohua's mentality to change. Even if the 3 beyond heavens joined forces to deal with the blood spirit heaven, she had nothing to fear. Nan Xiaohua's words infuriated the 3 beyond heavens sect masters, and it took them a while to calm down. After all, they still had the deep well fishing rod in their hands, and fishing for treasures was now their top priority. Sister, I remember that this is a treasure of the blood spirit sky. Why don't I return it to you? Xiaoqi fiddled with the flame mirror in her hand for a while, then shouted at Nan Xiaohua and threw the flame mirror over. After all, she had seen this treasure fly away in the great treasury hall, and Xiaoqi did not want to keep it for herself. This thought was also a kind of feeling from the unseen world. It made her make a certain decision at that time. As expected of the blood spirit sky's primogenitor, seeing this scene, Yiyin sighed silently. Even if she had no memories of her previous life. In her 7th life, there was still an obsession in the unseen world that silently helped the blood spirit sky. After receiving the flame mirror, Nan Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss. Senior, she looked at Yiyin with a pleading gaze. Accept it. This is Xiaoqi's kind intentions. Don't let her down. Yiyin said softly. Nan Xiaohua nodded silently with a grateful expression on her face. Yiyun's wrist sank, and a pulling force came from the fishing rod. It seems like the second one to fish up a treasure is actually me, Yiyin faintly smiled. He raised the fishing rod, and a thin silver line floated out. Splash! The sound of water echoed. A silver sword was hooked by the fish hook and quickly left the well water. This movement once again shocked everyone around the ghost well. What kind of luck is this? How could he fish up treasures one after another? The yellow-robed old man curled his lips and unhappily snorted. Fishing for treasures in the ghost well relied on luck. Therefore, the reason why they brought so many life and death disciples this time was to exchange their luck. Generally speaking, one person could only fish for 2 days. Regardless of whether they caught a treasure or not, they would have to change people. The 4 beyond heavens had tried this method many times, and it was very effective. Therefore, even as the sect masters of the 4 beyond heavens, they only had 2 days to fish for treasures. If they couldn't fish for 2 days, then there was no chance of fishing for treasures in the rest of the time. It's actually the silver dragon sword. Holding the sword in his hand, Yiyun's eyes flashed with nostalgia. This sword was forged by his master in the past. It was lost in the war 10,000 years ago. Xiaohua, I'll give you the silver dragon sword, no need to decline. Yiyin faintly smiled and threw the silver dragon sword in his hand over. Nan Xiaohua was flattered and hurriedly said a few words of thanks, and put away the silver dragon sword. Yiyin looked at the well and started a new round of fishing. There were many treasures in the ghost well, all of which came from the Shenlong sect's treasury. These treasures were also tampered with. However, Yiyin didn't have any plans to remove the imprint inside. The divination pavilion was mysterious and didn't appear. But now, in the depths of the ghost well, the bone dragon formed from the remains of the primordial giant demon was still 1.5 years away from maturing. Perhaps when the bone dragon matures, the people from the divination pavilion will appear, Yi Yun thought to himself. He suddenly turned his head to look at the netherblood greenwood dragon. With a gentle blink of an eye, a rune flashed, and a bit of blood disappeared from the latter's body. The netherblood greenwood dragon trembled. It had just felt a terrifying aura descend upon its body. "I'll take a few drops of your blood." Yi Yun's voice suddenly rang out by the netherblood greenwood dragon's ears. The netherblood greenwood dragon quivered and hurriedly transmitted back, "Master, please use as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll give you more blood." "Haha, no need. This is enough." Yi Yun laughed heartily. Only the two of them knew of his conversation with the netherblood greenwood dragon. The green dragon blood, full of vitality, sank into the depths of the ghost well and entered the body of that colossal creature. At this moment, the 7 divine dragon steels arranged like the Big Dipper suddenly trembled and released an invisible aura that spread throughout the bone dragon's body. The green dragon blood was absorbed by the bone dragon in the blink of an eye. The bone dragon began to exude vigorous vitality, and the speed of its gestation was 100 times faster. Interesting, Yi Yun nodded slightly as he saw the changes in the 7 divine dragon steels. His eyes glinted. The 7 divine dragon steels had undoubtedly been tampered with. They were now called the dragon-subduing steels. This was the core of the bone dragon. The bone dragon's growth was completely controlled by the 7-star formation formed by the 7 dragon-subduing steels. So the Blood Spirit Sky and Shenluo Sky both worshipped the dragon-subduing steels. They must have wanted to absorb the luck of these two sects. Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Yi Yun had a deeper understanding of the 7 dragon-subduing steels. The divine dragon steels originally carried the luck of the Shenlong sect. The luck of the Shenlong sect was closely related to the Zhongnan continent. The Zhongnan continent was called the Hidden Dragon Continent in ancient times. Although millions of years had passed, a certain amount of the dragon clan's luck still gathered on this continent. As the most powerful sect in the Zhongnan continent, the Shenlong sect also represented the divine dragon clan and still carried the luck of the dragon clan. The mastermind behind the scenes had once used the 7-star peak to suppress the divine dragon steels and achieve the goal of suppressing the luck of the Shenlong sect. This time, the goal of the divine secret pavilion had clearly changed. The divine dragon steels were made into dragon-subduing steels. They not only suppressed the luck of the dragon clan, but also the luck of the Shenlong sect. At the same time, these dragon-subduing steels also absorbed the luck of the 4 beyond heavens of the Tianri dynasty. Yi Yun also realized, the 7 dragon-subduing steels formed a mysterious 7-star formation that injected the luck of the dragon clan into the corpse of the primordial giant demon. The goal of the divine secret pavilion seemed to be to create a bone dragon, a living and powerful bone dragon. This bone dragon, under the core effect of the dragon-subduing steels, had also inherited the luck of the dragon clan. The reason why the divine secret pavilion had collected the blood of the 4 beyond heavens and the divine dragon was naturally to water this bone dragon. With the nourishment of the divine blood, the bone dragon would have the breath of life. In the current era, the fortune of the primordial dragon tribe, including the fortune of the divine dragon sect, was merely yesterday's flower. Therefore, in order to make the bone dragon even more powerful, the divine dragon steel was worshipped by the 4 beyond heavens of the Sky Sun dynasty. They quietly absorbed the destiny and merged with the bone dragon. In this way, this bone dragon was a combination of the dragon clan's fortune, the Shenlong sect's fortune, and the 4 beyond heavens' fortune. The combination of the old and new fortunes would make the bone dragon even stronger. The reason why there were still some treasures of the Shenlong sect in the Well of Corpses was just a smokescreen to confuse the 4 beyond heavens. Yi Yun was rather interested in the goals of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets after understanding the cause and effect. After spending so much effort to create this bone dragon, it could only reach the eternal realm. In Yi Yun's eyes, this kind of strength was naturally beneath him. However, he understood that as a super sect, if the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets gained an eternal realm pet beast, its strength would instantly rise to the level of a supremacy super sect. And the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets naturally did not want to be discovered by other forces. After all, those supreme-level super sects didn't want to have another strong competitor. Once they found out, they would also obstruct the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets plan and kill it in the womb. Therefore, since the appearance of the Well of Corpses, very few people knew about it. It was very difficult for any sect to continuously climb up the ranks. Especially for super sects, every time they rose a small level, the pressure and resistance from above would become very great. Not only did they need to increase their own strength, but they also needed a strong backer. Only then could the sect's rank climb. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun naturally understood this principle. However, the Shenlong sect was a top eternal realm sect, and Yi Yun, as the sect master, was high and mighty like a god in the clouds. He never worried about these trivial matters. "Brother, I fished out the flame mirror and you fished out the silver dragon sword. Why are they all treasures from the blood spirit sky?" Just as Yi Yun was deep in thought, Xiaoqi's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Yi Yun glanced at Xiaoqi and gently rubbed her little head with his big hand. He said with a smile, "Haha, this is fate." Xiaoqi's eyes lit up and then she nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I hope I can fish out the other star shooting bow too." "I believe you can do it," Yi Yun said with a smile. With Yi Yun's encouragement, Xiaoqi was full of confidence. Holding the silver deep well fishing rod in her hand, she focused on fishing. At this moment, the atmosphere around the well of corpses fell into silence again. Except for Yi Yun and Xiaoqi, no one else had caught anything for the time being. "It's hooked!" The undead silkworm suddenly roared, sounding very excited. The silver thread that it spat out had been pulled straight, as if it had hooked onto a treasure deep in the water. "Senior, quickly pull it out and let's see what treasure it is," the jade ruri spider said with a smile. "Okay." The undead silkworm suddenly pulled the silver thread. With the sound of water splashing, the silver thread quickly retracted. At the bottom of the silver thread hung a black jar. The black jar drew an elegant arc in the air and suddenly landed on the edge of the well. "Damn, what treasure is this? It's so strange." The jade ruri spider looked curiously. At this moment, the well water flipped and two words appeared. "Wine jar." "This?" The undead silkworm almost fell from the sky when it saw the two words. "What kind of luck do I have? I actually caught an ordinary wine jar." Looking at its grade, "It's only a heaven grade," the undead silkworm wanted to cry but had no tears. It couldn't wait to throw the wine jar back. "You're pretty lucky," Yi Yun looked over and exclaimed in admiration. His gaze fell on the black jar, and a trace of nostalgia appeared in the depths of his eyes. Yi Yun had made many of these wine jars back then. The reason why he made these wine jars was naturally to hold good wine. Among Yi Yun's confidants, there was one who was the best at brewing wine and was known as the best winemaker in the entire Sunnan continent. Yi Yun reached out and grabbed the black jar. He opened the jar and saw that it was empty. Not a drop of wine was left. "Lu Linlang, is your legacy still in the Sunnan continent?" Yi Yun muttered to himself with a lonely look on his face. The wine brewed by Lu Linlang was the best wine that Yi Yun had ever tasted. There was no other wine that could compare to it. Since his rebirth, Yi Yun rarely drank anymore. The most important reason was that Lu Linlang was no longer around. Nan Gongyu's clone had done a lot of good things. Will she bring Lu Linlang to the Divine Land? Yi Yun suddenly thought of this possibility, and his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of anticipation. On the other side, seeing that the undead silkworm had fished up a heaven-grade wine jar that was completely useless, a great sun sky disciple grinned and laughed. "I was wondering what kind of treasure it was. So it's just a wine jar, and its grade is only heaven grade. It's useless at all. What a waste of effort. Haha, looks like their luck isn't good. Their luck should be on our side." Another disciple of the great solar sky laughed loudly. "What nonsense are you two talking about?" The undead silkworm was furious. If it wasn't for its master, it would have killed those two little guys. "Who said the wine jar is useless?" Yi Yun said indifferently. The black wine jar in his hand rose into the air with a buzz and turned into a ray of black light that flew over. Bang! The great sun sky disciple who had spoken carelessly was hit in the chest by the black wine jar. He screamed and was sent flying from the edge of the well. "This wine jar can store the best wine in the world, but it can also be used to smash people." Yi Yun waved his hand again, and the black wine jar flew back into his hand. He looked in a certain direction and said with a faint smile. The great sun sky disciple who was sent flying spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries weren't light, and he lay on the ground with a pale face. A few disciples quickly flew over from the side and helped him up. At the same time, they fed him a healing pill. Sir, have you thought about the consequences of attacking a disciple of my great sun sky? The yellow-robed old man's face was cold as he stared at Yi Yun and said. You should be punished for shooting your mouth off. Yi Yun said indifferently. He only gave a light punishment to the great sun sky disciple and didn't take his life. Yi Yun was already in the hierarch realm, so he didn't have any thoughts about killing some life and death realm brats. It didn't matter if he killed them or not. Killing them wouldn't help him at all. Instead, it would affect his mood. When Yi Yun had just reincarnated, he had been impatient to avenge the divine dragon sect. Therefore, he had killed some insignificant ants. Later on, as his state of mind changed, Yi Yun's style of doing things also changed. Humph. As a demon, you're really arrogant. When the matter at the spectral well is over, I'll personally experience your skills. The yellow-robed old man suppressed his anger and said. He didn't want to make a move right now. After all, he didn't know the opponent's strength. At the same time, he hadn't obtained the opportunity in the spectral well. Any time. Yi Yun smiled faintly and said casually. Master, why don't you let me teach those brats a lesson? The jade ruri spider said softly. Let's talk about it after the matter is over. I have my own plans. Yi Yun said. The reason why he said that was because he wanted the four beyond heavens to change the name of their sect. He was very disgusted with the way they were called four beyond heavens. Nan Xiaohua could not help but chuckle when he saw that the sect master of the great sun sky was all bark and no bite. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Senior is someone who is on par with the primogenitor. The moment he takes action, he uses an emperor formation and an emperor weapon. A mere great solar sky isn't even qualified to carry Senior's shoes. Senior can destroy great solar sky with a single finger. After this brief interlude, everyone continued fishing, and the atmosphere calmed down. As for the black wine jug, Yi Yun held it in his hand and fiddled with it, reminiscing about the past from 100,000 years ago. A silver figure suddenly flew over from the entrance of the tunnel in the distance. It was the silver-robed youth from the flying immortal city. As an outer disciple of the heavenly secret pavilion, his mission was to guard the flying immortal city, and he usually did not appear in public. Only the sect masters of the four transcendent heavens were qualified to meet with him. Logically speaking, he should not have come to the Well of Spectre this time. However, he still came. Just now, the sect sent me a message asking me to make a trip over to see if there are any changes here, the silver-robed young man pondered as he walked. Soon, he arrived. Greetings, my lord. Seeing the silver-robed young man suddenly appear, the sect masters of the four transcendent heavens hurriedly stood up and greeted him respectfully. You guys continue, I'm just here to take a look, the silver-robed young man smiled faintly with his hands behind his back. He had the demeanor of an expert. The four sect masters immediately let out a sigh of relief and sat on the edge of the well to continue fishing. Seeing the silver-robed young man suddenly appear, Yi Yun raised his brows. Why did this guy suddenly appear? Logically speaking, if he really wanted to come, he should have come with them. Why did he suddenly appear halfway? Could it be that he added a bit of the underworld blood greenwood dragon's blood to the bone dragon, causing some changes in the bone dragon and causing the heavenly secret pavilion to sense something? Thinking of the mysteriousness of the heavenly secret pavilion and their powerful divination ability, they hid in an unknown place and sent this silver-robed young man to act. This was in line with the style of the mastermind behind the scenes. Yi Yun continued fishing calmly, ignoring the silver-robed young man. The silver-robed young man observed the well for a moment, but did not find any clues. His true cultivation base was only at the life and death realm, so he did not have the ability to see any clues in the well. The silver-robed young man's gaze turned and suddenly saw the white-robed Yi Yun sitting on the edge of the well. He was naturally no stranger to Yi Yun. What surprised the silver-robed young man was that the black jug in his hand was somewhat familiar. His figure flickered, and he immediately arrived beside Yi Yun. This jug, where did your excellency get it? The silver-robed young man slightly bent his body, his gaze falling on the jug as he asked with a solemn expression. Yi Yun was stunned. He did not expect that this disciple of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion would be interested in a low-grade heaven-grade jug. Could it be that this guy was also a drunkard, or was there something else going on? I fished it out from the ghost well. Why, Your Excellency is also interested? Yi Yun asked back. Can you let me take a look? The silver-robed young man was not arrogant. He always felt that the white-robed young man before him was extremely mysterious, making him feel an indescribable sense of inferiority. Take it. Yi Yun gently waved his hand, and the jug flew over. Thanks. The silver-robed young man took the jug and sized it up carefully. The more he looked, the more solemn his gaze became. Seeing the change in the silver-robed young man's expression, Yi Yun became even more curious. It did not seem like he was sizing up a treasure. He seemed to be looking for some clues. I say, young master, you've been holding the jug for so long. What are you looking for? Xiaoqi lifted her head curiously and asked in a crisp voice. Your Excellency, can you sell this jug to me? The silver-robed young man put down the jug and looked at Yi Yun with a solemn expression as he asked. Sell it to you? Yi Yun was slightly surprised. Why would a disciple of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion want an empty jug? What do you want it for? Yi Yun asked. I can't tell you that. As for this jug, I'm willing to exchange it with a middle-grade heaven-grade magic treasure. What do you think? The silver-robed young man said seriously. Then aren't you at a disadvantage? Yi Yun smiled. I'm not at a disadvantage. This jug means a lot to me, the silver-robed young man said with a straight face. Hearing this, Yi Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. He sized up the silver-robed young man again and had an inexplicable guess in his heart. Your surname is Liu? Yi Yun suddenly asked. The silver-robed young man was shocked and asked instinctively, how did you know? You can take this jug. Take it as a gift from me. Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his heart relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. It was just as he had guessed. The silver-robed young man in front of him should be a descendant of Lu Linlong's family. Back then, when Yi Yun created these heaven-grade jugs, some of them were placed in the Lu family. After Lu Linlang brewed the wine, she would put it in the jug and send someone to deliver it. After 100,000 years. Perhaps the Lu family should still have such a jug after its lineage. The silver-robed young man might have seen it in his family before. That was the reason why he looked so serious. The silver-robed young man was slightly stunned when he heard Yi Yun's words. The fact that the other party knew his surname meant that he knew about the origin of the jug as well. The silver-robed young man sighed gently. He had not expected Yi Yun to be so generous and righteous as to give this to him. He was touched. He put away the jug. The silver-robed young man cupped his fists and said politely, since that's the case, I'll accept your favor. You're welcome. Who knows? I might be able to fish for another jug like this. Yi Yun nodded with a smile and a disapproving look on his face. Will there be more? The silver-robed young man's face stiffened, looking a little unnatural. Yi Yun smiled but did not say anything. The silver-robed young man stood there silently for a moment, then turned and walked in the direction of Great Sun Sky. After all, he was not familiar with Yi Yun, and he felt a little apologetic that he had obtained a jar of wine for no reason. He stood there awkwardly. Sir. Seeing the silver-robed young man, the sect master of Great Sun Sky hurriedly stood up. You can continue fishing for treasures. The silver-robed young man stretched out his hand and pressed twice in the void, then looked at the pitch-black well water and asked in a low voice, did anything strange happen? No, it's been very calm. So far, only 3 treasures have been fished out, the yellow-robed old man said. The silver-robed young man nodded, took out an ancient mirror from his storage ring, and pointed the mirror in the direction of the well water. Whoosh, a ray of light shot out from the mirror and fell into the well water. Everyone could not help but look at each other when they saw the scene. No one knew what the sect master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was going to do. Yi Yun was deep in thought when he saw this. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was indeed a sect that was good at divination. They were so careful in everything they did. The mirror in the silver-robed young man's hand was nothing more than a bridge. It allowed the upper echelons of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in another space to see the changes here. Yi Yin did not bat an eyelid. He did not stop the silver-robed young man from doing this. He hoped that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion would send someone of a higher status here. In a distant place. In a mysterious space. A few figures with powerful auras sat cross-legged in the void, looking at the scene above their heads with serious eyes. Everyone was wearing a silver mask, and if they did not speak, it would be difficult to tell who they were. In front of everyone, a huge and complicated silver compass floated. It was densely covered with stars, flickering with a dim light as it rotated continuously. It was as if all the stars in the universe were concentrated in the compass. According to the deduction of the star compass, the ancient nether demon dragon in the ghost well seems to have undergone some indescribable changes, a man said. The ancient ether demon dragon's evolution speed is even faster than before. This is a joyous occasion. Observing the scene in the ghost well, the other man's mood suddenly became happy and he said with a laugh. The other silver-robed masked men also burst into laughter. The star compass in front of everyone was still spinning, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Suddenly, a strange change occurred on the star compass. The positions of some of the stars shifted to some extent. This change once again aroused everyone's guesses. Why did the ancient abyssal demon dragon become so dim? It seems like an omen of great calamity, yet it is also extremely calm. It seems like it is about to happen, yet it also seems like it is impossible for it to happen. The ancient abyss demon dragon is not a creature of our world. Once it is successfully nurtured, will it escape the control of our divine secret pavilion? Everyone began to discuss in a serious tone. One of them suddenly suggested, should we go and take a look? Someone chimed in, we should go and take a look. It's such a big matter. We can't let anything go wrong. Everyone nodded. After discussing for a while, just as they were about to send 2 people to the ghost well, an old voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, do not go out as you wish. Hearing this voice, all the silver-robed masked men immediately knelt on the ground. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Everyone shouted. A blurry old figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He looked at the star compass, his deep eyes pulsing with the light of deduction that was as dense as a galaxy. Pavilion Master, have you discovered anything new? A man asked. This should be an omen, the Pavilion Master of the Divine Secret Pavilion said slowly, his tone extremely low. Pavilion Master, how can this be an omen? We have been planning for tens of thousands of years, and everything has been going smoothly. Now, the ancient abyssal demon dragon is about to be nurtured. This can't be an omen for our Divine Secret Pavilion. The man explained anxiously. Although it is an omen, there is an even greater blessing that is about to befall our Divine Secret Pavilion. The opportunity it will bring will far surpass the ancient abyssal demon dragon. The Pavilion Master of the Divine Secret Pavilion said softly. Although his voice was very soft, he could not suppress the tremor in his voice. It was clear that he was very excited. These words, the silver-robed masked men beside him looked at each other, not understanding, but they felt that it was awesome. The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion took out a star compass and waved it in the air. Countless stars changed, and a strange light rose up from a certain position on the compass. Hiss, when everyone saw this magical light, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and fall into a state of shock. The Pavilion Master's words were true. According to the star compass's deduction, a great opportunity was about to befall the Divine Secret Pavilion. Our Divine Secret Pavilion has always been cautious and meticulous. We do not easily appear in the world in order to avoid being tainted by the karma of the world, so as not to ruin the great future of our Divine Secret Pavilion. Our Divine Secret Pavilion must not miss this opportunity. Once we obtain this opportunity, we might be able to become a super sect, a sky rank sect, or even an eternal rank sect. The Pavilion Master of the Divine Secret Pavilion said in a sonorous voice. Sky rank sect, eternal rank sect. Hearing these 2 titles, everyone was stunned. Could the Divine Secret Pavilion leap to these 2 ranks in one fell swoop? The opportunity that the Pavilion Master spoke of was too powerful. It was unimaginable, it was terrifying. Come with me. This time, we will shield ourselves from the divine secret and leave secretly. I believe that no one will notice, the pavilion master of the divine secret pavilion said cautiously. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. The others looked at each other and followed the pavilion master excitedly. Out of that mysterious space, the group of people passed through a few teleportation portals in succession. Finally, they carefully appeared on top of an inconspicuous bald mountain. Under the leadership of the Divine Secret Pavilion's pavilion master, the group of 7 or 8 people quietly flew along the undulating mountain range at a low altitude. They did not alarm any demon beasts or human cultivators. Their cultivation base was extremely high. Coupled with their expertise in deduction and concealment, no one discovered them. After flying for about an incense stick's worth of time, they had flown tens of thousands of miles. The white-haired old man in the lead, the pavilion master of the Divine Secret Pavilion, suddenly raised his hand and gestured for the entire group to stop. The pavilion master of the Divine Secret Pavilion was excited. His eyes were slightly red as he constantly looked around with the star compass in his hand, looking for something. No one dared to speak. For a moment, the atmosphere in the space was somewhat strange. "Senior, I know you're here. Although our cultivation base is insignificant, we're willing to lend Senior a hand." The pavilion master of the Divine Secret Pavilion looked at the valley in front of him and said loudly. After he finished speaking, the valley was silent. No one appeared. Buzz, the star compass in the pavilion master's hand spun at high speed. Countless stars were constantly deducing, and new changes occurred. "It's here. There's no mistake," he thought to himself. After dozens of seconds of silence, "Senior, if Junior's guess is correct, you should be injured. Our Divine Secret Pavilion has a supreme healing panacea that can help Senior," the pavilion master of the Divine Secret Pavilion said again. The valley was still calm. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard blowing through the forest. The silver-robed masked man behind him felt uneasy. What kind of mysterious expert was hiding in this valley to be able to make the pavilion master speak so humbly? The mountain wind howled as it blew past. Apart from the lonely sound of the wind, the entire valley was silent. There were no signs of life. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion fell silent. According to the divination of the star compass, that mysterious senior was hidden in the valley. However, he had called out twice in a row, but that senior had no intention of showing himself. This made him feel very awkward. Could it be that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had missed out on this supreme opportunity? "Pavilion Master, what should we do?" A silver-robed man wearing a mask asked in a low voice. The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion sighed. "Senior, this junior really has no other intentions. I only want to help Senior heal his injuries," he said, unwilling to give up. In the valley, everything was the same as before. The so-called mysterious expert did not appear. Thump, at this moment, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's knees went weak. He suddenly knelt on the ground, his face filled with sincerity as he looked at the valley in the distance. His eyes revealed an indomitable determination. The pavilion master, the silver-robed masked man behind him could not help but be shocked when they saw the scene. Their pavilion master had a very honorable status. In order to make that mysterious person appear, he actually disregarded his status and knelt on the ground. Thump, thump, the others did not hesitate and knelt on the ground one after another. "Senior, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's sincerity is as clear as the sun and moon. Heaven and earth can bear witness," the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion said solemnly as he raised one hand. "Hee hee." A chuckle suddenly sounded in the valley. "You little natives are so persistent that I'm touched. It seems that I have no choice but to show myself." As the voice faded away, the space in a certain part of the valley suddenly distorted. A blurry figure appeared on a huge rock. Soon, the blurry figure gradually became clear and the space calmed down. A green-robed youth sat on the huge rock. This green-robed youth was covered in blood. His complexion was extremely poor. His face was as pale as paper and his breathing was somewhat disorderly. He sat there cross-legged. Although he appeared to be very relaxed, his face occasionally flushed red. It was clear that his injuries were extremely serious. When the members of the secret pavilion saw the green-robed young man, their eyes widened in shock. Even though the youth in green was severely injured, he still sat on the huge rock like a majestic divine mountain. His entire body exuded a divine aura that they had never seen before. This indescribable divine aura was like an ethereal cloud that seemed to widen the distance between them and the green-clothed youth. The distance between them was like a river of time, seemingly endless. The pavilion master of the Divine Secrets Pavilion's breathing quickened, and his eyes burned with passion. The sacred aura released by the senior was beyond the aura of an Eternal Realm expert. If he guessed correctly, the senior's cultivation must have reached the true God realm. How could it be the true God realm? A huge question mark appeared in his mind. The pavilion master of the Heaven Secret Pavilion scrutinized the green-robed young man again. Suddenly, he found that this senior was only in the Eternal Realm. However, at present, he could only see the realm, but could not tell which level of the Eternal Realm the senior had reached. His entire body exudes a sacred aura. Could it be, this senior fell from the true God realm? The pavilion master of the Heaven Secret Pavilion secretly guessed. As the pavilion master of the Heaven Secret Pavilion, he was extremely meticulous. Even without using the star compass, he could perform a certain degree of deduction. Therefore, the pavilion master of the Heaven Secret Pavilion guessed that the senior in front of him had fallen to the Eternal Realm because of his serious injuries. Even if he could fall from the true God realm, he should be at least above the 9th level of the Eternal Realm. Terrifying. The star compass's calculations are flawless. Today is indeed a supreme opportunity for the Heaven Secret Pavilion. Thinking of this, the pavilion master of the Heaven Secret Pavilion became excited. His aged body trembled slightly, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Even if his realm had fallen, his cultivation was still above the 9th level of the Eternal Realm. This cultivation was already very terrifying. This senior was once a true god. How could the body of a true god be compared to an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator in this world? If the Heaven Secret Pavilion had such an invincible senior, in the future, even Eternal Realm sects would have to be polite to the Heaven Secret Pavilion. This time, the Heaven Secret Pavilion could at least break through to become a heaven-level sect. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The pavilion master of the Heaven Secret Pavilion looked a little dazed for a moment, unable to speak. The other silver-robed masked men also noticed this clue and were extremely excited. These natives, the azure-robed youth looked at the silver-robed masked men kneeling in front of him and frowned slightly. He did not know if he should trust these insignificant cultivators. In his eyes, the natives in the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone were pitifully weak. I escaped all the way from the Black Waters and narrowly escaped death before entering the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. When I passed through the ancient path to heaven, I was seriously injured again. Now my cultivation is only at the peak of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm. The azure-robed youth smiled bitterly in his heart. The Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone, for the cultivators of the Divine Land, it was a place that made their faces pale. As long as one was not stupid, no one dared to enter this place. After all, entering the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone meant that one's cultivation path was cut off. But what else could he do? The entire clan had used all their strength to send him out. What they didn't expect was that he would still be hunted down even after escaping to that sea. Helplessly, he plunged into the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. Fortunately, he survived all kinds of terrifying celestial phenomena on the ancient path to heaven. After entering the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone, he did not dare to stay at all. He went all the way to this valley and hid himself. The enemy was too strong, so he had to be cautious. But the azure-robed youth also guessed that the enemy did not have the courage to enter. Why do you people of the Heaven Secret Pavilion like to hide your head and show your tail? Take off your mask and let me see your true faces, the azure-robed youth suddenly said. Take off the mask? The pavilion master of the Heaven Secret Pavilion and his subordinates were all stunned. They had always carried this mask and never dared to take it off easily. This was also the ancient rule of the Heaven Secret Pavilion. Didn't you want to express your sincerity? Why don't you even dare to take off a small mask? How can I trust you? The azure-robed youth raised his eyebrows and laughed sarcastically. Senior, we have no intention of deceiving you. It's just that this mask is the ancient rule of the sect, so we hesitated for a moment, The pavilion master of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion waved his hands and said in a panic. He only hesitated for a second. Then he clenched his teeth and grabbed the mask off his face. The mask was taken off. An aged face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Pavilion Master. The silver-robed masked man behind him turned pale with fright. Someone could not help but shout. Take it off, all of you. What do we have to hide from you, Senior? After the pavilion master of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion took off his mask, he calmed down and turned his head to look at his subordinates indifferently. He ordered in an unquestionable tone. Yes, sir. Sensing the severity of the pavilion master's tone, everyone no longer hesitated and took off the masks on their faces. Among these people, there were old men, young men, and middle-aged men. Good, I can see your sincerity. The azure-robed youth suddenly stood up and walked slowly in midair, arriving in front of the pavilion master of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Senior. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion could not help but cheer when he saw the green-robed youth approaching. My injuries are quite serious, and I do need a quiet place to heal. I see that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is good at divination, so you should be able to provide such a place, the green-robed youth said indifferently. Senior, don't worry. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is good at concealing all auras. It's very difficult for ordinary people to find us. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion raised his head and said confidently. He tapped the star compass with his hand, and a ray of light spread out in all directions. The surrounding space became dark and gloomy. He had concealed the heavenly secrets here as well. Even if there was someone with a higher cultivation base, they would not be able to discover everything here. Well done. If the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can really heal my injuries and return to the true God realm, I'll definitely treat you well. The green-robed youth said with a nod. Senior, don't worry. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion still has some foundation, and we have many heaven and earth treasures. I believe we can heal your injuries and return you to the true God realm as soon as possible. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion said excitedly. The green-robed youth nodded silently. With the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's guarantee, he felt a sense of security in his heart. Can you guess where I came from? The green-robed youth thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked shockingly. Where did he come from? The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was slightly taken aback, and his eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. He suddenly remembered that the senior in front of him had once said that they were a group of natives. Such a term obviously did not conform to the rules of the Xianxia continent. How many years had it been since a true God realm expert had been born in the Xianxia continent? If this was the case, could it be that this senior came from the outside world? When he thought of this, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion became excited again, almost unable to control himself. He was actually a true god from the outside world. This was simply too inconceivable. According to the sect's ancient records, it seemed that only in the ancient times did the gods from the outside world enter this place. Later, the passage between the two worlds was cut off. No true gods from the outside world had ever come to this world again. Senior, are you from the divine land? The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion asked in an excited whisper. Looks like you're not stupid after all. Or rather, your pavilion of divination still has some foundation. You've even heard of the divine land. The green-robed youth smiled. Asterisk cough cough, asterisk his face suddenly turned red, and he coughed violently twice. Senior, why don't you hurry back to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion with me? The injuries on your body cannot be delayed. The pavilion master of the secret pavilion suddenly stood up, a worried expression on his face. All right. The young man nodded and said, It's no secret that I came from the divine earth, but you must keep it a secret. I won't be leaving this place anytime soon. I'll have to stay here for at least 10,000 years, so I'll be overseeing your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Thank you for your help, Senior. Hearing the azure-robed young man's words, the pavilion master of the secret pavilion was so excited that he knelt on the ground again. As for the silver-robed men behind him, they were so excited that tears fell from their eyes. This was a true god. If the pavilion had a true god, then wouldn't it be invincible in this world? All of you, get up. We'll return to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion now. The azure-robed youth's hands moved slightly, and a wave of magic power swept out, helping everyone up. Feeling the divine aura of the magic power, everyone was dazzled and envious. This was a true god. It was completely different from life and death cultivators like them. Everyone stood up and looked at the azure-robed youth. Their expressions were reserved, and they were somewhat at a loss. Since you're used to wearing masks, let's continue. After all, this is the rule of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The azure-robed youth smiled faintly. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. The pavilion master of the secret pavilion was moved. He cupped his fists and said respectfully. Next, the pavilion master of the secret pavilion led the way back to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. After entering the mysterious space, the azure-robed youth probed the space and said with interest, "Your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's divination technique is very powerful. To be able to discover me, you must be very strong. Why are you hiding in this place so carefully?" Hearing this question, the other silver-robed masked men immediately pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know. The pavilion master of the secret pavilion's face stiffened, and his expression was rather unnatural. However, thinking that this true god was in the secret pavilion, he had nothing to be afraid of, so he said in a low voice, "Senior, this was arranged by a sky-level sect. It has been going on for tens of thousands of years. We're just a super sect, and we can't resist at all. Don't worry, when my injuries are healed, you don't have to hide anymore. If the sky-level sect is shameless, I'll take care of it," the azure-robed youth said with a wave of his hand. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was extremely excited when he saw the calm expression on this senior's face. A true god was so powerful. In a place like the Xianxia continent, no one dared to be disrespectful to a true god. Perhaps some eternal level sect relied on some powerful foundation to dare to challenge a true god. After all, that eternal level sect had once produced a true god expert. "Pavilion master, how should we deal with the ghost well?" A silver-robed masked man hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question in his heart. "Let little Lu return to the flying deity city. There's nothing to see in the ghost well. Let's put the ancient nether demon dragon aside for now. Treating Senior's injuries is the most important task of the secret pavilion." The pavilion master of the secret pavilion waved his hand and said, "Yes, pavilion master." The silver-robed masked man's expression was stern, and he quickly agreed. He turned and left, preparing to contact the silver-robed outer disciple surnamed Lu. Hearing the words ancient nether demon dragon, the green-robed youth's expression changed slightly, and he asked with interest, "Is this ancient nether demon dragon a divine dragon on your side?" The pavilion master of the divination pavilion had an awkward expression on his face. He hurriedly bowed and said in a low voice, "Senior, this is a creature that we created using the corpse of an ancient giant demon. It's not a true divine dragon. I didn't expect the secret pavilion to have such means." The green-robed youth rubbed his chin with his hand, looked into the void, and asked softly, "There shouldn't be any divine dragons on this continent, right?" "Yes, Senior. Divine dragons are extremely rare in the Xianxia continent, and they're almost extinct," the pavilion master of the secret pavilion said with a smile. "What about those with divine dragon bloodline? Will there be more of them?" the green-robed youth asked again. "There should be a portion of it, but not much. After so many generations, those who possess the bloodline of the divine dragon should have a very thin bloodline," the pavilion master of the secret pavilion explained. "After I recover from my injuries, go and collect those humans with divine dragon bloodline and bring them back to the secret pavilion." The green-robed youth's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked into the void, and he ordered in a deep voice. "Oh, yes, Senior." The pavilion master of the secret pavilion was stunned for a moment, but he immediately agreed. He could not understand why this true god Senior from the divine land would be so interested in the dragon clan's bloodline. The ghost well. The silver-robed young man stood on the edge of the well, holding an ancient mirror in his hand. He stared deeply into the well water, waiting for a reply from the upper echelons of the sect. After waiting for a long time, suddenly, the ancient mirror trembled, and a few words appeared on it. "Go back. Go back." The silver-robed young man was stunned. He looked at the ghost well reluctantly, unwilling to leave. Yi Yin also saw the words on the ancient mirror. This bone dragon is going to be born soon. Now, they're letting this guy go back. Does this mean that the Divine Secret Pavilion doesn't want him to know the core secrets? Yi Yin guessed. From what he knew, the silver-robed young man didn't have a high status in the Divine Secret Pavilion. At best, he was an outer disciple. He walked in the secular world and dealt with some missions from the Divine Secret Pavilion. Everyone, if you catch any black wine jars, please come to the Flying Deity City. I'll buy them at a high price. He put away the ancient mirror. The silver-robed young man thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and said to the people around him. Sir, if I catch any wine jars, I'll definitely send them to you. I won't let you spend money. The yellow-robed elder from the great sun sky cupped his fists and smiled. That's right. We won't let you spend money. It's just a wine jar. We'll send it to you directly. The gray-robed elder from the ninth underworld sky also laughed heartily. Next. The sect masters of the Blood Spirit Sky and Shenluo Sky also expressed their opinions. Yi Yin felt that Nanshaohua's attitude was reasonable. After all, the Blood Spirit Sky was still under the jurisdiction of the Divine Secret Pavilion. They should respect their superiors. Thank you, everyone. I'll be waiting for you in the Flying Deity City. The silver-robed young man said with a smile. After saying that, he turned around and left the ghost well in a flash of silver light. Everyone began to focus on fishing again. So far, they had only caught 3 magic treasures. It's hooked. The yellow-robed elder from the great sun sky suddenly felt something on his wrist. He was pleasantly surprised. He raised his hand and pulled the fishing rod back. The silver fishing line flew over, and a bronze pill furnace was hanging on the hook. It was a pill furnace. When the other sects saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a pill furnace for refining pills. It wasn't an extraordinary treasure. The water in the well surged, and 3 words appeared. Alchemy furnace. My luck is really unparalleled. This alchemy furnace is only a heaven-grade high-grade alchemy furnace. It's really not that useful. The yellow-robed old man laughed bitterly. If you don't need it, why don't you give it to me? My 9 underworld heavens elder Zhu just happens to be in need of a handy pill furnace. The gray-robed old man smiled. F***CKU. This is a treasure from the well of netherworld bones. There's no way I'm going to exchange for it. The yellow-robed old man laughed and put away the alchemy furnace. Yi Yin looked at the bronze cauldron and chuckled. Naturally, it belonged to the Shenlong sect. It was used by the disciples of the medicine king of Shenlong sect to refine elixirs. He took the bait. Xiaoqi suddenly cried out in surprise. She raised her wrist and a black bow was pulled out of the water by a fishing line. Haha, it's the Starshot bow. Xiaoqi jumped excitedly when she grabbed the black bow. Xiaoqi. Your luck is really heaven-defying. You've already fished up 2 treasures. Yi Yin praised. Yeah. Xiaoqi giggled and her eyes narrowed into crescents. She raised her hand and threw the Starshot bow to Nanshaohua. I'll return it to you. Thank you. Nanshaohua blushed and hurriedly caught it. This mischievous little girl had given the Blood Spirit Heaven 2 treasures in a row. As the sect master of the Blood Spirit Heaven, she felt a little ashamed to accept it. Yi Yin saw through Nanshaohua's thoughts and smiled. Don't feel burdened. Just take it. Yes, senior. Nanshaohua's expression was stern. She bowed slightly and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Wow, I took the bait too. The jade rui spider also exclaimed and was as excited as a child. The silver wire was pulled back, and a yellow stick was wrapped around the end. There were some flame patterns on the surface of the stick. The well water surged. Scarlet flame spirit stick. 4 words appeared in the well water. Master, my luck is not bad. Should I give this treasure to the Blood Spirit Heaven? The jade rui spider quietly sent a voice transmission to Yi Yin. No need. I'll hand it over to Luoli in the future. Yi Yin replied with a smile. Next. The opportunities in the ghost well seemed to have reached a period of great harvest. The disciples of the 4 major sects continued to fish up treasures from the well water. However, this time, they only fished up some ordinary treasures. Most of them were heaven-grade treasures and a few emperor-grade treasures. As for the dragon-subduing celestial monument, no one fished it up. After a day, it seems that everyone's luck is not too good. No one actually fished up the dragon-subduing celestial monument. The black-robed old man of Xianluo heaven said angrily. Their sect's dragon-subduing celestial monument had disappeared, so Xianluo heaven urgently needed to fish up a new one. Don't worry. We have to eat one bite at a time. We still have a lot of time. Let's fish slowly. The sect master of Great Sun Heaven, the yellow-robed old man, shook his head and smiled. It would take at least half a month to fish up treasures in the ghost well. They had plenty of time, so most of them were not in a hurry. Whoosh, suddenly, the ghost well trembled slightly. The well water shook violently as if there was an earthquake. What's going on? The four sect masters of Beyond Heavens exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. It's about to be born. Yiyan looked at the bottom of the well and smiled indifferently. At this moment, in the deepest part of the ghost well, the huge bone dragon suddenly flipped over, and actually broke the outer layer of the seal. That was why the ghost well had such a commotion. What kind of weird creatures are those little flood dragons? Why did they all come out of the bone dragon's body? Looking at the depths of the well, Yiyan's eyes flickered as he saw some changes. Some ghost-like dragons were dark blue in color. Each of them was 30 to 50 meters long. After leaving the bone dragon's body, they quickly swam up. Each of these dark blue flood dragons was above the life and death realm. There were 40 to 50 of them altogether. After the death of the immemorial giant demon, its corpse actually gave birth to so many strange creatures. I have to say, the immemorial giant demon clan was once extremely powerful, Yiyan sighed softly. Whether it was the man-eating devil fish or these ghost-like dragons, they were all born from the immemorial giant demon's corpse. In the distant past, the immemorial giant demon had caused a certain calamity to the divine land. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Splash! Splash! The well water surged as black shadows flashed. Dozens of ghost-like dragons flew out impatiently, as if they were avoiding some dreadful beast. Hee, interesting. Seeing this, Yiyan suddenly realized a problem and couldn't help but laugh. The dark blood greenwood dragon's blood had two effects. First, it had a huge vitality, and second, it had a terrifying poison. After absorbing the dark blood greenwood dragon's blood, the bone dragon's body also carried this kind of poison. Although these ghost-like dragons also carried poison, it couldn't be compared to the dark blood greenwood dragon's poison. Fighting poison with poison. These ghost-like dragons no longer dared to attach themselves to the bone dragon's corpse and desperately escaped. If they didn't escape, perhaps they would be killed by the dark blood greenwood dragon's poison. Previously, the bone dragon had broken through the seal, allowing these ghost-like dragons to escape. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the poison long ago. Sensing a powerful aura rushing out from the depths of the well, the faces of the four Beyond Heavens sect masters changed. What's that? It's a dragon. I've never seen a dragon before. Each of them is extremely powerful. Everyone, be careful. I'm afraid they'll attack us. The four sect masters loudly shouted, warning the disciples beside them. All the life and death disciples stood up and prepared for battle, waiting for those dragons to rush out of the water. Why is there a flood dragon in the well of ghosts? Xiaoqi promptly withdrew her fishing rod, a frightened expression on her face. There's no flood dragon. Seeing Xiaoqi's expression, Yiyan faintly smiled and reached out his hand to rub her little head. Firmament illusory eye activated. In an instant, all the ghost-like dragons turned into particles and disappeared into the black well water. After the dozens of spirit WYRMS disappeared, the noisy well water calmed down once again. Strange, was I hallucinating? The sect master of Great Sun Heaven, the yellow-robed old man, slapped his forehead and looked at the well water with a blank look on his face. The ghost-like flood dragons were charging over like arrows. Just as they were about to rush out of the water, they suddenly disappeared. It was like a mirage. It was all in vain. He didn't feel any spiritual power fluctuations, as if he had a dream. When he woke up, he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Eh? I saw the dragon just now, why did it suddenly disappear? The grey-robed old man of Nine Nether Heaven also shouted. Could it be that we were all seeing things? The black-robed old man of Shenluo Heaven frowned and said in bewilderment. You all must have seen wrongly, there's no dragon, Yi Yin said indifferently. Hearing Yi Yun's words, which seemed to have a hint of ridicule, the faces of the three sect masters of Beyond Heavens were a little ugly. However, they were wary of Yi Yun and the others, and did not dare to act rashly. The three sect masters could only suppress the confusion in their hearts for the time being. After taking a deep breath, they continued to fish. It shouldn't be an illusion, Nan Xiaohua of Blood Spirit Heaven had a thoughtful look in his eyes. As for the strange disappearance of the dragon, Nan Xiaohua thought about it and felt that only an Eternal Realm senior would have such an unfathomable ability and method. Brother, there really isn't a dragon. I think those people are just being paranoid. Looking at the calm water, Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue and made a funny face, giggling. Yes. There really isn't a dragon. Yi Yin touched Xiaoqi's little head, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he said with a smile. His words naturally had a deep meaning. The bone dragon formed by the corpse of the primordial giant demon in the depths of the well was about to be born. Just now, it had turned over. This proved that the bone dragon already had signs of life. He believed that in less than half an hour, the bone dragon would break out of the water. Only then would things be interesting. You guys, hurry up and fish for treasures. Use whatever methods you have. Yi Yin turned his head and looked at the group of demonic beasts beside him as he chuckled. His voice was also restricted to a certain area. Others. Naturally, he couldn't hear it. Could he use his divine ability to fish for treasures at will? The old master was being kind. The demonic beasts immediately became excited when they heard this. The undead celestial silkworm laughed and said, Master, I won't be polite. And me? The jade ruri spider shouted as well. We can't fall behind either. Although we can't compare to the two seniors, the blood chief demonic dragon yelled. It wagged its tail and began to use its divine abilities. For a moment, the demonic beasts were like 8 immortals crossing the sea. Each of them used their divine abilities to fish out treasures from the water. Walla walla, the sound of water continued as silver threads danced in the air. Haha, I fished up a heaven-grade upper-rank sword. Ha, I caught a low-grade emperor-grade green vine staff. I caught a wine jar. Hee hee, I caught a mid-grade emperor-grade divine sword. Apart from the big black cat and Mao Bao all the other demonic beasts continued to reap rewards. The speed of their harvests was unimaginably fast. For example, the jade ruri spider, the azure sea heavenly dragon, and the undead celestial silkworm had just fished out a treasure. In just a few breaths of time, another treasure had taken the bait. Seeing the demonic beasts reaping rewards and treasures, the 4 beyond heavens, even the disciples of the blood spirit heaven, were envious. It's too unfair. Why did they fish out all the treasures? Yeah. We didn't get anything at all. It seems that all the opportunities have been fished out by them. Sigh, how annoying. Everyone discussed in low voices. Those demonic beasts seem to be cheating? Don't you think so? A disciple of the great sun heavens frowned and said angrily. Another disciple said doubtfully, can they cheat? This is the netherworld skeleton well. I've never heard of anyone cheating. That's hard to say. Otherwise, why would those demonic beasts fish out all the treasures? That disciple said angrily. When he said that, his eyes were bloodshot. His eyes were bloodshot. From this, one could see how jealous he was of the demonic beasts that were crazily obtaining treasures. The faces of the 3 beyond heaven sect masters turned gloomy. The demonic beasts were everywhere, catching them off guard. However, they had only fished out some ordinary treasures. The most powerful treasure, the Dragon Suppression Sky Monument, had yet to appear. This made them clench a string in their hearts tightly, afraid that this string would break at any moment. Master, why are all the treasures being fished out by them? On the blood spirit heaven's side, a female disciple sitting beside Nan Xiaohua pouted her lips and asked softly. The treasures in the netherworld skeleton well are obtained by one's own opportunities. Senior and the others have fished out the treasures. This is their opportunity. We shouldn't belittle ourselves. Nan Xiaohua lowered his eyelids and said indifferently. I understand, master. The female disciple's expression was stern as she hurriedly nodded in response. The sound of water splashing could be heard endlessly. Treasures were constantly being fished out. In the eyes of the disciples of the four beyond heavens, even the 5 kittens squatting side by side on the edge of the well had actually fished out treasures with their tails. Of course, only the red, green, and blue kittens had fished out treasures. As for the little black and white kittens, they hadn't gained anything. Brother Cat, you have to work hard. The sky-drilling mouse came to the edge of the well, rubbed its hands, and shouted excitedly. The big black cat was already angry because it didn't fish out any treasures. Now that it saw the sky-drilling mouse with shifty eyes and no tail, the anger in its heart burst out. Coward, you're deliberately making a fool of yourself, aren't you? The big black cat gritted its teeth. Brother Cat, I really want to cheer for you. I hope you can fish out some treasures quickly. The sky-drilling mouse spread out its hands and said aggrievedly. I think you don't have any good intentions. Hurry up and scram to the side. The big black cat said angrily. Then I'll go to Maobauer's side and cheer her on. The sky-drilling mouse shuddered and suddenly jumped to Maobauer's side. Maobauer, you have to work hard. I hope you can surpass Brother Cat and fish out a treasure first. The sky-drilling mouse said with a cheeky smile. If you don't know how to speak, then don't say it. No one will treat you as a mute. Maobauer glared at it. The sky-drilling mouse, who was once again rejected, suddenly felt that life was boring and couldn't help but become depressed. Coward, Maobauer and I are on the same side. We are both from the cat race. You, the sky-drilling mouse, came to pay a New Year's greetings to a cat. Maobauer is so smart, how can she not see it? The big black cat chuckled. I really didn't mean that. The sky-drilling mouse spread out its hands and said aggrievedly. Haha. Seeing the interesting interaction between the 2 cats and 1 mouse, the few demon beasts who were fishing for treasures couldn't help but laugh. Sky-drilling mouse, you're injured. Don't run around. Hurry up and go back to the carriage to rest. The jade rui spider couldn't bear to see this pitiful little mouse and hurriedly sent it away. The sky-drilling mouse was very obedient and immediately fled to the carriage. Splash, splash, one after another, treasures came out of the water and were fished out by the demon beasts. Some of the treasures were shining with colorful lights and had an extraordinary aura, causing the eyes of the surrounding people to turn red. I say. Our 3 beyond heavens have become mere decorations. We didn't get many treasures, but those beasts must have gotten at least 100 of them, right? The black-robed old man from Shenluo Heaven was extremely frustrated. He could not help but complain to the sect leaders of Great Sun Heaven and 9 Underworld Heaven through voice transmission. I counted just now. They've gotten at least 98 treasures, the gray-robed old man said with a sullen face. Ah. Speaking up to here, he exclaimed in surprise, as he discovered that another 3 treasures had appeared. This is too much. There are already more than 100 treasures. There are at least 30 emperor-grade treasures. The gray-robed old man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He could not wait to rush forward and snatch all the treasures. Brothers, we can't just sit here and wait for our deaths. We have more people on our side. We shouldn't lose out like this. The yellow-robed old man from Great Sun Heaven said with a sullen face. The black-robed old man from Shenluo Heaven sneered when he heard what the sect leader of Great Sun Heaven said. Why don't we join forces and snatch those treasures? That's exactly what I'm thinking. The gray-robed old man from 9 Underworld Heaven said with a sinister smile. I have the same idea too. It seems like my fellow brothers have the same idea. The yellow-robed old man chuckled coldly. At this moment, the 3 sect leaders had united their battle line. After forming a united front, the 3 of them stood up at the same time and made a special hand gesture to the disciples around them. All the disciples put away their fishing rods and surrounded the 3 sect leaders. When Yin saw this, how could he not know what was going on? Since ancient times, wealth has moved people's hearts. If there aren't any treasures in the universe, no one can escape from greed. Yi Yun chuckled in his heart. Only someone like him, who had countless treasures and unimaginable resources in the universe, would not have any greed. However, if it were anyone else, even a supreme emperor or an immortal realm expert, they would not be able to remain unmoved in the face of top-grade treasures. Humans died for wealth, and birds died for food. When one became the supreme being of a world, it was still difficult to escape this mentality. For example, Wuda, who was far away in the demon realm. Your Excellency, the demonic beasts you brought are really impressive. You've fished away all the treasures in the ghost well. What do you expect us to do? Great Sun Sky's sect master was the first to open fire. What does our treasure have to do with you? The Jade Ruri spider sneered. Exactly. These are all treasures that we've painstakingly fished up. They have nothing to do with your three sects. Are you guys crazy? The undead celestial silkworm also laughed. The other demonic beasts were also glaring at each other, but they did not say anything. All the treasures in the world belong to those who are fated to obtain them. You demonic beasts would be lucky if you could even obtain 10% of the treasures. You don't have the qualifications to possess so many treasures. The black-robed old man from Shenluo Heaven said coldly. If you hand over 90% of the treasures, we'll spare you and leave you some face. That's also giving face to the blood spirit sky. The gray-robed elder from the 9 underworlds heaven chuckled. When blood spirit heaven's Nan Xiaohua heard this, he was so angry that his internal organs were about to explode. You old fogies are too shameless. I think you're like moths flying into a flame. You're digging your own grave. Nan Xiaohua's face turned red as he cursed. Moths flying into a flame? I say, Sect Master Nan, aren't you overestimating them? With the three of us from beyond heavens working together, can't we deal with a bunch of immature demonic beasts? The yellow-robed old man laughed maniacally. Haha. The disciples of the three beyond heavens also laughed arrogantly. Nan Xiaohua was so angry that he was speechless. Although she wanted to stop the battle, she knew that her senior did not need her to do anything. The 10,000 Willows divine sect was so powerful, but in front of this senior, they couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. Master, these guys are too arrogant. Why don't I? The Jade Ruri spider looked at Yi Yun and asked for help. These are all insignificant pawns. You're being too much of a bully by attacking them. Yi Yun said with a smile. Master, why don't I do it? My cultivation is lower. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon asked for help. Among the Eternal Realm demonic beasts, it was considered a lower level. You're bullying them too. Moreover, once your poison is released, they'll all die. Yi Yun chuckled. Master, why don't I do it? I've long found them an eyesore. The big black cat jumped up and cupped his fists respectfully. You're still too inexperienced. They have the advantage in numbers. You'll be at a disadvantage if you go. Yi Yun shook his head and rejected the big black cat's request. The group of demonic beasts was rejected by Yi Yun. They could not help but look at each other and feel a little depressed. Xiaoqi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised her head. She blinked her big watery eyes and asked, Brother, don't tell me you want to do it yourself? These ants naturally don't need me to do anything. Yi Yun gently stroked her little head and said with a smile. Seeing Yi Yun being so arrogant, giving people a feeling of extreme arrogance, and those demon beasts being even more rampant and arrogant, the three sect masters felt that their self-esteem had been severely challenged. Let's go. The three sect masters glanced at each other and slowly walked over. The other life and death disciples followed closely behind. In total, there were 40 to 50 people. All of them unleashed their auras, and a powerful pressure surged over like a tide. Some of the blood spirit heaven disciples nearby felt this pressure and couldn't help but change their expressions. Even their bodies began to sway. These guys are too arrogant. They'll get their retribution sooner or later. Nan Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He immediately arranged a blood spirit seal in front of him, blocking the pressure that was sweeping over like a storm. These people really know how to show off. If not for Master stopping me, I would have eaten them all. The blood chief demonic dragon lowered its head and sighed softly. Master naturally has his reasons for doing so. You guys shouldn't complain. The undead celestial silkworm looked at the depths of the ghost well and said softly. The blood chief demonic dragon shut its mouth and no longer spoke. It seemed to have realized something. Wing, right at this moment, the entire ghost well suddenly shook. The water surface violently shook. Chi, one after another, black chi pillars soared into the sky. Countless demonic man-eating fish flew out from the center of the chi pillars. What's going on? The three sect masters glanced at each other with great shock in their eyes. Bang bang, the three Beyond Heavens people attacked one after another, sending the demonic man-eating fish and the demonic man-eating gas flying away. What's going on? The big black cat shuddered, its eyes widening as it stared at the intense well water, as if it had sensed some kind of danger. A dragon is coming out of the well, the jade spider said with a smile. A dragon? The big black cat and Mao Bauer didn't know what was going on. Their eyes were wide open, and the shock in their hearts could be imagined. Good heavens, there was actually a dragon hiding in the ghost well. This was truly unexpected. Hearing that there was a dragon, Lil Seven's eyes lit up. It was as if the word dragon had a natural attraction that she couldn't resist. Big brother, is there really a dragon in the well that's changing so drastically? Lil Seven asked expectantly. There is indeed a dragon, and it's about to come out, Yin said with a smile. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the black nightmare poison gas was spreading wildly. Many demonic man-eating fish had jumped to the edge of the well, causing the disciples of the blood spirit sky to be flustered. Yin waved his hand gently, and the poisonous gas floated to the side, sweeping the demonic man-eating fish away. Thank you for your help, Senior. Nan Xiaohua said gratefully with cupped fists. Yin nodded. The well water churned more and more violently, and huge bubbles surged on the surface of the water, making gurgling sounds. Sizzle, the eruption of the black nightmare poison gas had reached its peak, and hundreds of poisonous gas gushed out from the well. A large number of demonic man-eating fish rose into the air and spread their wings. They no longer pounced on the disciples of the three major sects, but fled into the distance. The entire ghost well was in chaos, as if it was the end of the world. What's going on? What's so terrifying in the ghost well? The yellow-robed old man from the great sun sky was shocked, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Originally, he wanted to take back the treasure from the hands of the demonic beasts, but with such a shocking change, they had to change their plans. Retreat quickly. With a wave of his hand, he led the disciples of the great sun sky out. The Shenluo sky and Ninth Underworld sky didn't dare to stay and quickly left the ghost well. They retreated until they were thousands of feet away. Only then did the three sects stop and look in the direction of the spectral well, sizing it up. They also wanted to know what happened in the ghost well. The disciples of the blood spirit sky weren't affected too much because they were protected by Yiyun. Therefore, Nan Xiaohua didn't give the order to retreat. After all, Senior was still here. It would be embarrassing for her too. Retreat first. Whoosh, the water in the well suddenly turned upside down like a huge black river. It soared into the sky with an indescribable momentum. Immediately after, a huge dragon shadow suddenly rushed out of the well. Whoosh, the black well water in the air split into two halves, and the huge dragon shadow passed through the middle. Whoosh, the black well water fell from the sky like a heavy downpour. Yiyan waved his hand. The black well water that filled the sky returned to the well water obediently. He looked up at the sky. A gigantic green and red dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long floated in the void with a cold and domineering aura. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, giving off an insufferably arrogant feeling. Haha, even skin and flesh have grown out. Seeing that the bone dragon was no longer a bone dragon, Yiyan chuckled. The blood of the Netherblood Greenwood dragon was filled with exuberant vitality. How could the blood of the blood chief demonic dragon not be the same? The blood of the two divine dragons allowed the bone dragon to regrow flesh and blood. However, the blood of the two divine dragons influenced each other, causing the bone dragon to become green and red. It was very strange. The well water surged. Suddenly, four words appeared above the well water. Ancient demonic dragon. Yiyan smiled when he saw this. The well of the Netherworld really had some tricks up its sleeves. It even revealed the name of the bone dragon. Looking at the four words on the water, he fell into deep thought. The two words ancient reminded him of the ancient demonic tribe. Could there be a connection between the two? The ancient demonic dragon has the aura of my blood. Haha, seeing it is like seeing my son. The blood chief demonic dragon clapped its red paws excitedly, looked up, and laughed. It also has my blood. It should be half a son of mine, right? The Netherblood Greenwood dragon said, not to be outdone. You only have one son, and you want to fight with me? Do you have any shame? Do you have any awareness of first come, first served? The blood chief demonic dragon said with a sullen face. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon's face stiffened. It was too embarrassed to say anything. Its seniority was still too young, and its strength was not as strong as the blood chief demonic dragon. It was better not to argue about this matter. Oh my God! There is a dragon hidden in the well of spirits. What is going on? For tens of thousands of years, we have never known. Looking at the green and red dragon, the yellow-robed elder of the great sun heaven was agitated. He could not suppress the surging emotions in his heart. This dragon has broken through to the eternal realm. It's terrifying. The gray-robed elder of the ninth underworld heaven muttered to himself, fear on his face. Where is the divine secret pavilion? Why haven't they shown themselves after such a big incident? The black-robed elder of the Shenluo heaven waved his arms and said loudly. The well of spirits had some connection with the divine secret pavilion. The three sect masters were well aware of this. Otherwise, the divine secret pavilion would not have taken out the deep well fishing rod. But now that the dragon in the well had appeared, and its cultivation was in the eternal realm, no one could stop it. At this moment, the divine secret pavilion should show up. However, to everyone's surprise, no one from the divine secret pavilion showed up. Even the silver-robed youth of the flying immortal city did not return. It was very strange. The divine secret pavilion, Yiyan whispered. He retracted his gaze from the well and looked at the ancient nether demon dragon in the sky again. He scanned the entire small world of the well of spirits, but did not find anyone from the divine secret pavilion. This meant that, even if the ancient nether demon dragon appeared, no one from the divine secret pavilion showed up. Yiyan was going to wait a little longer. After all, the ancient nether demon dragon had been nurtured for tens of thousands of years, and the divine secret pavilion had spent a lot of effort on it. Logically speaking, they would naturally come to the well of spirits to take the ancient nether demon dragon away. Brother, this dragon is so powerful. What cultivation level is it? Little Seven looked up at the ancient nether demon dragon and asked in shock. Level 1 Eternal Realm. Yiyan touched his little head and said with a smile. At this moment, whoosh, a powerful aura of the eternal realm descended from the ancient nether demon dragon in the sky. Yiyan's eyes flickered. In an instant, another layer of protection appeared around the people of the blood spirit heaven. I am the ancient nether demon dragon. Who are you? The eyes of the ancient nether demon dragon in midair were green and red. He looked down coldly and spoke in a condescending tone. In his eyes, the human cultivators and demons below were pitifully weak. They could not withstand a single blow. Damn. Isn't my son being too arrogant? Does he not take your father seriously? The blood chief demon dragon was furious. You cheap father, shouldn't you teach your hot-tempered son a lesson? The Rui Jade Spider looked askance at the blood chief demon dragon and said angrily. Master, can I go up and teach this kid a lesson? The blood chief demon dragon looked at Yiyan for help. You can teach it a lesson, but its body is relatively weak. You have to take it easy. Once the balance is broken, it will be troublesome, Yiyan smiled meaningfully. Break the balance? The blood chief demon dragon was stunned. He did not know what his master meant. Master, what do you mean? Unable to understand, the blood chief demonic dragon blushed and hurriedly asked humbly. This little dragon has the blood of you and the underworld blood greenwood dragon in its body. The underworld blood greenwood dragon's blood is poisonous and has clashed violently with your blood, Yiyan explained with a smile. These words were naturally within the range of the shield, and no one heard them. Even the people of the blood spirit heaven, who were not far away, could not hear them. So my blood has clashed with senior blood chief demon dragon's blood. The underworld blood greenwood dragon was shocked. Yiyan nodded with a smile. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon turned to look at the underworld Blood Greenwood Dragon and said in a strange tone, Are you trying to replace me? How would I dare? You are the descendant of one of the 10 great divine dragons. My bloodline is far inferior to yours. The underworld Blood Greenwood Dragon waved its hands and explained awkwardly. You're wise. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon snorted and his expression softened. Master, if the two types of blood have clashed, why does the ancient Nether Demon Dragon seem to be fine? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon suddenly asked as if he had thought of something. The ancient Nether Demon Dragon's body contains the 7 divine dragon monuments of the Xianxia sect, which form a formation. This formation has allowed the two types of dragon blood to reach a balance. Yi Yin said. I understand, Master. Then, I'll act appropriately. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon took a deep breath and charged forward. In the air, a small red cat that was only a foot long was facing off against the gigantic ancient demon dragon from afar. The contrast between the big and the kitten was extremely strong. This red kitten is said to be a dragon. What is its cultivation level? Is it also in the eternal realm? Nan Xiaohua guessed. If even the red kitten was in the eternal realm, wouldn't the other demon beasts be the same? For a moment, Nan Xiaohua's heart was full of secrets. She found it harder to estimate Yi Yun's true strength. It can't be. Isn't that red kitten sending itself to its death? A disciple of the great sun heaven looked into the distance and sneered. Let it send itself to its death. It has nothing to do with us. A disciple of the 9 underworld heaven sneered. Haha. That makes sense. The others laughed as well. No one seemed to think that the tiny red kitten would win. Even a single breath from the ancient dragon would be enough to crush the red kitten into pieces. Red kitten? The ancient dragon looked at the tiny red figure with cold eyes and said in a sinister tone, Aren't you overestimating yourself? Are you looking down on Blood Chief? The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon looked at the ancient demonic dragon and snickered. Blood Chief Demon Dragon Dragon's blood. Blood Chief Dragon, Dragon, look, blood, have blood, Dragon Demon Dragons, no. H. With a shake of its body, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon transformed into a huge red dragon. The huge red dragon looked ferocious. Blood Chief filled the sky behind it, making it look like azure hell. It was frightening. The sudden appearance of a huge red dragon shocked and frightened everyone from the 4 beyond heavens. Oh my god, isn't this blood dragon too scary? Nan Xiaohua's eyes widened as she looked into the void in shock. To be honest, she was really frightened. She had never seen such a terrifying dragon in her life. Just as cultivation alone was not enough to frighten her to such an extent. The main reason was that the bloody aura that soared into the sky and was filled with a boundless aura of slaughter that was like an ocean. It caused her heart to palpitate, and an indescribable fear arose spontaneously from the bottom of her heart. So scary. Looking at the huge red dragon, the female disciples of the blood spirit heaven were scared out of their wits. They could not stop trembling. Fortunately, Yi Yun had set up a barrier. Otherwise, with the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's eternal realm aura, the blood spirit heaven disciples would have fainted. An eternal realm blood dragon? The yellow-robed elder from the great sun heaven narrowed his eyes. His expression changed drastically as he retreated without hesitation. However, the disciples under him were not so lucky. Many of them fainted on the spot. There were also some people who, under the impact of the monstrous blood chi, actually emitted a foul smell from their pants. They were so scared that they wet their pants. The people from 9 Nether Heaven and Shenluo Heaven were not any better. The disciples of the 2 beyond heavens were in a sorry state. Fortunately, the 3 sect masters reacted quickly and used their magic power to send the disciples further away. That's too scary. That red kitten is actually a blood dragon. The black-robed elder from Shenluo Heaven looked into the void, his eyes powerless and his face full of fear. If even a red kitten was a dragon, what kind of terrifying cultivation would that white-robed youth have? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. His back was drenched in sweat. Everyone, we have offended a senior of the demon clan. The black-robed elder's lips trembled as he spoke. Sigh, we were too stupid. How could we have offended such a powerful senior of the demon clan? The gray-robed elder from Nine Nether Heavens slapped his face and cursed in annoyance. How could their supreme sex afford to provoke an eternal realm demon clan? In the Xianxia continent, the demon clan and the human clan were in a stalemate. The white-robed youth had many demonic beasts under his command. If even a red kitten was of the eternal realm, then the rest of his demonic beasts might also be of the same realm. As the master of the demonic beasts, the white-robed youth must have a very honorable status in the demon clan. The force he represented was comparable to an eternal realm sect. What should we do? Everyone. The yellow-robed elder from Great Sun Heaven was also annoyed. His face was pale and his robe was drenched in cold sweat. Let's not sneak away, the black-robed elder from Shenluo Heaven wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, even if we escape to the ends of the earth, we can't escape the pursuit of an eternal realm demon clan senior. Still want to escape? In front of this senior, how can we have the qualifications to escape? The gray-robed elder said with a bitter smile. Let's go and apologize in a while. Whether we live or die, it's all up to the heavens. The yellow-robed elder from Great Sun Heaven sighed and said helplessly. Just when the three sect masters reached an agreement. When Yi Yun heard the voices of these three people, the corners of his mouth curled up and he smiled slightly. The awareness of these three little fellows was not low. It seemed like this was a very good opportunity to change his name. In the air. Looking at the blood-red dragon whose cultivation level was not weaker than his, the ancient nether demon dragon's sinister eyes finally revealed a look of shock. The blood-red dragon was also of the eternal realm. Level 1 eternal realm. It was exactly the same as his cultivation level. The ancient nether demon dragon did not know that the blood chief demon dragon had limited his cultivation level to level 1 eternal realm in order not to break the balance. The blood chief demon dragon was only following Yi Yun's instructions to teach the ancient nether demon dragon a lesson. He did not intend to kill it. You little dragon, why don't you surrender obediently? After the blood chief demonic dragon revealed its true form, an indescribable ferocity erupted from it. Its red eyes shone with an ominous glint, which was extremely frightening. You're only at level 1 eternal realm. How can you be a match for me? The ancient nether demon dragon was furious. He swung his huge dragon tail and grabbed at the blood chief demon dragon. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion as the two dragons in the air began to fight. The huge dragon claws collided with each other. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a head-on collision and an extremely ferocious fighting style. The blood chief demon dragon did not move an inch. On the other hand, the ancient phantom demon dragon was knocked back by the impact. How can this fellow's physical body be so strong? The blood chief demon dragon was shocked when it felt the numbness on its claws. It was formed from the remains of the primordial demon dragon and has inherited the strength of the primordial demon dragon's physical body. With the nourishment of the divine dragon's blood and the strengthening of the dragon tribe on this continent, its physical body has surpassed many divine dragons in the same realm. While the blood chief demon dragon was still in shock, it heard Yi Yun's voice. I see. The blood chief demon dragon came to a sudden realization. It finally had a deeper understanding of this strange ancient hell demon dragon that was formed from various combinations. Master, is the primordial demon dragon as strong as the dragon tribe? Asked the heavenly jade dragon. It's a little weaker than the dragon tribe. However, the primordial demon tribe is an ancient branch of the demon tribe. It once caused a great catastrophe on the divine land and is considered a very strong force, said Yi Yun after thinking for a while. The primordial demon dragon in the Xianxia continent had already declined greatly. Now that it was guarded by the 18 heavenly jade pillars, it would not cause any more trouble. At the thought of the primordial demon, Yi Yun could not help but think of the massacre in the Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago. According to Xianxia, it was Nangongyu who had controlled the primordial demon dragon to encircle and annihilate the Shenlong sect. Although the real attacker was the monster with black hair on its arms in the black void door, it was undeniable that the primordial demon dragon had also participated in the encirclement. I wonder where Nangongyu's doppelganger is hiding. That little girl is really cunning. The image of a beautiful girl appeared in Yi Yun's mind. He could not help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Yi Yun was unable to give Nangongyu a true definition of good and evil. She was like a mystery, vague and indistinct, existing in the long river of time for 100,000 years. Nangongyu's figure had appeared at many of the nodes. At this moment, in midair, the ancient demonic dragon steadied its body. Its eyes were sinister and cold, but its demeanor became increasingly arrogant. A mere blood dragon. You're nothing more than this. Watch how I devour you today. The ancient hell demon dragon roared angrily and swung its tail. Its aura was monstrous as it pounced over with bared fangs and brandished claws. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The blood chief demonic dragon sneered and started fighting with the ancient demon dragon again. Boom boom, two gigantic figures were engaged in an intense battle in midair, emitting a series of earth-shattering noises. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle in the air. Although he seemed to be looking at the two dragons, his gaze was actually on the ancient demon dragon's body. The 7 stars formation formed by the 7 divine dragon steels shone brightly as it continued to circulate without stopping. From time to time, it would emit a mysterious aura that circulated around the ancient demon dragon's body, suppressing the battle between the two dragon bloodlines. The battle between the two divine dragons is really terrifying. Xiaoqi held the fishing rod in his hand and stared blankly at the gigantic figures in midair. He was stunned for a moment. After dozens of rounds of battle, the blood chief demonic dragon was also enraged and launched a ferocious attack on the ancient demon dragon. It did not use any superpower. Instead, it relied on its strong physical body to fight the ancient demon dragon head-on. In the distance, the people from the 3 beyond heavens had retreated far away for safety reasons. At this moment, they were dumbfounded as they watched the battle between the two divine dragons. They were so shocked that they could not speak. They were only in the life and death realm. It was rare to even see an Eternal Realm expert. Not to mention seeing 2 Eternal Realm divine dragons fighting each other. It was easy to imagine how shocked they were. An Eternal Realm expert is too strong. If we were any closer, we would have been torn to pieces. The yellow-robed elder from the great sun heaven took out a treasure and placed it in front of him. He looked at the battle in the distance and sighed. This battle between the Eternal Realm experts had left an indelible impression on him. The Eternal Realm is really a mysterious realm. It's too strong. The 2 sect masters of the 9 underworld heaven and Shenluo heaven looked into the distance in shock and said with a bitter smile. Boom boom, the time for an incense stick to burn passed quickly. It was accompanied by a loud noise. The 2 divine dragons in midair suddenly separated from each other and retreated from the fierce battle. The blood chief demonic dragon was panting slightly. Apart from some blood surging, it was not injured. However, on the other hand, the ancient demon dragon was not in a good situation. The ancient phantom dragon scales, which were originally green and red, suddenly changed color. Sometimes red was the dominant color, and sometimes green was the dominant color. Roar! The ancient nether demon dragon's cold eyes were filled with agony as it roared into the sky. You can't do it anymore? I think you're at the end of your tether. If you admit defeat obediently, my master might spare your life. The blood chief demonic dragon sneered. The ancient demon dragon continued to roar and did not answer. It was as if a huge change was happening in its body. The blood chief demonic dragon was overjoyed. It seemed that the balance in the ancient demon dragon's body had reached a critical point. The array formation could no longer be controlled. It had wanted to teach the ancient demon dragon a lesson, and now it had achieved its goal. In the blood chief demonic dragon's eyes, the ancient demon dragon was on the verge of collapse. Only its master could pull the ancient demon dragon back. Roar! The ancient demon dragon roared into the sky. The green and red colors on its body kept changing rapidly. It was obvious that the 2 dragon bloodlines in its body were fighting fiercely. I didn't expect this. My blood is quite powerful. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon chuckled. Senior, your blood is quite poisonous. The big black cat smiled embarrassedly. How is my blood poisonous enough? Compared to Senior Rui, it's a far cry. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon shook its head. At least you're saying something sensible. The Jade Rui spider glanced at it and said nonchalantly. The undying celestial silkworm smiled. Indeed, the netherblood greenwood dragon's poison could not be compared to the jade rui spider's. The ancient demon dragon roared in pain and trembled all over. At this moment, even with the 7-star array formation in its body, it could no longer control the battle between the two divine dragon bloodlines. Yiyan watched all this calmly. He had no intention of intervening for the time being. He was waiting for the people from the Divine Secrets Pavilion to appear. Time passed by slowly. The ancient demon dragon writhed in pain in midair. The scales on its body began to fall off. This is strange. Did the Divine Secrets Pavilion give up on the ancient demon dragon? Or did the Divine Secrets Pavilion predict some danger and did not dare to come here? Yiyan thought to himself. Although the Divine Secrets Pavilion did not appear, Yiyan was not disappointed. As the saying went, the mountain does not turn, the road turns. He believed that it would not take long before he found the Divine Secrets Pavilion's lair. Another dozen or so breaths of time passed. Seeing that the ancient hell demon dragon could not hold on any longer, Yiyan's expression changed and he was about to make a move. All of a sudden, he seemed to have sensed something, and a strange expression appeared on his face. His arm that was originally raised was lowered. In the ancient hell demon dragon's body, the 7 stars formation formed by the 7 divine dragon tablets suddenly underwent a new change. The 7 stars formation no longer suppressed the battle between the two types of dragon blood. Instead, it emitted a mysterious force that flew toward the sky. "Master, what's going on?" The undead celestial silkworm also noticed something strange and hurriedly asked. "You'll know in a while." Yiyan smiled and said unhurriedly. That force had escaped. Had it returned to the heavenly secret pavilion? Yiyan's divine sense instantly traversed the void and chased after it. After that force passed through the small world, it stopped in the sky above the heavenly sun dynasty and emitted a strange fluctuation. Buzz buzz, this strange fluctuation caused a strange resonance between heaven and earth. Yiyan suddenly discovered that in a corner of the heavenly sun dynasty, a barren swamp suddenly produced a strange fluctuation. What is this? Yiyan was slightly surprised and looked in that direction. It was a green swamp, overgrown with weeds and uninhabited. Then, a strange resonance sounded between heaven and earth. Yiyan was surprised to find that some of the water weeds in the swamp were controlled by an invisible force and scattered in all directions. Then, 7 ponds appeared in the vast swamp. Each pond was as green as a gemstone and had a circumference of tens of thousands of feet. It was a small lake, but the water level was shallow and the water surface was calm, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds above. Hiss, Yiyan sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked down from midair and found that these 7 ponds formed the shape of the Big Dipper. However, these 7 ponds did not emit the aura of a formation. It was as if they were 7 ordinary ponds. A sudden white fog, like an ocean, was released from the void above the swamp. In the blink of an eye, it covered the 7 ponds. The white mist spread very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire swamp. It's actually a small world? Looking at the vast mist, Yiyan's consciousness condensed into an illusory figure in midair. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. Within the mist, a small world was formed. However, the entrance to the small world was currently closed. Buzz buzz, the power from the 7 stars formation in the ancient demonic dragon's body was still vibrating strangely. Right at this moment, 7 bright pillars of starlight suddenly appeared in the endless white fog. They soared into the sky and flew in a certain direction. Interesting, seeing this scene, Yiyan seemed to be deep in thought and nodded silently. 7 beams of dazzling starlight passed through the distant void and entered the small world in the ghost well. They fell from midair and entered the body of the ancient nether demon dragon. The 7 pillars of light entered the 7 divine dragon monuments in their respective positions, causing the entire 7 stars formation to become stronger in an instant. The 7 stars formation exuded a powerful suppressive force and instantly suppressed the 2 types of divine dragon blood. The ancient demonic dragon no longer cried out in pain. Its dragon body swayed in midair and returned to its usual vigor. What's going on? Where did those 7 resplendent light pillars come from? The blood chief demon dragon was shocked to see this scene. The 7 pillars of light gave it a very ancient and mysterious feeling, as if they had come from millions of years ago. The Heavenly Sun dynasty is really mysterious, the undead celestial silkworm's eyes flashed as it whispered. Senior, what did you see? The big black cat was more curious and hurriedly asked humbly. I saw a white fog and a few ponds, the undead celestial silkworm muttered to itself. White fog and ponds, the big black cat was dumbfounded. Its eyes widened and it could not understand. The undead celestial silkworm ignored the big black cat. It looked at Yi Yun and solemnly said, Master, it seems that there is also a 7-star array within the white fog. The two arrays are resonating with each other, which is why they are able to borrow power, and that white fog is indeed very interesting. Yi Yun nodded with a smile. Blood Chief, I will defeat you today. In midair, the ancient demonic dragon, who had regained its peak combat strength, looked cold and arrogant again. It pounced on the Blood Chief demon dragon. The Blood Chief demon dragon was preparing to fight. Suddenly, the ancient demonic dragon's body fell uncontrollably. Haha! Master has made his move. The Blood Chief demon dragon laughed in its heart. Who attacked me? The ancient hell demon dragon turned pale with fright. His cold eyes were filled with great shock. Its body was out of control, and it fell toward the spectral well. Ancient demonic dragon, do you want to die or live? An indifferent male voice suddenly rang out in the void. The ancient demonic dragon looked down and saw a young man in white standing not far away. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at it calmly. Although his gaze was calm, the ancient demonic dragon felt an indescribable chill descend on its body. This person is terrifying. I'm afraid I won't even be able to take a single blow from him. The ancient demonic dragon thought to itself. Senior, I want to live. The ancient demonic dragon shouted without hesitation. If you want to live, then hide in the ghost well obediently. Yi Yun pointed at the mouth of the well and said indifferently. Yes, Senior. The ancient demonic dragon was stunned at first. Then, it was overjoyed and quickly agreed. It did not expect that this terrifying senior's request would be so simple. After saying that, its huge body turned into a ray of green and red light. It plunged into the well and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The demonic beasts looked at each other. What was their master's motive for doing this? Why didn't he suppress the ancient demonic dragon? Why did he release it into the ghost well? Brother, this dragon is so fierce. Will it be able to stay here obediently? Xiaoqi asked with a smile. I don't think it will dare to escape, Yi Yun smiled casually. Then, he gently grabbed the remaining treasures in the well water with his hand. Tiny star runes flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the imprints that the divination pavilion had left on these treasures were all erased by Yi Yun. These were the treasures of the Shenlong sect. Yi Yun naturally had to keep them and leave them for Luoli in the future so that they could return to the Shenlong sect's treasury. After doing all this, Yi Yun thought of something and walked toward the 3 supreme heavenly sect masters with his hands behind his back. That terrifying senior from the demon race is here. Seeing Yi Yun walk toward them, the 3 supreme heavens sect masters were both excited and terrified. The 3 people's knees went soft, and they all knelt on the ground with a plop sound. Whether they could live or not depended on this terrifying senior from the demon race. Seeing the sect masters kneeling on the ground, the other disciples were so scared that their faces turned ashen. They also knelt on the ground. Yi Yun walked closer with a calm expression. Senior, we are ignorant and have offended you. We are willing to accept any punishment from you. The sect leaders of the 3 beyond heavens had lost their usual dignity. They kept kowtowing to Qi Nan like chickens pecking at rice. They wanted to use this pious method to exchange for a chance to live. The 3 beyond heavens have offended Senior. Now is the time to settle the score. Nan Xiaohua looked at the 3 sect masters who were kneeling on the ground from afar. He was elated. These 3 sect masters had always treated the blood spirit heaven with an extremely bad attitude, and they had vaguely wanted to suppress them. Now that Senior had taught them a lesson, how could Nan Xiaohua not be excited? Yi Yun placed his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the disciples of the 3 major sects who were kneeling on the ground. His face was calm, without the slightest ripple. If he wanted to kill someone, even if they cowed out 100 million times, it wouldn't change his mind. Let me ask you, what is heaven? Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he asked calmly. What is heaven? The three sect masters were all stunned for a moment, and a dumbfounded expression appeared on their faces. Why did this demon race senior suddenly ask such a question? What is heaven? Heaven? Isn't it just heaven? The three sect masters looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before falling silent. The disciples behind them were scratching their heads anxiously. They couldn't understand this question. No one dared to speak first. They were afraid that they would lose their lives if they said the wrong thing. If you want to live, say it. Yi Yan smiled faintly. Hearing this, the faces of the three sect leaders changed greatly. They immediately became spirited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It seemed that if they didn't answer, they would die in the next moment. Life was precious, but death was not. The three sect masters had been through a lot of hardships. Naturally, they wanted to live. The three of them could see that. Perhaps this demon race senior thought that their cultivation was too low, so he didn't kill them directly. Instead, he gave them a chance. Since he gave them a chance, they naturally wanted to grab it. Senior, the heavens are the heavens. The heavens mean, the black-robed elder from Shenluo heaven said bravely. What about you? Yi Yan looked at the other two. Their faces turned bitter. Senior, heaven is heaven. It's high and mighty. We can't surpass it. The yellow-robed elder from Great Sun Heaven said. Senior, heaven is the combination of all laws. It controls all living things, the sun, the moon, the stars, the tide changes, the life and death of countless lives, the cycle of reincarnation, the gray-robed elder from 9 underworld heaven added. Seeing that the three of them had expressed their stance, Yi Yan smiled warmly. Since heaven is so powerful, you three sects actually dare to call him beyond heaven? Are you tired of living? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and said sternly. Ah! The three sect masters exclaimed in unison. They didn't expect that their sect's name would violate their senior's taboo. Senior, we know our mistake now. We'll go back and change the name of our sect. We'll remove any mention of the heavens. From now on, our great solar sky will be renamed the Great Solar Sect. The yellow-robed elder said hurriedly. 9 underworld sect, 9 underworld heaven. Senior, our Shenluo heaven will change its name to Shenluo sect. The other two sect masters also agreed in a panic. Good. Yi Yan nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the three of them and smiled. You're promising. I'll spare your lives this time. Get lost. Thank you, Senior. The three sect masters were overjoyed. They hurriedly kowtowed, turned around, and led their disciples away from the small world of the ghost well. Senior, I'll change my name too. Nan Xiaohua flew over and stood respectfully beside Yi Yan as he spoke in a trembling voice. It doesn't matter if you want to change it or not. However, since the three sects have changed their names, it's not right for you to not change it. Let's change it. Yi Yan said after some thought. After all, there were 4 supreme sects in Heavenly Sun Dynasty. It would be abrupt if he only changed 3 of them. Yi Yan's pupils shrunk slightly as he gazed at the fleeing members of the 3 great sections. Countless tiny star-like runes rapidly flashed across his eyes. He activated the heavenly disillusionment eye. He processed the memories of the people of the 3 sects. In these people's memories, Yi Yan had turned into a mysterious person whose tail could not be seen. They knew nothing about Yi Yan's appearance, background, or any other information. Even if someone read their memories, they would not be able to obtain any useful information. Along the way, Yi Yan used this method to maintain his mystery. He did not want to alarm the mastermind behind the scenes. He did not want to provoke the forces of the Divine Land to forcibly erase some clues about the Tsangnan continent. Yes, Senior. Nan Xiaohua replied. He turned and gestured to his disciples. Then, he hurriedly bid farewell to Yi Yan and left. The opportunity in the ghost well was over. She had to return to Blood Spirit Heaven as soon as possible to thoroughly implement the name change of the sect and then announce it to the public. Only Yi Yan and a group of demonic beasts were left in the small world of the ghost well. Yi Yan appeared at the edge of the well. He looked at the ancient nether demon dragon who was curled up in the water and smiled faintly. I won't kill you. Just stay here obediently. Senior, don't worry. I won't go out no matter who asks me to. The ancient nether demon dragon said. If the people of the divine secret pavilion are looking for you, it's not like you can't leave. After all, they spent a lot of effort on your birth. Yi Yun said faintly. The ancient nether demon dragon was stunned. It quickly recalled something and seemed to have thought of something. Senior, I understand. The ancient nether demon dragon hurriedly said. Yi Yun nodded. He had set a trap for the divine secret pavilion. Let's see if the divine secret pavilion would fall into it. He held little Seven's hand and the two returned to the carriage. The other demonic beasts followed. Let's go. Yi Yun instructed. Then, he looked at a certain direction in the sky and smiled faintly. That white swamp was indeed a little strange. The next target. Yi Yun was ready to go to that place to check it out. The carriage left the ghost well and appeared in the void not far away. Yi Yun suddenly exclaimed softly. The next moment. His gaze pierced through the ages and saw two illusory figures suddenly appear in the air above the misty swamp. Although the figures were illusory, he could tell that they were two men in silver robes and wore masks on their faces. Hee, they're so secretive. They should be from the divine secret pavilion, right? Yi Yun smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Judging from their robes, they were very similar to the silver-robed young man from before. Based on this, he could tell that they were most likely from the divine secret pavilion. However, these two men did not descend in their true bodies. Instead, they used some kind of special formation to project two projections. It had to be said that the divine secret pavilion was really careful. The real members of the divine secret pavilion would not easily appear in the world. Pavilion Master, the appearance of this white mist is extremely strange. It contains the power of space. It seems to be a secret realm? One of the men said. If it's just a secret realm, do you think I would take you and spend so much effort to project a projection here? The Pavilion Master of the Divine Secret Pavilion looked at the vast white mist below with a burning look in his eyes and said in a deep voice. Pavilion Master, what's the mystery of this white mist? The man asked curiously. The Pavilion Master of the Divine Secret Pavilion turned to look in a certain direction and said in a low voice, There's some kind of change in the seven stars formation in the ancient demonic dragon's body. It actually triggered the power of the ancestral land and made the ancestral land appear from nothingness. Even the star compass can't predict such a wonderful thing, ancestral land? The man cried out involuntarily. He seemed to have thought of something and an indescribable look of shock appeared on his face. Within the white fog is the ancestral land of my divination pavilion. As he said this, the eyes of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion suddenly shone with a strange light. His eyes were filled with passion and passion. He had long yearned for the ancestral land of the divination pavilion. How interesting. To think that a tiny divination pavilion was born in this small world, in the carriage. Yi Yun's eyes shone brightly as his lips curled into a faint smile. Yi Yun did not know the origin of the divination pavilion. He did not expect it either. There were many mysteries within this small world filled with white fog. To think that this was the ancestral land of the divination pavilion. If this was the ancestral land of the divination pavilion, he would be able to find more useful clues. Yi Yun's heart was filled with anticipation. Above the white fog, the two silver-robed figures continued their conversation. Pavilion Lord, our divination pavilion has been around for tens of thousands of years and has a long history. However, everyone in the pavilion thinks that the ancestral land is just a legend. To think that the ancestral land actually exists. The man muttered to himself, still extremely shocked. The first patriarch of our divination pavilion walked out of this small world. After he came out, he founded the divination pavilion. After the small world disappeared, he never returned. The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion sighed. Pavilion Lord, what kind of small world is this? The man asked curiously. This small world is called the Immortal Pond. It's vast and boundless, the Divination Pavilion Lord said leisurely. Why is it called the Immortal Pond? This name is so strange. The man said in surprise. It's called the Immortal Pond because there's a forbidden area in this small world. There are 7 immortal ponds in this small world, so the first patriarch called it the immortal pond. The divination pavilion lord said. Pavilion lord, can we enter the immortal pond? The man asked fervently. Of course. The pavilion master of the divination pavilion said in a low voice, recently, the mysteries of the heavens have become extremely mysterious. The good fortune that has befallen our divination pavilion is endless. Now that the legendary immortal pond has appeared, as the descendants of the divination pavilion, we naturally have to search for our roots and ask our ancestors for answers. Pavilion lord, since first ancestor is in the immortal pond, does that mean that there might be many humans living in it? The man thought of a possibility. That's right. According to convention, that should be the case. However, first ancestor's description of the immortal pond is always very secretive. Therefore, I'll send you to the immortal pond this time. What do you think? The divination pavilion lord asked. This disciple is willing to go through fire and tread on fire for the divination pavilion. The man said with a solemn expression. Our heavenly secrets pavilion has never casually entered the world. This time is an exception. Therefore, in the entire heavenly secrets pavilion, I will only send you, the divination pavilion divination pavilion lord divination. The divination pavilion lord was slightly stunned. He didn't expect such an important matter to fall on his shoulders alone. Don't worry, I'll send out a divination order for each of the 4 great sects of Sun Sky Dynasty to send a team to listen to your orders and enter the immortal pond with you. The divination pavilion lord waved his hand and said confidently. Thank you, pavilion lord. The divination pavilion lord was overjoyed. At the same time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the divination pavilion lord took out his star compass and began to deduce continuously. The divination pavilion lord waited quietly. After a while, 7 days later, the door to the immortal pond will officially open. However, it won't be open for too long, only 10 breaths of time. When the time comes, bring your men in quickly, the divination pavilion lord said solemnly. Pavilion lord, how should I get out? The divination pavilion lord asked. As for how to get out, I naturally don't know. You just have to improvise in the immortal pond. If you find first ancestors' clansmen, I'm sure they'll point you in the right direction. The divination pavilion lord muttered. Alright, pavilion lord, trust me, I'll definitely get out. Although the divination pavilion lord was a little depressed, the divination pavilion lord still gave his word. At the same time, in the other direction, in the small world of the ghost well, hiding in the depths of the well, the ancient demonic dragon stared in the direction of the well. Its eyeballs started to move. It could no longer feel the powerful aura of that senior. At this moment, the mysterious 7 stars formation in the ancient demonic dragon's body was still operating, constantly releasing an aura that made it feel comfortable. I should leave this broken well and go to that place, the ancient demonic dragon muttered to itself. As this thought appeared in its mind, the look in its eyes became more and more fervent. That place isn't too far from here. With my current speed, I can break through the void and directly cross over. It won't take long. The ancient demonic dragon analyzed. Although it was also very afraid of that senior, the fervent thought in its heart made it decide to take the risk. I'm not going to hide here anymore. I'm going to that world. The ancient demonic dragon suddenly made up its mind. It slowly swam out, its body shrinking a little as it left the ghost well. After leaving this small world, the ancient abyssal dragon used all its strength to forcefully break open the void and disappeared in an instant. The 2 projections of the divination pavilion were observing the white mist when they suddenly saw a green and red light break through the void and plunge into the white mist. What's that? The divination pavilion lord said in shock. That's, the divination pavilion lord narrowed his eyes, a grave look on his face. Just now, he had caught a glimpse of the figure's original appearance. It was a giant green and red dragon. Where did this divine dragon come from? The divination pavilion lord's eyes widened. Then, he watched as the divine dragon plunged into the small world with a dazzling light all over its body. Surprisingly, the small world didn't reject it. Instead, it opened up a hole for the dragon to fly in. This divine dragon looks a little familiar, the divination pavilion lord frowned as he thought about it carefully. The next moment, without any hesitation, he raised the star compass and began to deduce once again. In a few breaths' time, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was able to deduce the origin of this divine dragon. This is the ancient demonic dragon, the Divination Pavilion Lord said in a low voice. Why did the ancient demonic dragon turn into this color? Shouldn't it be black according to our plan? The Divination Pavilion Lord muttered to himself in shock. I'm not sure either. The ancient demonic dragon has undergone an unexpected change. Perhaps we were right to give up, the Divination Pavilion Lord said in a low voice. The Divination Pavilion Lord asked, what should we do now that the ancient demonic dragon has returned to the immortal pond? 7 days later, lead the people of the 4 major sects into the immortal pond and search for the ancient demonic dragon's whereabouts, the Divination Pavilion Lord sighed. The various accidents that had happened today had made him feel weak, as if he had the will but not the strength. Although his deduction ability was extremely strong, there was a limit to a person's strength. It was impossible to calculate everything so accurately. If the Divination Pavilion really had such a powerful ability, it would have become an eternal sect by now. Don't worry, Pavilion Lord. This time I will definitely find the clansman of first ancestor and try to bring the ancient demonic dragon out. The Divination Pavilion Lord said solemnly after taking a deep breath. It doesn't matter whether you bring it out or not. With the foundation of our Divination Pavilion now, why would we care about a small ancient demonic dragon? The Divination Pavilion Lord said indifferently as he looked in the direction of the white fog. Why would they care about a puny ancient demonic dragon? Inside the carriage, Yiyan's eyes flickered with a trace of mockery. The puny Heaven Secrets Pavilion was just a super sect. They didn't even care about the ancient demonic dragon, which was at the first level of the Eternal Realm. How arrogant. A level 1 Eternal Realm ancient demon dragon was a very precious demonic beast, even for a heaven-level sect. Yet, they didn't even care about the Heaven Secrets Pavilion. What a joke. What kind of foundation did the Heaven Secrets Pavilion have that they dared to be so arrogant? Yiyan looked into the distance with eyes filled with anticipation. Once the Heaven Secrets Pavilion's cover was lifted, there would probably be some unexpected gains. Yiyan was looking forward to that day. Above the white mist, Pavilion Master is right, the man said respectfully. There was an indescribable sense of confidence in his eyes. Perhaps, when you return from the immortal pond, our Heaven Secrets Pavilion will already be standing at the pinnacle of the Sunnon continent, the Heaven Secrets Pavilion Master said proudly. I'm really looking forward to that day. Pavilion Master. The man rubbed his hands and said excitedly. Haha, the Heaven Secrets Pavilion Master laughed loudly and looked very arrogant. The man also laughed along with him. The two of them stayed above the white mist for a moment before their bodies suddenly dissipated without any warning. Master, where are we going next? The big black horse, which was pulling the carriage, suddenly turned and asked. Let's find a quiet place and cultivate for a few days, Yiyan said with a smile. Xiaoqi's cultivation level was still low and was only at the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm. He had to make good use of the time to raise this little girl's cultivation level. Hearing that they were going to cultivate, Xiaoqi's face was filled with surprise. She said excitedly, Big brother, if I cultivate according to your method, I feel that I will break through from the Primary Sea Realm to the Soul Sculpting Realm. In these 7 days, I will strive to help you break through to the Soul Sculpting Realm. Yiyan rubbed her little head lovingly and said with a gentle smile. Xiaoqi made a funny face. She was extremely excited and couldn't stop giggling. When Mu Qing saw this heartwarming scene, she felt inexplicably touched. Old Master really likes children. Mu Qing thought to herself. She found it inconceivable that such an invincible person like her master did not have a woman to give birth to his child. Along the way, Mu Qing realized that her master wasn't moved by any woman. It was as if everything in the world was so insignificant in the eyes of the master. 7 days. It was gone in a flash. With Yiyan's intervention, Xiaoqi also managed to break through to the soul sculpting realm. Wow, I am finally a great cultivator in the soul sculpting realm. 7 said excitedly. Yes. Yiyan nodded with a smile. Little 7 looked a little like Luoli in the past. After all, Luoli was only a few years older than little 7. Yi Yan thought. He looked at the few spaces in the carriage. During this time, the 3 juniors of the Xianxia sect were in secluded cultivation. Yi Yan did not let them come out. Now that he had the divine earth spirit stone, Yi Yan naturally wanted them to break through to the eternal realm as soon as possible. After a general investigation, Yi Yan showed a satisfied look on his face. Jun Maxiao had reached the peak of the 2nd level of the Heaven's Mandate realm and would soon step into the 3rd level of the Heaven's Mandate realm. Luo Li and Su Wani were also at the 2nd level of the Heaven's Mandate realm. Mao Bao'er was at the middle of the 1st level of the Heaven's Mandate realm. It could be said that the lowest cultivation in the Xianxia sect was at the Heaven's Mandate realm. The Big Black Cat and Mu Qing had reached the 2nd level of the Life and Death realm. The demon beasts outside had also made breakthroughs. Among them, the Blood Chief demonic dragon was even closer to the true God realm. During these 7 days, the entire Heavenly Sun dynasty experienced an earth-shattering event. On the 3rd day, the top forces, the 4 beyond heavens, announced at the same time that they had changed their sect's name and removed the word heaven from their names. This shocked countless sects and cultivators in the Heavenly Sun dynasty. No one knew what had happened that would make the 4 great supreme sects make such a shocking choice. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in the distant mysterious void naturally knew of this matter as well. The entire Heavenly Secret Pavilion was shocked. The Pavilion Lord of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion personally used the star compass to make a divination, but the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's mysteries were unclear and could not find an answer. Forget it. No matter what the reason is, it's just a few small sections. They can't make any waves, the Pavilion Lord of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion thought to himself. Therefore, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. A mysterious silver-robed man appeared among the 4 sects of the Heavenly Sun dynasty and took out a Heavenly Secret token. Then, he dispatched 10 Life and Death realm cultivators from each sect. No one knew where they were going. The silver-robed man did not explain the reason. The sect master of the Blood Spirit sect, Nan Xiaohua, did not refuse and also dispatched 10 Life and Death realm disciples. Although the Blood Spirit sect was very powerful now, it was only in terms of defense. She did not want to openly rebel against the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. After all, once the Heavenly Secret token was issued, the 4 sects of the Heavenly Sun dynasty had to obey unconditionally. This was a rule that had been set long ago. Nan Xiaohua also did not want to break this rule and make the Blood Spirit sect stand against the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. On the 7th day, a black horse carriage stopped in the air above the white fog, but there was an invisible barrier protecting the horse carriage. No one could see it. At the same time, an immortal boat flew over from the distance. A silver-robed man with a mask stood on the immortal boat. Behind him stood 40 Life and Death realm cultivators. This trip to the immortal pond will be risky. Everyone, please do not leave the team at will. The silver-robed man held his hands behind his back and said with a proud expression, "We will follow Lord's lead." Everyone answered loudly. The silver-robed man nodded with satisfaction. The immortal boat turned into a stream of light and plunged into the fog. The silver-robed man held the star compass in his hand and divined as he searched for the entrance to the immortal pond. After traveling for an incense stick's worth of time in the boundless fog, "It's here!" he lightly shouted. The immortal boat suddenly stopped, then slightly adjusted its direction and plunged into a small spatial hole in the air. Yi Yan saw this scene and walked out with a smile. Mu Qing followed behind him. Little Seven was still in the carriage. One of Yi Yan's doppelgangers stayed in the carriage and was responsible for taking care of Little Seven's cultivation. "Little Black, you and Mu Qing are both Life and Death realm cultivators. Come with me," Yi Yan said with a smile. "Go with Master, haha, this is a great honor." The big black cat became excited. It suddenly stood up and said loudly, "I'm willing to follow Master to the small world below." "Master, can only Life and Death realm cultivators enter this small world?" The Jade Ocean Heavenly Dragon asked, unwilling to give up. "Indeed. If one's cultivation is high, they will be expelled." Yi Yan nodded with a smile. "Master, your cultivation is so high. How can you still enter?" The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon asked, puzzled. The other demonic beasts were concerned and immediately listened attentively. Everyone was curious as to how their master could enter. I have a divine ability that can simulate everything under the heavens. Therefore, entering that small world is not a problem. Yi Yun chuckled. Master, what kind of divine ability is that? The Blood Chief demonic dragon asked impatiently. Myriad manifestations heart manipulation art. Yi Yun casually replied. He then swept his gaze over the demonic beasts and smiled. This divine ability is extremely difficult. Don't think about it for the time being. The demonic beasts were embarrassed and speechless. Let's go. Yi Yun chuckled and took the lead to fly toward the white mist below. Mu Qing followed closely behind. The big black cat shook its body and transformed into a black-robed young man as it quickly chased after them. The three disappeared into the white mist in the blink of an eye. When Yi Yun led Mu Qing and the big black cat into the entrance of the immortal pond, the entrance finally disappeared completely. The white mist quickly dissipated above the vast swamp. In just a few breaths of time, all the white mist inexplicably disappeared. This small world is gone and hidden in the void. Looks like it was created by an amazing person back then. The big black horse pursed its lips and grinned. Master must have found some clues since he personally went to this place. It's a pity that I can't accompany him, the undead celestial silkworm sighed. Senior, your realm is too high. You're about to break through to the divine venerable realm, the same realm as Master. The Rui Jade spider smiled. So what if we're in the same realm? The difference between Master and me is like heaven and earth. The undead celestial silkworm blushed and smiled awkwardly. The other demon beasts secretly laughed when they heard this. The big black horse pulled the carriage and stopped in a valley 10,000 miles away. Then, the demon beasts in the carriage began to cultivate the small world of the immortal pond. The void rippled, and three figures appeared. Yi Yun looked around. They were now at the top of a towering green mountain range. The mountain range in the distance was undulating and extended endlessly, like a giant dragon sleeping on the ground. The air in the immortal pond was moist and fresh. Yi Yun sensed it for a moment and a smile appeared on his face. This place was really interesting. Master, the spiritual energy in this immortal pond isn't rich, but it contains a thin amount of divinity, just like our spirit stones, the big black cat suddenly exclaimed after sniffing a few times. That's right. If you cultivate here, your cultivation speed will definitely not be slow, Mu Qing said with a smile. You don't have to make a fuss. The small world of the immortal pond is far more exciting than we imagined, Yi Yun said meaningfully. Then, he stepped into the void and flew towards the depths of the mountain range. Mu Qing and the big black cat followed closely behind. For the two of them, it was their first time going on an adventure with their master, so they were extremely excited. Seeing this, Yi Yun smiled without batting an eyelid. He casually scanned his surroundings and didn't find that fellow from the divination pavilion, but he didn't mind. Those 40 or so people were only at the life and death realm. Let them be for now. The three of them had just flown 1,000 miles away. Bang bang, sounds of fierce fighting could be heard from the valley in the distance. Master, there are people fighting in front. The big black cat raised its eyebrows in excitement. Let's go and take a look, Yi Yun said. As soon as they entered the small world of the immortal pond, they saw a fight. Yi Yun naturally didn't want to miss it. For this trip to the immortal pond, Yi Yun held the mentality of having fun and didn't spread out his terrifying spiritual sense to scan. Once he used it, in less than 3 seconds, the truth would be revealed. If he did so, he would lose the fun of exploring the immortal pond. The three of them continued flying. In the center of a valley not far away, a tall and sturdy yellow-robed youth was being besieged by several people. The yellow-robed youth had a demonic chi on his body. He was clearly a demonic beast. As for the other people, they wore the same red robes with the character 8 embroidered on their chests. Both sides were at the first layer of the life and death realm, and the strongest was only at the second layer. Master, these human cultivators have vigorous chi and blood. The big black cat blinked and said in shock. They cultivate some kind of cultivation art. Their chi and blood are infinitely comparable to demonic beasts. Yi Yun observed for a while and said with a smile. In the valley, although the yellow-robed youth was brave and good at fighting, he was besieged and instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. "You stupid bear, hurry up and reveal your demonic beast form. That way, you can hold on a little longer, haha." A man laughed loudly. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you don't reveal your true form and let us draw some blood, you can forget about returning home unscathed today," the other man laughed. "You've gone too far." The yellow-robed youth was furious. With a shake of his body, he turned into a big bear covered in golden fur. This golden bear was dozens of feet tall and covered in golden fur. It shone like a river of stars. Roar! The golden bear roared and turned into a golden light, charging at the group. At this moment, its strength, speed, and defense had more than doubled compared to before. Bang! 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 The two sides fought fiercely again. Among the few human cultivators, one of them was actually sent flying by the golden bear's slap. How satisfying! Soon, the man returned. He laughed loudly and slapped a certain part of his body with his hand, shouting loudly, "Wonder Gate, open!" Whoosh! The blood and chi in the man's body suddenly erupted like a volcano, burning violently. His aura became even more ferocious. At this moment, it was as if he had eaten some kind of elixir that increased his strength greatly. The man's expression was valiant and his eyes were shining. Like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain, he rushed over and slapped the golden bear. Boom! The golden bear, who was fighting with the others, felt some kind of danger. It could not dodge in time, so it could only raise its thick shoulder and hit the palm fiercely. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The slap contained an unimaginable amount of power, causing the golden bear's eyes to sparkle and its body to shake. "Wonder Gate, open!" The other men shouted one after another. In an instant, the blood and chi in the surroundings soared like an ocean, and everyone's combat strength increased greatly. Yi Yun praised from the side. "What kind of cultivation technique is this? It can increase one's physical strength in all aspects in an instant." His pupils constricted slightly. He found that an acupuncture point in each of their bodies had been opened. These acupuncture points were emitting powerful blood and chi, nourishing the whole body. After these men opened the Wonder Gate, the battle immediately turned into an overwhelming situation. The golden bear was beaten until it staggered and kept retreating. From time to time, it would spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Yi Yun found that these men had been fighting with their fists and feet and did not use any weapons. In his opinion, these men's physical strength was comparable to a heaven-level inferior magic treasure. "These people are really powerful," Mu Qing said in surprise. "This big stupid bear can't take a beating at all. It won't be able to hold on for long." The big black cat clenched its fists and said with some disappointment. "Little Blackie, go down and fight with those people." Yi Yun said. "Okay, master. My hands are itching." The big black cat laughed heartily, a look of resentment on its face. It was naturally very confident in its physical strength. Now that it saw that these men's physical strength was so strong, of course, it wanted to compete with them and see who was better. Whoosh! The big black cat took a deep breath and rushed down like a black whirlwind. "Little bear, don't panic. Your brother cat is here to save you." It was in midair. The big black cat suddenly let out a loud roar, its voice rolling out like a wave of thunder. "Someone's coming." The men who were fighting were slightly shocked. Two of them immediately turned around and faced the big black cat. "So it's a demon too." One of the men couldn't help but sneer when he sensed the aura of the big black cat. "What kind of demon are you? How come I've never seen you before?" The other man glared and questioned. "I'm a cat demon." The big black cat laughed heartily, raised its fist, and smashed down. The fist whistled through the air. "An unknown demon cat dares to be so presumptuous." One of the men was enraged and threw a vicious punch. Boom! The two fists collided with each other in midair, creating a loud bang. The man screamed and was immediately sent flying. The man beside him was shocked and took a few steps back. "Rest Gate, open." The man's body shook violently as he let out a furious roar. Crackling sounds came from within his body, followed by a loud explosion. At this moment, the chi and blood in his body erupted like a volcano. At this moment, the strength of his physical body was multiplied once again. Another gate opened? Seeing this from afar, Yiyin was slightly surprised. How many gates could this technique open? The big black cat threw a punch. Boom, the fists of the two men collided at high speed in midair, once again making a loud noise. The man who had opened the two doors was no match for the big black cat. He screamed as he was sent flying with a punch. The two men regained control of their bodies in midair and looked down at their fists. They found that the bones in their fists had been shattered. Where did this demon cat come from? It's so powerful. The two of them looked at each other with great shock in their eyes. Both of them were no match for this demon cat. One of them had already opened the second divine gate and was still no match for this demon cat. It was really shocking. So weak. The big black cat looked at the two men with a smug look in its eyes. In the next moment, the big black cat's gaze froze. The bones in the two men's fists were shattered and their hands were bloody. However, in a short period of time, the injuries on their hands had healed by more than half. Perhaps, in a few breaths of time, the two men's injuries would be completely healed. Master, these human cultivators' healing abilities are so strong, Mu Qing whispered in the distance. It's really strong. Not only can this technique increase one's physical strength, but it can also increase one's healing abilities to such a terrifying extent, Yiyin nodded. It seemed that the creatures in the immortal pond couldn't be underestimated. They had some real ability. The appearance of the big black cat kept the two of them at bay, and the golden bear was no longer in such a sorry state. The golden bear's body was extremely tough, especially with its golden fur covering its entire body. Ordinary attacks would have a hard time breaking through it. Big brother, there's a few men's help. The golden bear shouted. Coming, little brother bear. The big black cat laughed heartily and rushed over again. Rest gate, open. The men's expressions changed drastically. Without hesitation, they all opened the rest gate. For a moment, their chi and blood were unrestrained. The men's strength increased exponentially. They gave up on the golden bear and surrounded the big black cat. The big black cat wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, it didn't even activate the swift boots. Instead, it relied on its strong physical body to fight with these men. Boom, a series of earth-shattering noises erupted in the valley. The ravaged valley was too horrible to look at. The battle was extremely fierce. The big black cat fought against 6 men alone, but it wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Instead, it beat the men until their faces were swollen, their bones broken, and they vomited blood. However, these men's chi and blood were vigorous and their injuries healed extremely quickly. For a moment, the big black cat didn't achieve an overwhelming victory. Big brother. Which tribe did you come from? How come I've never heard of you before? The golden bear stood at the side and looked at all this in a daze, thinking to himself. Damn it, this big brother is fighting for me, and I'm still F***king thinking nonsense here. The golden bear stretched out its meaty paw and slapped its head. Then, it roared and joined the battle. The cat and bear worked together and quickly defeated the 6 human cultivators. The 6 of them made a feint and fled into the depths of the dense forest in a panic. The big black cat didn't chase after them. The golden bear didn't either. Huff. Huff, the fat golden bear was panting heavily. It looked at the black-robed youth beside it with gratitude. Its breathing was irregular, and it asked with difficulty, Big brother, may I know your name? Just call me Brother Cat. The big black cat smiled. The golden bear shook its body and returned to its original burly appearance of the yellow-robed youth. Thump, the yellow-robed youth knelt on the ground and said emotionally, Thank you for saving me today, Brother Cat. Otherwise, I would have had my blood sucked dry by the people of the 8 Gods sect. Why did they suck your blood? The big black cat held the yellow-robed youth up with both hands and asked with a smile. Brother Cat, you don't know? The yellow-robed youth asked in surprise. I'm a wild practitioner. I've always been cultivating in the depths of the forest, so I don't know what's going on outside. The big black cat scratched its head and said half-truthfully. The yellow-robed youth was stunned for a moment, but he didn't probe further. He only explained with a bitter smile, the cultivation of the 8 Gods sect requires the blood of the demon clan to refine the body. What kind of strange cultivation technique is that? It requires the blood of the demon clan to refine the body? The big black cat frowned and asked. The 8 God sect's 8 divine technique cultivates the 8 divine gates in the body. The strongest of those people just now had only opened 2 divine gates, so it's not that powerful. The yellow-robed youth explained. Oh. The big black cat nodded, half understanding. It stared at the yellow-robed youth and shrugged with a smile. Aren't you going to resist? Of course. How can we not resist? However, our Jiuli demon clan has always been weaker than the 8 God sect, so we've always been in a passive state. The yellow-robed youth smiled bitterly. Brother Bear, I've never been out in the world, so I don't understand the situation outside. I wonder, how many forces are as strong as the 8 God sect in the outside world? The big black cat rolled its eyes and asked softly. Since Old Master had brought it into the small world of the fairy pond, it naturally had to help Old Master find out more information. The yellow-robed youth was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect his savior to not know the distribution of these forces. Brother Cat, there are currently 3 strongest forces in the world. The first is the 8 God sect, the second is the 7 Stars tribe, and our Jiuli demon clan is ranked 3rd. The yellow-robed youth said. 7 Stars tribe, 8 God sect, Jiuli demon clan, the big black cat muttered to itself. It suddenly realized that these 3 forces were ranked 7th, 8th, and 9th. The yellow-robed youth didn't realize that the big black cat had other thoughts. When he heard this, he couldn't help but spread out his hands and said mysteriously, it's not impossible for the 7 Stars tribe to be ranked first. It's said that in ancient times, the 7 Stars tribe once dominated the world. The 7 Stars tribe, was that powerful in the past? The big black cat was shocked. Yes. They've existed since ancient times and have continued to exist until now. It's just that it's declining now, and the 8 Gods sect has taken over its position as the number 1 sect. The yellow-robed youth said with a smile. I didn't expect the 8 Gods sect to be so powerful. A rising star was able to drag the 7-star clan down from their position as the leader. The big black cat gave him a thumbs up. Although he had just fought with the people from the 8 Gods sect, he could not help but admire the strength of the 8 Gods sect. Although the big black cat didn't know anything about the 7-star clan, the big black cat knew that the old master would definitely be very interested in the name of the 7-star clan. Brother Cat, it seems like you really don't know anything about the outside world. The yellow-robed young man smiled bitterly when he saw the big black cat's expression. I really don't know much about it. Brother, please tell me more about it. The big black cat spread out its hands and said with a smile. All right. The yellow-robed young man looked around and found a flat rock. He walked over with the big black cat and sat on the rock. Brother Cat, the reason why the 8 Gods sect is so powerful is because of the 8 Gods sect's 8 God saint. It was this 8 God saint who allowed the 8 God sect to rise up and eventually surpass the ancient and powerful 7-star clan. The yellow-robed young man's eyes shone with a strange light as he spoke. Although he was from the demon clan, he hated the 8 God sect very much. However, the yellow-robed young man's expression changed when he mentioned the 8 God saint. His eyes were filled with deep admiration. How powerful is this 8 God saint? The big black cat asked. Almost no one knows how powerful the 8 God saint is. However, Brother Cat, do you know that in the primordial era, the human clan was extremely weak and lived between the 7 Stars clan and the 9 demon clan? It was difficult for them to survive. However, this 8 extremities saint, as an ordinary person, rose up step by step. He created the 8 extremities divine technique and single-handedly fought against the 7 Stars clan. In the end, he managed to gain a foothold between the 7 Stars clan and the 9 demon clan. The yellow-robed young man said enviously. This 8 God saint is really powerful. The big black cat exclaimed. To be able to lead the weak human clan to rise up between the 7-star clan and the demon clan was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. He had to have a strong will and unparalleled talent. That was why he was known as the 8 God saint. The word saint was not something that could be used lightly. The guys I fought just now only opened the gate of wonder and the gate of healing. What are the other 6 gates? The big black cat's heart stirred as it asked. The 8 Supreme's divine skill cultivates the pure physical body. The goal is to open the 8 mysterious doors of the physical body, and from there, obtain extraordinary power. These 8 gates are Jing, Xiao, Du, Jing, Kai, Pain, Death, Sheng. The yellow-robed youth said one by one. This 8 extreme divine arts, the last one is actually life. The big black cat shook its head in disbelief. If the last gate was the gate of death, it would feel even more powerful. However, the last book was the gate of life, which made him somewhat puzzled. Brother Cat, since ancient times, very few people have been able to open the 8 gates. It is said that the 8 extremities saint opened the 8 gates and used the power of the gate of life. He was almost immortal. Even the 7-star tribe was no match for him, the yellow-robed youth said excitedly. This so-called 8 extremes divine skill, can my monster clan cultivate it? The big black cat asked with a smile. No, this 8 extremes divine skill is exclusive to the human clan. Neither the 7-star tribe nor our Jolie monster clan can cultivate it. The yellow-robed youth said firmly. The big black cat nodded. The 8 extremities saint is so powerful that he is almost invincible. It is reasonable for the 7-star tribe to be relegated to the back line, the big black cat said with a smile. Brother Cat, the 7-star tribe has the bloodline of the divine dragon. Their physical body is abnormally strong. Even our Jolie monster clan does not dare to fight with them, the yellow-robed youth sighed. The 7-star tribe has the bloodline of the divine dragon? The big black cat was shocked. At this moment, Yi Yun and Mu Qing were also shocked. Yi Yun originally thought that the 7-star tribe was the mastermind's clansman. However, he never expected it to be a human with the bloodline of the divine dragon. That was shocking. Interesting. Yi Yun smiled faintly with anticipation in his eyes. On the huge rock. The yellow-robed youth said again, Brother Cat, the 7-star tribe is powerful because they have the bloodline of the divine dragon. It is because of the bloodline of the divine dragon that they have difficulty reproducing. As a result, their numbers dwindled. In the end, they were overtaken by the powerful 8 gods sect. I understand now. The big black cat said with a wry smile. He spent every day with a group of divine dragons. How could he not understand the cruel reality of how difficult it was for the divine dragons to reproduce? Brother Cat, I reckon that the people from the 8 gods sect will not let this matter rest. They will definitely send more powerful experts to take revenge. Let's leave this place quickly. The yellow-robed youth suddenly looked around and said with extreme vigilance. All right. The big black cat stood up and asked, Where are we going? Back to our Jolie monster clan. The yellow-robed youth stood up and said. The big black cat slapped its head and said, Oh right, my master is here. I can't leave him alone. Brother Cat, you have a master? The yellow-robed youth asked in shock. Yes, my master is much more powerful than me, the big black cat chuckled. Brother Cat, is your master also a monster clan member? The yellow-robed youth asked with widened eyes. My master, when the big black cat said this, it suddenly paused. He couldn't possibly say that his master was also a monster clan member, right? Wouldn't that be disrespectful? His master was right beside him. If he said the wrong thing, he would be in trouble. I'm a monster clan member. A faint voice was heard. Following which, the void rippled and 2 figures appeared. Greetings, master. In front of the yellow-robed youth, the big black cat bowed respectfully. The yellow-robed youth stared at Yi Yun. When he sensed the monster chi on him, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Brother Cat, your master's cultivation is too low. He's only at life and death realm level 5, the yellow-robed youth suddenly transmitted a message to the big black cat. The big black cat jumped in fright and hurriedly replied, Brother Bear, don't talk nonsense. My master is very powerful. All right. The yellow-robed youth nodded with a bitter smile. He then glanced at the black-robed beauty beside Yi Yun. When he discovered that she was also emitting monster chi, he curled his lips. A life and death realm monster clan member actually had 2 pretty good subordinates. This was truly rare. This little brother, the 3 of us have been cultivating deep in the mountains and forests. We don't know much about the current world. Why don't we follow you back to the Ninely monster clan? Yi Yun said with a smile. This? I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate? The yellow-robed youth hesitated. If he had only brought one person with him, it would have been acceptable. Now that there were two more people, he suddenly realized that these people might have some ulterior motive. They're here. They haven't run away yet. A furious roar came from afar. More than a dozen figures descended from the sky and surrounded the four of them. The people of Eight God sect were here. The big black cat's expression changed slightly. Its body tensed up and it instantly clenched its fists, ready to fight. Life and Death Realm Level 5? Strange, there's actually a Life and Death Realm Level 5 expert of Eight God sect. Looking at the other party, the yellow-robed youth's pupils shrank and his heart thumped violently. TSK, so many monster clan members. There's a total of 4 of them, and their cultivation isn't weak. It seems like we'll be able to draw a lot of blood this time. The leading Life and Death Realm Level 5 man crossed his arms and laughed arrogantly. Scram. Yi Yun lightly waved his hand. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept over and the disciples of the Eight Gods sect were instantly swept away by the gust of wind, disappearing without a trace. Dozens of Eight God sect's experts are gone just like that. How could Brother Cat's master be so powerful? The yellow-robed youth stared at the scene with his mouth agape. He couldn't believe his eyes. There were dozens of Eight God sect's experts. The strongest among them had already reached Life and Death 5th stage. This expert had at least opened 4 gates. In terms of battle strength, he was many times stronger than them. However, Brother Cat's master was also at Life and Death 5th stage. With a light wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew all the Eight God sect's experts away. This strength was simply too terrifying. Brother Bear, wake up. What happened to you? The big black cat found it funny. He hurriedly walked over and pushed the yellow-robed youth. Ah. The yellow-robed youth seemed to have woken up from a dream. He turned around, cupped his fists, and bowed, saying respectfully, "Many thanks for Senior's help." Yi Yun waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome. The 3 of us have been cultivating in the deep mountains all year round. We're not too familiar with this world. Thank you for your explanation, it's just a little bit of knowledge. I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior." The yellow-robed youth took a deep breath and looked at Yi Yun with bright eyes. His heart was filled with gratitude and admiration. This white-robed senior's cultivation was unfathomable. Yet, he was so approachable. Most importantly, this senior was a powerful demon clan member. The current Ninely demon tribe was the weakest of the 3 major forces in the world. If he could persuade this senior to join the Ninely demon tribe, he would be able to strengthen the entire tribe. With this thought in mind, the yellow-robed youth's previous thoughts of rejecting him disappeared without a trace. Senior, the Eight God sect's experts will definitely not let this go. It's still dangerous here. Why don't we return first? The yellow-robed youth said respectfully. All right. Yi Yun nodded. He just wanted to take a look at the Ninely demon tribe. The small world in the immortal pond was extremely ancient. Countless living beings had existed for millions of years and had also produced their own cultivation civilization. Yi Yun was very interested. Through the Ninely demon tribe, he could guess the strength of the 7-star tribe and the Eight God sect. The yellow-robed youth took the lead and flew at a low altitude above the mountain range. Yi Yun, the big black cat, and Mu Qing followed behind him unhurriedly. Brother Bear, how far is this place from the Jolie demon clan? After flying for a while, the big black cat asked. It's about 300,000 li before we reach the Ninely divine mountain, the yellow-robed youth said softly. So far away? From what I can see, there are very few Yao clan cultivators in this place. Most of them are human cultivators. This should be the territory of humans. Why are you here? The big black cat asked with a frown. In his opinion, the yellow-robed youth's cultivation was relatively low. Rashly trespassing into the territory of the human race was simply courting death. Brother Cat, there's nothing I can do, the yellow-robed young man smiled bitterly. He took out an emerald green herb and explained, this is the 9 spirits herb. It has been harvested near our Ninely holy mountain. So, we can only take the risk in the human clan's territory. You're really throwing your life away for wealth. The big black cat shook his head and sighed. Brother Cat, the 8 God sect doesn't actually want our lives most of the time. They only extract most of our blood and then release us. The yellow-robed youth scratched his head and said awkwardly. Why is that? The big black cat asked hurriedly. Those people from the 8 God sect and the Jiuli demon clan are like fire and water. In the past, they would fight with us whenever they see us. However, the Jiuli demon clan is weaker and we would often suffer the most casualties. This situation has persisted for many years. Especially in the past 1,000 years, the number of powerful cultivators in the Jiuli demon clan has been decreasing. On the other hand, the number of powerful cultivators in the 8 God sect has been increasing. As a result, they can't supply the Yao clan's blood. So, they changed to a new strategy. They only extract the blood and don't take the lives. The yellow-robed youth sighed and his eyes were filled with sorrow. In the eyes of the 8 God sect, the Jiuli demon clan was just a pet beast that they used to extract blood. The powerful 8 God sect had many geniuses and powerful cultivators. If they had organized an attack on the Jiuli demon clan, they would have been wiped out long ago. Sigh, the Jiuli demon clan is indeed in a miserable state now. The big black cat heaved a sigh, its heart inexplicably heavy. As a member of the Yao clan, he could empathize with them. However, he was an outsider after all and this feeling disappeared in a flash. The 8 God sect can be considered a tyrant in the small world of the deity pond. Yi Yin nodded silently as he looked at the yellow-robed youth's gloomy expression. When it came to such matters, Yi Yin did not comment. In his opinion, the weak were prey to the strong and this was the law of the jungle in the martial world. The few of them continued to fly. After flying for thousands of miles, Yi Yin suddenly raised his eyebrows. He had discovered a familiar face thousands of miles ahead. It was the masked man in silver robes from the prophecy pavilion. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. His entire body was bound by chains and his cultivation was sealed. He stood in the middle of a valley. The guards from the 4 major sects that the masked man in silver robes from the prophecy pavilion had brought along were treated the same as him. All of them were in a miserable state. Their clothes were ragged, and their bodies were covered in blood. All of them had their cultivation sealed by chains. Around them, more than 100 disciples of the 8 God sect stood in the air. These disciples looked menacing as they scolded the people below from time to time. You barbarians, where did you come from? Hurry up and tell us. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you. An elder from the 8 God sect with an aquiline nose and a malicious gaze shouted coldly. Heaven doesn't fulfill our wishes. The masked man in silver robes lifted his head and muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with sorrow. They had just entered the small world of the deity pond and started to explore when they encountered a strong enemy. There were hundreds of people on the other side and each of them had amazing skills. They were caught off guard and forced to retreat. At this moment, an elder with an aquiline nose from the mysterious force was even more powerful. He broke through everyone's blockade and broke through easily to fight with the masked man. The battle ended in just a few breaths. He was captured alive by the other party. Then, a chain wrapped around his body and sealed his cultivation. Because of this, the leader was captured alive. The disciples of the other 4 major sects were not in the mood to fight and were all captured alive in the end. Before entering the deity pond, he had sworn confidently in front of the pavilion master that he would find the ancestral land of the prophecy pavilion and the missing ancient nether demon dragon. However, heaven didn't fulfill his wishes. After this group of people came in, they were actually wiped out so easily. How can the people in the deity pond be so strong? The masked man in silver robes thought sadly. If such a strong force appeared in the Tsangnan continent, only the heaven-class sects would be able to deal with it. You people use different skills. I've never seen them before. Hurry up and tell us where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. A middle-aged man beside the malicious-looking elder glared fiercely. He raised his hand and made a killing gesture. A chilling murderous intent instantly descended. The disciples of the 4 major sects trembled as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. Their bodies were chilled to the bone. What a bunch of trash. Witnessing this scene from afar, Yi Yin shook his head speechlessly. This guy from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion had been so confident before. Yet, the moment he entered, he couldn't even fight back and was completely annihilated. This was a disgrace to the Tsangnan continent's cultivation world. But then again, the strength of the Eight Gods sect in the Immortal Pond was far beyond that of a Supreme Being sect. Perhaps, their true strength was close to that of a Heaven sect. Yi Yun naturally couldn't let this guy from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion die in vain. After all, this was a very important clue. If this guy returned to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion in the future, Yi Yun would be able to follow the clues and find the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's base in one fell swoop. Just as Yi Yun was about to make his move, suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared in the sky above the valley. A small whirlpool appeared out of nowhere and drizzled down waves of misty starlight. Immediately, a blue-robed old man descended from the whirlpool. "Greetings, everyone from the Eight Gods sect." The blue-robed old man's robes fluttered in the wind. He had an extraordinary temperament as he cupped his fists and spoke very politely. "So it's 7 Stars Race's great elder Long Yang." The sinister-looking old man from the Eight Gods sect looked at the blue-robed old man descending from the sky. His face turned cold and a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. 7 Stars Race's great elder Long Yang had already reached the 10th level of life and death realm. His battle strength was unfathomable. As for these people, their cultivation bases weren't high. They were merely a small force in the Eight Gods sect. If they were to fight against great elder Long Yang, they wouldn't have any chance of victory. "These are my 7 Stars Race's friends. I hope that Eight Gods sect's great elder Long Yang will allow me to bring them back." Great elder Long Yang said indifferently. "Bring them back." Hearing these words, the Eight Gods sect's experts' faces changed greatly. These people's origins were unknown, and they hadn't investigated them thoroughly. How could they let the 7 Stars Race bring them away? 7 Stars Race? The silver-robed masked man standing on the ground suddenly narrowed his eyes. He actually felt an indescribable familiarity. Could it be that great elder Long Yang in the sky came to save them? Thinking of this, the silver-robed masked man was so excited that his entire body. It seemed like the 7-Star Race was definitely related to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's ancestral land. Perhaps the first ancestor of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion came from the 7 Stars clan of the Immortal Pond. "We are saved, that's great. The 7 Stars Race has come to save us." The disciples of the 4 great sects were both surprised and delighted. They felt as if they had escaped from a tiger's den. So this is a member of the 7 Stars clan. He really does have the bloodline of the Dragon clan, 10,000 miles away. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as doubt arose in his heart. Although Elder Long Yang from the 7 Star tribe had the bloodline aura of a divine dragon, Yi Yun was unable to distinguish it. This weak divine dragon bloodline aura was very unique. It was something that Yi Yun had never seen before. What kind of dragon bloodline could this be? Yi Yun frowned. Originally, Yi Yun had thought that if the 7 Stars clansmen possessed the divine dragon bloodline, it was related to the astral divine dragon. However, he didn't expect that. The aura of the dragon clan's bloodline was actually not related to the astral divine dragon. Yi Yun was also very interested in the ancient 7 Stars clan. However, he was not in a hurry since he had just entered the Immortal Pond. He would explore it slowly for a few days first. Haha. Seeing that the people of the 8 Gods sect were silent, Elder Long Yang laughed and said, "Friends from the 8 Gods sect are indeed easy to talk to. It seems like you have agreed. In that case, I will take them all away." With that said, a ray of blue light swept across and took away everyone on the ground. "How dare you?" The old man from the 8 Gods sect was enraged and immediately rushed over. The others moved and surrounded Elder Long Yang. "You are no match for me. Back down obediently. Don't ask for trouble." Elder Long Yang placed his hands behind his back and had the demeanor of an expert. His expression was indifferent. A powerful aura was released from his body. The surrounding experts of the 8 Gods sect swayed as if they had encountered a strong wind and could not stand firm. The 7 Stars clan is getting bolder and bolder. Sooner or later, the 8 Gods sect will flatten the 7 Stars mountain. The old man from the 8 Gods sect gritted his teeth and said sullenly. Although the 8 Gods sect is very strong, you will have to pay an unimaginable price if you want to destroy the Seven Stars clan. I don't think the people of the Eight Gods sect will be so stupid. Elder Longyang smiled faintly and slowly rose into the sky. He looked around and said, "You can report this matter to the higher-ups of both sides and let them discuss it." With that said, Elder Longyang turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the whirlpool. He looked at the empty valley. The eyes of the old man from the Eight Gods sect turned cold. He snorted and immediately flew in a certain direction. The Seven Stars clan had always been mysterious and reclusive. Now that they had made an exception to save these unknown cultivators, there must be something behind it. A ray of light shot up into the sky. It was the light of a small teleportation array. The old man with the highest cultivation base in the Eight Gods sect activated a teleportation array not far away and sent the news directly to the headquarters of the Eight Gods sect. This matter was too important. His position was low and he could only send the news as soon as possible. It seems like the Immortal Pond is not going to be peaceful. Yi Yun, who was tens of thousands of miles away, only smiled after watching this good show. He didn't take it to heart at all. He was a heaven-defying existence and was invincible no matter which dimension he was in. The reason why Yi Yun was patient was just to find some fun. Retracting his gaze, Yi Yun looked relaxed as if he was going out for a vacation. He continued to follow the yellow-robed young man. In the small world of the Immortal Pond, the most mysterious place was the ancient Seven Stars Mountain. This was the place where the Seven Stars clan lived. The mysterious Seven Stars Mountain was shrouded in white mist all year round. Even a peak life and death realm expert would find it extremely difficult to pass through the white mist and enter the Seven Stars Mountain. The Seven Stars Mountain was formed by 7 mountain ranges. Looking down from the sky, they formed the shape of the Big Dipper. However, there was a certain distance between the mountain ranges. This distance was extremely far, at least several 100,000 miles. The void rippled. A blue-robed old man appeared on the peak of the first Seven Stars Mountain. It was Elder Longyang. He waved his hand and a blue light flashed. The silver-robed masked man suddenly appeared beside him. "There are no outsiders here. You can tell me your origin," Elder Longyang said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Although his tone was indifferent, his eyes revealed an extremely interested expression. The reason why he appeared in the valley was because the star compass in the palace had suddenly started operating on its own, and some kind of notification had appeared. This notification only had a few words. "The outsiders have arrived." Elder Longyang was very interested because he knew that the so-called outsiders were referring to the world outside the Immortal Pond. As an ancient Seven Stars clan, they were very familiar with the Immortal Pond. Therefore, Elder Longyang naturally knew that there was an even more vast world outside the Immortal Pond. Several tens of thousands of years ago, one of their clansmen on the first Seven Stars Mountain had left the Immortal Pond by chance and entered the outside world, never to return. There was a huge barrier between the Immortal Pond and the outside world. Under normal circumstances, any living being in the Immortal Pond would have no chance to leave. As for the mysterious world outside the Immortal Pond, only a few esteemed elders of the Seven Stars clan had the qualifications to know about these ancient secrets. As for the Eight God sect and 9 the demonic beast clan, they almost didn't know that there was another vast and powerful world outside the Immortal Pond. "Senior, I'm from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." The silver-robed masked man's knees went soft as he knelt on the ground and said excitedly. For some reason, when he saw the blue-robed elder, he had an indescribable sense of familiarity. This feeling seemed to be born from his soul. "Are you from the outside world?" 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes and quickly dissipated. Elder Longyang took a deep breath. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart and asked again. "Yes, Senior. I'm from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a super sect from the outside world." The silver-robed masked man hurriedly said. "What's your name? What's your status in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion?" Elder Longyang narrowed his eyes and asked. "Senior, my name is Ji Guanming, one of the elders of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion," the silver-robed masked man, Ji Guanming, said. Elder Longyang nodded. Although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. "A while ago." In a forbidden area of the seven-star mountain, the immortal pond, 7 pillars of light suddenly rose and pierced through the sky, disappearing without a trace. This situation. In the millions of years of history of the immortal pond, this was the first time it had happened. Naturally, all the higher-ups of the Seven-Star clan were frightened. All the powerhouses of the Seven-Star clan immediately went to the immortal pond to check the seal above and found that it had only loosened a little, so they quickly reinforced it. After doing all this, all the higher-ups of the Seven-Star clan gathered together and used their powerful divination skills to deduce the abnormal state of the immortal pond this time. After a difficult divination, everyone was disappointed. They did not deduce any heavenly secrets. Although they did not deduce anything, all the higher-ups of the Seven-Star clan unanimously agreed that the abnormal movement of the immortal pond in the forbidden area was unusual and required a high degree of attention and vigilance. Elder Long Yang was considered above average among the higher-ups of the Seven-Star clan, so he naturally attached great importance to this matter. Today, the star compass in the hall happened to have a warning sign. After some divination, he accurately divined that the successor of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was from the outside world. At this moment, Elder Long Yang was very excited. Their Seven-Star clan had been trapped in the immortal pond for millions of years and had always wanted to go to the outside world. Now, the elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion outside had actually led a small team into the immortal pond. This meant that the barrier between the two worlds might not be as strict as before. They had a chance. Senior, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's first ancestor, Ji Guangming said excitedly. Come with me. Upon hearing this, Elder Long Yang became even more excited. He left the first Seven-Star mountain with Ji Guangming. This matter was too important. He had to bring Ji Guangming along and report to the Seven-Star race's old ancestor. Not long after the news of the Eight Gods sect spread. Suddenly, the void rippled. Above the original valley, a burly red-robed young man walked out of the void. This red-robed youth had thick eyebrows that were as black as ink. His facial features were distinct, and his aura was ferocious. Greetings, Lord War Master. When the disciples of the Eight Gods sect who were guarding the valley saw the red-robed young man, they immediately knelt down in excitement. Lord War Master of the Eternal Realm was a well-known expert in the Eight Gods sect. A bunch of trash. That old bastard Long Yang actually took them away. War Master had his hands behind his back as he cursed with a gloomy face. The Eight Gods sect was like the sun in the midday sky and was already the strongest force in the world. How could the hold-up Seven-Star race be a match for the Eight Gods sect? This time, they had captured some people of unknown origin, but they were intercepted by that old bastard Long Yang. This really angered the entire upper echelon of the Eight Gods sect. Therefore, War Master was sent out to investigate. My lord, our strength is too weak. We are really no match for Long Yang. As the leader of this place, the sinister old man said with a look of shame. Do any of you have any images? Can you prove that the divine powers and cultivation techniques of those outsiders are completely different from all the sects in the world? After War Master vented his anger, his expression calmed down and he slowly opened his mouth to speak. The Seven-Star race had been holed up for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that they suddenly sent experts to the territory of the Eight Gods sect and forcibly took away those people of unknown origin, there must be a secret behind it. The upper echelon of the Eight Gods sect attached great importance to this matter. He had to get to the bottom of it. My lord, I happen to have a small image here, the sinister old man hurriedly said. With a flip of his hand, a transparent crystal ball appeared in his palm. With the infusion of magic power, a ray of light rose from the crystal ball, and a chaotic battle scene appeared in the air. Most of the people in the battle scene were experts of the Eight Gods sect. There was an extremely small portion of them who were cultivators of unknown origin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, War Master's eyes flickered as he softly muttered to himself. He identified the cultivation techniques and divine powers of the 5 different sects in the image one by one. This is really strange. Where did these people come from? War Master frowned. Now, almost the entire world was under the control of the Eight Gods sect. Naturally, the Eight Gods sect knew the cultivation techniques and divine powers of all the sects clearly. However, the cultivation techniques of these 5 people were extremely special. Something's not right. One of the cultivation techniques seems to be similar to one of the divine powers of the seven-star race. War Master once again carefully observed the image on the image and came to this conclusion. This discovery is very important. I must report it to the sect. War Master seemed to have thought of something. Without hesitation, he turned around and broke through the void to leave. Lord War Master, what did you discover? The sinister old man stood up and looked into the distance with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't understand. He hadn't interacted with the seven-star race before, so he didn't know that the silver-robed masked man's divine power was somewhat similar to that of the seven-star race. He hurriedly traveled through the void. All of a sudden, War Master came to a sudden stop. His eyes widened as he looked into the sky above a certain mountain range. He actually sensed an unfamiliar bloodline aura from the black-robed woman. What divine beast's bloodline is this? Why hasn't it appeared before? A perplexed look flashed across War Master's eyes. He suddenly realized that the originally clear and bright world had changed. Maybe it's a fish that escaped the net from that group of outsiders. War Master's eyes flashed and he suddenly made a decision. He wanted to capture the black-robed woman and bring her back to the Eight Gods sect. That's not right. The black-robed youth next to her is also a demon. Why doesn't his aura belong to the Ninely demon tribe? War Master, who was about to make a move, was stunned again. He realized that not only the black-robed youth, but also the white-robed youth didn't seem to be from the Ninely demon tribe. He had never seen the aura of these two demons before. With a flash of his body, he appeared above the path of the few people. Golden Bear, where did these three people come from? War Master had his hands behind his back. His eyes were sharp and his body released a powerful aura as he asked condescendingly. Lord War Master, when the yellow-robed youth saw War Master, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled and he almost fell from the sky. This Lord War Master was an Eternal Realm expert and was famous in the entire Eight Gods sect. It was said that he was a peerless expert who had opened 5 gates. Don't be afraid. Yin stretched out his hand and patted the youth's shoulder gently with a smile. Senior. The helpless yellow-robed youth turned around and said with a look of horror, this War Master is an Eternal Realm expert who has opened 5 gates. Is opening 5 gates very powerful? Yin chuckled. If one reaches the Eternal Realm and opens 5 gates, that would be quite powerful. The yellow-robed youth lowered his head and said dejectedly. Big Black Cat snorted coldly and cast a sidelong glance at him. Brother Bear, you're really looking down on people. Who is my master? A mere Eternal Realm expert is not even a fart in my master's eyes. Really? The yellow-robed youth's lips turned purple and his body trembled. He could not believe it no matter what. This Life and Death Realm 5th level senior could defeat the War Master of the Eight Gods sect. You little guy, you're really stupid. If you went to some other place, you would have died long ago. Mu Qing's almond-shaped eyes widened as she said resentfully. Well, you don't have to talk about him. People from different worlds naturally have different views. He's just a little bear. Yin chuckled and waved his hand. Mu Qing and the Big Black Cat looked cold and immediately shut their mouths. Interesting? In the air. War Master looked at these people with his hands behind his back and listened carefully to their conversation. Then, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Did water enter the brains of these demon race fellows? A mere Life and Death Realm cultivator dared to speak so arrogantly. They were really reckless. If today's monster clan was so blind and arrogant, the Ninely monster clan's desolation was not without reason. That boy in white, I'm very curious. You dare to challenge me? War Master took 2 steps forward and gently pointed at Yi Yun. Ridiculous, what qualifications do you have for me to challenge you? Yi Yun smiled indifferently and looked at War Master quietly. You little guy, you're not my opponent at all. Just stay here obediently. After saying that, Yi Yun's eyes flashed with a strange light. War Master was stunned at that moment. He was like a clay statue, quietly standing in the air, motionless. What happened to Lord War Master? The yellow-robed youth immediately stared at War Sect with his mouth agape as a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Let's go. This battle master fellow admits that he is no match for me and concedes defeat. Yi Yun shrugged and smiled. paw, he lightly patted the yellow-robed youth's shoulder. The yellow-robed youth seemed as if he had awoken from a dream. Is this even possible? A single sentence was enough to make Lord War Master concede defeat. He had never heard of anyone from the demon race with such prestige. Not even the demon ancestors could do it. Let's go. Yi Yun urged from the side. Yes, senior. The yellow-robed youth hurriedly agreed. He took a deep breath and flew forward. When he passed by War Master, he fearfully glanced at him and discovered that Lord War Master was still standing in the air like a clay statue. He didn't even blink and didn't have any reaction at all. Lord War Master has truly admitted defeat. Oh my God. My demon race has really produced an incredible senior, the incomparably excited yellow-robed youth roared crazily in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on the surface as he quickly flew forward. Yi Yun chuckled. When he passed by, he even specially patted War Master's shoulder. The pitiful War Master was still like a clay statue in a temple, without the slightest reaction. That pitiful fellow from the 8 God sect is really lucky that Master didn't take his life. The big black cat and Mu Qing tightly shut their mouths, but they suppressed the laughter in their hearts and followed closely behind. Until everyone flew 20 to 30,000 miles away. The clay statue-like War Master suddenly quivered and woke up from a special dreamlike state. Just now. What happened to me? War Master blinked his eyes and suddenly slapped his face with his hand, making a crisp sound. From his face, he felt a burning pain. What a powerful demon race. What kind of evil technique did he use just now to make me fall into some kind of illusion? War Master muttered to himself, looking in a certain direction. His heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable fear. If that guy suddenly attacked him, then wouldn't he have fallen here long ago? No, he just relied on some spiritual-type evil techniques to make me lose my mind. He's only at the 5th level of the life and death realm. This kind of cultivation can't cause any harm to an eternal realm cultivator like me. War Master muttered to himself, and slowly, his face regained a confident look. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't immediately chase after Yi Yun and the others. Now, he had to return to the 8 God sect as soon as possible, meet the war gods, and report the matter of the 7 Stars clan to them in detail. This was the most important thing. His figure flashed. War Master disappeared on the spot. Half an hour later, a ray of light suddenly fell from the sky above the 8 Gods Mountain, revealing War Master's figure. The 8 Gods Mountain was the center of the 8 Gods sect. Only Eternal Realm disciples of the 8 Gods sect were qualified to come here. There were a total of 8 red palaces on the 8 Gods Mountain. Above each of the palaces, there was a monstrous aura of blood and essence surging like flames. Even War Master, who was as powerful as an Eternal Realm expert, looked at the 8 palaces with envy in his eyes. The 8 war gods of the 8 Gods sect cultivated in these 8 palaces. And War Master belonged to the 7th war god. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zong calmed himself down and slowly walked towards the 7th palace. The closer he got to the palace, the more he felt a strong pressure on his body, making him feel like he was carrying a mountain, and it became more difficult to walk. Not only the 7th war god, but every war god of the 8 Gods sect is so powerful. War Master thought in his heart, and his eyes were burning with passion. Usually, he only cultivated in the periphery of the 8 Gods Mountain, and was only allowed to come to the 8 Gods Mountain under special circumstances. Today, he came with a mission, and it could be said that he was justified. He walked to the entrance of the palace. War Master greets the 7th war god. War Master cupped his fists and bowed with a reserved expression. Come in. A deep voice drifted out from the depths of the palace. War Master's expression was stern, and he quickly walked in. The palace was filled with thick red blood energy. On the throne in the distance, the blood energy was like a vast ocean, surging violently. An indistinct blood-red figure seemed to be sitting above the 9 heavens, and his body emitted a monstrous and terrifying aura. The war god is too powerful. With every step, War Master felt that his bones were about to be crushed. In the end, he had to stop and did not dare to move forward. At this moment, he had reached the limit of his physical body, and unless he opened the God Gate, he could continue to move forward. But in the war god palace, how could he dare to open the god gate? That would be disrespectful to the war god. How's the investigation? War Master. Sitting in the blood light, the seventh war god asked indifferently. He closed his eyes slightly, and the blood energy around him surged violently, emitting a rumbling sound like rolling thunder. The seventh war god was still refining the god gates in his body. Every time a disciple of the eight god sect opened a god gate, their battle strength would soar. But after the god gate was opened, it still needed a long time of tempering and refining to make it stronger. The stronger the god gate, the more terrifying the battle strength would be. Therefore, when the first god gate was opened, different people would have different battle strength. War god, the situation is like this. War Master's expression was stern, and he bowed, quickly recounting everything he knew. After hearing War Master's description, the first war god's eyelids twitched slightly. War god, I vaguely remember that on the Seven Stars race's first divine mountain, a person went missing tens of thousands of years ago. Is that true? War Master asked with a burning gaze. Indeed, that person disappeared into thin air, and at that time, it was accompanied by a strange phenomenon. After that, no one could find him, and this became an unsolved case, the seventh war god slowly said. Lord War God, those people who were taken away by Elder Long Yang, we've never seen their abilities before. Now, I suspect that these people aren't from our world. War Master took a deep breath and spoke out his thoughts with a solemn expression. Continue. Seventh War God's eyelids widened again as he said indifferently. Lord War God, I suspect that the Seven Stars clan member who went missing in the Seven Stars mountain tens of thousands of years ago should have gone to another world. And those people who came now should be from the outside world. War Master said slowly. War Master, your words are a bit shocking. The seventh war god opened his eyes and smiled at Battle Master. Even though his expression was amiable, he still exuded an indescribable mental pressure, causing War Master to suddenly shiver. Among these people, the silver-robed man's ability is somewhat similar to the Seven Stars clan's ability. That's why this subordinate boldly guessed that these people are from the outside world. Lord War God, this is only this subordinate's personal guess. Please make the final decision. War Master cupped his fists and said respectfully. He only analyzed it based on the abnormal situation of the Seven Stars clan. As for whether it was reasonable or not, Lord War God had to personally judge it. Your guess is not without reason. If you want to verify it, you just need to find that silver-robed man and everything will be proven, Seventh War God said slowly. Lord War God, can't we just rely on the image? War Master asked. That image doesn't mean anything. If the Seven Stars clan wants to deny it, we can't do anything to them. The only thing we can do now is to think of a way to capture that silver-robed man, Seventh War God said thoughtfully. That's right, Lord War God, on the way here, I also discovered something new, War Master said respectfully and told him about the 3 demon clan members with unique bloodlines he encountered on the way. He also told him about the mental attack sorcery that he was hit by. At the end, War Master frowned and added, Lord War God, I suspect that these 3 people are the same as the silver-robed man and the others. They all came from the outside world, abnormal bloodline, mental attack sorcery? Strange, how could the demon clan have such people? This doesn't make sense. The seventh war god's eyes lit up. Clearly, he was very surprised that such a thing would happen to the Yao clan. Pass down the order to find out the whereabouts of the 3 demons. Once there is news, report to me immediately. The seventh war god slowly said. When he said this, his expression was somewhat solemn. The seventh war god was also extremely interested in the white-clothed goblin clan youth who used a special mental attack demonic technique to cause the war master to fall into an illusion and be unable to move. The 8 god sect was invincible in the world. He had never heard of such a powerful spiritual type divine ability. This subordinate obeys. War master cupped his fists, turned around and left in a hurry. He looked at the empty hall. The seventh war god stood up. His blood energy surged and emitted a thunderous sound. Then, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, the seventh war god appeared in a mysterious space. This space was filled with a dense divine aura. The seventh war god felt an indescribable sense of comfort when he smelled it. Little 7, what do you want? In the depths of the mysterious space, all kinds of blurry lights constantly flashed. Among them, there was a blurry figure that asked faintly. Looking at this figure, the seventh war god's eyes burned with passion. This was the 8 Extreme Saint who founded the 8 God sect. The 8 Extreme Saint had appeared out of nowhere and led the weak human race to become stronger step by step. He had seized most of the territory from the 7 Stars tribe and the 9 Demon tribe. Any human cultivator, even if they didn't belong to the 8 God sect, when they heard the 8 Extreme Saint's name, endless admiration would rise in their hearts. Greetings, 8 Extreme Saint. There's a special situation outside. The 7th war god knelt on the ground and recounted everything he knew from beginning to end. I didn't expect this war master to be so smart, the 8 Extreme Saint nodded and said with satisfaction. Hearing the 8 Extreme Saint's words, the 7th war god was stunned. Could it be that the war master's deduction was true? This isn't a baseless rumor. 10,000 years ago, when I broke through to the God realm, I discovered some clues about the existence of the outside world. However, the barrier between the two worlds was too strong. Even I couldn't break through it. The 8 Extreme Saint said slowly. There's really an outside world? If that's the case, then what is our world? The 7th war god said in surprise. Our world isn't weak, but compared to the outside world, it's hard to tell which is stronger and which is weaker. Perhaps they know more about the ancient 7 Stars tribe, the 8 Extreme Saint smiled faintly. The 7th war god's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked, Saint, did the 7 Stars tribe send one of their people out tens of thousands of years ago? It's hard to say. If the 7 Stars tribe really had such ability, I'm afraid they wouldn't have just sent one person out. There must be other reasons, the 8 Extreme Saint pondered and said. Oh. The 7th war god nodded and a thoughtful expression flashed across his face. The 7 Stars tribe was the most ancient race. They were the most ancient race in this world and had once dominated the entire world. However, they had the bloodline of the dragon tribe and their reproduction ability was very low, which led to their gradual decline. Little 7, go to the 7 Stars mountain and ask Long Yang what's going on. If they tell us the truth, we won't make things difficult for them. If they hide, don't blame the 8 God sect for descending on the 7 Stars mountain. The 8 Extreme Saint said firmly. I understand, Saint. The 7th war god quickly nodded and stood up, preparing to leave. Wait. The 8 Extreme Saint suddenly stopped the 7th war god. After thinking for a while, he said, pressure the Jiuli demon tribe as well. Once you see those 3 demons, ask them to hand over the person. If they don't listen, you guys can teach them a lesson. I understand, Saint. The 7th war god nodded and left in a flash. Hee hee. What kind of interesting place is the legendary outside world? I'm really looking forward to it. The 8 Extreme Saint said slowly with a fascinated smile on his face. At his level of cultivation, he had already reached the peak of this world. If he wanted to break through again, it would be extremely difficult. Therefore, the 8 Extreme Saint was extremely eager to go to another world and break through in his cultivation. He believed that the outside world was even more vast and boundless. It was filled with endless opportunities and would definitely allow him to break through again. Just as the 8 God sect was preparing to make a big move, a huge commotion was brewing. Yi Yun and the rest had arrived at the Jiuli Holy Mountain. This was the place where the Jiuli demon tribe lived. The Jiuli Holy Mountain was vast and boundless. There were many different types of demons living here. Senior, after flying over a few more mountains, we'll be in the territory of the Golden Bear tribe, the yellow-robed young man pointed to the front. His face was slightly red as he said excitedly. Yi Yun nodded. After flying over 7 or 8 mountains, the 4 of them descended from the sky. Good heavens, why are there so many people lying on the ground? The big black cat kept blinking as he looked at the demons lying on the ground and said in shock. In an emerald green valley, there were all sorts of simple and tall gray stone houses. Along the mountain ridge, there were many platforms for cultivation. Many burly demon clan cultivators were lying on the platforms made of green stones. They were lying lazily on the platforms and basking in the sun with a relaxed expression on their faces. Brother Cat, these are my clansmen. Their blood was drawn by the people of the Eight Gods sect and they are weak now. They are basking in the sun here, the yellow-robed youth was embarrassed and hurriedly explained. I see, the big black cat shook its head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Senior, the Jiuli demon clan is indeed very weak now. We can't defeat the Eight Gods sect, the yellow-robed youth looked at Yi Yun and said emotionally. Yi Yun did not say anything and only nodded. He looked around and recalled the information that the yellow-robed youth had said on the way here. The Jiuli demon clan had a total of 9 major clans. They were the Tiger Clan, Bear Clan, Wolf Clan, Fox Clan, Rat Clan, Ox Clan, Water Clan, Insect Clan, and Feather Clan. A long time ago, the Jiuli demon clan gave birth to a total of 9 powerful demon ancestors. These demon ancestors were only slightly weaker than the Seven Stars clan. In that era, the weak humans were all food for the Jiuli demon clan. However, the tables had turned. The Eight Gods sect was created by the Eight Gods sect. He fought his way out and split the world with the Seven Stars clan and the Jiuli demon clan. Later on, the Eight Gods sect became stronger and stronger and became the most powerful force. Even the powerful Seven Stars clan had no choice but to submit and retreat to the second position. The originally powerful Jiuli demon clan could only settle for the third position and become the blood supply base of the Eight Gods sect. Brother Jin-san, you are finally back. An even younger yellow-robed youth ran over. He looked distressed and there were still tears at the corner of his eyes. What's wrong? Cousin? The yellow-robed youth frowned and had a bad premonition. The patriarch was injured by someone and is currently unconscious, the young yellow-robed youth said with a sobbing tone. Hearing this, the yellow-robed youth's expression changed and he rushed into a stone house. Yi Yun also followed. After entering the stone house, Yi Yun saw the yellow-robed youth lying on a stone bed, hugging a man and crying bitterly. Who was the one who did this? The yellow-robed youth turned around and asked. Yes, before the little yellow-robed youth could say anything, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice from outside. Jin-san, your father spoke rudely and insulted the bear ancestor, so he received the punishment he deserved. A gray-robed youth stood outside the stone house with his arms crossed in front of his chest as he spoke proudly. Beside him, there were 4 or 5 life and death realm experts gathered there. How could my father insult the bear ancestor? You must have framed him. The yellow-robed youth shook his head in agitation. Jin-san, now the entire bear clan is under my gray bear clan's control. Only you golden bears have always wanted to usurp the position of the bear ancestor. Do you think I'm blind and can't see your ambition? The gray-robed youth sneered. Your gray bear clan is already so powerful, why can't you let my golden bear clan go? The yellow-robed youth clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart as he asked hatefully. Blame it on your previous golden bear ancestor for being too arrogant and injuring my clan's old ancestor. Now that my clan's old ancestor has become the new bear ancestor, this debt will naturally be repaid one by one. The gray-robed youth sneered. Young master is right. The golden bear clan is too weak now. It's time to remove your name from the Ninely demon clan. A tall and sturdy man beside him sneered. You're too despicable. We're all members of the bear clan. What's the point of killing each other like this? It'll only make my Ninely demon clan weaker and allow Eight Gods sect to bully us even more. The yellow-robed youth said bitterly. It doesn't matter whether your golden bear clan exists or not, the gray-robed youth sneered. At this moment, his gaze turned and landed on Yi Yun. Then, he glared fiercely and pretended to be surprised as he said loudly, Is this the reinforcement you called? Haha, how laughable. Laughable my *SS. The big black cat glared at him angrily. These guys from the Grey Bear clan were too arrogant. In front of Old Master. How dare they speak so arrogantly? He really couldn't stand it. Little Black, go and teach them a lesson, Yi Yun said lightly. Yes, Old Master. I've long found these guys an eyesore. The big black cat grinned, and the bones all over its body crackled. It turned into a ray of black light and suddenly pounced forward. How dare you act so presumptuously in the territory of my bear clan? The gray-robed youth was furious. He suddenly stretched out his hand and the people beside him immediately blocked in front of him. The big black cat's pupils shrank slightly. A purple rune flashed and disappeared. At this moment, he activated the heavenly disillusionment eye. The few people at the front were immediately dazed. Bang bang, the big black cat descended like a gust of wind and sent those guys flying. In an instant, he arrived in front of the grey-robed youth. "You motherf asterisk cur, die for Lord Cat." The big black cat let out a sinister laugh as it swung a heavy punch. What happened? The grey-robed youth was alarmed and hurriedly raised his fist to meet the attack. Bang, the two men's fists collided with a loud bang. The grey-robed youth screamed and was sent flying. His cultivation base was only at the first level of life and death realm. Compared to the big black cat, he was far from being its opponent. "Brother Cat, beat him up." The yellow-robed youth saw this scene and excitedly roared. "Don't worry, Brother Bear." The big black cat snickered and put its hands behind its back as it walked over with a fierce look on its face. "What kind of monster dares to show off in my ninely demon clan?" A furious roar like thunder rumbled. Who, a huge hand that covered the sky, like a huge black city, grabbed down from the sky. The target was the big black cat. Eternal Realm? Feeling the unique aura, the big black cat's face changed. An Eternal Realm expert was not someone he could deal with. Break! Yi Yin flicked his finger and a glimmer of light broke through the sky. Bang! This unremarkable glimmer of light hit the huge hand in the blink of an eye and let out a loud bang. The huge hand that covered the sky shattered. A muffled sound came from a distant mountain. A figure broke through the sky and landed. It was an old man in a grey robe. He was tall and sturdy, with thick eyebrows and a fierce look. "Greetings, Ancestor Bear." Everyone saw this old man and immediately knelt on the ground in excitement. The yellow-robed youth's knees were trembling, as if he was hesitating whether to kneel on the ground or not. "Jin-san, you dare not kneel after seeing me? Do you still have the rules of the bear tribe?" The grey-robed old man was the bear tribe's ancestor bear, and also one of the 9 great ancestors of the Ninely Demon clan. The 9 great ancestors of the Ninely Demon clan were naturally not the 9 great ancestors of the Ninely Demon clan in ancient times, but the current 9 great ancestors. Go to hell. Seeing the yellow-robed youth in a daze, Ancestor Bear was annoyed. He laughed sinisterly and a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he swatted at the yellow-robed youth. "Stop." Yi Yun's figure flashed and blocked in front of the yellow-robed youth. Seeing Yi Yun, Ancestor Bear's face changed slightly and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. However, the fierceness in his heart had already been aroused. The huge hand that was like a palm leaf fan increased its power again and grabbed at Yi Yun. "I don't believe that a mere life and death realm expert's luck will always be good," Ancestor Bear said sinisterly. "Since you've met me, your good luck has begun." Yi Yun smiled faintly. He stretched out a hand and casually pressed in the void. Whoosh, a huge power descended from the sky. Plop, Ancestor Bear fell from the sky and suddenly fell to the ground without any warning, falling flat on his face. In the valley, there was a dead silence. All the members of the bear tribe stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were all in a state of great shock. The bear ancestor of the bear clan. He was one of the 9 great demon ancestors of the Ninely Demon clan, an expert of the Eternal Realm. At this moment, the old man was lying on the ground, falling on his face, looking very embarrassed. Was this still the once high and mighty bear ancestor? How is this possible? On the other side, the grey-robed youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide open, and said with a look of horror. What kind of evil technique did the white-robed youth use to make the bear ancestor fall from the sky? It was really strange. Could it be that the cultivation of the white-robed youth was much higher than the bear ancestor? At the thought of this, the grey-robed youth's face was ashen, as if his body had fallen into an ice cellar, extremely cold and desperate. This. The yellow-robed youth beside the big black cat, also like a clay sculpture, stared blankly at the bear ancestor lying on the ground, his throat choked and he could not speak. This senior was really too terrifying. Previously, when they fought against the battle master of the 8 God sect, the battle master admitted that he was no match for them and stood there in a daze, allowing them to pass easily. At that time, he thought that it was an accident. What he did not expect was This senior's cultivation was unfathomable. Now the bear ancestor, with his cultivation at the first level of the eternal realm, could not even withstand one round of the senior's attack. This also meant that the senior's cultivation was at least 3 or 4 levels higher than the eternal realm to be able to do all this so easily. Puff puff. The bear ancestor turned over, spat out a few mouthfuls of mud in his mouth, and got up with a grunt. You, who the hell are you? The bear ancestor licked the guilty official, looking at Yi Yun in horror. His legs could not help but tremble. This man was definitely not someone he could defeat. I'm just a wild cultivator in the mountains, Yi Yun said lightly. He controlled his strength just now and did not kill the bear ancestor. In Yi Yun's view, killing an eternal realm little guy really affected his mood. Jin-san, you brat are really promising. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Ancestor Bear turned to look at the yellow-robed youth. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. He shouted, "You've even found external help. Are you going to betray your master and destroy your ancestors?" Bear ancestor, I am after all a member of the Bear clan. How could I have such thoughts? The yellow-robed youth's face flushed red as he hurriedly defended himself. Although the bear ancestor was extremely prejudiced against his Golden Bear clan, and the gray-robed youth had also sent people to injure his father, but in reality, he did not have any thoughts of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. In the Jiuli Demon clan, each of the 9 demon patriarchs had unparalleled combat power. They were like 9 sky-piercing pillars that supported the 9 demon tribe. Every member of the demon clan revered the 9 demon ancestors and dared not betray them in the slightest. The yellow-robed youth was naturally the same. His hatred was naturally directed at the gray-robed youth. He didn't dare to hate Ancestor Bear, nor could he hate him. That's good. Ancestor Bear sneered. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was really scared of Yi Yun. Therefore, he questioned Jin-san first in order to get a life-saving talisman. After all, the white-robed youth was brought here by Jin-san. Yi Yun saw some clues and understood Jin-san's thoughts. Therefore, he said flatly, Ancestor Bear, your tribesman injured Jin-san's father. How do you want to settle this debt? I will send people to deliver the medicine and heal Jin-san's father as soon as possible. Ancestor Bear said with a sullen face. Although he could not defeat Jin-san, he still tried his best to maintain the image of a demon ancestor. How can we let him off so easily when he is so severely injured? In my opinion, how about this? We will also injure that guy severely and then we will not owe each other anything. Yi Yun suggested. When the yellow-robed youth heard this, he was stunned. Then, he looked at Yi Yun with gratitude in his eyes. Sir, I know that you are very powerful, but this is the 9 demon clan. The 9 demon ancestors are of the same branch. If you push your luck, you will not have a good ending. At that time, you will be the one at a disadvantage. Ancestor Bear clenched his fists and said bitterly. Don't say these useless things. Let me ask you, are you going to hand him over? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and said with a trace of killing intent. Ancestor Bear hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he felt his legs go soft. It seemed that the indescribable killing intent had made him lose the confidence to fight again. I agree. You can have him. Ancestor Bear said hurriedly. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the gray-robed youth and threw him to the yellow-robed youth. After doing all this, Ancestor Bear did not dare to stay. He turned around and disappeared into the sky. When the people in the valley saw this, they were so shocked that their jaws almost fell out. Although Ancestor Bear's cultivation was not the strongest among the 9 demon clans, he had always been extremely domineering and arrogant. He did not want to submit to anyone. Unexpectedly, he kicked an iron plate this time. In front of this white-robed senior, Ancestor Bear did not dare to do anything overboard. He was as timid as a stupid bear. Phew, many of the Golden Bear clan members heaved a sigh of relief. There was an indescribable feeling of exaltation in their hearts. Mother of asterisk cur, you're so bad. The big black cat roared and rushed over. He kicked the gray-robed youth twice. Bang bang, the youth was kicked until he screamed and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Brother Bear. Teach him a good lesson. After the big black cat stopped, he turned to the yellow-robed youth and said with a smile. After all, the one who had a grudge with the gray-robed youth was his golden bear brother. Thank you, senior. Thank you, brother cat. The yellow-robed youth hurriedly thanked him twice. He took a step forward and raised his jar-like fist and smashed it down. Ah! Screams of agony suddenly rang out in the valley. Some of the birds in the forest in the distance were also frightened and flew away, disappearing into the forest. The gray-robed youth screamed for a while before he completely fainted. At this moment, he was lying on the ground covered in blood with his eyes closed. He no longer had the arrogance of the past. You guys, take him back. The yellow-robed youth pointed at the few people from the gray bear tribe in the distance and said in a cold voice. Those fellows were so frightened that their faces turned ashen. They hurriedly ran over, lifted the gray-robed youth, and turned to leave. Revenge had been taken. The yellow-robed youth had vented his anger and his expression became much more relaxed. Thank you, senior, for helping me. He walked to Yiyan's side and knelt on the ground with a plop. The corners of his eyes were glistening as he thanked him gratefully. It's just a small matter. Yiyan smiled disapprovingly. Then, he put his hands behind his back and walked straight to the stone house. The yellow-robed youth hurriedly followed. The big black cat and Mu-Ching looked at each other and smiled. They both guessed what their master was going to do next. The yellow-robed youth's father had been seriously injured and unconscious. Only their master could heal him immediately. This kind of small matter was not worth mentioning to their master. The bear ancestor, who had suffered a great loss in the Golden Bear tribe's territory, was filled with anger and went straight to a cave abode in the Ninely Divine Mountain. I can't let this matter go just like that. The bear ancestor said angrily. In a few breaths' time, he flew into an ancient cave abode. Haha, bear ancestor, what fragrance has brought you here? In the depths of the cave abode, a man's hearty laughter could be heard. The bear ancestor landed and cupped his fists. He forced a smile on his stiff face. Greetings, tiger ancestor. Opposite him, two burly men were sitting. One of the men had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a fierce face and his upper body was naked, revealing his strong muscles. A golden tiger skin skirt was wrapped around his waist as he sat there boldly. Gulp. Gulp, he held a bowl of wine and drank it in one gulp. He was the tiger ancestor. Among the 9 demon ancestors, he was one of the strongest in terms of combat strength. Opposite the tiger ancestor was a tall and sturdy man in a green robe. The two of them were exchanging cups and drinking happily. Bear ancestor, long time no see. Come and have a drink. Tiger ancestor laughed and waved to bear ancestor who had come from afar. Bear ancestor took 2 quick steps and came to the stone table. I wonder, who is this fellow Taoist? Bear ancestor asked doubtfully. He looked at the green-robed man and found that this person's cultivation was the same as his, but he exuded a strange demon chi, which surprised him. Demon clan, since when were there so many Eternal Realm experts? There was that terrifying white-robed youth in front. Now there was another Eternal Realm green-robed man in Tiger Ancestor's cave mansion. Where did they come from? Let me introduce, Bear Ancestor, this is Brother Mo Long. Raising his thick eyebrows, Tiger Ancestor laughed boldly, then poured a cup of wine for Bear Ancestor. Mo Long, Dragon Bloodline. Bear Ancestor was shocked when he heard this name. In the whole world, only the 7 Stars clan had the Dragon Bloodline. Where did this Brother Mo Long come from, just when Bear Ancestor's imagination was running wild? Haha. The green-robed man suddenly stood up, raised his wine cup, and grinned. Bear Ancestor, it's fate to meet. Come, let's have a toast. Cheers. Bear Ancestor quickly raised his wine cup and the 3 of them clinked their cups and drank it all. After drinking this cup of wine, as the alcohol rose, the anger in Ancestor Bear's heart was ignited once again. He sighed softly. Bear Ancestor, why are you sighing? The green-robed man asked with a smile. I just met a hateful guy. I'm not his opponent. I lost in one move. Bear Ancestor slapped his thigh with his hand and said in frustration. In front of the 2 great experts, he naturally didn't want to say that he was too weak. Good fellow, who dares to attack you, Bear Ancestor? Is it 8 God sect or 7 stars clan? Tiger Ancestor glared and asked angrily. I don't know where that guy came from, but he's also a demon clan expert. He's extremely powerful. Bear Ancestor gritted his teeth and said. Also a demon clan. Tiger Ancestor pondered. As far as he knew, there weren't many demon clan cultivators in the world who could cultivate to the eternal realm. If even the Bear Ancestor didn't recognize him, then he definitely wouldn't recognize him either. Let's drink first. The green-robed man poured the wine cup to the brim and then raised it again. Ancestor Tiger and Ancestor Bear hurriedly raised their cups, and the three of them drank to their heart's content. After a round of toasts, Ancestor Xiong was still gloomy as he kept sighing in despair. Bear Ancestor, drink a few more cups, and then I'll get back at you. Tiger Ancestor suddenly said. Tiger Ancestor, are you really willing to help me? Ancestor Bear's eyes lit up. What nonsense are you talking about? The 9 ancestral demons are united. Since you were bullied, of course I have to teach him a lesson. Tiger Ancestor said disapprovingly. Haha. Tiger Ancestor, this kind of small matter, why bother you personally to do it? I've been recuperating in your Jolie demon tribe for so long that my body is itching for a beating. Why don't you let me teach that guy a lesson? Wouldn't that be great? The green-robed man put down his wine cup and laughed arrogantly. Brother Mo Long, your strength is very strong. If you do it personally, you will definitely beat the crap out of that guy. Tiger Ancestor's big mouth drew back as he roared with laughter. Tiger Ancestor, Brother Mo Long is just at level 1 Eternal Realm, similar to me, Ancestor Bear said bitterly. In his mind, unless one was at level 3 Eternal Realm or above, no one would be a match for the white-robed young man. Ancestor Bear, are you looking down on me? The green-robed man narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. I didn't mean that. It's just that guy is very strong, and I'm afraid that Brother Mo Long will get hurt for no reason. Ancestor Bear spread his hands and smiled helplessly. Ancestor Bear, you can rest assured. Brother Mo Long and I are friends. Even I may not be able to beat him, so you can imagine how strong he is. Tiger Ancestor stretched out his big hand and patted Ancestor Bear on the back, and said with a smile. So strong? Ancestor Bear was shocked and quickly looked at the green-robed man carefully. His eyes were full of shock. Let's drink this cup of wine, and then we will go and avenge you. The green-robed man laughed, and his aura was strong like a bull. He raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Cheers! Tiger Ancestor and Bear Ancestor also drank it in one gulp. The three of them stood up, left the cave, and went straight to the valley of the Golden Bear clan. At this moment, in the valley, the patriarch of the Golden Bear clan, Xianxia's father, had completely awakened. Jin Xiaotian sat up from the stone bed and touched his body with his hands. He then looked at Jin San in surprise and asked, Sanner, what elixir did you give me? How come my injuries are all healed? Father, it was this senior who saved you. Looking at his father who was as good as new, Jin San said excitedly. Senior? Jin Xiaotian hurriedly looked at the three strangers beside him. He immediately saw Yi Yun, who had an extraordinary aura. Yi Yun's cultivation was the strongest among the three. He had reached the 5th level of the life and death realm. Jin Xiaotian quickly rolled down from the stone bed, bowed, and said excitedly, Thank you, Taoist friend. Father, you have to call him senior. Just now, this senior beat Ancestor Bear away, Jin San said in a low voice. What? He beat Ancestor Bear away? Jin Xiaotian was so shocked that he began to tremble all over. This white-robed young man was definitely not in the life and death realm. He must be an Eternal Realm expert. Senior, thank you for your help. On behalf of the Golden Bear clan, I will always remember your great kindness. Jin Xiaotian knelt on the ground and said excitedly. Get up. Yi Yun smiled gently. A stream of magic power came out of his fingertips and lifted Jin Xiaotian up. Jin San, the guy in white who brought back, get out quickly. I'm here to avenge you. A deep voice rolled down from the sky like thunder. Jin San and his son in the stone house were shocked. The person who spoke was Ancestor Bear. Senior, Ancestor Bear must have brought other demon ancestors. You must not go out. Let me deal with them. Jin Xiaotian said hurriedly and then walked out. It's okay. Let me see what kind of reinforcements he has brought. Yi Yin smiled and walked out of the stone house first. The others followed him out. In the void above the valley, 3 powerful figures were floating. One of them was Ancestor Bear. Yi Yin had never seen the other 2 before. However, he recognized the green-robed man at a glance. The green-robed man was the ancient demon dragon in the ghost well. Am I seeing things? Senior. Why is he here? Looking at the familiar white figure below, a huge sense of fear spread throughout his body. The ancient ether demon dragon's heart was greatly shocked. His entire body began to tremble, and his throat was blocked. He was actually unable to speak. Naturally, he was well aware of how powerful his senior was. Ancestor Bear, is that the guy in white? Tiger Ancestor pointed down and raised his eyebrows as he asked in a carefree manner. Yes. That's him. Looking at Yi Yin, Ancestor Bear's eyes revealed 2 blazing flames of fury. Brother Demon Dragon, please help me teach this person a lesson. Ancestor Bear cupped his fists and turned to the ancient demon dragon with a hopeful look. However, to Ancestor Bear's surprise, he discovered that the demon dragon brothers were trembling slightly. Within their eyes, there was fear. Brother Demonic Dragon, what's wrong? Tiger Ancestor looked at the ancient demonic dragon strangely and asked with a frown. Tiger Ancestor, I've let you down. The ancient demonic dragon cupped his fists and sighed deeply before flying downwards. Let me down? What is he trying to do? Tiger Ancestor was dumbfounded. Yeah. What's wrong with this guy? Bear Ancestor was also puzzled. Yi Yin raised his head and looked at the green-robed figure. His lips curled into a faint smile. The ancient demonic dragon was indeed very cunning. Back then, he let this guy hide in the ghost well obediently, but he ran out and sneaked into the immortal pond world. If Yi Yin had stopped him, it would have been easy. But he didn't do so. He was going to enter the immortal pond anyway, and the ancient demonic dragon wouldn't be able to escape. This green-robed man's expression doesn't seem right, Mu Qing's eyes flickered as she whispered. This guy gives me a familiar feeling. The big black cat rubbed its chin and pondered. A ray of green light descended. With a plop, the ancient demonic dragon knelt in front of Yi Yin's feet. Senior, why are you here too? I really deserve to die. I shouldn't have escaped from the well. It's too late to say anything now. Please forgive me. The ancient nether demon dragon kept kowtowing and weeping. Yi Yin smiled but didn't say anything. In midair. This? Bear Ancestor and Tiger Ancestor widened their eyes in disbelief. They wanted to dig their eyeballs out to see if they were broken. At this moment, their hearts were in turmoil. Especially Tiger Ancestor. The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. Although this ancient demonic dragon's cultivation was lower than his, he was still able to fight him to a draw. Such a powerful figure was definitely a supreme existence in the demonic beast race. But now, he was kneeling in front of the white-robed youth. And the white-robed youth was actually a 5th-stage life and death realm demonic beast race. How was this possible? Tiger Ancestor, it seems like we've hit a wall this time. Ancestor Bear said with a bitter smile. This person is hiding his cultivation. I'm afraid his real cultivation has reached level 5 of the Eternal Realm, Tiger Ancestor said solemnly. Unless the 9 of us work together, we won't be able to take him down, Ancestor Bear said with a frown. This is no small matter. The other party is very strong. There is no need for us to fight to the death with him, Tiger Ancestor pondered for a moment before replying. Although Ancestor Bear had suffered some grievances, the other party was an expert at the 5th level of the Eternal Realm. Therefore, it was inevitable for him to suffer some grievances. Although the Jiuli demon tribe ruled over all the demon tribes in the world, they were still very weak compared to the 8 gods sect. Now that such an unfathomable master had appeared in the demon clan, if they could rope him in, it would naturally greatly increase their strength. I'll go find the other demon ancestors, Tiger Ancestor said in a deep voice. Then, without waiting for Ancestor Bear to react, he disappeared in a flash. Ancestor Bear's heart was filled with apprehension as he looked down at the terrifying figure in white. For a moment, he did not know what to do. "Senior, you're really strong." Jin Xiaotian looked at all this with his mouth agape. He could not believe it. The green-robed man exuded the aura of the eternal realm. Such a powerful figure could be called a demon ancestor in the Jiuli demon tribe. However, such a powerful figure had knelt at the feet of this senior. This showed how terrifying the senior in white was. "So it's you, ancient demonic dragon." When the big black cat heard those words, it immediately came to a realization. This guy can actually enter the fairy pond. "It's really unbelievable." Mu Qing shook her head and said with a bitter smile. "Senior, I went back on my words and lied to you. Please punish me as you wish. Even if you seal me for thousands of years, I will have no regrets." The ancient demonic dragon cried as he kowtowed. Yi Yan smiled softly. The ancient demonic dragon had inherited many bloodlines and was eloquent. He even knew how to retreat in order to advance. Did he want to be sealed for 10,000 years? How would that be in line with Yi Yan's style? A mere eternal realm dragon would never be able to cause any trouble in Yi Yan's eyes. "I'll give you a chance. Disappear from my sight now. The next time I see you, I'll kill you." Yi Yan said slowly. "What? This senior is not going to kill me." The ancient demonic dragon was stunned. He almost thought that he was hallucinating. "Senior, is what you said true?" The ancient demonic dragon took a deep breath and asked carefully. "You didn't hear wrongly. You can leave now," Yi Yan said with a smile. With that, he waved his sleeves and a gust of wind swept up. The ancient demonic dragon was nowhere to be found. "Master, why did you let this lowly person go?" Mu Qing asked in confusion. "Let him scout the way first," Yi Yan said with a smile. "Oh," Mu Qing nodded, not fully understanding. She then shifted her gaze to the big black cat, only to find that the latter had a confused look on its face. The two of them did not understand the meaning behind their master's words. However, after thinking about it for a while, the two of them gave up. Their master's style was not something that two puny life and death realm cultivators could understand. Good heavens, why did he let the ancient demonic dragon go? Ancestor Bear, who was in mid-air, looked at the direction of the valley. His eyes flickered as he said in disbelief. "Hee, Ancestor Bear, the helper you found is not good either. Do you want to come down and try it yourself?" A gentle male voice suddenly sounded from within the valley. Ancestor Bear's old face stiffened. He was almost scared to death by this voice. Now, Ancestor Bear was the only one left. He could not defeat the other party. Now that he was riding a tiger, he could not get off. What should he do? Could it be? He had to kneel at the feet of that young man in white. Ancestor Bear's heart was filled with fear when he thought of that sullen scene. A dignified demon ancestor kneeling at the feet of others. If this spread out, how could he face others? Who's here? Ancestor Bear suddenly raised his eyebrows. He found that the aura of an expert was rapidly approaching from afar. Swish. Swish. Swish, several blood-red rays of light fell in the surroundings in the blink of an eye. The rays of light disappeared. In the void, 4 or 5 men in striking red robes appeared. 8 God Sect's Eternal Realm experts. Seeing the familiar robes and the astonishing aura, Ancestor Bear's face changed greatly. His knees went soft. "Greetings to the Lords of 8 God Sect." Ancestor Bear quickly knelt on the ground and said respectfully. In the process of cultivating to the Eternal Realm, he did not know how much blood he had been drawn by the experts of 8 God Sect. So from the bottom of his heart, Ancestor Bear was extremely afraid of the people of 8 God Sect. Not only him, but the other 8 great demon ancestors were also the same. In the eyes of 8 God Sect, the entire Jiuli demon tribe did not have any status. "Get up, we're not here to draw your blood," Zhang said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and shot a lightning-like gaze to the bottom of the valley. He saw the familiar figure in white again. Zhang had always thought that the last mental attack that made him unable to move was a great shame. "Zhang, is that the guy?" A middle-aged man at the second level of the Eternal Realm narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure below with a mocking look. "That's him." Zhang said coldly with a sharp gaze. When he looked at Yi Yun, his eyes burned with anger. Interesting. The middle-aged man from Eight Gods sect looked down arrogantly and said with a faint smile, it's just a life and death realm spiritual attack sorcery. There's nothing to be afraid of. Zhang, you were just careless. In a real battle, I think you can kill him in one move. Zhang nodded silently with a raging battle intent in his eyes. Kill him in one move? Ancestor Xiong was stunned when he heard that. The words of the two lords from Eight Gods sect were obviously underestimating the white-robed young man. My lords, that guy should be an Eternal Realm expert. Don't underestimate him, Ancestor Xiong said hurriedly. His words were said with a flattering tone, but he did not expect to hit the nail on the head. Ancestor Xiong, what nonsense are you talking about? Can't I see his cultivation realm? Zhang's face darkened as he scolded loudly. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and said, shut up. Ancestor Xiong, you have no right to speak here. The bear ancestor had eaten a turtle, and his eyes were filled with fear. He no longer dared to speak. The big black cat was unhappy when he saw this. He curled his lips and said, Brother Xiong, your ancestor Xiong is really bad. There's no other way, Brother Cat. Our Jiuli demon tribe is too weak. We don't dare to resist the lords from Eight Gods sect. The yellow-robed young man spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Indeed, we demons have been scared out of our wits by Eight Gods sect all these years. Jin Xiaoyan's face darkened as he sighed. So miserable, the big black cat said in his heart. The Seven Stars tribe is ranked second and the Jiuli demon tribe is ranked third. Can't the two of you fight against a mere Eight Gods sect? Mu Qing said. That's right. The Seven Stars tribe has the bloodline of the dragon tribe. Logically speaking, they should be closer to the demon tribe. The big black cat's eyes lit up as it laughed. The Seven Stars race has always been in seclusion and has always been guarding the immortal pond in the Seven Stars sacred mountain. They have never formed any alliances, Jin Xiaotian sighed. What's in the immortal pond? Why has the Seven Star race guarded it for so many years? The big black cat asked. No one knows that the immortal pond is a restricted area of the Seven Stars race. Even the Seven Stars race can't easily enter, Jin Xiaotian shook his head and said. Not getting a satisfactory answer, the big black cat looked bitter and shook its head. Humph. That brat in white, if you know what's good for you, quickly come up and fight with me. In midair. Hearing the Golden Fur Bear clan's discussion about the strength of the Eight Gods sect, Battle Master felt good in his heart. His eyes revealed a look of arrogance as he immediately issued a challenge to Yi Yun. Hearing War Master's arrogant words, the big black cat curled its lips and said, You overestimate yourself. You still want to challenge my master? I'll slap you back with one slap. Haha. Hearing the big black cat's words, Yi Yun chuckled twice and soared into the air. I heard that you opened 5 gates? Yi Yun asked with a smile. That's right. Battle Master nodded and said. Opening 5 gates was not a secret. Many people in the world knew about it. Just open all 5 gates. Let me see the mystery of your Eight Gods sect's divine technique, Yi Yun said with a smile. What? A life and death realm demon race actually made Lord Battle Master open all 5 gates. The surrounding people of the Eight Gods sect were stunned for a moment and looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. Opening all 5 gates, it would make Lord Battle Master's strength reach an extremely terrifying level. Anyone below the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm would not be a match for Lord Battle Master at all. Ha 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 ha. The War Sect laughed wildly. He laughed hysterically and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. What qualifications did a puny life and death realm have to make him open the divine gate? Humph, if you are qualified to take my palm, then you can talk about opening the divine gate. Battle Master sneered and took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of Yi Yun and stretched out his hand to grab him. This palm was purely based on the strength of his physical body. Suddenly, a translucent light shield appeared beside Yi Yun. Boom, the War Master's large hand slapped onto the light barrier, and with a loud bang, it was bounced back. The light shield did not budge. This person is not in the life and death realm, but he is definitely not an ordinary Eternal Realm, the middle-aged man who was watching the battle from the side narrowed his eyes when he saw this amazing scene. Battle Master steadied his body, and at this moment, his expression became dignified. This layer of protective light was actually so sturdy that he couldn't break it with a single slap. As a disciple of the Eight Gods sect, even without opening the divine gate, Battle Master's palm was not something an ordinary demon race at the first level of the Eternal Realm could take. After all, the people of the Eight Gods sect had been tempering their bodies all year round. Each of their bodies was stronger than most of the demon race. Wonder Gate, open. Slapping a certain part of his body with his hand, Battle Master let out a deep roar and the blood chi in his body surged in an instant. Behind him, a mass of blood chi was burning like a flame. In an instant, all the clansmen of the Golden Bear clan in the valley felt a great sense of horror and instantly descended from the sky. Plop, many clansmen of the Golden Bear clan with lower cultivation base all fell to the ground at this moment, unconscious. After opening the Wonder Gate, Battle Master's strength had reached a terrifying level. A mere demon race can actually make me open a divine gate, you should feel honored. Battle Master licked his lips, his eyes bloodthirsty, and looked at Yi Yun arrogantly. Haha, Battle Master, break his light shield with one punch. The middle-aged man who was watching the battle crossed his arms and laughed arrogantly. Battle Master, come on. The other experts from the Eight God School also helped the war sect. Yi Yun shook his head lightly. These disciples of the Eight Gods sect were too arrogant and did not put all the living beings in the world in their eyes. Arrogance and conceit, sooner or later, they would have to pay the price. It seemed like, today, he was going to give them an unforgettable lesson. Whoosh, Battle Master's aura was arrogant as he suddenly turned into a blood-colored stream of light and shot over. As he approached, he stretched out his fist and smashed it down. Under the opening of the Wonder Gate, his strength and speed had increased by several times compared to before. With this punch, the void vibrated. Yi Yun was indifferent, and only quietly waited for Battle Master's performance. He also wanted to see how strong Battle Master was after continuously opening the divine gate. Boom, a blood-colored fist smashed onto the translucent light shield, and a loud bang shook the entire valley. Whoosh, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. The experts of the Eight God sect, including the bear ancestor, immediately soared into the air and dodged the shockwave. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of Yi Yun. The light shield was intact. And Battle Master was once again pushed back dozens of feet. Hiss. The experts of the Eight Gods sect sucked in a breath of cold air. How could the defensive barrier formed by this white-cloaked youth's magic power be so powerful? Bastard! Battle Master's face was slightly red, and his aura was slightly chaotic. He stared at Yi Yun, his eyes burning with anger. This guy's strength had once again refreshed his understanding. Following two banging sounds, the door opened. Rest Gate, open. Limit Gate, open. Battle Master gritted his teeth and roared, opening the second and third divine gates in his body. Whoosh, whoosh. After opening the two new divine gates, Master Zhan's aura surged like an ocean and rushed into the sky. In an instant, a huge wall of blood formed behind him. Whoosh, the powerful aura of blood produced a tsunami-like sound, which was extremely shocking. Yi Yun nodded to himself. The Eight God sect's Eight Gods divine art was indeed unique. It used the blood of demonic beasts to refine the body and activate the mysterious divine gates in the body to further enhance the strength of the body. This divine art had already made the human body stronger than most of the demon clan. It was a pioneering work. Therefore, the Ninely Demon clan could not be blamed for being so weak in the small world of the Immortal Pond. It could only be said that the Eight God sect was too powerful. The Seven Stars clan could only hide in the Seven Stars mountain and did not dare to face the Eight God sect head-on. Oh, he opened two divine gates in a row? The big black cat looked up at the battle above and sneered, this Master Zhan is angry out of humiliation, but he is really an idiot. He didn't know to open all 5 divine gates at the same time. That way, Master won't have to worry. Brother Cat, if Master Zhan opens all 5 divine gates, I'm afraid we will have to run away from here. The yellow-robed youth smiled bitterly. Run away my ass. With Master here, we are very safe. The big black cat laughed. Mu Qing covered her mouth and laughed when she saw the big black cat's smug attitude. Jin Xiaotian and his son looked at each other. The two of them increasingly felt that Yi Yun was extremely unfathomable. This time, the Eight God sect had sent so many experts, all of whom were in the Eternal Realm. Even if the 9 great demon ancestors of the Ninely Demon clan were to come, they would not be a match for these experts. However, Yi Yun, the senior, was still calm, at this moment. Master Zhan's body was burning with blood. He descended beside Yi Yun and smashed his fist down. This punch caused the void to shatter. The 3 divine gates opened and an endless stream of blood flowed into his body, making him look like a blood-colored god of war. Jin Xiaotian was dumbfounded. After living for so long, this was the first time he saw an Eternal Realm expert of the 8 gods sect open all 3 divine gates. Too powerful. I don't know if the senior can survive. Jin Xiaotian thought. Boom, there was a loud bang and the entire Ninely Holy Mountain shook. Countless tribesmen of the Jiuli demon tribe turned pale with fright at this moment. They flew up into the air and looked over at the commotion. In an ancient cave residence. Tiger Ancestor looked at the shocking scene outside, and his face became incomparably pale. We can't afford to offend them. A white-haired old man in a feathered robe beside him shook his head and said with a sigh. This elder was. Eternal level realm cultivation. Among the 9 great demon ancestors of demon ancestors, this old man was Ancestor Yu of the 9 great demon clans. Although we can't afford to offend them, since this matter happened in the Ninely Divine Mountain, we, the 9 great Fey ancestors, have to step in. Ancestor God Yu. Master Ancestor not Ancestor Yu agreed and waved his sleeves. A few rays of light pierced through the sky. When the two walked out of the cave residence, a few rays of light suddenly landed in front of the cave residence. They were the other ancestor demons. These ancestor demons of the Eternal Realm had powerful auras. They were almost stronger than Ancestor Bear. Ancestor Tiger, Ancestor Yu. The ancestor demons cupped their fists and greeted them politely. Let's go. Since this happened in our Ninely Holy Mountain, we can't just sit by and do nothing. Ancestor Yu said in a deep voice. We'll leave it to Ancestor Yu. The ancestor demons nodded solemnly. They knew the seriousness of the matter. Figures flashed. The 8 ancestor demons flew across the sky. Soon, they arrived at the top of the valley. Greetings, lords of the 8 god sect. Ancestor Yu cupped his fists and greeted them politely. You ancestor demons, just stand there and don't move. This matter has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man of the 8 god sect, who was at Eternal Realm level 2, waved his hand casually and said rudely. It seemed that in his eyes, the 9 ancestor demons were just a few insignificant characters. We understand. Ancestor Yu nodded solemnly. He then led the other ancestor demons and stood quietly by the side. The ancestor demons' eyes naturally drifted to Yi Yun. They felt the aura of the life and death realm from Yi Yun. However, what surprised them was that this young man of the demon clan could make Lord War Master, who was at Eternal Realm level 1, open 3 divine gates at the same time. At this moment, Lord War Master was wrapped in thick chi and blood. He looked fierce and frightening. Huff. Huff, he panted heavily and stared at the light shield. What level is this guy in the Eternal Realm? Otherwise, how could this barrier of light be able to defend against my attack? Lord War Master frowned and his eyes became sharper. The corner of his eyes fell on the black-robed young man and the black-clothed beauty below. Without a doubt, the aura of these 3 people was unique. He had never seen them before. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. These 3 people, could they also be from the outside world? After such a thought suddenly floated in his mind, Lord War Master's eyes suddenly widened and stared at Yi Yun in disbelief. The demon clan of the outside world was powerful to this extent, in the Immortal Pond world. 8 God sect was unrivaled in the world. No one could beat 8 God sect at the same level. But now, this young man in white who seemed to be from the outside world had the strength to easily defeat him. Now, Lord War Master no longer doubted the previous encounter. The young man in white had amazing strength and was also good at a powerful spiritual attack. Once used, he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Thinking of this, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Lord War Master's heart. Seeing the constant changes in Lord War Master's expression, Yi Yin joked, "Still not opening the 5 divine gates? Maybe after opening the 5 divine gates, you will have a chance to break my light shield." Arrogant. Lord War Master roared and stretched out 2 fists, hitting 2 parts of his body. Buzz, at this moment, a loud bell-like sound came out from Lord War Master's body. This sound was sacred and vast, as if a saint was chanting. "View gate, open! Open gate, open!" Lord War Master's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he roared continuously. His aura was earth-shattering, and many parts of the valley collapsed under this sound. Yi Yin smiled slightly. He pointed down with his hand. An invisible barrier shrouded the bottom of the valley. "Finally opened the 5 divine gates, this movement is still a bit interesting." Looking at Lord War Master, who was surrounded by monstrous qi and blood, Yi Yin nodded silently. At this moment, the qi and blood around Lord War Master had already covered the entire sky above the valley. The thick blood light was like the arrival of the bloody apocalypse, giving people an indescribable gloomy feeling. So powerful, after opening the 5 divine gates, Lord War Master should be comparable to a 4th-level Eternal Realm expert. Tiger Ancestor said softly. It should be possible. Each divine gate of the 8 God sect, once opened, is unimaginably powerful. Yu Ancestor sighed. In his eyes, a trace of imperceptible humiliation flashed. The monstrous qi and blood released by Lord War Master almost all came from the blood of the Ninely Demon Clan clansmen. The glory of the 8 God sect was naturally built on the foundation of the decline of the Ninely Demon Clan. After listening to Ancestor Yu's words, the other ancestral fiends all fell silent. The strength of the 8 gods sect lay in the fact that after opening the divine gate, they could fight those above their level. That was how the Jioli demon tribe was defeated. At that time, the 8 Extremities Saint dealt with the 9 demon ancestors alone. He only opened the 6th divine gate and easily defeated the 9 demon ancestors. From then on, the Jioli demon tribe bowed down to the 8 God sect and obediently accepted the torture of drawing their blood. Whoosh, the sound of waves filled the sky. At this moment, in the void of 1,000 miles around the valley, a scarlet blood light appeared. It was like a surging tide and was extremely spectacular. This was the phenomenon brought about by Xianxia's body after opening the 5 divine gates. At this moment, Xianxia's body was 2 to 3 times bigger than before. He was like a small giant. His muscles swelled and his veins bulged like dragons. He was filled with endless explosive power. His face was ferocious and his eyes were burning with bloodthirsty killing intent. He stared at Yi Yin and kept building up his aura. "Xianxia, open all 5 divine gates and test this guy's true strength. If you still can't break the light shield, we'll attack together and kill him on the spot." The middle-aged man from the 8 God sect secretly sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. He could also see that the white-robed young man who had always been calm was an extremely unfathomable expert. In the past 10,000 years, the 8 God sect had never lost. This time in the battle at the Jioli demon tribe, they could not lose. This person might be of great use. We just need to injure and capture him. Xianxia's heart jumped and he quickly sent a voice transmission. These 3 people might be from the outside world. They must be captured alive and offered to the 7th God of War. In this case, maybe the 8 God sect could find out the connection between the outside world and this world. "I understand." The middle-aged man nodded and said. He clenched his fists and his bones cracked. The power of qi and blood in his body was faintly waiting to be released. The other experts from the 8 God sect did the same. "Go to hell." Xianxia roared and rushed over again. A large expanse of intense blood-red light, like a red cloud, instantly surrounded Yi Yin's body. War Master raised his fist. At this moment, his fist was blooming with bloody light. The momentum was astonishing, and it contained an unimaginably terrifying power. Whoosh, a fist smashed down. A large area of the surrounding void collapsed. Yi Yin remained calm and collected, but there was a look of interest in his eyes. He had already seen the 5th divine gate of the 8 God sect's 8 extreme divine art. Yi Yin had no choice but to Admit that this 8 extreme divine arts did indeed have its own unique aspects. It was similar to the Dragon Rebel incantation of the Xianxia sect. The 8 superpowers divine skill is indeed extraordinary. It seems that I need to take it and impart it to the juniors of the Xianxia sect, Yiyan thought. The combination of the Dragon Rebel incantation and the 8 superpowers would increase the strength of the disciples of the Xianxia sect to a terrifying level. Break! Seeing that Yiyan did not dodge or take any action, War Master became even angrier. He roared hysterically and fiercely smashed his fist onto the light barrier. Boom! A loud sound that seemed to destroy the world resounded throughout the entire Ninely Divine Mountain. Many of the weaker cultivators fainted at this moment. It's too terrifying. The 9 great demon ancestors next to him were shocked. Their chi and blood were surging, and their faces were filled with horror. A powerful shock wave instantly spread out in all directions. These Eternal Realm experts were so frightened that they all dodged in various ways. A surge of surging power also swept the War Master back. Puff! This time, War Master spat out a mouthful of blood. The bloody light within 1,000 miles also shrank by a large part at this moment. The remaining bloody light was ethereal and was no longer as fierce as before. How could this be? War Master stopped moving and stared into the distance with wide eyes. He found that the light barrier was intact. The young man in white was still looking at him indifferently. His gaze was very calm. However, such a calm gaze changed in War Master's eyes. It was as if Yiyan was a supreme demon that had crawled out of hell and was eyeing his life. This person is too strong. The middle-aged man led the experts of the 8 gods sect to War Master's side and said with a serious face, "Let's capture him together." A man of the 8 gods sect next to him said coldly. After saying that, he continuously hammered his body and opened the 4 god gates in his body without hesitation. The monstrous bloody light instantly soared into the sky again. This blood light fused with the War Sect's blood light and became even thicker. Wonder Gate, open. Rest Gate, open. Limit Gate, open. View Gate, open. Open Gate, open. Pain Gate, open. Every one of the 8 god sect shouted in unison and opened all the god gates in their bodies that had been activated. Among them, the middle-aged man at level 2 of the Eternal Realm opened the 6th god gate, Pain Gate. The bloody light on his body was like an ocean of destruction. It was thicker and more blazing. His entire body was 5 times bigger than before. He was like a 30 to 40 feet tall giant with bulging muscles. Every inch of his bulging muscles was releasing endless killing intent. The 8 god sect has never been defeated in 10,000 years. The middle-aged man strode toward Yiyan with a cold face and fierce eyes. As for War Sect and the others, they followed closely behind him, all ready to attack. The people of the 8 gods sect are too strong. When Ancestor Yu saw this, he knew that the battle was about to end. No matter how strong the white-robed youth was, how could he be a match for the experts of the Eternal Realm? The experts of the 8 gods sect opened all their god gates. This powerful force could easily wipe out the entire Jiuli demon tribe. This is great. That guy is doomed for his evil deeds. He can't escape this time, haha. When Ancestor Bear saw this, he was overjoyed and could not help but clap his hands and laugh. Bastard, how dare you insult my master? The big black cat was furious. With a shake of his body, a set of black armor suddenly appeared on his body. Stepping on the quickstep boots, he turned into a black light and pounced toward Ancestor Bear. Looking at the black light breaking through the sky, Mu Qing's eyes lit up. Mu Qing's eyes lit up and she praised, "Ha, nine-tailed spiritual cat is really manly. He dares to challenge an Eternal Realm great demon, Little Black, you are no match for him. Why do you have to stand out?" When Yiyan saw this, he smiled and shook his head. "Master, this guy's mouth is too foul. Even if I can't beat him, I want to fight him." The big black cat said angrily. "Then you guys fight." Yiyan smiled gently and then flicked his finger. An invisible force instantly fell on Ancestor Bear's body. Ancestor Bear's cultivation quickly fell to life and death realm level 4. Ancestor Bear shouted a word and suddenly found that he could no longer speak. Suddenly, a storm rose in his heart. What happened? Who lowered his cultivation level? Ancestor Bear panicked and became extremely uneasy. Haha. When Yi Yin saw this, he smiled gently. Yi Yin added a thin layer of barrier around Ancestor Bear. Therefore, the 9 great demon ancestors and the experts of 8 gods sect did not notice the strange change of Ancestor Bear's cultivation. When the big black cat rushed into the barrier, he immediately found something strange. Ancestor Bear was actually in life and death realm like him. This discovery immediately made him ecstatic. Ancestor Bear, give me your life. The big black cat wearing the Emperor-grade battle armor had an unstoppable aura. It raised its fist and smashed towards the bear ancestor. What the hell? What's going on? Who in the world reduced my cultivation level? Or, am I hallucinating? The speechless Xianxia's mind was in a mess. At this moment, a black light suddenly arrived. A young man in black armor raised his fist, which was emitting a dark light, and smashed it down fiercely. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but this kid is in life and death realm. I'll know once I exchange blows with him. Ancestor Xiong gritted his teeth, stretched out his fist, and punched out heavily. Boom, the bear ancestor's hard fist collided with the big black cat's fist, emitting a sound of metal clashing against metal. Big black cat's black gold battle armor covered his entire body. Even his fists were covered. His current strength and defense were unimaginably tough with the support of the black gold battle armor. Along with a loud bang, a huge force sent Xiongzu flying. Pain. Feeling a sharp pain in his hand, Xiongzu hurriedly looked down and found that his entire fist was badly mangled. Even his bones had been shattered. This isn't an illusion? Xiongzu stabilized his body, his face revealing an aghast expression. He was an eternal great beast. His body was as tough as a divine weapon. Even if his cultivation base was suppressed, how could a life and death kid injure his fist to this extent? This black gold armor is definitely not ordinary. Xiongzu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the black-armored big black cat. His breathing quickened as his eyes revealed a fiery expression. At the same time, the other martial progenitors fixed their passionate gazes on the black golden battle armor too. Their world didn't have any powerful divine weapons or treasures. Even the best blacksmiths could only refine heaven-grade treasures. If they went any higher, occasionally, a top-notch refiner would be lucky enough to refine an emperor-level treasure. Once such an emperor-grade treasure appeared, it could be sold for a sky-high price. It was precisely because blacksmithing wasn't developed. Therefore, the 3 major forces of the immortal pond world, 7 stars race, 8 god sect, and 9 beast race, basically relied on their bodies to fight, barehanded. Almost no weapons were used. After all, the physical bodies of the 3 forces were very strong. They were much stronger than many divine weapons in the world. The 3 great powers, in terms of physical bodies, the 8 deities sect and the 7 stars clan were almost on par. However, in terms of peak individual combat power, the 8 deities sect was still the strongest and could be said to be invincible. The 7 stars clan possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan, so their physical bodies were naturally stronger than the 9 demon clan. The Jiuli demon clan was at the bottom. Even though he was at the bottom, his physical body was still much stronger than the other living beings in this world. Even Yi Yin didn't realize that the 3 major forces didn't use weapons. Could this be a top-grade emperor-level battle armor? Ancestor Yu stared at the big black cat with a fervent look in his eyes. Originally, this black-robed youth was only at the 2nd level of the life and death mirror, but he was able to defeat the bear ancestor, who was in the eternal realm. The quality of this armor was definitely very high. However, with the big shots of the 8 god sect present, the ancestral beasts did not dare to act rashly. Even if they obtained the battle armor and increased their strength, they were still no match for the 8 god sect. Don't forget that the 8 god sect still had an invincible 8 deities sect. Roar. The bear ancestor roared to the sky. Suddenly, his body shook and he transformed into his original form. This was a gray bear that was 100 feet tall. At this moment, he was like a small mountain, standing in the void. Haha, he transformed. Yi Yin smiled and continued to observe the battle. After the people of the 8 gods sect opened the god gates in their bodies, they launched a frenzied tsunami of attacks at him. Boom, boom. 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 The earth-shattering explosions caused the entire Ninely Holy Mountain to tremble. Many of the weaker demons couldn't withstand the impact even though they were unconscious and spat out blood. What a bastard. How can this guy's light shield be so strong? After a series of attacks, Zhang was furious and kept cursing. I think his light shield won't be able to hold on for much longer. Brothers, keep it up. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face. Okay. The experts of the Eight Gods sect shouted in unison and continued their frenzied attacks. This fellow cultivator of the demon race has a combat strength comparable to the Eight Gods sect's god of war. Where did he come from? Ancestor Yu looked at the intense battle with a gloomy face. He was happy and sad at the same time. He was naturally happy that the demon race had such an outstanding person. However, when he thought of the strength of the Eight Gods sect, not only did they have the Eight Gods of war, but they also had the Eight Deities sect's saint. It was said that the Eight Deities sect's saint had stepped into the legendary immortal state long ago. He was already a godlike existence. Other than the ancient Seven Stars tribe who could rely on their foundation to contend against the Eight Deities sect's saint, no other force in the world could be a match for the Eight Deities sect's saint. After the bear ancestor returned to his original form, he was full of confidence even though his cultivation was suppressed. Go to hell. He roared furiously and stretched out his mountain-like hand to slap the bear ancestor. Oh my, what a big black bear. The big black cat laughed loudly and operated the black gold armor that flowed with black light. His entire body was filled with boundless power. Whoosh, he soared into the sky without fear and raised his fist to smash the bear ancestor. The big black cat also wanted to see if he could defeat the bear ancestor without using any other means. Boom, a loud sound rang out in midair. Two figures, one big and one small, collided together. The big black cat retreated. Good fellow, this big black bear's strength is really not small. The big black cat quickly stabilized his body and froze in midair. He looked at the huge bear ancestor opposite him and a crazed look suddenly appeared in his eyes. The red dragon-shaped mark on his forehead flickered with a mysterious blood-red light and immediately covered his entire body. In the next moment, the big black cat disappeared. Little Black wants to completely kill the bear ancestor. He even used the blood spirit thorn, Yin chuckled. This bear ancestor looked very disgusting. If he died in the hands of the big black cat, Yin would be happy to see it happen. A streak of blood-red light flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of the bear ancestor. The bear ancestor had not reacted and was hit by the blood-red light. Boom, it was accompanied by a loud bang. The bear ancestor's 1,000-foot mountain-like body shattered with a loud bang. Countless pieces of flesh and blood fell from midair like a rain of blood falling from the sky. It was incomparably messy. A primordial spirit phantom suddenly soared into the sky. Want to run? Looking at this primordial spirit, another streak of blood-red light appeared in midair. While everyone was still in a daze, Yi Zichen's expression changed drastically. The blood spirit thorn divine ability pierced the bear ancestor's primordial spirit phantom. There was a loud bang. The bear ancestor's primordial spirit was also forcibly blasted apart by the blood spirit thorn. The blood-red light disappeared. The big black cat's figure appeared in midair. Hee, I've finally gotten rid of that annoying bear ancestor. The big black cat laughed proudly. Using the blood spirit thorn twice in a row made his breathing a little hurried. But compared to the first time he used the blood spirit thorn, his condition was much better. Ancestor Bear was dead. The other beast ancestors looked at each other with their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they had just heard. How could that life and death brat kill Ancestor Bear? Ancestor Bear was an Eternal Realm expert. Ancestor Feather, we must avenge Ancestor Bear. Tiger Ancestor's eyes were red as he clenched his fists and said bitterly. Ancestor Feather's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. He was also heartbroken about Ancestor Bear's death. Even if Ancestor Bear's strength was at the bottom, he was still one of the 9 beast ancestors. Killing Ancestor Bear was the same as declaring war on the Ninely demon tribe. Ancestor Feather, what are you hesitating for? That brat is besieged by the Lords of Eight God sect and can't split himself. How can we not deal with a life and death brat if we work together? Rat Ancestor said loudly. that's right. Let's kill this brat and help the Lords of Eight Gods sect kill that white-robed youth. Ox Ancestor gritted his teeth and said. Yes. Kill him and avenge Ancestor Bear. The other beast clans were filled with righteous indignation. Alright, then let's kill him. Ancestor Feather's eyes were sharp and cold as he finally made up his mind. Although the white-robed youth was an outstanding genius of the beast clan and had great potential, how could he be compared to the 8 war gods of 8 gods sect? How could he be compared to the 8 saints? They weren't on the same level at all. He couldn't defend 8 gods sect because of a beast clan heaven's pride. If he did that, the entire ninely demon tribe would be consigned to eternal damnation. How strange. That brat is clearly a life and death realm expert. How could he kill Ancestor Bear, who was an eternal realm expert? The middle-aged man of 8 gods sect looked at this scene from afar and was puzzled. These 3 must be from the outside world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such powerful means. Battle Master said inwardly. The expression on his face changed. He was both surprised and happy. Battle Master suddenly realized that he had made a great contribution to 8 gods sect. According to the current information, the group led by the silver-robed masked man could be considered as a force from the outside world. The 3 people in front of him were from another force. Perhaps there was some conflict between these 2 forces. Even if they were unable to capture the silver-robed masked man from the 7-star mountain, as long as they could capture the 3 of them and bring them back to the 8 gods sect, the 7th war god would be able to interrogate them about the passage that led to the outside world. What? Do you still want to gang up on me? In a flash, Yin appeared in front of the big black cat. Master, these guys are all red-eyed, the big black cat chuckled. Yeah. Yin nodded and looked at Ancestor Yu and the others. His eyes were very calm, but in the eyes of Ancestor Yu and the others, there was an indescribable feeling of fear. The 9 ancestral demons froze, not daring to move. The few lords of the 8 god sect were unable to do anything to this fellow. Even if they went over, it would be pointless. Right now, they still needed the help of the 8 gods sect's elders to kill this person. Yi Yin waved his hand and the protective light shield in front of him suddenly disappeared. I'm almost done with the 6th gate of God. You can go back and report. The next time you come, find more people who have opened more gates of God. Yi Yin said indifferently. This, Zhanzong and the others were shocked. They suddenly realized that the battle was about to take a terrible turn. Get lost. Yi Yin waved his hand gently. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept over and blew the few experts of the 8 gods sect away without a trace. Seeing how Yi Yin sent the 8 gods sect's expert flying with a wave of his hand, the 8 great demon ancestors were terrified. They felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar and were all shivering. This person is so strong, even if we all join forces, we won't be a match for him, Ancestor Tiger said in a trembling voice. Ancestor, you did not say a word. He came in front of Yi Yin and knelt on the ground. Senior, we, the Jiuli demon tribe, have been oppressed by the 8 gods sect for so many years and we are already like birds that are frightened by the mere twang of a bough. I hope that Senior can spare our Jiuli demon tribe on the account that we are all part of the demon tribe, Ancestor Yu said in a deep voice. What does it have to do with me that the ninely demon tribe is being bullied by the 8 gods sect? Yi Yin smiled faintly. He was not a living being in this small world. No matter which side the 3 forces belonged to, it had nothing to do with him. Even if he was a member of the demon tribe, he would not stand up for the ninely demon tribe. Seeing Ancestor Yu kneel, the other ancestral demons also knelt on the ground. There was no other way. The young man in white could defeat them all by himself. The so-called 8 great martial progenitor beasts had no right to bargain with the man. Senior, you are also a member of the demon tribe like us. Why don't the ninely demon tribe respect you as the ancestor of all demons? Ancestor Yu said again. His words were spoken in an extremely sincere tone. Ancestor of all demons? Yi Yin muttered softly and thought of Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's 7th life had forgotten everything and was in the carriage. At the thought of this, Yi Yin felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Yi Yin originally wanted to punish the 8 ancestral demons, but he was not in the mood to do so now. Get lost. Yi Yin waved his hand and the 8 ancestral demons disappeared in front of him. Seeing that his master was in a bad mood, the big black cat did not dare to say anything. Senior, at this moment, Jin Xiaotian and his son flew over and knelt in front of Yi Yin. What are you doing? Yi Yin frowned. Senior, please leave this place quickly and find a safe place. I'm afraid that the gods of war of the 8 gods sect will be here soon, Jin Xiaotian said worriedly. Gods of war of the 8 gods sect? It sounds very powerful. Then I won't leave first, in case they can't find me. Yi Yin chuckled and descended from the sky. He might as well wait for them to come. He would wait for the gods of war of the 8 gods sect to find him. Then, Yi Yin prepared to see the power of the other divine gates of the 8 gods technique. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew across the ninely sacred mountain. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, it stopped abruptly when it was far away from the ninely sacred mountain. The gust of wind disappeared and a few figures descended from it. These figures had powerful auras. After experiencing the sudden weightlessness, they quickly regained control of their bodies. They were the experts from the 8 gods sect that Yi Yin had sent flying with a single slap. Cough cough, everyone coughed at the same time. Their faces were red and blood seeped out from the corners of their mouths. The gust of wind was so powerful that it caused all of them to suffer injuries of varying degrees. Their combat strength was greatly reduced. This person is so powerful. His background is definitely not to be underestimated. I have to report to the 7th god of war immediately. Zhanzong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said firmly. What did you find? The middle-aged man asked. I can't tell you now, Zhanzong shook his head. The middle-aged man was silent and did not continue to ask. Although Zhanzong's cultivation was lower than his, he was ordered by the 7th god of war to summon all of them. Therefore, there were some secrets that they could not touch at their level. In the forest below. The leaves rustled, and suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out. What a bunch of unlucky bastards. Looks like he was also slapped here by Senior. Who is it? War Sect suddenly looked down, only to discover that within the leaves, a green figure had suddenly rushed out. The green figure shuddered in the air and turned into a giant blue and red dragon over 10,000 zhang long. 2 terrifying dragon claws clawed at the few of them. Dragon? Why is there a dragon here? Zhanzong and the others turned pale with fright. In a hurry, they did not have time to open the divine gate. Relying on the strength of their physical bodies and their numbers, they flew into the air and attacked the huge dragon at the same time. Boom, boom. The iron fists of War Master and the rest landed heavily on the huge green and red dragon claws. An unimaginably vast force sent them flying. How can this dragon's physical body be so strong? Everyone was shocked. Gate of Wonder, open. Gate of Rest, open. The middle-aged man at level 2 of the Eternal Realm was shocked. Without hesitation, he slapped his body and activated the 4 gates of God in his body. A monstrous amount of blood chi instantly appeared and covered the surrounding void like an ocean. In an instant, his strength increased tremendously. However, as soon as he activated the 4 gates of God, he heard a scream beside him. The huge dragon had launched a sneak attack. It ferociously grabbed an expert from the 8 gods sect and threw him into its mouth, chewing him to pieces with a crunch crunch crunch. Haha, not bad. I didn't expect you human cultivators to have such delicious flesh. The ancient demonic dragon laughed and swallowed the flesh. It stared at the remaining experts from the 8 gods sect with bloodthirsty murderous intent in its eyes. Back then, it had fallen into this valley after being swept away by Yi Yun's wind. The ancient demonic dragon was very depressed and did not know where to go. It stood there in a daze for a while. Then, it noticed a gust of wind coming from afar. The gust of wind was howling. It was so familiar that it recognized it at a glance. It must be the senior who had attacked. The ancient demonic dragon turned into its human form and quietly hid in the forest. The gust of wind dissipated above its head and revealed a few experts from the 8 gods sect. Although the experts from the 8 gods sect were all injured, the aura of their blood chi was very attractive to the ancient demonic dragon. After absorbing the 7 light pillars in the ghost well, the ancient demonic dragon's strength was naturally very strong. Therefore, it had the idea to eat these cultivators from the Eight Gods sect. It had hidden part of its strength in the first attack. After repelling the experts from the Eight Gods sect, it quickly followed up and swallowed one of them by surprise. A powerful blood chi flowed through its body and made the ancient demonic dragon's aura stronger. Not bad, the ancient demonic dragon clicked its tongue in admiration. It could feel that it had become stronger. Bastard, you're courting death, the middle-aged man was enraged. His blood boiled like a ferocious beast. Whoosh, he tore through the air with a ferocious look in his eyes. He raised his hand and punched the ancient phantom dragon. At this moment, the rest of them also opened the gate of God in their bodies, including the war sect. For a moment, the thick blood light dyed half the sky red. Boom boom, a series of loud sounds of battle rang out. A few experts from the Eight Gods sect started fighting with the ancient nether demon dragon in midair. The physical body of the ancient nether demon dragon originated from the primordial demon dragon. With the support of the Seven Stars Array, the strength of its physical body had already surpassed that of many ordinary divine dragons. In the face of several people from the Eight Gods sect, it was not afraid at all. From time to time, it would send the experts from the Eight Gods sect flying. This dragon is so powerful. War sect, quickly go back and find support. We will hold it back. The middle-aged man sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Battle Sect. All right. Battle Sect agreed without hesitation. He turned into a bloodlight and tore through the air. The reason why they were so anxious. It was because there had never been a real divine dragon in their world. The people from the Seven Stars clan had the bloodline of the Dragon clan and could indeed transform into a dragon. However, it was still different from a real divine dragon. Naturally, they could tell. This dragon, could it be from the outside world as well? Battle Sect thought of this possibility and became even more anxious. A bloodlight flew past. He continued to increase his speed and wanted to return to the Eight Gods Mountain as soon as possible to report this new discovery to the war god. Boom boom boom, blood chi surged as figures crossed each other. Dragon roars could be heard from time to time. The battle in the void became more and more intense. The ancient nether demon dragon became more and more courageous as it fought. Its strength was far from what the experts from the Eight Gods sect could compare to. Although the Eight Superpowers technique was powerful and could open the gate of God in one's body to increase one's combat strength, it could not be opened permanently. There was also a time limit to it. Seeing that the time for the gate of God to close was approaching, the experts from the Eight Gods sect revealed anxious looks. You guys go first. I will hold it back. The middle-aged man shouted and opened the gate of pain and gate of opening at the same time without hesitation. Like an ocean that could destroy the world, a sea of blood roared in the void. His body became stronger and taller. Bastard, I will kill you today. The middle-aged man's aura was unstoppable. He rushed forward and threw a punch at the ancient phantom dragon. You are the strongest. I only need to eat you. The ancient nether demon dragon chuckled and stretched out its dragon claws to fight the middle-aged man. It was sent flying by the middle-aged man several times in a row. However, it still pounced on the middle-aged man and entangled him. As for the other experts from the Eight God sect, they had already escaped by now. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. The middle-aged man's power of blood started to weaken. Seeing this, the ancient nether demon dragon chased after him even more and attacked him crazily. The middle-aged man was afraid and turned to flee. Where do you think you are going? The ancient nether demon dragon roared and chased after him. The man and the dragon chased for tens of thousands of miles. In the end, the ancient nether demon dragon swung its tail and sent the middle-aged man flying. The middle-aged man coughed up blood and was severely injured. The ancient nether demon dragon flew closer and grabbed the middle-aged man with its claws, swallowing him whole. The Eight God sect. I heard from the tiger ancestor that they are the most powerful force in this world. I am definitely no match for them. Now that I have eaten 2 of their cultivators, the Eight God sect will definitely be furious. I need to find a safe place. The ancient nether demon dragon transformed into the appearance of the green-robed man. His face was filled with fear as he muttered to himself. He looked around and was at a loss for a moment. The world was so big. Where should he go to hide from the Eight God sect? An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. That's right, I can go to the Seven Stars Mountain. I heard that the Seven Stars clan has the bloodline of the Dragon clan. Maybe I can get their protection, the ancient nether demon dragon said excitedly. After making up his mind, he flew in a certain direction. According to the tiger ancestor, the Seven Stars Mountain was located in the east. He only needed to fly in the direction of the rising sun to find it. After all, the ancient nether demon dragon was in the eternal realm. He was very powerful and his flying speed was extremely fast. After flying for 2 hours, he saw a mountain shrouded in fog appearing on the horizon in the distance. The periphery of the mountain was filled with white fog. He could only vaguely see the peak of the mountain in the fog. Although it was his first time seeing it, the ancient nether demon dragon felt a sense of familiarity. This is the Seven Stars Mountain, the ancient nether demon dragon said excitedly. He quickly approached and arrived at the periphery of the fog. Hovering in the air, the ancient nether demon dragon spread out his divine consciousness and looked into the distance. He discovered that 7 huge mountains formed the shape of the Big Dipper. It was exactly the same as the Big Dipper array in his body. The familiar feeling in his heart became even stronger. He even had an indescribable impulse that made the ancient nether demon dragon feel like he had returned home. That place seems to be attracting me. The ancient nether demon dragon looked at a certain place in the Seven Stars Mountain and muttered to himself. His figure flashed. He actually flew in the direction of the Seven Stars clan's forbidden area. Until this moment, the ancient nether demon dragon had not realized that he could easily enter the fog without being surrounded by the Seven Stars Mountain's array. The people of the Seven Stars clan did not discover the ancient nether demon dragon immediately because the array did not alert them. After crossing several Seven Stars Mountains, behind the seventh Seven Stars Mountain, the ancient nether demon dragon appeared in the sky above a plain with thin fog. Below his feet, there were a total of 7 huge ponds. The water in the ponds was as clear as a mirror and reflected the surrounding fog. Oh my God! What exactly are these 7 ponds? Why are they arranged in the shape of a 7 stars array? The ancient nether demon dragon stood in the fog and stared at the 7 ponds in front of him with shock in his eyes. These 7 ponds gave him an indescribable attraction. It was as if the 7 stars formation in its body that was constantly operating had inexplicably become restless. However, what surprised the ancient nether demon dragon was that the 7 huge ponds looked ordinary. There was no movement of spirit chi or the aura of an array. It was as if they were just 7 ordinary ponds. However, these ordinary ponds gave him an inexplicable attraction. Passing through the white mist, the ancient abyssal demon dragon slowly flew forward, carefully sensing the surroundings. When he flew past the 3rd pond, he realized that there was a statue of a divine dragon lying on the ground in the middle of the white fog. This divine dragon statue was only a few hundred feet in size. It was snow white and looked very handsome. It blended in with the fog and was easy to miss if one did not look carefully. Oh my God, why does this dragon have 9 tails? Looking back, the ancient abyss demon dragon's eyes widened and he suddenly let out a strange cry. He saw 9 tails at the tail of the divine dragon statue. Each tail was a different color. They were red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, purple, white, and black respectively. 9 tails, 9 colors. They were raised high as if they were being blown by the wind, making the statue look even more lively. Although the ancient nether demon dragon was not very knowledgeable, he had never thought that a certain type of divine dragon in this world would have 9 tails. What kind of dragon is this? The curious ancient nether demon dragon landed near the tail of the divine dragon statue and carefully observed it. Apart from the different colors, the 9 dragon tails were also different in shape. Even the dragon scales were the same. In an instant, the ancient nether demon dragon even had an illusion. The 9 dragon tails seemed to form 9 different worlds. Oh my God, this dragon is really impressive, the ancient nether demon dragon exclaimed. It looked around and found that other than the dragon god statue, there didn't seem to be any other buildings. The ancient nether demon dragon was curious. What was the use of building a divine dragon statue in these 7 ponds? Could it be that this was a suppressing object? The ancient nether demon dragon suddenly thought of this possibility. It looked at the surrounding ponds again, and its gaze became deep. Perhaps, these 7 ponds were suppressing extremely ferocious creatures. It's still not safe here. I should go to the 7-star mountain and find the 7-star tribesmen to seek protection. The ancient nether demon dragon's eyes flickered. After muttering to himself, he prepared to leave the pond. He rose into the air and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he realized that the divine dragon statue seemed to be winking at him. Alive? Seeing the dragon god statue blink its eyes, the ancient phantom dragon was scared out of its wits. Without any hesitation, it turned and fled. Right at this moment, the surface of the 7 ponds began to ripple violently, as if some colossal creature was about to break free. Whoosh, 7 resplendent light pillars suddenly rose from the pond and formed a large formation in midair. It's over, I'm going to be trapped. The ancient abyss demon dragon thought to himself in horror. Just as he was at a loss of what to do, a beam of light suddenly gathered in the center of the large formation and fell toward him. The ancient nether demon dragon desperately wanted to escape from this terrifying beam of light. However, his speed was far from being able to avoid this beam of light. In the end, he was still hit by the beam of light. It's over. The ancient nether demon dragon froze in midair. In an instant, he was forced to reveal his divine dragon true form. That mysterious beam of light entered his body and made him unable to move. This mysterious beam of light did not disappear. Instead, it continued to fall from the top of the large formation and entered the ancient nether demon dragon's body. This feeling is so comfortable. The ancient nether demon dragon suddenly closed his eyes in comfort. The 7-star formation in his body spun rapidly and continuously absorbed the energy from the beam of light. The ancient nether demon dragon's aura also continued to increase. What happened? Why is there a change in the immortal pond? 7 figures with powerful and ancient auras suddenly appeared at the top of the 7 peaks of the 7-star sacred mountain. Although these figures were far away, when they looked at each other from afar, their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Someone broke into the immortal pond. An ancient voice said anxiously. It didn't alert the mountain guardian battle. Let's go and take a look, another old man said. The 7 figures disappeared into the void in an instant. These ancient figures were the 7-star ancestors of the 7-star clan. Everyone's cultivation level had reached the eternal realm. The star ancestor with the lowest cultivation level had reached the 9th level of the eternal realm. Most of them were at the 10th level. Some had even reached the peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm and were comparable to a half-step true god. In the sky above the immortal pond, as the void fluctuated, the 7-star ancestors appeared at the same time. Oh my god! It's a divine dragon. When they saw the huge green and red dragon in midair, the 7-star ancestors all fell into great shock. There was no real divine dragon in the world of the immortal pond. Although the 7-star clan had the bloodline of the divine dragon, they had never seen a real divine dragon except for that statue. Why would a divine dragon appear in the world of the immortal pond? The 5th star ancestor muttered to himself. Where did it come from? Why didn't the mountain guardian array react when it broke into the immortal pond? The 2nd star ancestor said in shock. Everyone, do you remember 70,000 years ago? There was a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth and a clansman of the first sacred mountain was taken away? The 1st star ancestor said slowly. Of course, the star ancestors nodded. The 2nd star ancestor seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said loudly, You mean, this is the sacred artifact of our clan? It should be. The 1st star ancestor nodded and said excitedly, When ancestor Xianxia left, the star compass gave a warning and light appeared and finally formed 8 words. Do you still remember? Yes, isn't it 7-star sacred artifact, dragon for dragon? The 2nd star ancestor spread out his hands and said, The star ancestor of that generation calculated these 8 words for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. Unexpectedly, after tens of thousands of years, these 8 words finally came true. Yes. Ancestor Xianxia left this small world, and 70,000 years later, a divine dragon entered the immortal pond and automatically activated the array of the immortal pond. Isn't this a dragon for a dragon? Haha. The 1st star ancestor's wrinkled old face was full of red light as he said excitedly. Everyone knows that the Immortal Pond is the forbidden area of our 7-star clan, but they don't know that it's the sacred place of our clan. However, even we can't enter this place easily. The 7th star ancestor looked at the ancient nethered demonic dragon in the void with a strange light in his eyes and said slowly, "Now, the array of the Immortal Pond has automatically activated and an endless amount of energy is injected into the divine dragon's body. I can see that the divine dragon's aura is still growing. I'm afraid it won't be long before it surpasses us. How can the sacred artifact of our 7-star clan be of the eternal realm?" The 1st star ancestor's eyes narrowed and his aura surged. It must be a true god. The celestial ancestors looked at each other and blurted out at the same time. Then, everyone burst into laughter. Fellow stellar ancestors, if this divine dragon enters the true immortal realm, our 7 stars clan will no longer have to fear the 8 gods sect. The 1st stellar ancestor said happily. Yes. The 8 extremities saint, that old bastard, has been overbearing for so many years and has bullied my 7 stars clan for so many years. Today, he is even more arrogant and has sent the 7th war god to my 7 stars mountain to ask for someone. If I don't give him to us, he will attack my 7 stars mountain. The 3rd stellar ancestor said angrily. Our 7 stars clan is the founder of the Immortal Pond. We are the oldest clan. The 8 god sect is just a latecomer. They are not qualified to challenge our 7 stars clan. The 5th stellar ancestor snorted. Ancestor Xianxia did not forget about us after he left. Now that he has sent a divine dragon in to absorb the power of the Immortal Pond, it will soon break through to the true immortal realm. What is there to fear from the 8 god sect? The 2nd stellar ancestor sneered. Poof, a soft sound reverberated in the air above the fog. The 7 stellar ancestors quickly looked over and found that the divine dragon's cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the eternal realm. With the power of the Immortal Pond, its aura was rapidly increasing. It seemed that it was only a step away from breaking through to the 3rd level of the eternal realm. The 7 stellar ancestors were in a good mood and were all smiling. Although this divine dragon represents the sacred object of our 7 stars clan, in fact, it has broken through to the true immortal realm and has far surpassed us. We can call it the dragon ancestor. What do you think? The 1st stellar ancestor looked at the ancient demonic dragon and suggested excitedly. Yes. The dragon ancestor is everyone's favorite. He will definitely lead our 7 stars clan to become the overlord of the Immortal Pond world and crush the 8 gods sect beneath our feet forever. One day, we will even be able to go to the outside world and pursue a higher cultivation realm. Long live the dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor will lead our 7 stars clan to glory. The 7 great star ancestors were all very excited, talking at the same time. Call me the dragon ancestor? I didn't expect to become the sacred object of the 7 stars clan and the hope of the 7 stars clan. Haha. In the air. The ancient demonic dragon, whose eyes were closed, heard the 7 stellar ancestors' words and could not help laughing. For such an ending. The ancient dragon demon king had never expected this. Originally, it wanted to seek protection from the 7-star race, but it did not expect that it would suddenly become the 7-star race's dragon ancestor. This psychological improvement made the ancient abyss demon dragon feel smug. It couldn't wait to break through to the true god realm as soon as possible so that it could be invincible under the heavens. It didn't need to fear that white-robed youth anymore. That guy is at most a true god. If I break through to true god, I'll definitely be more powerful than him. The ancient abyss demon dragon's imagination ran wild. 8 gods mountain. The 7th war god appeared in the mysterious space of the 8 extremities saint. How dare the 7 stars clan refuse to hand him over? It seems like they really want to fight with our 8 gods sect. After hearing the 7th war god's report, the 8 extreme saint was furious. Although the 7-star clan had a foundation, he had more or less figured it out these few years. If he went all out, the 8 extreme saint had the confidence to flatten the 7-star mountain. Even though he had to pay a corresponding price. However, the 8 extremities saint believed that it would be worth it no matter what price he had to pay this time. After all, those people from the outside world were extremely important. This was a crucial bridge for him to break through the Immortal Pond's small world. Battle Master is back, The Eight Extremities Saint's expression suddenly changed when he saw Battle Master fleeing back to the Eight Gods Mountain in a panic. Why did Battle Master come back alone? He remembered that when Battle Master left, he brought along several Eternal Realm experts from the Eight Gods Mountain. Go and call Battle Master over. What happened? The Eight Extremities Saint frowned and said. Yes. The seventh war god sensed the seriousness of the situation and immediately left. The next moment, he appeared next to the main entrance of the palace where he cultivated. Battle Master was here. War sect, what exactly happened? The seventh war god asked with a solemn expression. Lord War God, I have a major discovery. Seeing the seventh war god, Battle Master hurriedly bowed as if he had caught a life-saving straw. The Eight Extremities Saint is also paying attention to this matter. Follow me. Without waiting for Battle Master to continue speaking, the seventh war god grabbed Battle Master and disappeared on the spot. The two appeared in front of the Eight Extremities Saint. Greetings, Eight Extremities Saint. Seeing the blurry figure opposite him, Battle Master was extremely excited. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. He had never been to the Eight Extremities Saint's cultivation space before. Only the Eight War Gods had such qualifications. He didn't expect that one day, he would have the opportunity to come here. Battle Master, tell me everything you know, the Eight Extremities Saint said lightly. It's like this, Sage. War Sect hurriedly recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. What? That white-clothed youth from the monster clan is so powerful that none of you are his opponent? After listening to Battle Master's description, the seventh war god standing next to him was shocked. Lord War God, that person is unfathomable. I'm afraid only you can defeat him. Battle Master said bitterly. N. The seventh war god nodded with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. A divine dragon, the Eight Extremities Saint's expression underwent a strange change. There was a hint of longing in his eyes as he said faintly, Battle Master, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Sage, what we saw was indeed a divine dragon. Junior brother Xiao was even eaten by it. The others were no match for that divine dragon. After all, we were all injured, Battle Master said with a sorrowful expression. I understand now. The Eight Extremities Saint abruptly rose to his feet when he heard this and strode toward the two. Sage, are you going to do it yourself? The seventh war god turned pale with fright. How many tens of thousands of years had it been? The Eight Extremities Saint had never done anything himself. He hadn't even left this cultivation space before. The outside world is completely under the control of the Eight Great War Gods. This is no small matter. You Eight War Gods, come with me to the Ninely Divine Mountain. Capture that divine dragon and that mysterious white-clothed youth. I believe that they also possess the same secrets that lead to the outside world, the Eight Extremities Saint chuckled. He finally understood the current situation. It wasn't just a single force that had entered the immortal pond. There should be three factions. The silver-robed masked man was the first faction. The white-clothed youth and the other two were the second. As for the giant green and red dragon, it was the third faction. If they wanted to capture the silver-robed masked man, they would have to wage war against the Seven-Star Tribe. This battle was extraordinary. It was a battle to the death. Deep down, the Eight Extremities Saint didn't want to be injured. After all, if a true god like him was injured, it would take a long time for him to recuperate. As for the second and third factions, they were merely Eternal Realm experts. For the Eight Extremities Saint, capturing them would be a piece of cake. It would be almost effortless for him to obtain the secret that led to the outside world. The Eight Extremities Saint naturally couldn't miss such a good opportunity. He had to go personally. The Eight Extremities Saint naturally didn't want to make any mistakes in this important matter. Outside the Ninely Holy Mountain, a few extremely powerful figures suddenly appeared in the sky above a certain part of the void. There were 10 of them. The young man in the lead had a handsome face. He wore a crimson-red robe, and his skin was smooth and translucent. His hands were placed behind his back, and his eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Behind him, there were 8 men in crimson robes. Each of them was tall and burly with an unbelievably powerful aura. Everyone's cultivation had reached level 10 of the Eternal Realm. These 8 men were the famous 8 war gods of the 8 gods sect. The handsome young man in the lead was the 8 extremities saint. Although the 8 extremities saint looked young, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. Over the years, the 8 war gods of the 8 gods sect had changed several times, but the 8 extremities saint was still alive. 20,000 years ago, his appearance had returned to his youthful appearance. One of the 10 men was at level 1 of the eternal realm. He was Xianxia. Is it here? The 8 extremities saint looked around and did not find any trace of the divine dragon. He asked faintly. It is here, but the divine dragon is gone, Xianxia said with trepidation. It's just a little eternal realm dragon. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. Let's go to the ninely holy mountain first. The 8 extremities saint said coldly. He swayed his body and flew in the direction of the ninely holy mountain. The others quickly followed him. In the valley of the Golden Bear clan, Yi Yin sat on a platform and drank tea leisurely. Mu Qing poured tea for him from time to time. Jin Xiaotian and his son stood aside obediently, not daring to make a sound. You're here. You're not slow. Yi Yin's expression changed slightly. He drank the tea in his cup in one gulp and handed the cup to Mu Qing. Mu Qing carefully removed the remaining tea from the cup and was about to put it into a small white porcelain bottle. These were all immortal teas. Even the leftovers from the old master contained endless energy. Mu Qing, you've collected so many tea leaves. Can you give me some of the tea leaves this time? The big black cat blinked its eyes and looked eager. Mu Qing's hand stopped, and she looked at the big black cat with amusement. She smiled and said, You're just at the life and death realm. You don't need these tea leaves, do you? Aren't I paving the way for the future? The big black cat shrugged its shoulders and said with a smile, Beautiful lady, don't worry. Since you gave me tea leaves today, I'll give you a big present another day. What gift? Mu Qing raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. Let's not talk about that for now. After you give me the tea leaves, you will receive a surprise sooner or later. The big black cat said mysteriously. Mu Qing, just send him off. I want to see what gift he has for you. Yi Yin turned his head and smiled. Master, the big black cat's face instantly turned red, and it was at a loss. Yes, master. Mu Qing took out a small porcelain bottle and filled it with tea leaves. She carefully handed it to the big black cat and chuckled. Then I'll be waiting for your big gift. The big black cat looked at Yi Yin guiltily and said reluctantly, No problem. A man's words carry weight. Mu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. They had been together for a long time, and she naturally knew that the nine-tailed spirit cat had a loose tongue. However, with her master as a witness, she believed that the nine-tailed spirit cat would not dare to play any tricks. Jin Xiaotian and his son looked at each other, and they were extremely shocked. Why were the seniors fighting over the remaining tea leaves? Although the tea leaves were fragrant, there was no need to fight over them like this. Whoosh! At this moment, a powerful aura came crashing down from the sky above the ninely holy mountain like an endless wave. Countless ninely demon tribe members were panicking as they knelt down on the ground. 8 God sect. The 8 war gods are all here. In an ancient cave. Ancestor Yu looked into the distance in fear. Suddenly, an even more terrifying expression appeared on his skinny old face. The 8 great war gods were only secondary. In front of the 8 war gods, there was a young man in a red robe. He was handsome, and had skin like jade. His skin was translucent, and he was emitting an indescribable imperious aura. Although the red-robed young man did not release the powerful aura of the eternal realm, he stood there as if he was the only one in this vast world. The others were as insignificant as ants. Could it be the 8 extremities saint? Ancestor Yu blinked as he suddenly thought of this possibility. He was so frightened that he almost fainted. The 8 extremities saint had not appeared in this world for tens of thousands of years. Many of the living beings of the new generation did not even know what the 8 extremities saint looked like. Even as the ninely demon ancestor, he had never seen the 8 extremities saint. He moved in a flash. Ancestor Yu disappeared in an instant. The 8 extremities saint had brought the 8 war gods to the ninely holy mountain. As the ninely demon ancestor, he had to go out and welcome them. The other 7 rays of light flew over from all directions and gathered with Ancestor Yu. they were the other 7 demon ancestors. The bear ancestor had died, and there were only 8 demon ancestors left in the Ninely demon tribe. Everyone followed Ancestor Yu and arrived in front of the 8 Extremities Saint in fear. "Welcome, 8 Extremities Saint." The 8 demon ancestors knelt respectfully in the void and prostrated themselves on the ground. They did not dare to raise their heads. The 8 Extremities Saint stopped and looked at the few weak demons in front of him with a faint smile on his face. The Ninely demon tribe was just a group of demons reared by the 8 gods sect. They had no status. However, considering the great contribution that the Ninely demon tribe had made to the 8 gods sect, the 8 Extremities Saint waved his hand gently. A wave of magic power swept out and helped everyone up. "Rise, all of you," the 8 Extremities Saint said indifferently. After saying that, the 8 Extremities Saint looked in a certain direction. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and it immediately landed in the valley of the Golden Bear clan. He saw the white-robed young man of the demon tribe at a glance. The 8 Extremities Saint took a step forward and arrived in the void above the valley in an instant. The 8 war gods followed closely behind. The war master was excited and flew over quickly. "The 3 of you are from the outside world, right?" The 8 Extremities Saint's gaze was like lightning. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back and asked indifferently. "That's right." Yi Yin chuckled. He took a step forward and rose into the void, standing opposite the 8 Extremities Saint. The two of them faced each other from a distance. "War Master, you really didn't disappoint me. You actually brought the founder of the 8 God sect, the 8 Extremities Saint. It seems that I will be able to experience the complete 8 Extremities divine skill today." Looking at the War Master who had just flown over, Yi Yin put his hands behind his back and laughed loudly. "War Master." The 7th War God turned around and glared at him. Lord War God, the War Master, was shocked. Just as he was about to explain, the 8 Extremities Saint waved his hand gently. "It has nothing to do with the War Master," the 8 Extremities Saint said indifferently. His face was calm and emotionless. He had been paying attention to the white-robed young man in front of him. As for the people from the outside world, the 8 Extremities Saint's heart was naturally filled with interest. The other party was merely in the eternal realm. Facing the pressure of the 8 God sect's army, he didn't panic at all. What kind of trump card did he have? The 8 Extremities Saint was also very curious. Of course, he naturally wouldn't believe the life and death aura that Yi Yin revealed on the surface. According to the War Master, the white-robed young man's cultivation base had also reached the eternal realm. "Sir, since you can come to the immortal pond world, you must not be a nobody. Which sect are you from?" the 8 Extremities Saint asked in a calm voice. "You won't understand even if I tell you." "Why bother asking?" Yi Yin shrugged and smiled. A faint trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. "How dare you? A barbarian from the outside world dares to be so disrespectful to our saint." The 7th War God of the 8 Gods sect immediately jumped out and shouted at Yi Yin with a fierce look in his eyes. "You fellows, you're used to acting like tyrants in the immortal pond, all of you are so arrogant." "Haha, put away that arrogant face of yours, I won't fall for it." Yi Yin smiled indifferently. These tiny ants had never seen the world before. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to see the 8 divine art, Yi Yin would have killed them all with a slap. He was a hierarch expert and had killed many divine kings in the demon realm. If he was asked to kill some eternal realm brats in the immortal pond, Yi Yin would find it boring. "Saint, let me teach this barbarian from the outside world a lesson." The 7th War God turned around and cupped his fists respectfully. "Very well, you can have a good fight with this friend from the outside world," the 8 God Saint thought for a while and said. His tone was calm and his eyes were clear. His body was surrounded by an extraordinary aura, giving off an unfathomable feeling as if he was always standing on top of the clouds, detached from everything in the world. "Yes." The 7th War God was delighted and immediately turned around. Yi Yin glanced at the 8 God Saint and found that this guy's Tao heart was very strong. Although he was a little arrogant, he was not an ignorant and arrogant person. His tolerance and vision were far beyond the 8 War Gods. Such a person could stir up a storm in the small world of the immortal pond and dominate a region. If he went to the divine land, he would definitely develop into an overlord. Yi Yun-song had some thoughts of cherishing talent in his heart. After all, he wanted to obtain the 8 gods' divine art from the 8 gods' saint and impart it to the younger generation of the Shenlong sect. If he did that, it was equivalent to owing the 8 gods' saint a favor. For Yi Yun, a talent like the 8 gods' saint could be given a push and let him embark on a more glorious path of cultivation. With an idea in mind, Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Ancestor Yu looked at the 8th grade saint from afar. His eyes flickered with fear from time to time. The 8 extremities saint doesn't have the aura of the eternal realm. Could it be that he has broken through to the divine realm? Ancestor Yu thought to himself. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the eternal realm was the highest realm. However, as demon ancestor Jiuli, he was one of the top figures in this world. He also knew that there was a legendary god realm above the eternal realm. The divine realm was an even more powerful realm. From ancient times to modern times, only the 8 extremities saint had entered this realm. The god realm was a legend. It was first passed down from the ancient 7-star clan, and only a few experts knew about it. However, no one from the 7 Stars clan had ever broken through to the deity realm despite how powerful they were. No one had expected that a peerless genius would emerge from the originally weak human tribe. He had created the 8 Supreme's magic skill and was invincible throughout the world. Eventually, he had reached the legendary divine realm from the peak of level 10 of the eternal realm. As for the 8 extremities saint, even Ancestor Yu only had admiration in his heart. He didn't dare to harbor any thoughts of hatred at all. Level 10 of the eternal realm is not a low realm. Yi Yin glanced at the 7th war god, raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. A level 10 of the eternal realm would be an incredible figure in the Songnan continent. Given the uniqueness of the 8 Supreme's magic skill, even the Blood Chief demonic dragon would not be a match for the 7th war god before reaching level 10 of the eternal realm. How many gates have you opened? Yi Yun's heart stirred as he suddenly asked. 7. The 7th war god shouted loudly with a haughty look on his face. The chi and blood in his body began to boil like smoke signals. The surrounding void was like boiling water, producing a whirring sound. The 8 war gods had opened more than 7 gates. Only the top 3 war gods were able to open all 8 gates. The 8th gate of God, the gate of life, was the most difficult gate to open in the 8 Supreme's magic skill. Once the 8th gate of God was opened, it was like connecting to the sacred pool of life. No matter what kind of injury one suffered, it would heal quickly. In the middle of a battle, as long as one could not kill the successor of the 8 gods sect with all 8 gates open, it would be impossible to defeat him. Even if the 8 gates of God were opened, they would need to be continuously tempered and refined to become stronger. Therefore, even the top 3 war gods had different battle prowess. So it's 7 gates. What a pity. Why don't you go back and replace me with a war god who has opened 8 gates? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Barbarian from the outside world, are you looking down on me? The 7th war god was furious. He did not even open a single gate of God. Instead, he relied on his strong physical body and punched across the void. Everyone was looking at the 7th war god's vicious punch. Whoosh, the punch was like a blood-red flowing light, penetrating the void and hitting Yi Yun directly. Well, it's still the same. If you can open my defensive light shield, you will be qualified to fight with me. Yi Yun smiled and waved his hand. A translucent light shield appeared out of thin air beside him. He stood in the light shield with his hands behind his back and quietly looked at the blood-red light in front of him. Boom, a huge force hit the translucent light shield and made an earth-shattering sound. No wonder he's the 7th war god. He's so strong. The powerful sound waves spread in all directions. The demon ancestors suddenly felt dizzy and looked at each other with horror in their eyes. Let's step back, Ancestor Yu said quickly. Their cultivation was still relatively low. If they were too close to the battle scene, they would be seriously affected. At this point, Ancestor Yu could tell that the young man in white was definitely a ruthless character. He could use a defensive light shield to block the punch of the 7th war god who was at level 10 Eternal Realm. It showed that he was very strong. The demon patriarchs hurriedly retreated 100 miles before they could stabilize themselves. At this moment, in the valley below where Yi Yun was, a defensive light shield had already lit up out of nowhere, protecting the big black cat and the others. Sage, this guy is quite capable. The first war god narrowed his eyes and observed the battle between the two and said in a deep voice. The outside world is more powerful than we thought. We can't underestimate this guy. Eight Extremities Sage smiled. He also wanted to see if his disciples could compete with the white-clothed young man. If even his disciples were no match for the young man, then he would have to compete with him personally. Before setting off from Eight Gods Mountain, Eight Extremities Sage's thought was simple. He just wanted to capture an Eternal Realm expert. However, when he saw Yi Yun at first glance, he knew that this person was not simple. Therefore, Eight Extremities Sage's attitude changed. His goal was to go to the outside world and pursue a higher realm of cultivation and a more profound great Tao. If he could not defeat this person, then he had to build a good relationship with him. Eight Extremities Sage would not frown even if he gave away all the resources of Eight Gods Sect. I'm just a bird in a cage. I can give up everything for freedom. Eight Extremities Sage looked at the fluttering figure in white. His eyes deepened as this thought came to his mind. This person can withstand my punch with a defensive light shield. His true strength is at least at level 10 Eternal Realm. The seventh war god took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide. He stared fiercely at Yi Yun as his mind raced. He had judged that Yi Yun was only at level 5 Eternal Realm. However, in their first fight, he did not gain any advantage. This meant that the white-robed youth in front of him was on par with him in terms of cultivation. If he wanted to defeat such an opponent, he must open the Gate of God to have a chance. Now that the 8 saints of the 8 Gods sect were behind him, the 7th war god wanted to show off. Therefore, he opened the Gate of God without hesitation. Gate of Wonder. Open. Gate of Rest. Open. After slapping his body twice, the 7th war god roared and opened the Gate of Wonder and Gate of Rest. As soon as the 2 gates of God opened, in an instant, the sky within 100 miles was dyed red. Whoosh, whoosh. The blood-red light soared into the sky and the blood-red ocean current roared. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Ancestor Yu and the others who were hiding in the distance were pale with fright and kept retreating. After retreating for dozens of miles, Ancestor Tiger looked at the blood-red light in the distance and muttered to himself, so powerful. This is the first time I have seen the war god of the 8 Gods sect open the Gate of God. The 8 Gods sect is too powerful. Even if we join forces, we are no match for the number 1 war god. Ancestor Yu said with a long sigh. The other 7 demon ancestors were silent and there was sadness in their eyes. Every member of the Ninely demon tribe, even the demon ancestors, would have their blood drawn by the 8 Gods sect during the process of cultivation. This also meant that their lifetime achievements were limited. Ancestor Rat waved his hand and set up a defensive light shield. He said with a shifty look, "Did you notice what the 8 saints said before? You mean that the white-robed youth and the other 2 came from the outside world?" Ancestor Yu was stunned and asked. Yes, what is the outside world? Does it mean that there is another world outside of our small world? Ancestor Rat rubbed his hands and said excitedly. According to the 8 saints, that should be the case, Ancestor Yu pondered. At this point, he looked into the depths of space and said leisurely, I really didn't expect that there would be another world outside our world. Ancestor Yu, the outside world is definitely a very powerful world. You can tell from this mysterious young man in white that his strength might be on par with the 8 Extremities Saint. The rat ancestor stopped laughing and said with a solemn expression. Is it really that powerful? The ancestral beasts asked at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. It's possible. Let's wait and see, the rat ancestor nodded. Rat ancestor, do you also want to go to the outside world? Ancestor Yu's eyes flickered and landed on rat ancestor's face. It was as though he could see into rat ancestor's heart at this moment. I do have such thoughts. If we stay in this small world, our cultivation will only stagnate, the rat ancestor sighed with a dejected expression. The other demon ancestors looked at each other and sighed. Ancestor Yu thought for a moment and said softly, we belong to the same demon clan as that white-robed young man. If we, the Ninely demon clan, submit to him, perhaps he will give us a chance, that's the only way. The other demon ancestors sighed and smiled bitterly. Everyone stopped talking and looked into the distance. After opening 2 divine gates, the 7th war god's body was 3 times larger than before. His muscles swelled and flashed with a bronze luster, making him look like a murderous weapon in human form, full of explosive power. You can't break the defensive light shield with only 2 divine gates open. Looking at the first war god, Yi Yin reminded him with a smile. Impossible. The 7th war god roared and took a big step forward. He broke through the void and pounced toward Yi Yin. After opening 2 divine gates, the 7th war god's combat strength had increased by several times. His current strength was infinitely close to the half-step true god realm. Therefore, the 7th war god was extremely confident. The translucent light shield could not withstand a single blow. Whoosh, a blood-red fist with boundless killing intent fell from the sky like a divine hammer that could take one's life. Yi Yin remained calm and watched the 7th war god's performance quietly. On the other side, the 8 extremities saint lowered his eyebrows slightly. He had a premonition that the 7th war god would return empty-handed. Boom, the huge blood-red fist heavily smashed onto the translucent light barrier, and an earth-shattering sound spread out in all directions like heavenly thunder. The 7th war god's body was sent flying by a powerful force. He flew a few hundred feet before stabilizing himself. How is this possible? The 7th war god looked in Yi Yin's direction and saw that the translucent light shield did not move at all. In other words, his ferocious strength did not even cause a splash. This immediately caused the 7th war god's self-esteem to be severely damaged. The 7 war gods and the 8 extremities saint were watching this battle from the side. However, he had already returned empty-handed twice in a row. It was simply too embarrassing. Bang bang bang, a series of rapid sounds of bodies being hit suddenly sounded in the void. Gate of limit, open. Gate of view, open. Gate of opening, open. Gate of pain, open. The 7th war god roared at the sky and opened 6 gates in a row. Whoosh, boundless blood-red light filled the area within 2,000 to 3,000 miles. Dyeing the entire sky the color of blood. Whoosh whoosh. The blood-red tide roared continuously, rolling up layers of bloody waves. The momentum was shocking, as if the end of the world had arrived. A faint layer of blood-red light also appeared beside the 8 extremities saint. It enveloped the others and did not affect them. Open 6 gates? Yi Yin was slightly taken aback. He asked with a smile, "Why don't you be more direct and open 7 gates?" The 7th war god lowered his head. At this moment, his body had expanded by more than 10 times. He was like a huge blood-red demon god floating silently in the void. Yi Yin's words stabbed his heart like a knife. Gate of death, open. After hesitating for a few seconds, the 7th war god roared at the sky and finally opened the 7th gate, Gate of Death. As soon as the Gate of Death opened, a dense black color suddenly appeared in the blood-red light. This black color was strange and horrifying, like the color of death. It made people feel a sense of fear and trepidation just by looking at it. Oh my god, this Gate of Death, it's 2F** king terrifying. The big black cat cried out in alarm, its heart pounding. Even with a layer of defense, the big black cat could feel an indescribable feeling of death descending. Mu Qing's face also turned incomparably pale. Clearly, the aura emitted by the Gate of Death was extremely painful for life and death realm cultivators like them. This was a kind of pain, a kind of mental oppression. Too scary. Jin Xiaotian muttered to himself. He was so scared that he was sweating profusely. The yellow-robed youth with the weakest cultivation base had already fainted. In the distance, the 8 ancestral beasts felt the aura of the Gate of Death. Their expressions changed greatly as they hurriedly retreated. They retreated 3 times in a row. This time, they retreated 5,000 miles away before their complexions returned to normal. TSK, this death gate, is quite interesting. Yi Yin clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his eyelids. He tilted his head and carefully sensed the special energy in the void. His mouth let out a sound of admiration. Once the death gate opened. In the endless blood qi, there was an additional spiritual attack with an extremely strong aura of death. As long as the 7th war god attacked, Yi Yin, as his opponent, would face a double attack on his physical and spiritual body. Generally, it was difficult for a person with weak spiritual power to withstand the spiritual attack of the Death Gate. He glanced from the corner of his eye. Yi Yan saw the horrified expressions of the people in the valley below and could not help but chuckle softly. In the depths of his eyes, small star-like runes flashed. Another type of immense spiritual power instantly invaded the big black cat and the others, forming a line of defense in their minds, blocking the influence of the Death Gate's spiritual attack. Strange, why do I feel that the uncomfortable feeling has disappeared? Jin Xiaotian touched his head and said with a confused look. My master has made his move. Otherwise, would you be so comfortable? The big black cat laughed. Jin Xiaotian was shocked and could not help but say, Senior is really unfathomable, shallow. You're unfathomable and too one-sided. My master's strength is far beyond what you can imagine. The big black cat clasped its hands behind its back and said proudly, shaking its head. Yes. My master's strength is not something you can imagine. Mu Qing also echoed. As she said this, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. In Mu Qing's heart, her master was an invincible existence. Even on the other side of the divine land, no one would be a match for him. Oh, Jin Xiaotian nodded dumbfoundedly. The conversation between the two of them made him think about it carefully. In the air. After the seventh war god opened the Death Gate, his body grew larger again. He grew to a height of 200 to 300 feet, like a blood-red giant. His entire body was filled with killing intent. His bell-like eyes released rays of shocking blood-red light. Barbarian from the outside world, eat my fist. The seventh war god stomped through the air. When he got close, he raised his millstone-sized fist and viciously smashed it down. Boom, a large area of the void suddenly shattered at this moment. It could be seen that the terrifying power of this punch was already close to that of an ordinary true god. As expected of the Eight Extremes divine art, it is indeed very unique. Yi Yan's eyes lit up. He wanted to commend the seventh war god for his punch. This made him even more eager to find out how powerful the eighth gate of life would be once it was opened. A red shadow flashed, and an invincible iron fist suddenly fell. Boom, an earth-shattering rumble resounded through the void. The loud noise caused some of the surrounding mountains to instantly turn into fine powder. Dodge. Seeing the powerful sound wave attack coming like a wave, Ancestor Yu hurriedly shouted a warning. He turned into a ray of light and suddenly soared into the sky. He was from the bird clan. Hence, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the depths of the void. The other ancestral demons were flustered. They also soared into the sky and narrowly avoided the powerful sound wave attack. I really didn't expect this. After the seventh war god opened 7 gates of God, he has become so powerful that he is invincible. In the air. The pale ancestor Yu said with a horrified expression. It is said that the top 3 war gods have already opened 8 gates of God. How powerful are they? This is simply unimaginable. Ancestor Niu said with lingering fear. The other ancestral demons were in shock. They constantly panted and looked extremely miserable. After the seventh war god's iron fist landed on the protective light shield, the shield did not shatter as he had expected. Instead, it was the same as before. An indescribable mighty force rebounded back. I don't believe it. The seventh war god roared. He was already mentally prepared. When the rebounding force surged over, he immediately spun around and dissipated most of the force. He raised his other fist and viciously punched the protective light shield again. Boom, another earth-shattering explosion rang out, causing the 9 divine mountain to tremble incessantly. Many of the nearby mountains collapsed with a loud rumble. Another wave of rebounding force surged over. The seventh war god continued to spin around and desperately tried to dissipate the force. He extended his iron fist and launched a fierce attack on the protective light shield. Boom boom, along with a series of loud explosions, the protective light shield did not budge. Don't you think what I'm doing is too despairing? Looking at the crazy seventh war god, Yi Yan suddenly let out a strange smile. He felt that he, a dignified hierarch, was being too much of a bully. Yi Yan's heart moved and changed some of his tactics. At this moment, the protective light shield began to fluctuate. It was in a chaotic state of alternating brightness and darkness. Almost there. Seeing this scene, the seventh war god became even more excited and crazily attacked. The Eight Extremities Saint raised his eyebrows and felt a little surprised. This cultivator from the outside world seems to be calm. He still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet, the Eight Extremities Saint thought to himself. After letting the seventh war god attack for a while, Yi Yin advised with a smile, "Seventh war god, you won't be able to break it. Why don't you change it to someone else?" "Impossible." The seventh war god roared and attacked with all his might. "Get lost." Feeling a little impatient, Yi Yin stretched out a hand and strangely reached out from the light shield. He slapped the seventh war god's chest. Bang! The seventh war god's giant body suddenly let out a miserable cry. Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying towards the Eight Extremities Saint. So strong. Seeing Yi Yin send the seventh war god flying with a casual slap, the Eight Extremities Saint sucked in a breath of cold air. He stretched out his hand and caught the seventh war god. Puff! The seventh war god spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood around him retracted and his giant body suddenly shrunk. "Saint, I didn't complete the task you gave me," the seventh war god knelt on the ground and said with a heart full of pain. "It doesn't matter. How can there be an invincible general in this world? You don't have to blame yourself. The opponent wanted to take your life. If he used more strength, you would have died." The Eight Extremities Saint waved his hand and said with a sigh. The seventh war god stood up and looked at Yi Yin in disbelief. This mysterious cultivator from the outside world had actually shown mercy. The seventh war god, including the Eight Extremities Saint and the others, didn't know that Yi Yin showed mercy not out of kindness, but because he didn't want to kill these Eternal Realm cultivators. The two sides were not on the same level at all. "Saint, I'll fight him." The first war god suddenly walked over and cupped his fists with high fighting spirit. "Okay, but you have to be careful." The Eight Extremities Saint nodded and said with a cold face. The Eight Extremities Saint's carefree appearance from before also vanished without a trace. The opponent was too strong and too mysterious. The Eight Extremities Saint didn't dare to be careless. "Which war god are you?" Looking at the first war god walking over from the void, Yi Yin asked with a smile. The 8 war gods of the 8 gods sect looked similar, so he couldn't tell their ranking. "I'm the first war god of the 8 gods sect. I'm here to experience your unique skill." The first war god stood 100 feet away from Yi Yin and cupped his fists and said with a cold face. "So it's the first war god. You should be the strongest person below the 8 Extremities Saint. You must have opened all 8 gates, right?" Yi Yin asked calmly. "That's right." The first war god raised his eyebrows and looked proud. His eyes were full of killing intent. He was the strongest person below the 8 Extremities Saint in the entire 8 gods sect. The 8 Extremities Saint had high hopes for him and thought that he was the most promising peerless genius to reach the immortal realm among the 8 war gods. End of chapter 708. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.